After much anticipation and payment, the swell has arrived here at the end of the road. Vahine Ferro already on the warm-up. And Tahitian Water Patrol are going to have a busy day today. Tereva David, along with Brisa Hennessy, and barrels this morning on a growing southwest swell. Mihimana Bray. Wild card, as well as the 18-year-old Sawyer Lindbergh, defending champ. Jack Robinson, all preparing for today. It's going to be a big day.
At the end of the road, the surf world narrows its focus.
There's no other wave really like it in the world.
The consequences here really are truly death.
The world's best are here to send it over the ledge and into the history books.
Oh my God!
The show continues. This is the 2024 SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown.
Welcome to the SHISEIDO Pro Tahiti presented by Outerknown. Yorana Teahupo'o. Good morning, and Maeva, welcome to the set here, Kaipagura, along with Jesse Mendez. Jesse, we're going to start getting going today. It's been 7 days of anticipation, starting with the women, and I feel like limits are going to be pushed today on this incoming swell.
100%, Kaipo. As we saw it a little bit earlier, all those inside ledges, we're going to be seeing a lot of those. It's kind of on that growing size, so it's in between right now, but those double ups look insane, and it's just going to be as hollow as it gets.
It's going to be crazy. Let's get the word from the water. I'm going to throw it out to Strider Wazalewski out there in the Ava, in the channel.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we're out here with Seth. Seth, you were out here for the warm-up this morning. You know, how are the conditions? How's the vibe in the water? And what about the waves that we just saw as this thing got started right now?
Yeah, we're in for a good day. Waves are pumping right now. It's still kind of small. I think the swell is rising, 46 feet, but we already seen some big sets, but psyching. It's going to be a good one.
When you say kind of small, tell me about the faces of the waves and getting caught inside by one of those. Would that be fun or not?
definitely not small, but you know, it's small for what the swell is going to be like later today when the guys are on.
Okay, well, good luck. Congratulations on Heat 8 today. You're going to be going up against Crosby Colapinto.
Let's go. Yeah.
Woo! All right, back to you guys.
As we see the potential for the day as the day starts presenting itself. Rising southwest swell, we talked about that, Jesse. The anticipation, plenty of movement in the water, and we are going to start with a grand heat. Quarterfinal number 1 for the women. Brisa Hennessy coming up against 5-time world champ and Olympic gold medalist Carissa Moore in this morning's matchup.
Yeah, this is going to be such an exciting match. I feel like they kind of have similar approaches as far as backside tube riding. The waves are firing, so it's hopefully it's a show and we have consistent waves and they're able to identify which waves they got to get, because at this point right now, like I mentioned, it's going to be that in-between size. So we have the first ledge, which is going to be very hollow and just not much water doubling up, and probably where most of the scoring potential will be. And then we're going to have the sets that are kind of in between. They're going to clamp. And then eventually there's going to be that big set that we just saw on the screen a few seconds ago that it's going to be a very throaty one. So, yeah, in the beginning, it's going to be fun to watch and see how they adapt to it.
Yeah. Hooter has sounded, and we have ID'd our first two. Brisa Hennessy, 24 years old, representing Costa Rica, number 4 on the rankings coming into this event. She's been a finalist here, 2022, runner-up to Courtney Conlog, Brisa Hennessy. And she's faced up against probably one of the all-time surfers when you look at women's professional surfing. We're talking about 31-year-old from Honolulu, Hawaii, 5-time world champ, Olympic gold medalist, Carissa Moore. Carissa with 28 championship tour victories to her credit. But one sight that has eluded Carissa Moore is this very break. The best she's done here, quarterfinal finish in 2022 as well as 2023. So this is a barrier-breaking heat for the 5-time world champ to get past this round, Jesse.
100%, and I mean, it's a great opportunity. As far as conditions today, it's just as perfect as it gets, you know. And we're going to see an increasing swell, so this is her time to show up and light up.
Not to mention for Carissa, this is going, and Brisa actually, because we're going to see both of them in the Paris 2024 Olympics here at the end of the road. And this is going to be their chance, last chance in a jersey before they battle for Olympic gold. Carissa, can she go back-to-back with Olympic gold? We're going to find out in about a month or so on that. But right now, the task at hand is to get through this heat, get into the semifinals for Carissa Moore. We added an extra 5 minutes on the typical 30-minute heats for the women this morning in the quarterfinals. And that's just kind of alluding to the on and off, still the building swell, still a southwest swell coming from a long ways away. So there is a little bit of lully action and inconsistency, but we're looking, Jesse, for the consistency to have an uptick as the day progresses.
Yeah, and the best part about it, you see how clean it is. So ideally what you want for a swell is to build with clean conditions. And this is what's happening right now.
Yeah, forecasted for light east winds, the Tahitian trade winds for most of the day. So crossing our fingers that the wind forecast kicks in. But such a beautiful morning so far, and an amazing warm-up session that we witnessed this morning, Jesse.
Yes, I love to see all those inside ledges doubling up and all that energy from like a solid swell pushing behind, going into that inside ledge. Is just, it light up. So it's one of the best in the world.
What are we thinking about the positioning so far with this open priority at the heat between the two surfers?
I think they're in a good spot. Those waves are kind of those mediums, like not like the big sets, like, and not the medium size waves. So it's that in between, which what I was just mentioning a little bit ago. As you can see, they weren't as hollow, and this is going to happen a lot today until it actually picks up and gets a little bigger. So they just got to be a little bit selective and let those kind of small sets roll through and maybe find a double upset. In the end of the day, they're going to be twice as wide and pretty much almost as tall as a set right now.
Yeah, it's almost counterintuitive to move inside when all of your instincts are telling you to paddle out, but yet you've identified that one ledge out there at Teahupo'o that you want to sit inside because those are going to be the big scoring barrels.
Yes, 100%. It looks like we're going to have Brisa up and ready.
Hennessy, looking down the line, has to straighten out on this one, so she's going to hand over priority to Carissa Moore. I would call that a priority error to start the heat.
Yeah, most likely a little bit deep. Just I don't even think as far as deepest positioning, but just for that wave specifically.
Let's go to Strider. And Strider, what did you think about the positioning for that opening wave?
Positioning was awesome. They're in the right spot. That wave was just one of those in-betweeners that kind of stretched out to the channel. So right now, the 4-footers on the inside ledge, those are the go. Then the 6-footers are kind of hitting in between. And then you're going to see 8-footers that are going to hit that outside ledge, and they're going to go. It's kind of a cat and mouse game out here right now. So we got, you know, the big ones are going to come. They know they're coming. The swell's forecasted for it to rise all day. So in their minds, they're thinking, oh my gosh, you know, what's coming? But you really have to play the, you know, inside game. You need that 4-foot runner. We saw Gabby in 2014 win the event, riding those sick double ups all the way through the inside corner. So right now, these ladies are having to, you know, kind of figure out which and where to be out here. But we have broken the ice, and it's on. We got Tara Davides out here in the water for Brisa Hennessy, and we got Shane Dorian in the corner of Carissa Moore. So they've got a lot of knowledge. They've got a lot of know-how. They got a lot of signaling as to where to be in the lineup, as to how deep and how close they need to be to the channel. Insane action.
Thank you so much for all of the intel from the channel. Strider Wazalewski got eyes on Carissa Moore right now, who's open to roam the lineup and pick her takeoff spot now that she has priority, Jesse.
Yeah, which it's a dream scenario for her, you know, like your opponent starts with a 0.5 and now you have priority and you can actually sit wherever you want and be in that perfect position for the next wave that rolls through. So a little bit less pressure off her back right now.
Well, it's appropriate that we start the day with our assessment and our Oakberry surf conditions. Chris Cote, take it away.
That's right, your Oakberry surf conditions report, just the numbers. We're looking at 6 to 10 foot south-southwest swell. We've got a dropping tide right now. The winds are absolutely perfect, very light. Air temperatures reaching about 80, water temperature about 80 as well. This is an absolute day in paradise, and I think we're going to see some incredible surfing. Can you hear it? Can you hear what's happening behind me? It's loud.
Yeah, we're feeling it, and the cracking, thunderous sounds of the swells hitting the reef here at Teahupo'o. Oh my goodness, and talk about a wake up in the morning. Carissa Moore poking the nose, goes down. We're going to be searching to make sure she surfaces. There we go, and it's going to be a drill for Hawaiian Water Patrol and a broken board already in the competition, only 7 minutes into the day, Jesse.
Yeah, and that's what those waves will do. There's so much power today in the ocean, and mostly those inside ledge waves. If you're in the wrong spot, you're definitely capable of breaking your board like it did to Carissa.
Here's the pickup drill with Tahitian Water Patrol. You have the grabber on the back of the ski. He's going to tell her to take off the leash. She wisely takes off her leash, abandons that half of a board. The grabber will hold on to Carissa Moore as the driver will deposit her back into the channel for some backup equipment, speeding on the Red Bull jet ski. That's the drill, and we're going to see that drill, I feel, a lot today, Jess.
Yes, 100%. And sometimes they actually don't have time to go back to the lineup like they did, and they're going to have to cross the shallow water going into the lagoon. As you see right here, that's the wave breaking in the inside ledge. See how much hollower it is? But that wave had a lot of foam from the previous wave. As you see, the foam line on the right of your screen, and that just messed up the whole wave. Had a little of a backwash lump from the wave before. So nice size of wave selection, but as far as quality wasn't there, so a mistake for Carissa as well.
Getting some advice from Shane Dorian, who's in her corner and has been putting on star performances out here at the end of the road. Shane, for decades now, actually scored a perfect 10 in competition when he was competing out here in Tahiti. Carissa Moore on the slow paddle back out. Gonna have to shake that one off. So just fractional scores for both of our surfers, and Shane's going to swim back to the boat and grab another backup Mayhem surfboard for Carissa Moore.
Well, good thing is Shane, he trains every day, so you see it right there. He was sprinting, just swimming through that channel and grabbing a backup, because, you know, a day like today, you can break 2 boards in 30 minutes without a problem.
Yeah. Strider, I think you could hear the conversation between Coach Shane Dorian and Carissa Moore. What went on out there?
I did. You know, Shane just kind of calming her down. She came in a little bit flustered. Like, you could see the eyes were wide, and as he talked to her, her eyes got rested, and you could see the comfort coming back. So, biggest part of today would probably be keeping your athlete at a mellow, you know, headspace, and trying to keep them focused on the challenge at hand, which is, you know, those inside nugs, paddling out cautiously, trying to find those ones that are a little closer inside to the reef and not kind of over frothing. She identified that it was a bad wave. Why was I doing? What was I going for that wave? It had white water on the face, and Shane just said, hey, you broke the ice, chill, go back out there, sit kind of inside and wide, and you're going to get some really good ones. She said you don't need to be too deep because you want to make those barrels.
Thank you so much for all of that reporting from the channel. Strider Wozlewski, he's going to have a front row seat throughout the entire day today as we anticipate this swell to build and barriers being broken by both the women in competition today, as well as a lot of the men who are surfing here for the first time. We may be getting into that elimination round for the men. We'll keep you updated on today's schedule, but I think the story of both today and tomorrow, Jesse, is going to be breaking barriers, because we've anticipated the swell and it's finally hit the reef here at Teahupo'o. Man,
And just all the excitement, I can only imagine that the surfers we're having building up into this, because everyone's talking about it, and everyone's talking about, they're living it. So the anticipation, the nerves, how big is it going to be? Like, all the attention is on you. When that big wave comes, you can't really let it go. Like, all eyes are on you, so you have to put your head down and just go. Right now, obviously, it's still not the case, but at some point today, we're going to have some big waves.
And for you, Jesse, you've spent a ton of time out here. How do you calm yourself in heavy conditions?
Man, that's a tricky one. I don't think I did a good job of myself. But I guess you just try and breathe through it and get excited with the challenge. You know, you got to identify, see that it's a big task in front of you. Mostly competing. When you're free surfing, you have about as long as you want pretty much to catch waves. But when you have 35 minutes only, and you have to put 2 scores on the board, and you're surfing against one of the best surfers in the world in a jersey, it's not easy to calm yourself down. But I guess the best way is just keep positive, breathe through it, and think a lot. Like, I mean, as much as you got to commit as quick as you can out here at Chopo, because the waves move so fast, you just got to be thinking clear. That's what I want to mean.
So we can see right now Brisa Hennessy with priority, kind of holding pole position on this overhead shot, a little bit deeper and further out than Carissa Moore. Carissa taking that advice that Strider reported on us, sitting a little bit wider and inside, with faith that is all she needs to do to come in and out of barrel. Barrel completion is going to put you right on the board, and that is how you're going to advance into the semifinals. We'll take a break right now. It's going to be a Bonsoy brew break, our first for the morning. We're going to return. Who's going to take the lead? Carissa Moore? Brisa Hennessy? Caroline Marks, she's ready. SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. Quarterfinal number 1 out in the water. Carissa Moore coming up against Brisa Hennessy. We can see the history here between these two. Advantage to Carissa Moore with 4 wins in their 5 matchups in competition. So that's the history, but right now we're living in the present, and that is exactly what both these women need to live in, because the consequences are heavy, the swell is growing, and welcome to Teahupo'o, the end of the road here. Kaipagura along with Jesse Mendez. And we start with 35 minutes on the clock, down to under 20 minutes, so 15 minutes burned, and we only have a couple of fractional scores. A little bit of lully conditions, Jesse, because of the building southwest swell coming from a long ways away, all the way down in Antarctica, and starting to fill through. We saw a lot of big hollow waves in the warm-up session, but it seems like Hawaii is taking a little bit of a breather right now this morning. Take a look at what's happened so far in this quarterfinal.
Yeah, as you see right here, Strider Mansion, but this was kind of that in-between size wave, so it wasn't hollow enough. And Riss actually identified a good size wave, very hollow, but from the previous wave had all that whitewash, and it was kind of hard to ride. As you could see, she wasn't really able to hold her rail and drive through that bottom turn, so she ended up poking, and she was kind of frustrated with the wave selection because she identified that there was whitewash, but she still went and lost priority, and you know, this could cost her.
It really is the waiting game at this point, but we've seen in our first day of competition that heats have been turned and made within just a couple of minutes because of when the sets do come. Sometimes you have multiple wave sets. The paddle back out, if you complete your ride and get your score, is really quick. So action can happen real here. It's kind of the waiting game, but just waiting for the action to happen.
Yes, mostly for West Boat come, which breaks closer to the channel. You can basically kick out of your wave and be riding another one in about 30 seconds or 30 seconds to a minute. It's that close. And you know, sometimes surfers take advantage of that good rhythm that they find, and in a split second, they're ready with 2 waves.
Here we go. Let's see. And Carissa takes a look at that one, identifies that it was not to her liking. A wave coming on the inside ledge there. Under priority of Brisa Hennessy. This wave is a real miracle of the surfing world and has already established itself as really a focal point in global surfing. The end of the road here, a challenge for every surfer. We'll take a look at our virtualized streaming down to Tahiti Iti section of Tahiti Island. You can see the end of the road there and the vast freshwater river that creates the ava, or the channel, here at this reef pass. Fresh water rushes out through centuries and centuries, prohibiting reef growth and making this channel. Waves come with the swell from very, very deep water, hitting basically an underwater wall, creating a wave, Jesse, that just eats up upon itself.
Yeah, and the perfection of the slab is incredible, because you usually see those type of waves be that hollow with steps inside, like on the wave, because it just comes from such a deep water to shallow water. But this one has a perfect canvas. It's like, it's a miracle, literally. And it's probably the prettiest wave in the world.
Yeah, it's really, when we think about the bathymetry of this spot, it's a combination of that underwater ocean wall combined with a pass that refracts that energy and kind of takes away some of those crazy steps and makes it into a perfect wave that, but we talk about it, it doesn't get higher a lot of times, it just gets wider, and that's what we're anticipating today.
Yeah, mostly, I mean, the bigger it gets, like once it's on that small size, it does kind of get tall as the usual, but once it starts to hit in this size right now, like, and upwards, like, it's crazy how the wave approaches and how big it turns out to be. Mostly the west bow, it grows so much, so if you're anywhere near underneath that getting caught, you're not in a good spot.
Yeah, a lot of power. We've already seen a broken board. Carissa Moore broke her board earlier, if you're just catching up with us. And Tahitian Water Patrol on the Red Bull jet skis made a quick snatch of Carissa and got her right back in the lineup. Some of the best watermen there. Poto, Vatila David, former CT surfer, as well as a past world junior champ. That man right there has decades of experience out here. Not just a great surfer, firefighter as well here in Tahiti, as well as probably one of the best ski drivers in the entire world. Got a chance to hop on that souped up ski-doo that he's got right there, his stallion. That thing's got massive horsepower. And Poto tells me, Jesse, that he only needs about, he said, a quarter of a hang loose, a quarter of a shaka of water to propel himself over the dry reef on the inside. So basically, he says he only needs like 3 inches of water to go through. And to prove it, Jesse, he took me on one of those rides just yesterday, and it was exhilarating.
I'll tell you that. I had one 2 weeks ago with him. He actually came in rescued on the big swell. And as soon as he rescued me after the second wave that came, he kind of slowed down and the water started getting sucked out. And he thought about going back to the lineup, but he saw there's a wave right there, so he had to just charge through the reef. And I was in the back of the sled just hoping my fins wouldn't get caught because that's how shallow it was. And he was like, when he went over, he was like, oh my gosh, I had to go full throttle because he got scary right there. It was barely any water, as we see Carissa here.
Here goes Carissa Moore. Grabs rail off the bottom, tucks into a nice pocket, and she's going to get the lead with that ride.
I was just going to mention that, like, they have to adapt to the situation right now. As far as there's a built-in swell, like, the best waves right now are first ledge, inside ledge, sorry. So Carissa identifying that, missed that wave before that she had a look at, which was much better than this wave. She was a little bit far out the back, but then she repositioned herself and got this beautiful wave. Obviously, it's not going to be a massive score, but I mean, at 13 minutes left, this is going to be great. Look, it kind of holds back and it hits that shallow part of the reef, and it gets actually hollow and clean. Nice ride for her. Good start to build on it and gain some confidence. And yeah, as fun as it gets right there.
Yeah, playing the game, Carissa Moore, really smart just to make sure she secures a score, a real score, which he is going to do here. We can check out the approach in slow motion.
Yeah, I think she was on the safe side right there. She saw that the wave wasn't going to get as wide as maybe she was hoping for, so she really didn't drag that inside leg, didn't stall so much. She just wanted to make sure she had a score to build on it, mostly because we have a very cold heat right now with 12 minutes left. That's basically the only consistent wave rode so far. So smart surfing for Carissa, and that's what makes her one of the best ever.
One of the best ever, and just a wonderful, positive personality. And full of aloha, Carissa Moore. You can see a little bit of a bump on the back of her jersey right there. I think that's some flotation, the impact suit. And I feel like, and we've saw it in the warm-up sessions, a lot of the surfers wearing those impact suits today. There we go, the 4.67 for Carissa Moore. So that's going to give her an advantage. But the impact suit, a little bit padding and flotation inside of your gear. Talk a little bit about that, Jesse.
Yes, the surfers have been using more and more, obviously, for, oh, we see her up and riding. It looks like another good inside ledge. That was a great wave, Kaipo. Look how wide that thing is.
So she's heard the number, and she knows she's in the lead, and now she can just sniff around. But back to the impact vest.
Yeah, so basically the surfers have been riding, wearing impact vests more and more, and waves of consequences, and sometimes you see helmets as well, but in this occasion, just the flasks and the vest basically is to give you extra flotation. Obviously, if an accident happens, you don't want to be underwater. You want to be able to float so the rescue team can come and grab you. And also it kind of helps you saving energy because on those bigger days, you're going to get caught a lot. You're going to have wipeouts, and this helps you so much get to the surface with less strain off your body because obviously it's going to float you and bring you up the surface much quicker. So it's just a win-win game.
Yeah, and maybe a little bit of padding as well if you were to bounce off of the reef, just as extra insurance. We're down to 10 minutes right now. 4.67 is the only meaningful score in this matchup, but Carissa with that advantage, playing a smart heat so far, identifying a makeable wave. Know that she didn't have to push it all the way. Her first wave, she pushed it, went down, had a horrible wipeout, broke a board, had a talk with her coach out in the channel, Shane Dorian, and then made the adjustment. Carissa Moore, we celebrate her as she's walking away from full-time competition, but what a career Carissa Moore has had. Let's take a look at that career. 5 world titles, 28 championship tour victories, and Olympic gold. We're going to see her again in the Olympics this year as well, Jesse.
Yeah, this is, I mean, how consistent can you be throughout probably over 10 years on tour? And that's as consistent as it gets pretty much. Obviously you have Kelly as well for almost double the amount of time, but one of the best in the world to ever wear a jersey, and such a good human as well. She is incredible.
Yeah, and shaking things up a bit too. Not full-time on tour anymore. Like we said, this is the beginning of the season. She gave the announcement that she was going to walk away from professional surfing, but still take some of these wild card appearances. So she comes in a wild card in this event, and when we look at the seeding, she's actually lower on the seeding than a lot, so it makes these matchups really exciting and making a challenge for Brisa Hennessy, who surprised Carissa Moores, who you're going to have to face up against in the quarterfinals.
Yes, it is very exciting, and that happened on the men's side too with Kelly. So it's going to be fun to watch. We're going to have some great matches on men's round 2 as well. We have a lot of fun things to look forward for.
Yeah, we sure do. And you know, we talk about our women's rankings. It was a little bit of a shocker for the top 5 of the women's rankings coming into this event. Every single one of those top 5 of the rankings had to go through the elimination round for the women. Some made it, like a Brisa Hennessy, and some unfortunately did not. We lost number 1 on the rankings, Katie Simmers, out of competition. We lost number 2 in the rankings, Joanne DeFay, out of competition, and we lost number 5 in the rankings, Gabriella Bryant, out of competition. All 3 of those women taking an equal 9th out of this event. And remember, back half of the season, there's no throwaways.
Yeah, that's going to weigh a lot, mostly for someone like Gabby. Obviously, Caitlin is sitting in first place, so she's in a solid spot. She still has a few more events that she needs to do good, but Gabby, that's going to weigh a lot into her because she's right in that cut line right there for the top 5, and with all these athletes on the event still, I'll be surprised if she doesn't get bumped down to 6th place or even more.
Yeah. Well, she will get bumped down if in quarterfinal number 2, Caroline Marks, who's number 6 on the rankings coming into this, gets into the semifinals, and that'll be a done deal for Gabriella Bryant. She's going to have to reset and try to claw her way back into that final 5 conversation. We'll see. That's coming up next. Caroline Marks is going to be faced up against another goofy foot, Sawyer Lindblad, in quarterfinal number 2 this morning. Quarterfinal number 1, we're down to 6.5 minutes. There's Caroline in the channel with the preparation, as well as Sawyer Lindblad. You can see her with the white helmet talking to her coach, Jake Patterson.
And you saw right there on the side of the screen, Shane Dorian going like this, no, 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 no. Probably telling Carissa, obviously, not to go on that wave. Identifying from the channel that it didn't have much quality.
Yeah. There he is, giving the wait signal. Hold up. Wait a minute. You got the lead. And, you know, any type of mid-range backup for Carissa will put Brisa in a really, really challenging position, because Brisa's going to need you know, either 2 waves or an excellent score if Carissa's just able to replicate what she already has on the board.
Yeah, and that's why I thought it was so smart for Riss to go on that wave, even though it was on the smaller side, wasn't as throaty, but at the situation of the heat with 13 minutes left, I think, when she rode that wave, no one had anything, and she had second priority, so might as well get it back up and pedal back out and see it as they are right now.
Yeah, to play the game, you got to win the game. Out there in the water, along with all the coaches, is Strider Wazalewski.
Yeah, just a quick hit. They're the hand signs. So, you know, like let's just say a catcher in baseball, you always see them throwing down, you know, the signs for all the different pitches that they want. I'm watching, you know, Shane looking over at Tara David to make sure he's not watching him, and he's going, you know, he's doing these hand signs and he's going in and out, and it's just really interesting to watch the coaches and watch their hand signs, and different things mean, you know, probably different movements for these surfers in the water. It's a real intricate but kind of secretive thing. It's fun to watch. I'd love to know exactly what each hand sign means because they've got their own little codes.
Oh, thank you so much for that insight, Strider Wazalewski. Tereva David is the local Tahitian, great surfer in his own right, who is in the corner of Brisa Hennessy. So the tale of the 2 coaches in the channel, Tereva David, as well as Shane Dorian. Wave coming through here, Brisa with priority. She's really deep on this one. A little bit of a warble as well. She's going to pull the trigger. Here we go with Brisa Hennessy. Pulls in, drives through that, comes out. Wide barrel for Hennessy, and she has really going to be creating a challenge now for Carissa Moore, because may eclipse that 4.67 that's currently on the board. Your thoughts, Jesse?
Yeah, 100%. That was, I mean, obviously we only had one 4.67, but that was by far the best wave we've seen a read in today. Just as far as energy, how powerful the wave was, and how nice it became. Look, it kind of looks small, but once it hits the inside ledge, it grows in size, and look how tall that wave got through the west bow, just very hollow. Amazing read. She could have maybe stalled a little bit, been a little deeper, but as far as the situation of the heat with 3 minutes left, that was amazing. Coming out with the spit, great technique. I love this first pump that she's gonna do right here. Let the rail go, goes high, gets in a perfect line, and comes out clean. And yeah, she's stoked right there. That was a beautiful wave for Brisa. As you see it right there, just perfect positioning, just in front of the foam bowl. A lot of risk, but still not that much, to the point that she can just maybe blow it a great opportunity with 3 minutes left. So that was just very smart and good for Brisa. She's going to get rewarded very well for that wave.
Carissa Moore on the paddle here. The answer back. Look at this wall in front of Riss. To the bottom. Kick stalls there. Gets under the curtain just for a second, but that's going to be enough to keep her in the game and keep her in the lead. 7.33 has just checked in with Brisa Hennessy. Brisa right back out there, right back in action. Brisa stalling, pulls in, travels there, and Brisa's going to get a backup for that 7.33. So seesaw battle between the 2 women. Lead likely going to stay with Brisa Hennessy, Jesse.
Man, that was crazy. What we were just mentioning about having a 1 minute heat, and that's what just happened. She took off on the first wave, I think about 3 minutes and 30 seconds, or maybe a little bit over. Paddle back out 2 minutes and 20. She was on an even better wave than Carissa's previous last wave. So that was so impressive from Brisa, and nerves of steel, I gotta say it, because the way she was paddling for that wave, she looked very composed and calm, and she's gonna put Carissa in a very tough situation right now, because in my eyes, she has the 2 best waves of the heat so far.
Yeah, we'll check it out again on the replay, Jess.
I love this stall with her back arm right there, using that inside hand to stall it a little bit and set up for the barrel. As you see it right here, look, her hand go off the rail, touch the water, wipe a bit of speed. Just perfect technique from Briss right there. But this wave is just so much more throaty, way more energy, taller. She lets the rail go. She has a very good stance, solid with no hands on the rail, and that was another beautiful wave. A little bit in front, more than the other one, but still going to be a great score for Briss, and she's going to put a lot of pressure on Carissa right now. As you see it, the whole time, no hands. That's very technical to do. And right here, she just puts her hand on, makes sure she's stable, going through that very hollow and curvy part of the wave, which is not easy to do out here. and coming out clean and in front of Carissa, which it's a great strategy as well. She got priority, but looks like they're clapping hands right there.
Just got 30 seconds left. Carissa needs to come back right now, and she knows the feeling. Here we go at more. Stalls off the bottom, unable to get into the barrel. So she's going to launch there. The clock's going to tick down. And it's not official, but the feeling in the air is that Brisa Hennessy is going to take a win here. Brisa just needs a 2.11 on her previous wave. For sure she got that score. And so it looks like, again, the quarterfinals have really been the wall for Carissa Moore in this event. And she may have hit the wall once again, Jess.
Yes, and it was looking good for her because she was actually playing a very smart heat as far as what was in front of us, but then all of a sudden that great wave came for Brisa, and she was able to actually get back out and back it up right away. So nerves of steel for Brisa right there, and very consistent year so far.
There's the scores. Needs a 2.11. It's a foregone conclusion. 5.33 checks in for Brisa Hennessy. Hennessy, our first semi-finalist, with a 7-minute heat, really, off a 35-minute clock for Brisa Hennessy. And there's the numbers. 12.66 is enough for Brisa to move on into the semifinals. We're going to move on to a break. We'll be back with more action. Semifinal number 2 will be in the water. It's going to be Caroline Marks up against Sawyer Lindblad. Back into the channel here, and hugs between Carissa Moore and Brisa Hennessy. That was our quarterfinal number 1 to start off the day. It's going to be Brisa Hennessy advancing on into semifinal number 1, Kaipo Guerrero, along with Jesse Mendez and Surfline senior forecaster Schaller. Perry, thank you for joining us, Schaller.
Pleasure to be here.
Thanks for bringing the swell.
Also a pleasure.
Well, we're into semifinal number 2 right now for the women. We've been anticipating a growing swell throughout the day. And how's that figuring in the charts right now?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're seeing our long period southwest swell. It was a little slow early with some really nice sets occasionally working through the lineup. As we move through the morning, we're going to see size continue to just gradually inch up. And then as we move from about 10 to 11 a.m. into 1 p.m., things are really going to jump in size.
Okay. We'll have more swell talk, more forecast talk, but let's talk about quarter-final number 2. Jesse, a couple of goofy foots coming up against each other, Caroline Marks and Sawyer Lindblad.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting match. I think they surf, like, they have so much similarity on their surfing, the way they approach on turns and even on charging, because we saw Sawyer getting that 9 point earlier in the rounds, and I'm excited to watch what she's going to do, and looks like she's battling for a wave right now.
Here we go with Lindblad. Stalling off the bottom, double hand drag. Cannot stall enough to get into the barrel, so just feeling things out. Caroline Marks did the same thing on her first ride, so pretty even Steven to begin out this quarterfinal number 2. Talk about charging. Brisa Hennessy, she charged 7 minutes of effort, great rides into the semifinals. She's with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, Kaipo. What a way to start our day. Brisa, you went out there and it looked like you meant business for that entire heat. Back-to-back barrels to take out one of the best to ever do it. How does that feel to start your day like that?
Wow, I mean, first and foremost, it was just an honor to share the lineup with Carissa. You know, she's, I think, really inspired me on her barrel techniques and how hard she's, I think, worked to get to the level she's at. You know, we've seen her at Fiji kind of changing the game. And I don't know, we were actually talking a lot in the water, amping each other up, which was pretty awesome. But yeah, that was a slow heat, and I was grateful to finally dig deep and get one of them.
And we had about 4 days of anticipation for this swell to arrive. And I always wonder, how do you sleep at night before knowing that you're going to go out and surf this wave at this size?
Oh my gosh, Molly. Yeah, I actually slept so good. I think I was just finally just trying to embrace the fear and all the things that I can't control, and I can control trying to sleep. I think that's an important part to be ready for the day. And I actually watched Ted Lasso last night, and he definitely spoke to me through the TV, and I think he was saying, you know, to believe in myself, and I think that's the key. It's just belief.
Well, Pura Vida, congratulations. Moving on in the semifinals, Brisa Hennessy.
Thanks, Chris. Gracias a todos. Estoy muy contento y realmente no tengo palabras. Esta ola es perfecta, pero muy peligrosa, y en este momento estoy muy agradecida. Gracias, Pura Vida.
There you go, Brisa Hennessy. Who will she meet in semifinal number 1? We're going to find out. It's going to be a goofy foot, but which goofy foot will it be? Caroline Marks or Sawyer Lindblad? Scores on the board: 1.83 for the start for Caroline Marks and 1.5 for Sawyer Lindblad. A little bit of a lull in the action right now, and a shot of the flotilla out in the channel, and that gives us more time to catch up with Schaller and the swell model. What are we expecting so far, Schaller? I mean, throughout the day?
Yep, we're going to see this southwest swell continue to gradually fill in this morning and then really jump in size as we move into the afternoon. We've been seeing a number of satellite passes through the swell on its approach, and there's definitely been a spike in size, which lines up with the afternoon here that goes a little bit above guidance. So really just looking like we're going to see things move from kind of in between the inner and outer ledge more to just straight up on the outer ledge, and we're going to have just steady easterly trade winds settle in. It's not going to be particularly breezy, so really nice, clean conditions here at the end of the road.
Well, let's take a look at the Surfline forecast right now, Schaller. We'll have you talk us through, as this swell develops, what we're taking a look at on the charts.
Yeah, so we had an active storm track from the Southern Ocean up next to New Zealand there, a pair of storm systems cycling through there that sets up our overlapping swells. The first southwest swell, it's going to top out this afternoon. Then we get a refresh of southwest to south-southwest swell tomorrow. That looks like it's going to hold size steady all day and then actually inch up a little bit as we move into the later part of the afternoon tomorrow. Again, here's the wind forecast the next couple of days. Just light to moderate easterly trade winds, keeping those barrels open as they wrap into the West Pole. Again, this morning, 6 to 10 foot faces. Afternoon, we're really going to ramp things up, 8 to 12 occasional 15 foot faces as that first swell tops out. Again, we're going to see trades start to develop over the next few hours, really settle in for the afternoon. And then tomorrow, looking like a great day. Just solid surf all day, 8 to 12 occasional 15 foot faces from the morning into the afternoon. And then the later part of the afternoon, we might even be nudging up in that just straight 10 to 15 foot faces range, just absolutely pumping. It does look like light trades again tomorrow, but there's great potential to actually see those winds lighten up as we move through the back half of the afternoon. And it could end up being pretty glassy as we move towards the end of the day.
Oh, wow. You're not going to want to miss any of the action as the swell grows through today and more swell for tomorrow. This has been the best forecast that we've had for this event, I feel, in about 10 years or so. You know, we had its moments, but just for 2 days back-to-back, Schaller. This is what we came here for.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, a lot of people, the comparison, obviously, like leading into it and getting down here and around the contest over the last few days has been comparing it to that 2014 event. Really, arguably, the best the surf has actually ever been for this contest. And, you know, we're going to be a little bit short of that, we think, in terms of size. It's going to be a little bit smaller than that. It's not going to be as glassy front to back for the next couple of days, but really a couple beautiful waves coming through.
How have you been dealing with the anticipation, Jesse? I mean, you got skin in the game on this in this event.
I mean, it's been fun to be surfing every other day because the waves have been super fun on the small side of things, but I'm just excited to see overall because the forecast for the next 5 days look incredible. So we're going to see so many amazing tube rides, and this is what we live for. We surf because we get barreled. That's why.
Yeah. So Schaller, I mean, our schedule for the championship tour, stop number 7, we're like almost back to back with El Salvador. This swell, I hear, is going to be hitting the rocks at Punta Roca for day 1 of that window.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of a unique thing. You don't typically see it where we're going to have a swell at one event make it to the other for the window. And, you know, Pacific Ocean's a big place. It's probably 4 to 5 days travel time for this swell to make it to El Salvador from here. So, yeah, the timing lines up. We'll have a couple of waves. It's right there for the start of the Surf City El Salvador Pro.
Perfect timing.
June.
Take a look at that. We leave here on the 31st, June 6th. Everything starts up over there at Surf City, Punta Roca. The swell's going to follow us across the Pacific as we settle in over there for stop number 7. And wow, what an exciting chance we have from there. And then we go to the giant crowds, maybe record-breaking crowds for the Vivo Rio Pro, stop number 8, and then stop number 9, the Corona Fiji Pro. Cloud break back on the schedule, and that's where we'll decide, Jesse, the final 5 men, final 5 women for that Lexus WSL Finals lower trestles in September.
I mean, the second half is so special, mostly for goofy footers. They're dreaming if they made the cut because they're going to get to surf amazing Chopu. Fingers crossed that they're going to get to surf even better Fiji because it's also the special wave, and I'm excited. And not to mention, so that there is a chance that Brisa got a 733 on a wave here, and she might get another chance to surf the same wave and get another score on the same wave.
That's awesome. I wish we could somehow tag waves and track them over there to El Salvador. A sleepy start for this one, just like the last heat, Schaller. Why are we having these kind of longer lulls right this morning?
Yeah, we're on the front end of the swell still. So we're on the build. We haven't even really moved into that strongest build and energy that we're expecting a little bit later this morning. So when we're in those longer swell periods, you're just not going to have as much swell energy making here yet. So as the swell develops that longer period energy, it moves out in front of the bulk of the swell, and it's going to arrive a little bit sooner. But it's not going to have that same consistency as when we see the meat and the peak of the swell arrive this afternoon.
Strider Wazalewski, you got a lot of experience out here on the reef at the end of the road. And how do you, staying in position during these lulls, how do you do that?
Well, your caddies and your coaches in the corner here are waving the surfers inside, but then you see them having a stroke out. So it's a cat and mouse game of, you know, waiting inside on that first ledge, and then as you guys are talking about that new swell arriving and being like, wow, this is going to be really heavy. So you really gotta we gotta be careful too. We're gonna paddle. Sorry.
Okay, go get them. Get clear of this incoming set as we see the surfers paddling over this one, and there's a bottoming out barrel rifling through this reef pass, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people mention when the ocean gets black here, that means it's a big wave, because a lot of times the wave in size here, it's not so tall until it hits the reef. So when it gets all black, as you saw it right there on the screen from the drone shot, it was like that dark blue. That means it's a solid wave already, because it's just bending over and you just want to get away from it.
From your perspective, were the surfers out of position right there for that? I mean, we watched it from above. It's a, you know, a tricky angle to watch if a wave is makeable, but or not. But that looked like a square running barrel to me.
Yes, 100%. I don't think it's a position a mistake, because those waves are very rarely common. There's only a few of them every 15 minutes or so. So in order for you to put a hit together, you don't want to be sitting out the back and gambling that much. So I think they're doing great. Oh, someone's saying
go, and Caroline Marks says, I will. Pumps through here, covered up, it disappears, completion. Caroline Marks will take the lead at the 21-minute mark. So a completion there, pretty safe barrel, but still tough to do, Jess.
Very hard to ride. As you saw it on that wave, there's a set right before and a few waves that broke. So there's a lot of lump on the ocean as she was driving through that barrel, because what happens is the first wave will break and you'll hit the reef and just backwash it through. So you have a fraction of little waves going through the wave that she was riding, as you see right here. See that lump on the wave, and it's just so sketchy for you to ride. Hard to engage the rail. She did very well, and those are the sketchiest waves, man. It's kind of high and tight and just a lot of energy, but not open enough for you to be comfortable in. But she managed it very well. She got very deep on that barrel, and it's a decent score to start right now.
Yeah, had to get high, but you don't want to get too high, get clipped, get pitched over the falls. So great job. We get to analyze this now, Jesse, in slow motion.
Yeah, beautiful angle right there, as you see it just behind the curtain. Keeping herself high, but like you mentioned, there's a borderline, because if you get too high, you're going to go over the falls, and that's probably the worst wipeout you can have. So the whole time you're just trying to debate where you point the nose of your board right there and getting a good score to start.
Scores unveil themselves as a 6.33 for Caroline Marks, so she takes a big lead over the rookie Sawyer Lindblad. Sawyer now with priority. One thing we know about Sawyer is she charges. In opening round, Sawyer Lindblad, the 18-year-old of San Clemente, scored a 9.43, the highest single wave score of the opening day of competition. Bright, bright future for Sawyer. And she's taking a look at this one, starting to bottom out. Lindblad stalling here, and again, just kind of a pocket ride. So the positioning on that one, Jess, I feel needed to be deeper to be able to get into the barrel.
Yeah, which is, oh, looks like we have Caroline on a double up. Oh, just going underneath her, unfortunately. Look how hollow that wave is. I thought she was sitting on a good part of the bank for the situation right now. But just that wave came very deep, and she got herself a little bit on the wide spot. She could have stalled a little bit more on the bottom turn, but she thought maybe the wave was going to run. So
paddle back out. She's getting some words from Jake Patterson, Snake being her coach here, and has been ushering her around and in her support squad. Sawyer also here with her dad, Mark, as her chaperone, and actually sparring partner. Mark, great surfer himself, and another Goofy Foot dad. So it was cool to see some of the father-daughter sessions on some of these off days with Mark and Sawyer enjoying Tahiti. But it's not about enjoyment right now. It's about competition, and she needs to get on the board. We'll take another look at this replay. This is a 1.23.
Yeah, see that bottom turn that she did. She kind of had a little pump. Probably thought the wave was going to run more than it did, because even though she was a little bit on the corner of that wave as she took off, there's still potential for her to get barreled. Just that bottom turn set her up a little bit in front of the wave, and once you get the speed going here, you can't really stop. It's just that much energy, and it's pushing you towards the channel. So you got to make sure you slow yourself down in the takeoff.
Yeah, wave selection really important, Strider. What do you think about the wave choice?
You know what? The wave choice, it was great, but it just wasn't deep enough. So, you know, paddling by Snake, he's just going, you got to get back there. You got to get way deep on the ledge. Resist the urge to paddle out is what he told her when the sets come. So trying to stay as deep as possible. You literally, on that inside ledge, you know, what happens is you're paddling into the wave, and it looks like a closeout. It looks like there's no way you're going to make it, and those are the ones that you want. And really, you can backdoor the section, and as it hits the ledge, all that water that stood up from, you know, it hits the outside ledge, and it lifts, but it doesn't actually go to, like, breaking. And if that happens, that means it's just going to move into the channel more. That backs off, and where you're at just becomes super hollow and long and deep, and those are the ones you want. So, you know, he is identify that to Sawyer to tell you to get deeper and sit way back there and make it feel like you're taking off on a closeout, and those are the good ones.
Yeah, thank you, Strider. We'll take another look at that for Sawyer Lindblad and the positioning on that wave. Here it is, Jesse.
Yeah, so ideally, you want to be on the very corner left of that wave, taking off right where the wave broke. So then you're going to be driving through that whole extension of the barrel where she was in front and coming out right there. Easier said than done. But yeah, that wave had a lot of potential for sure. Probably one of the cleanest waves we've seen it reading so far. But just out of position a little bit, maybe sitting a little bit more towards the west bow, wanted to get the wave that Caroline got, excuse me. So yeah, an error right there, but it's easy to commit. It's not easy to position yourself out there right now with the inside and outside ledge happening.
Yeah, well, it's the Tahiti class in session right now for Sawyer Lindblad as a rookie on tour, just always learning. And Shala, we talk about the ledge here, and can you speak to us a little bit about the bathymetry? What's going on under the water that creates this ledge?
I mean, you just really go from super deep water to just this abrupt reef shelf. So anywhere in the world, the bathymetry is what makes waves special, right? It's what shapes the wave. It what gives you something that's going to be soft and rippable, or something that really just throws. And the whole thing here in Tahiti at Chopu is you're just coming out of deep water onto that abrupt reef shelf. And I mean, when it's this side, like there's inner ledge, outer ledge, but it really, where you take off doesn't change a whole lot depending on the size. It's just, you go from such deep water to so shallow so quickly, and you just get that thick heaving tube.
And a lot of time we see different waves around the world where it goes from deep to shallow. Jesse talked about it earlier, that those waves would have steps in them, but it doesn't seem like that's the case here. Is that because we're on a pass that kind of refracts some of that energy? What makes this wave so special that it's able to eat upon itself the way it does?
I think you have the pass, which helps some of the water funnel out, but then you also, it's just a clean reef shelf. So a lot of places that have the steps in them, it's not going to be such a like uniform reef shelf as you have here.
Yeah, the flat reef is a consistent kind of playing field, or a consistent foundation, right, for the swell hitting it and then making what we see is one of the wonders of the surf world out here at the end of the road, Tahiti, Teahupo'o. Talk about, you know, the pronunciation of this wave. People say Teahupo'o or Teahupo'o. It's just really, if you respect kind of the okina, or that mark that's in between the two O's. But really the translation to this way, to this village at Teahupo'o is Te, the, Ahu can be a wall, it can be an altar, and then Po'o is a head or a skull. So really when we break down, you know, culturally what this place means, that is all, you know, Polynesian words, especially for places, have kauna, have meaning to them, and that is the meaning here. It's been a meaningful morning, actually. Thank you so much, Shala Perry, for all the forecasting, all the intel that you give us, and Surfline. We're enjoying the fruits of all of your guys' labor. More on the way here at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. Vahine Ferrero coming up next, up against Molly Picklo. Taking a look back at stop number 3 on the championship tour, Portugal, where Caroline Marks came up against Sawyer Lindblad, the battle of the goofy foots, this time on the backhand. And it was a high-scoring heat between these two. Looked like Lindblad had the jump on Caroline Marks throughout the entire heat, and then Caroline, at the end of the heat, turned it. Beautiful backhand surfing on this running left in the chilly waters of Portugal. Caroline Marks winning that matchup against the rookie Sawyer Lindblad. And Caroline currently in the lead over Sawyer Lindblad as we come back to live action here at the end of the road, Tahiti. Kaipo girl, Jesse Mendez on the call here. Priority with Caroline Marks, so Caroline really had an advantage, Jesse, in that she has not just the lead, but also has priority.
I mean, right now it's in her hands, you know, like she can kind of play the heat strategy-wise as, you know, you're really looking for a backup and maybe blocking the chance of Sawyer getting her first score. So she sits in a very nice spot as far as we speak right now. But also, that being said, 8s are also 0.0s here, 0.5s here at Chopu, because if you don't come out of the barrel, you make it all the way through and fall forward, you're not going to better your score, and that might give an opportunity for your opponent. So it's one of the toughest places for you to play defense.
Yeah, and mind you that Sawyer Lindblad has already scored a 9.43 in this competition. So if Sawyer was to replicate that wave and that effort, she would easily take the lead off of Caroline Marks. Caroline on the outside here. Decision time for Marks. She's going to use priority. Strokes into this one. Drops straight to the bottom. Delays a bottom turn. Tucks into the barrel, but a little bit late and incomplete. So you talked about 8s or half point. That's going to be in the half a point range right there. And that's going to give an opportunity, Jesse, to Sawyer Lindblad for the comeback.
Yeah, that's a great opportunity for Sawyer, and a mistake for Caroline. Obviously, she hesitated a little bit on that bottom turn. I don't know if she thought the wave was going to clamp or not. As much as the wave wasn't as hollow as you're hoping for, still there was a wide barrel in there. It was going to be short, but it was going to be a great backup. And it's actually pretty dangerous to stay on that lip line, because once you get hit by the lip with all that energy, you could, you know, get hurt pretty easily. So as you see it right here, very steep drop. She was up the top. Did very well right there, but she hesitated. See her, she's bottom turning and she kind of straightened out and goes sideways. She could have put herself inside. Let's see on the side angle. See, that barrel was wide open right there. She could totally fit. She wasn't going to be so deep, but it was going to be safer and it was going to be a backup score. So a mistake there for Caroline, and now a good chance for Sawyer to apply some pressure and get back on the heat.
Yeah. Sawyer Lindblad just needs an evil 6.66 to take the lead off of Caroline Marks. 8-minute mark right now for Lindblad, so ample time on the clock for another set to hit the reef, and for Sawyer to steal this one off of Caroline Marks in the final third of their matchup. Lindblad from a great surfing family. Her brother, actually Taj, a great surfer in his own right, regular foot, really progressive surfer. Sawyer also a sports fan. She's got number 24 on her jersey, recognizing Kobe Bryant. Here she goes. Let's see if she can take it to the hoop on this one. Stalls, just a pit ride, so she's going to hand over priority to Caroline Marks. That was really unfortunate and a bad decision by Sawyer.
Once again, just bad decision on positioning. That wave was as hollow as the first ledge would get. That wave was growing down the line. It had an amazing angle too. It was very clean first wave of the set, so that there was no backwashes from the previous wave or whitewash. So a missed opportunity, and that's an outside ledge wave right there. So look how throaty that thing spits its guts. And hopefully we see more and more as the day goes on, but a missed opportunity there for Sawyer once again.
Yeah, and it happened at an unfortunate time in the heat because the clock is winding down just under 7 minutes, and now heat control to Caroline Marks. So Caroline can really, I mean, at this point, sit out there, burn some time off of the clock, and earn her way into the semifinals.
Yes. Let's see what Sawyer does now. Maybe You know, Snake telling her again to put herself, seat herself deeper. She's staying under. Right now, the problem of her putting herself deeper than Caroline is Caroline's going to have more time to decide, hey, Sawyer wants this wave. I can analyze, see if the wave has potential, and just block her. So it's a tricky situation. Let's see what she's going to do. But looks like she's going underneath and deeper than her, maybe trying to find an inside ledge. I mean, if she can find another wave as she just had right now, she could get into the 9s again.
Yeah. What's news in the channel? We'll check in with Strider Wazalewski.
Yeah, I wanted to give a little note on the frustration coming out of Jake Patterson, Snake, Sawyer Lindblad's, coach and caddy out here, and she's obviously, he's identified that she needs to be deeper, but she's hasn't gotten to that place yet. And you can see the frustration out of it, and he's been hollering and at it out here, but it's really interesting to see the coach caddy kind of comparison and what's happening between the two. And you can see the frustration out of Sawyer when she catches her wave, because she keeps thinking she's in the right spot, but you really have to almost lie to yourself and tell yourself to go on a closeout and get as deep as possible. And so if she's had 3 goes and 3 great waves, if she was 40 feet, 50 feet deeper, she would have been winning this heat. So there's that identified by Snake, and he's a little frustrated out here watching.
Got action here on the paddle. Caroline Marks with that priority. Sawyer Lindblad scooting further to the inside. It's going to be decision time right now. Looks like Caroline may be interested in this one. And Sawyer keeping her honest, trying to get Caroline to take a paddle to flip that priority. Did Caroline make an effort?
I think so, yeah. In my opinion, she did look at the wave enough to the point that Sawyer wasn't able to commit.
And you're right. Flip of priority. Sawyer Lindblad does take priority, and so for a rookie, that was a smart play, making a couple of paddles, forcing Caroline to make a decision. Here she goes. Can she score on that opportunity? Again, stalling, just the pit ride again. And that's not going to be the 6.66 that she needs. So she turned things into her favor by that flip of priority, which is some great gamesmanship, but was not able to execute on the ride.
So the problem right now, Kaipo, we do have those occasionally waves that swing wide, but it's a south-southwest swell, so we're going to have those runners on the reef, and with the size that we have, the waves are going to be very deep and much deeper than you think. It's most likely going to look like a closeout because you're going to be sitting way up the reef. So you kind of got to lie to yourself and say, hey, like, I know it looks like a closeout, but it's going to be a good one. As you see it right there, priority change, and then she had the chance of another great wave. Wasn't amazing, but there's scoring potential, but she was just ahead of it, and you can see the frustration in her face.
You could see in her face, in her body language, as she kicked out of that wave, knowing that that was a huge missed opportunity, because now it's just going to be a 3-minute drill for the defending event champ, the defending world champ, Caroline Marks, to earn her spot into the semifinal. Caroline in the driver's seat right now. She's going to have to negotiate a couple of curves, but there's not a lot of time on the racetrack at 2 minutes and 40 seconds for Caroline Marks. Looks like she's got the job done.
Look at that, another inside ledge wave going underneath. It's tricky out there right now. It's hard to position yourself. But there's been a lot of opportunities, just a matter of putting yourself in the right spot.
Yeah, you could see we had a shot of Jake Patterson, and Strider talked about the frustration. So Snake just even more frustrated. Top view here, positioning of the 2 surfers, paddling out to meet another set. And Caroline Marks is just going to hold court right now in the final 2 minutes.
That was a perfect example when a first wave comes and kind of messes up the lineup. You saw that wave break and all those little backwash swells that were approaching towards the lineup, and that gets you can still see it refracting from the wave break, and oh, that angle is perfect. It's about a foot tall, and when you're trying to knife a 6-foot face wave with that much energy, makes that much harder, Kaipo.
Yeah, certainly can get in the way here. And, you know, just honestly, you talked about it, Jesse, is the mental game it takes where you talked about like fooling yourself, going deeper than you think, going further in and holding ground when a wave's coming at you so that you can get that line. It's a physical task, but it plays tricks on your mind.
Totally, mostly if you don't have much experience here, which this is the case for Sawyer. She hasn't served probably these conditions here before, or, you know, it's just hard. It plays in your head. And when you're paddling for, it looks like the wave is stretched out so far out, but because we're in the band of the reef, the wave comes back at you. So, and it's very wide, so it gives you room to actually drive through the barrel, even if you're very deep. So you just kind of got to trust that you're in the right spot, even though your head's trying to say, no, this is a closeout anywhere else in the world.
Yeah, well, it's about 30 seconds away from our defending event champ to earn her spot into semifinal number 1, where she will be faced off against Brisa Hennessy. One more chance here. Again, Sawyer's still in the game. She needs to evade being under priority. Caroline uses priority, stalls off the bottom, and is just going to ride this one into the channel and ride straight into semifinal number 1 for the defending event champ. We'll see Sawyer Lindblad taking an equal 5th out of Tahiti. Congratulations, Caroline Marks. There's the numbers at 6.33, the meaty score in this matchup, and that was enough to get Caroline into semifinal number 1. Congratulations from the coach. Mike Parsons out in the channel. We'll move on to another exciting heat. When we return, it's going to be Molly Picklum coming against the Tahitian, Vahine Fierro.
Red is from Australia, Molly Picklum, and blue from Tahiti and France, Vahine Fierro, just about 35 minutes. And for the previous heat, congratulations to Caroline Marks, advancing to semi-final. Voilà donc à l'instant victoire de Caroline Marks qui se qualifie pour la demi-finale. Et on vient tout juste de commencer le 3e quart de finale de cette SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro 2024. Et elle oppose en rouge l'Australienne Molly Picklum à la Tahitienne Vahine Fierro pour une place en demi-finale là aussi.
The SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown is brought to you by SHISEIDO, official sunscreen partner and global sustainability partner of the WSL. By Outerknown, leading the revolution in sustainable apparel. By Hilton Hotel Tahiti, for the stay. And by Air Tahiti Nui, official airline partner of the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro. Good morning, everybody. What a day for the quarterfinals. Molly Picklum, Vahine Fierro now in the lineup on this increasing swell. This Southwest that we've been waiting for is going to be action-packed today and tomorrow, potentially Friday morning here at the end of the road. Outerknown with Felicity Palmateer, a big wave charger, longtime competitor. It's crazy when you wait through all these lay days, Flick, and you're finally here on game day, and it's fun to see really groomed conditions as it's increasing throughout those first 2 heats.
Yeah, it's been a long 4 days because we've been anticipating this for a long time. Even before we rocked up here in Tahiti, I mean, there were those couple of blobs that showed up on the map, and I was like, oh, that's looking good. And, you know, it's always so far out. How do you know? Is it going to eventuate? And here we are. it's do or die today, and it showed up, and I feel like throughout the day it's going to keep getting better and better.
We already have a semifinal set as we check out the bracket for the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. We've got a chance for Caroline Marks to go back-to-back as she just took out Sawyer Lindblad, and Brisa Hennessy, what a heat. Got absolutely shacked, taking out one of her best friends and heroes and 5-time world champ and wild card in this event, Carissa Moore. Just got a text from Brisa's dad, Mike, over on the island of Fiji. He said he couldn't be any more proud of his daughter, getting really barreled. She's been working really hard on waves of consequence over this shallow reef. Now we're working out the bottom half of the jaw flick.
Yeah, this bottom half is absolutely stacked too. I mean, I can't wait to dive into this next heat. Molly Picklum and Vahine, local wildcard, and then Tyler Wright taking on Tatiana. I mean, does it get any better?
Oh, what a look at that final bracket. Molly Picklum, world number 3, is now the high seed in the event. If you missed the earlier rounds, we lost world number 1, Katie Simmers, and also world number 2, Joanne DeFay. So Picklum with a great position to move up closer to that yellow jersey, something that she had on earlier this year. But taking on the local wild card, who's got a big reputation at this wave as a free surfer. You know, if we've got Moana Jones-Wong as the queen of pipeline, then Vahine is definitely the queen of Teahupo'o.
Oh, definitely. It goes without saying for sure. I mean, out of this whole draw, she's put in the most time, of course. She's grown up in Tahiti. She's obviously from another outer island, but she moved here recently in the last few years and really dedicated so much time to this wave. So knows every inch of the reef.
And it's kind of a cool insight on what it takes to be a pro athlete. You know, once you make it to a certain goal, it only gets harder. And as far as challenges are concerned, you're always redefining yourself. And Flick, the other day, you're telling the story about kind of the late charge that she had here at the end of the road. It wasn't something she grew up with when she was 10, 11, 12. You know, she really had her first session when she was about really 17 years of age.
Yeah, so the story behind Vahine and, you know, the relationship she has with this wave is she actually surfed out here in a local contest when she was 15 years old, and she was telling me that she was so scared and terrified that she didn't catch a wave. And she didn't come back for 2 years. And then it wasn't until she was 17 that she started being like, okay, maybe I should try and, you know, change this relationship, change it into a relationship of love and respect. And in 2019, she won an award for Women's Best Barrel out here. And from then on, she, you know, the rest was history. She was like, right, I'm dedicating my life to this wave. Waves of consequence. And I mean, you just have to go to a social media and Instagram and you'll just see barrel after barrel. It's just so blue and aesthetically pleasing. So yeah, she's definitely put the time in.
Loving that. Still scoreless at the moment. Early stages of quarterfinal number 3. Vahine Fierro, the goofy foot, wearing the blue jersey. The Australians in red, Molly Picklum, setting themselves up. Little possibility here. Molly looking interested. Picklum, world number 3, grabs her rail. Let's go. Tucks in again. Head down to go the distance, and she will start up incomplete. But her warm-up's out of the way. Now priority with Vahine. Let's catch up with the defending event champion. Caroline Marks is with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Caroline, how much time, effort, and energy do you put in to reach that level of comfort out at this wave?
Yeah, I mean, it's still something a work in progress, and obviously Chopu has so many different faces, and there was like a lot of hype and anticipation around this swell, so I just was really trying to stay calm. It's been kind of hard to sleep with this event because there's been like so much talk about this swell and stuff, but yeah, the conditions are beautiful. There's some amazing waves, and it's a little tricky. There's like some inside ledge waves and outside ledge, and there's in-between ones, so you just really have to make sure you choose the right one, the ones that really draw the water out nice. And I'm stoked I got one. I really want to get more, but I'm really happy to make that heat just to get more waves out there, so yeah, really stoked.
And another variable we have here is you have your coach right there in the lineup, and of course all these people in boats that are very close to you. What are you hearing from the peanut gallery out here in the channel, and also what are you hearing from your coach between waves?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's one of like the only events in the world that we have, you know, that your coach is like right there yelling at you in the water and your other competitor can hear it. And there's also people on the boats yelling at you to go on like the biggest wave out there. And So you really have to kind of block out, you know, some of the noise and really make sure you hear Vahine. Vahine must have got a wave. So yeah, it's really cool. And yeah, like Mike, you saw Mike like kind of paddling back out with me and kind of just words of encouragement. And sometimes they see things that you don't out there. Sometimes you be too far out or whatever. So it's a really unique event for that, and it's really fun. So yeah.
All right, looks like Molly's here. You talk us through this one.
Molly, this looks like a, oh no, it didn't go. Was that a good one? That actually was a good one. It looked like it was going to chandelier, but it kind of opened up. This is a really great heat. They're both feisty, and they'll both send it, so I'm excited to see who takes it out. I think Vahine might have got a good one. I heard, so I'm sure it was Vahine.
Oh, the sights and sounds of Teahupo'o. Well, congratulations on that one, and good luck in the semifinals.
Thanks so much. Thanks to everyone at home for watching. Love you guys, miss you guys, and hopefully we get a few fun more barrels.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Caroline, putting on a show. That was great. Thank you for getting nice and deep in the barrel and back into the semifinals, a chance to go back-to-back. And this is what Caroline was hearing from the boat, all the screams for Vahine, kicking things off with a make against Molly Picklum.
This was just such a beautiful read from Vahine. I mean, for me, it comes down to her positioning right from the very beginning. I mean, right at the get-go, she put herself in the perfect position to be so deep in this tube. And I think it was kind of what Jessie was talking about in the last heat with Sawyer. She had good wave selection. She was just too wide, but Vahine really nailing it. You know, clearly local wildcard, comes down to where she took off, and I mean, it was actually, for a takeoff today, it was relatively easy. And then the thing just absolutely opened up here. You can see her feet. She shuffled further forward on the board just to create more speed. And that center of gravity is further forward on the board, really making sure that she comes out of this one. But nicely done for Vahine. Great opening wave.
Solid start for Vahine. Judges react with a 7.17 in the lead. Molly Picklum, 1.43 start as she sits with priority. Molly had a nice, honest post on social media after her last couple of performances in the early rounds, and I think she just feels like, you know, those were some pretty challenging heats. But with that, she is very grateful for another opportunity to turn in her best when she put the jersey back on, and I think that's just such a healthy mindset as an athlete. Know that you have more to give, but also she'd also be happy that she's winning those heats, and she's obviously doing something right, but I think she's just motivating herself to really put on a big performance here in the quarters.
Yeah, I think when I read that, what I took away is that, you know, Molly has been at the forefront of pushing performance and progression this whole year. It's without a doubt. But with that, you can't always have a win, you know, the way you envision it going every single time, which is, you know, with a 10 or a 9. And I think that's all part of just absolutely pushing your personal boundaries. It's not always going to be roses every single time. And sometimes you're going to have to grit your teeth and put your head down. I mean, we saw her take a couple of gnarly wipeouts. And that's all part of it. I mean, you play with fire, you will get hurt. And I mean, that's what you see at these sort of waves of consequence. It's not always those absolutely hero moments. They're one and, you know, very few. So yeah, you've just got to take what you can get.
It's also once you lead the charge and set the pace in big hollow conditions, everyone's like, okay, carry the torch for us. Those are the expectations that just get put right on your shoulders to do that every time. It's like when you have a funny friend you invite to dinner and you're like, watch, they're going to make you laugh. You know, it's like you want them to do it over and over again. It's the same thing in big, heavy conditions. Like, let's go, Molly. Let's do it again. And I think she's owning that. She's only 21. And she's, gosh, turned in so many big results, including an appearance in the WSL finals last year. Finished 5th in the format and has 2 CT wins to her name, both at Sunset Beach.
Yeah, that just speaks to obviously her comfortability in that wave and her relationship with that wave. I mean, her performance there this year was absolutely incredible. I mean, as we look here, Vahine looks to be swinging on this one.
Vahine without priority, perfect positioning, and nice pump, and driving through the pit once again. 2 decisions, 2 makes for the local. And that one, a nice tall wave, maybe a bit more size, had a bit more tube time on her 717, but great execution, showing off her local knowledge. And could be putting Molly in a combination spot here.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, that was just super smart surfing. She had so much distance between herself and Molly in the lineup there. It is a relatively small lineup, but Vahine just, you know, knowing that that one just was going to swing wide, hit that more west bowl, and yeah, converting here. So you can see just how much space is between herself and Molly there from that shot. Takes off, beautiful read, easy takeoff, and then just this thing stays open. And you're right, Joe, definitely a bit more size in that one. And once again, great read. You can see herself just stalling a little bit with her back arm, slowing herself down. But that's a great backup wave to the 717. Ooh, almost clipped her in the head there. She did really well to get under the lip.
So much energy in there. Nice controlled style. Looks so graceful. Just like Moana does at Pipeline, Vahine's such a great answer at two of the heaviest venues on tour. Pick them finaling over at Pipeline to kick things off. Started off number 2 in the world, then went to her win at Sunset Beach. So looking for her second win of the season, trying to play comeback against the local wild card. Vahine Fierro waiting for that second score as we go to the Shiseido Water Report with Strider Wazalewski. Waz, we've got the local in the lineup already putting on a show. How much noise do you hear out there when she takes off?
Yeah, it's super impressive. I mean, obviously the local hero here, I mean, she's so amazing. She's proved herself over and over again. And just when she's in the barrel, it's dead silent. You hear a pin drop. And as soon as she pops over the back of the wave, you hear this eruption out of the channel. It's just so fun. And the vibe, it goes right through you. And you can feel that. And Molly would feel that out the back as well. So it's something to note. You know, if you have that mana and you have that energy coming from the channel for you, your opponent's going to feel that too. And it's like, it's got to feel really good. And for me, this is a tough heat because I got Friendly Fire on my fantasy surf team. I picked both Molly and Vahine, but I must say I put Vahine as my power surfer, so that's a good thing.
Wow, great pick, Strider. Hey, but you know what? When that channel gets loud and it gets bigger, sometimes those type of fans want to see you take off on the wrong one.
Yeah.
Because they're excited with everything that's coming through. And how have you been noticing their wave selection, specifically with Vahine, because she's been perfect so far?
Yeah, well, I think Vahine just knows this wave so well that her relationship with it is almost like the waves talk to her. So she sees something in the waves that maybe other surfers aren't going to see. She understands that inside ledge and where you need to be. And under priority, she's kind of swung wide, and just, you know, the end of those west bowls are the only part that you can really get those barrels on. So she identified that perfectly on that wave. I mean, you saw the wave almost hit her in the head. I mean, she had to thread the needle still, but then she, you know, got in there, got the little tube time and came out. So she's so well versed out here and understands this reef and which waves and what they're going to do. The deep ones, she knows those are going to be, you have to be way back there and they're going to run super long, and her positioning is going to kind of be on the brake the whole time and then just hit the gas as she needs to come out. And those west bowls, she knows she needs to be way over and right under it just for that brief moment. It's really fun to watch.
Good man, Strider, as we're watching the 7-2-3 again in super slow-mo. 7-1-7 was the first, so Flick, they came out almost the same on the average.
Yeah, almost the same, and I think obviously this wave was, we were speaking about it, just that little bit bigger than her opening wave, and she had maybe a little bit, you know, a little bit more difficulty to it. But yeah, just what a beautiful way to start. I mean, she's already got Molly in a combination situation, and I mean, when you think back to the first couple of heats of the morning, relatively slow, you know, the girls kind of getting their waves through the midway point of the heat, and Vahine just on lock already within the first 10.
Wow, and she had the whole town on lock at her movie premiere the other night, literally at the end of the road. When we say that phrase all the time, the road does stop, and they actually put a big screen out there in the parking lot. Vahine was able to talk, but it was all about her younger sister, Haimiti, making that film, a short film called Two Waves. And it was a huge turnout, a lot of music. Jeremy Flores said some really beautiful words that night, and that was just on one of the lay days leading up into this matchup. Both these surfers have a big summer ahead of them for Paris 2024. Vahine, part of Team France with Joanne Defay. Tatiana Weston Webb and Luana Silva representing Brazil, Brisa Hennessy, who just got past Carissa Moore. That was an all-Olympian matchup. Brisa into the semifinals. Katie Simmers getting the extra spot for USA. Caroline Marks in the semifinals. And it's a fresh team for Australia from Tokyo 2020. We'll have Tyler Wright and Molly Picklum in their first start in the Olympic Games.
Yeah, I mean, I look at these list of women and I just start rubbing my hands together because it's going to be really exciting. And I think, I mean, what a great showing right here, you know, in Tahiti at this event, because I mean, this is the last chance that these women have, you know, valuable competition experience out here in the lineup before the Olympics. And I mean, right now, what a great matchup, Vahine v Molly. And on paper, when I was looking at these quarterfinals, I was like, wow, that one is absolutely stacked, as we've been saying all year. I mean, Molly, in my opinion, most technical women's backside tube rider on tour right now, taking on Vahine, who is absolutely the queen out here.
Well, we know how important this event is for the world title race, but also really crucial practice time here at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown, for the surfers that have qualified for Paris 2024. And Molly Picklum, just 21 years of age, an absolute legend of a human. She makes everyone laugh all the time. She has just got that infectious personality, always laughing, always down for fun and surfing and hiking and adventuring. Really loves her job and really appreciates everything that her coach does for her, Glenn Micro Hall. His jersey number was 25 when he competed on the championship tour, so it was an easy pick for her to one-up him. Just one higher number, 26 for her jersey number on the championship tour. Her story was famous when she fell off the tour and then couldn't buy herself even a single turn on the wave. She tried to do a floater and she just fell. She was overthinking everything over in Bolito. Stepped away, went golfing with her coach. He realized she was obsessing maybe too much about everything in surfing and went back to the ocean, went on to win that event, went on to get her spot back on the top 17.
Yeah, that story is pretty inspiring, and we've seen that happen a couple of times. I think with, you know, Zhao Chianca, and I think back to Leo as well. And, you know, her charge, once she qualified for the CT, I mean, she was world #1 after those first few events and ended up making, you know, the final 5 at Trestles. So I think, I mean, it's just tried and tested now, the Challenger Series, and I think it's a great, you know, we're starting to get a great understanding of how it works and how it pushes some athletes to absolutely just go for it and others crumble under the pressure. But I mean, yeah, it's been around for a few years and Molly just absolutely excelled. And I think that also speaks to, you know, the relationship that Glenn Micro Hall has with Molly and how that's developed over the years. And it's quite unique, you know, these coaches are traveling all around the world with their surfers. They're living in each other's pockets. So, you know, it's an interesting relationship and more like family, you know, as you spend more and more time with these people on the road.
14 minutes on the clock here in quarterfinal number 3. Vahine Fierro with a 7.23 and a 7.17. World number 3 is in a big combination. Let's see if Molly can come back right after this.
Today we are joining forces in Tahiti to restore our valuable coral reef ecosystems with the coral gardeners and the local community.
I'm a huge fan of the coral gardeners. Every time we come here to Tahiti, I make sure that I support them and I come do activations with them.
We went out to the nursery, we scraped up some algae. It doesn't need to be there for the coral to grow and be healthy.
Coral reef, it creates some of the best waves in the world, but as humans, we all benefit from the oxygen that the coral reefs provide for us. People don't realize how much of a big role they play in our ecosystem.
We need to reserve and keep the coral healthy for us to be able to breathe beautiful, clean air. It's my life really because I'm a surfer, and I think the experience is always a 10 out of 10. You know, you're helping the ocean and the ocean always gives to us and we just have to give back.
So many great people a part of the WSL One Ocean. We always want to know what you're doing to protect the ocean. You can post on social media with your hashtag WSL One Ocean, and make sure you tag at WSL and at WSL One Ocean in your posts. We're all in this together. Vahine Fierro, Molly Picklum enjoying the lineup now in quarterfinal number 3. 11 minutes on the clock. As we went to break, Molly used priority on this one, Flick.
Yeah, Molly uses her priority, tucks into this one, but just gets a little bit too deep. And this is the second one here. And trying to stall there, but just a little bit too wide. So a couple of waves there from Molly. And yeah, but I think it all comes down to positioning. I feel like those couple of little mistakes and those waves not panning out how she wanted them to is just from that initial takeoff spot. It's just a little bit too wide on one and a little bit too deep on the other.
So Molly Picklum still in a big combination. Remember, we've already lost number 1 and 2 in the world from the event. Katie Simmers and Joanne Defay out. So Molly Picklum knows this is a big opportunity, being world number 3, to get closer to yellow. It's all about seeding when it comes to the WSL Final 5. And Molly got a taste of it last season. It's a day that goes so quickly. There's so much high intensity at lower trestles. So Molly wants to return there once again. She'll be more prepared since she experienced it last year in September. And now we'll check in with another SHISEIDO water report with Strider. Molly tried to get out a combo there. Now she doesn't have priority against Vahine.
No, but you know what? She does have some good-looking equipment under her feet. She's out there on a 6'4" DHD tri-fin. You know, the women riding a little longer boards in this heat. So Vahine's out there. She's on a Channel Island 6'3" 4-fin. So different fin setups, a little different in length, but not much. I mean, there's not much separation in the length there, but the fin setup would be the big difference to me, and that, you know, can dictate whether you make it out of a barrel or not. You know, the tri-fin, well, I think it has less speed. Sometimes you want less speed because you want to wipe it off because you're so, like, you know, flying through these barrels. Sometimes you want the speed to take off from deep and push through them, and that's what you see Vahine doing. So she's on the 4-fin. You see Molly using her body against the wave and slowing down. So she's on the tri-fin to try and stay in the tube as long as possible. But, you know, so far Vahine's gotten a good positioning and on the right board with that 4-fin.
Good man, Strider. Yeah, Vahine on a modified Happy Traveler model from Channel Island Surfboards. 6'3", 18 1/4, 2 5/16, 28 liters. Brent Power saying the modification was just the wide point is closer to her front foot, which makes it more balanced for turns as well. So sometimes you see these models in your local surf shop, but these pros obviously need to be changing things on the fly, and they'll make these little modifications just based on performance and winning big heats. Surfboards, so important. We love talking about all the best shapers in the world because they're fighting to be the shaper of the year as we focus in on the CT Shaper rankings. Lost the champion from last year, shaped by head shaper Matt Biola, still in a giant lead coming into stop number 6 of the season.
Absolutely, way out front, obviously winning last year, had that day at the Surf Ranch, took all the employees there, which was really cool to see. There were some funny things going around on social media, but yeah, I mean, he's way out ahead right now, so things are looking good for him. And I mean, with Caroline getting through that last heat too, another surfer moving on through the draw, semi-finalist already. Some more points up for grabs there.
Yeah, you're not helping out your shaper if you're not making the quarterfinals. That's when all the points start adding up once you get into what we call the final series. And so Vahine putting up some points for Channel Islands. Head shaper there, Britt Merrick. You always see him with that big beard on television, breaking down his surfboard models. The son of Al Merrick, who started the brand Channel Islands over in Santa Barbara, California. And sometimes you'll see guys like Britt and Darren Hanley, DHD Design, sitting together in the Red Bull Athlete Zone talking surfboards, and that's when you want to try to pull up a chair right next to them and just eavesdrop on all their designs that they're thinking about for the future. Definitely two of the biggest shapers in the world going head-to-head in this heat.
Yeah, I think what's been really cool with these shaper rankings, I know that, you know, shapers over the years have spent time at these events, but I feel like we're seeing them more and more show up to different sort of events. I saw Matt Biolis down in Sydney during the Narrabeen Challenger Series event. At the start of the year at Pipe, you've got, I know Channel Islands did sort of like a camp prior to Pipe and Sunset, and they, Britt and Brent were both there, and all the athletes were trialing all the boards, and they were getting feedback, and it's just really cool to see more of their presence on tour and see them at all the events. And like you said, Joe, I mean, yeah, you're in that athlete zone and you just want to eavesdrop. You want to, you know, get the inside intel on what these surfers are riding, because obviously, like Strider said today, I mean, there's differences even between Vahine and Molly. Molly obviously on the tri-fin, Vahine on the quad, and yeah, it's just interesting, different approaches and different equipment.
You know, it's not like other sports where there's a standard equipment that everyone uses, you know, to play the game or the sport that they're in. You know, for a surfer, a board choice can mean everything in their career, for a heat win, for a world title. And those boards become famous. They get hung up on the walls, you know, usually at the shaping rooms or in museums. As we look at 5-minute mark, Vahine trying to improve on one of her sevens. Controls a nice drop into a hollow cave, and Vahine has been perfect this morning. Every decision has been solid. That was a big cavern. And we'll see if that number will go excellent. 4:50 to go. Wow, she makes it look easy.
Oh, she does. For a second there, I thought she was going to have an easy takeoff, but that bottom just dropped completely out, and you can see she gets fully extended. But I mean, 3 waves and 3 makes. It's really, really good from Vahine. I'm looking forward to having a look for, yes, this angle exactly. I just wanted to see just how deep she got. It's a nice early entry, but then that wave just fully drops out, and she gets nice and deep in that barrel there for a second. I'm not sure if that's going to be just as high as her first 2 waves, but just so beautiful. And I mean, this wave just so aesthetically pleasing, so blue, so crystal clear. And I mean, Vahine is looking in good form, and you can just see, I mean, she uses her back arm so well just to control the speed there, manage it, whether or not she needs to stick the arm in the wall of the face longer to slow down. And here we'll have a really good look at it. You can see she's already using that back arm there, trailing, and when she wants to get a little bit more speed, she'll take that back arm off the face of the wave and start propelling forward. So 3 beautiful waves for Vahine.
She's done really well. When it comes to barrel riding and scoring these athletes, they look at the takeoff, the degree of difficulty of the takeoff, how committed Vahine was as she approaches the barrel. If you're locking right in under the hood and they see how steep it is, they'll look at that. They want to see the energy behind them and how late they're willing to go. They look at the depth of tube and how long you could extend that depth and time deep in the pit. So definitely focusing on every single part of that wave. She'll improve slightly. So now using that one at a 7.5, every 7 has just gotten a little bit better as she progresses.
Yeah, I think that, you know, the judges must have really been rewarding that takeoff. I think that takeoff was, I mean, it was hard, it was late, and then she got fully extended and she had to pull up under the hood of that wave, and just a little bit bigger too as well. So Vahine ever so slightly in making this job a lot harder for Molly right now. I mean, 2 minutes 30 on the clock and she's comboed. I mean, it's not impossible, but it's definitely hard, and she needs to go now.
Molly Picklum puts her head down and slides out. Another wipeout for Picklum. This has been happening to Molly on a couple of her waves in the opening round and in the elimination round, where the tail just slides out and she goes straight down. You can see she's taking off in the most critical section, but the fins being dislodged, she loses control. Now down to 2 minutes.
Yeah, she's looking like when she paddles in, she's very, very late. As we see this Red Bull jet ski coming in to potentially grab Molly. Here we go, she's jumping on and they're out of there. But yeah, it looks like to me that Molly's just not being able to generate that speed into the takeoff, and therefore, exactly like you said, Joe, you know, she grabs the rail, but the fins are just completely out of the face of the wave, and you can see it by the time they grab, I mean, it's already too late. So yeah, just struggling to generate a bit of that speed. As we see here, we can really break it down. You can just see how late she is. She grabs the rail and oh my goodness, just absolutely face plants straight onto her surfboard there. But a few more, you know, an entry into that wave a little bit earlier possibly, but yeah, well, that was not good. She did a wipeout like that, you know, on the opening day of competition. Very, very similar actually. So we've seen this from a couple of times now from Molly, but her nose also picks as well. So just a little bit unfortunate there.
Yeah, tough wipeout, and then Vahine putting 2 arms in the wall. The slow down gets really deep and comes out. A masterclass of a performance from the local wild card.
Wow.
And moving here to the end of the road for living on an outer island, and then moving here to focus on her career was the best decision she ever could have made. Her performance is showing that, looking so comfortable in these big pits at Teahupo'o. World number 3, getting the ride around the lagoon, but she will run out of time. Top 3 out of the event now here in the quarterfinals. Vahine now matching her best result here at this event. Now 3 straight semifinal appearances as a wild card, and definitely looking like the favorite to win this whole thing.
Completely, and you know that this has just been a goal of Vahine's ever since she's been in this event and had a start, right? She wants a win, and in my opinion, all starts, she's had a hand in that trophy. It's just, you know, a couple of maybe decisions over the last couple of years that, yeah, she hasn't been able to crack that final, but you just know how hungry she is to get the win. I mean, this is her wave. She wants this win so badly, and yeah, of course, the most informed surfer, I mean, and improved on her last wave as well. 7.67, I think, on that last one. So getting better and better.
Reigning 7s for Vahine Fierro. Jeremy Flores already breaking down the performance. He is fired up. One of the best ever to compete out here. We're going to have Tyler Wright take on Tatiana Weston-Webb coming up next. Lucas Chianca. Chumbo, we're going to talk to him too as he's calling in. We'll be right back after this Bonsoy Brew break.
And for the previous congratulations to Vahine Fierro, advancing to semifinal. En attendant la série qui vient de se terminer, félicitations à Vahine Fierro qui se qualifie pour les demi-finales. Et elle rencontrera la vainqueur de la série en cours entre Tyler Wright, l'Australienne, et Tatiana Weston-Webb, la Brésilienne. Et je vous annonce que nous continuerons avec le tableau féminin dans ces demi-finales juste après cette série. And this is the official song. We're going to keep going with the women, with the semi-final of the women.
you the best in the world at what you do?
I'm always looking to be the best, always looking to be with my best performance, with my best surfing. I don't know if I'm the best big wave surfer in the world, but I'm happy, super proud of myself, and can't wait to see the future, because the present it's amazing and I'm doing everything what I dreamed for. My name is Lucas Chumbo. I'm from Brazil and I'm a big wave surfer.
Quarter number 4, just getting started. Tyler Wright taking on Tatiana Weston Webb, a matchup of veterans and two that have had history here at the end of the road. Tyler got Tati last season. Let's see who ends up on top this year and moves on to the semifinals. Thanks for being with us, Joe Turpel and Felicity Palmatier, and getting our phone ringing. We've got a big name, one of the best big wave surfers ever, calling in now to join the conversation. Chumbo, Lucas Chianca, thanks so much for being with us.
What's up, guys? Thank you so much for having me. What a comp. No, I'm frothing here watching those waves.
Gosh, I could only imagine, Lucas. First of all, you've had some amazing trips right here to Tahiti, to paddle, to tow, and everything under the sun. When it comes to surfing at this wave, what gets you most excited?
Actually, I cannot see a really good swell in the forecast, and I cannot miss that. You know, when I see a good swell for Tahiti, something really touch me in my heart and say you need to go, whatever, if it's a paddle day or a tow day. Always looking special on the small days. We're having so much fun. Like days like this is one of the most fun for me. It's something what you get like 30 barrels in a day, just having fun with the locals. And look at Tyler going strong now.
Yeah, Tyler getting a quick start. I love your enthusiasm, Lucas, because a lot of surfers talk about sleepless nights when there's a big anticipated swell coming, but I have this idea that you sleep pretty well when you've got a big swell. Or are you so amped up that are you up all night as well?
Actually, I sleep really good on the day before, one day before the swell. Like 2 days before the swell, I have a really good sleep, and then right after, I'm just on the focus of the swell. So one night before the swell, it's a really quick sleep, getting everything ready, and special for Tahiti, which is a long way from Brazil. I'm always on rush, flying over, so couple times I'm arriving at night. I don't have too much sleep because I need to prepare all the gear. Luckily, I have Tahure doing all the safety part for us with Red Bull. And then it's a huge help because we fly all the way from Brazil to surf the biggest waves in Teahupo'o, and we need that help always.
Loving it. Loving the conversation with Lucas Chumbo Chianca as we get caught up with the replays here, Flick. Tatiana Weston Webb on her start.
Yeah, so this is our opening wave and just stalling there, trying to maximize that tube time. So nice little opening wave here for Tachi. Bit of a steep drop, and she tucks up under this one. You can see the double arm drag there, just really trying to maximize tube time. So good little start there for Tati. And yeah, oh, wow. Okay, so that was wave number 2, and let's just have a look what happens here. She just tries to go on that inside rail, but just leans a little bit too much. It looks like that rail wasn't quite engaging, and she just absolutely face planted there. So behind her was Tyler opening up her account on that pink board. Pizel grabs that rail, gets a little bit of a shampoo and spat out. So nice little contrast there for the judges to break down on that opening ride, and Tati just getting ahead of Tyler.
And then Tati taking that last wave on the head that Tyler made. So right 417, Tatiana 467 start. Priority with Weston Webb. The Brazilian now paddling into this one. Locks in, total control this time. She'll get spit out. Nice make there for Tati. Always been one of the best barrel riders on tour. And she is just amping to try to win pipe or Tahiti in her career. Always one of the favorites. And she'll extend her lead with that one. Let's now talk to the woman who just put on the performance of the day so far, Vahine Fierros with Chris Cote.
Thanks, Joe Vahine. That was an absolute master class, not only in tube riding, but also in competing. You went up against world number 3. You put up multiple 7s. That's exactly how you want to start your finals day.
Yeah, the waves are showing up today. There's a lot more energy. It's a slow pace, so it's nice. It's not too scary. But there is like a lot of west ones. It's like kind of tricky. You're moving back and forth. And I was glad I was in a good rhythm and yeah, I was like building my momentum. Like wave after wave was better, and yeah, feeling comfortable out there. So I'm really stoked.
Well, obviously you have a very high comfort level out there, and of course the channel absolutely electrified when you hit the water. Do you feel added pressure being from right here in Tahiti, and what do you do to kind of get yourself in the proper mindset to compete?
Of course, there's always, pressure of competing at home, but at the same time, it's only once a year, and having everybody here, my family, my sisters, my boyfriend, like having everyone here, it's just, it fires me up, and I just want to like build heat after heat, get the best waves of my life if I can in the heat. So I'm just super happy.
Right, again, I know there's a lot of friends and family from all over the world watching. What do you want them to hear?
Thank you to everyone supporting. It means so much. To my shaper Brit, I just rode a brand new 6-3 in my heat, so I trust you. Yeah, to all my team, my coaches, the fans, like thank you so much. We feel your energy and we keep going.
Local wildcard taking out world number 3 of Vahine Fierro. Moving on.
Thanks so much, Chris. And she is smiling. She's happy. And I feel like in her mind, she probably hasn't even gotten started yet. Hey, we still have Shumbo on the line. Lucas, I imagine you've had some pretty fun sessions with Vahine on your strike missions here. Talk about her progress in barrel riding over the years.
She's super solid, for sure. She's one of the best in the world in this wave special. Oh, look at this wave. Sorry, guys. This is a firing. Oh, my gosh. That's a nice wave. And Vahine is going strong always. Every session, she's always looking for the good waves. Oh, come touch you. Sorry.
Tati pulling in, and she will make it out. How about that? And our Brazilian makes the exit. Our Brazilian on the call is clapping. Shumbo excited with that one as Caroline Marks grabs her jersey, showing that we're moving right into semifinal number 1 after this. But Shumbo, how cool was that? What a great make for Tatiana.
Oh my gosh, what a wave for Tati. I'm so stoked to see her having this opportunity to surf this type of waves. What is super special for her. I hope she goes really strong, because she's looking strong on this side, on this type of waves too. And talking about Vahine, every single session what I had with her, she always had one super good wave. She always looking for one perfect one, and she has all the locals always looking for her, always teaching her how to do it in a perfect position. So she has that little bit more experience in Teahupo'o for sure.
As we check out a series of replays, Tyler Wright, wow, nice and compact on that one, Flick.
Yeah, that was really well done. And right behind her was Tati. This was a super late drop. She pulls up underneath the hood there and comes out with the spit of that tube. But this wave had a lot of size in it, but she did so well with that drop. I mean, it was really critical. It was really late, and that's got to feel good for Tati. I mean, talk about commitment levels there. I mean, it's just 100% commitment. You can just see, I mean, and I love how she's just building throughout this heat. It's really, really good. But for me, I mean, I want to talk more about Tyler's last wave. I feel like technically on her backhand, she did a really good job at grabbing that rail, and then with her back arm just like really wrenching it into the face of the wave. Her back arm, and pivoting really well. So I feel like it was a really technical barrel. Tati, on the other hand, I feel like a lot of her points are going to come from her takeoff and just how steep and critical that was, and her ability to get up underneath the lip. So really nice contrast there between the two waves.
Nice breakdown, Flick. I like it. Goofy versus regular, and good insight there as the judges are having a hard time separating them for their start, but things will change when we get last of Tatiana in just a moment. Enjoying our conversation with Chumbo, talking about this wave itself. As we see that excellent range number coming in for Tatiana, she'll be way out in front when that average is complete. But Lucas, I'm always so excited to chat with you. Your energy is electric. Your smile says it all. How much you love pro surfing, especially watching a slabbing wave like this. And for you, I feel like you've honestly changed the game when it comes to big wave surfing, from your accomplishments at Nazare, surfing it like it's a head-high beach break, but it's almost 100 foot. You know, when you focus on this wave, do you have visions in your head of what's next? Is there a limit for you when you see a wave like this maxed out?
Yes, for sure. Chopu, it is one of the waves which put some limits on you. And especially for me, after I have my first kid, Chopu was my first trip after being a dad. So it was a really strong restart. And then we can watch on the movie because it's looking really sick. I had to do a little regame on my mindset inside the water, and I really need to say my first wave I pull back, my second wave I dropped with my eyes closed, and it was my best wave of my life in Chopu. So it was really hard for me, but I made it. And then you guys gonna see on the movie. It's one of the most special moments in my life. After being a dad, after have my daughter Maite, and come back to Tahiti, kind of luck on that responsibility what I have now being a dad, someone which is part of me now. So it was like a game change for me. And Tahiti, it's always a special place for a game change. We see my brother have a huge game change in Tahiti after he fall off from the tour. We had an amazing trip together in Tahiti. We did one special swell together. And after that, for me too, I had that moment which was a reset for myself.
I was going to bring up that session because Joao, your brother, talked to us about that. You know, of going through a feeling of just being devastated of falling off the tour. And he said it took him over a month to recover. But when you said, hey, let's do this, we're going to Tahiti, that meant everything for him, which is, I'm really glad that you brought that up. Before we continue, let's get caught up on some replays here. Tyler Wright getting her best so far, Flick.
Yeah, this was another beautiful demonstration of just what I was talking about. Her technique with her backhand barrel riding is great. Late drop, grabs that rail, wrenches it around, and yeah, uses that front arm to really just pivot in the face of the wave. I mean, she's got this technique on lock. And this one here, a little bit longer tube time, so obviously a couple more a point better than her last. So just improving, and yeah, this heat's tightening up.
Really cool, Chumbo, when you've got Tati representing Brazil in such a great way, as she'll continue to fight for gold in the Olympic Games. Also thinking about the success of yourself on this wave, working closely with Carlos Burle, reflecting back on what Bruno Santos accomplished out here, along with Medina Miguel Pupo. Got to be pretty awesome to be representing a country that's been all over this wave and this event in history.
Yeah, special Chopo, we had Bruno and Ricardo dos Santos, which was such a legend for me. I born and raised watching those guys and getting some amazing barrels in Tahiti. And when we had those cold red swells, we had Carlos Burle, Maia Gabeira, Pedro Scoopy, Felipe Cesarano, Pato, Coxa. So we had amazing surfers from Brazil, which was such a big inspiration for myself. So I had really good coaches around me and all over Brazil. So always when I go somewhere, I was always looking to learn something from them. And that's helped me a lot to build up my career and to build up myself, special in this way. I had my first trip with Bruno Santos. It was a super special connection there. He teach me a lot, and Jadson André too, Gabriel Medina, and Kamitachi. not so good. Sorry.
No, that was great. We love it. Tati kicking out there. We're going to watch this last replay quickly. Tati out front. Remember, she got the 8.5 earlier. Tyler's last, a 7.33. So both the veterans are building with a shot in the semifinals on the line, and that is coming up next. Brisa versus Caroline Marks. Tyler looking for a 7.51 to take the lead. And they're both building with their numbers on each and every exchange flick. So getting some good time on this reef and putting up scores in the exit range now. Let's see what happened here.
Yeah, so Tati just using that priority there and stalling here, trying to maximize that tube time. I don't know if this is going to be better than a 6.33, but it might just be right there. But I mean, both women, I mean, coming into this heat, I feel like they both had different sort of mindsets. You could hear Tyler had a bit of hesitation in a post-heat interview. So I've been really impressed with her just sort of flipping that, and it looks like she's locked in this heat. But as we know, Tati just, you know, lives and breathes for conditions like this. And I mean, it's a great heat. And like you said, Joe, both women building on their score lines. So yeah, let's keep it going, girls.
Let's keep it going. And I can't thank you enough, Shumbo, Lucas Cianca, for giving us your time today. I can't wait to watch your movie on Red Bull TV, Made for Big Wave Surfing. And I hope we get to hang out when we head to Saquarema this year. Will you be around?
For sure, I will be around there waiting you guys to do the best welcome for you guys. I hope we have some good waves so I can tow you guys in a couple good ones too. And we're gonna have some fun in Saquarema for sure. Thank you guys for all, and congrats for this amazing comp. I'm so excited to watch. It was a hard day for me to do this and watch the comp. You guys see, I'm always watching all the waves. And so stoked to be here, so stoked to have that movie around, and I hope you guys love it.
Oh, awesome. Thanks for being with us. What a legend. Lucas Shumbo Cianca. Stand by to watch his movie on Red Bull TV, Made for Big Wave Surfing. Quarter 4 continues. Tati still out front. We'll be right back. Let's check the pulse. All the major highlights of the morning so far. All about the women's quarterfinals. We saw Brisa secure a spot in the semis. Carissa broke a board on wave number 1. Brisa into this hollow pit of a 7.33. We saw Carissa Moore respond with a 4.77. And then Hennessy on the one to follow, 5.33 to seal the deal. She has been on a semifinal hot streak this year. The one event where she burst her eardrum in Portugal took her out of that streak, but every other performance this season, a semifinal. Brisa Hennessy, the top seed left in the draw. The defending event champ, though, advances comfortably. 6.33 on her second effort. There's a bit of a priority change, and Sawyer had the missed opportunity on the 1.17, being a little bit too far out in front. But Sawyer's going to leave happy. Got the best wave of her life the other day, and Caroline still on track to defend her title. But can she get past the local legend of Wahine Fierro, reigning sevens, taught everybody a lesson in calm, style, bravery, charging with a great technical skill on her forehand. A 7-5, left the heat with a 7-6-3, and I don't even think she was tired yet. Danger signs as we move into the semifinals, as Wahine makes it 3 straight appearances in the semifinals as a wild card in 3 straight seasons. We definitely have the best waves in the forecast for this event, as the final series is looking incredible, Flick.
Yeah, it is shaping up to be really good. Obviously, Semi 1, you got Brisa, who's looking absolutely in form, and it looks like she's improved on her backhand tube riding a lot. Coming up against defending contest champ Caroline Marks, and then, I mean, whoever comes up against Wahine in this second semi-final, either Tatiana or Tyler, I mean, they've got their hands full. I mean, Tati, for me, is looking so in form. And like you said, Joe, I think she's only in gear 2. I feel like she's got a couple more gears to click into. So, yeah, it's a big semi-final 2 for sure, whoever gets the win in this heat.
Love when you see these veterans start stacking up in the quarterfinals and beyond. The whole theme of this year was this youthful movement that we got to really enjoy from Pipeline to Sunset Beach, and then it was a veteran takeover at stop number 3 of the season. And Joanne DeFay's just been laughing. She's like, I'm always still here. I'm still young. I'm still fired up. I've got more experience than everybody else. And gosh, she's been just enjoying one of her best seasons to date. But like we did mention before, Katie Simmers out, Joanne DeFay out, Molly Picklum out. So we're looking at Brisa Hennessy, and then Caroline Marks, the defending event champ, who's looking for a final 5 spot after this event finishes. For Tyler, a 2-time world champion. Tatiana, best finish, a runner-up in the world. And both pushing each other for many years on the championship tour. As far as barrel ride is concerned, they're 2 of the best, but look at this history head-to-head with these 2. Heavily favored is Tyler Wright, 9-2 in one-on-one heats, including 4 straights. One major win that Tati had was a J-Bay final, and beat Tyler in the quarters the event before that win over in Margaret River. So Tyler started off meeting Tati with a 5-heat winning streak. So heavily favored is the Australian into quarter number 4. One of those wins for Tyler includes a win here last season in Tahiti over Tatiana Weston Webb. Tati staying low. Nice little shootout there on the inside corner of the reef. Keeping her momentum solid there. Her low score is a 6.33. That's what she's trying to improve on with 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it'll improve on the 6.33. I mean, it was a short, sharp, faster inside barrel, really hit that inside ledge. But I kind of like this game plan of just staying, you know, giving Tyler something to think about, staying busy right now and just keeping with the flow. She's obviously got that really high score, the 8.5. That was for that bigger wave. Let's have a look at this one. So late drop there, but this was like a smaller Armady-shaped barrel. You can see she really had to compress there, get low, just to make sure that she made it through that barrel. But yeah, I like it. I like I like the idea of staying busy.
Tatiana Weston Webb with 4 championship tour wins to her name. Tyler Wright with 16, which puts her on page 1 of the all-time win list. Just ahead of Jody Cooper and Courtney Conlog, and right behind Frida Zamba. Frida, multiple-time world champion. If Tyler gets a win here, they'll be equal at 8th all-time. And Tyler's in a nice base in her career. She actually was talking about the mid-season cut approaching and talking about how her job was on the line, but it gave her extra motivation to compete. For a veteran like Tyler, she's seen a lot of changes to the tour. I mean, there's no such thing as an event in Tahiti and Pipeline and new formats like the WSL Final 5. And to be able to adapt at that point of your career says a lot.
Yeah, it does. I think that's sort of an interesting story because these women like Tati and Tyler, I mean, Steph, Carissa, I could think of a handful of them, right? When they first got on tour, you know, waves like this, like Chopu and Pipeline, they weren't on tour. And so because of the fact that simple fact they weren't on tour, these women weren't running around chasing these waves. And, you know, it's sort of like the incentive wasn't there. You know, it's like their tour was, you know, it wasn't these sort of waves of consequence. And now that these waves are on tour, I mean, you think about surfers like Katie, Molly, sort of Caroline, and Caroline's been on tour a few more years than Molly and Katie. But these younger generation women, this is all they've ever known, is that when I get on tour, you know, you think about even that next generation, Sierra Kerr, Erin Brooks, that they look at this tour and they're like, okay, well, I've got to be able to surf these waves of consequence. So therefore, they're going around the world, they're traveling the globe, they're putting themselves on the line, and they're already getting really well at these waves, surfing really well at these waves. So it's just sort of a different sort of mindset, and why these younger women are showing up so well in these waves of consequence.
I like that, breaking down the mindset. Well, now let's do the SHISEIDO water report, and we'll talk to Strider about the charging mentality.
Yeah, just, you know, I wanted to get into the different approaches of these two women out in the water. You know, Tyler, she seems more calculated. She seems like she's got a game plan and what she wants out of it, and she's been working on her technique. And then there's Tatiana, who just seems to have eaten a bowl of Send It this morning. She is just literally just going into waves. I mean, she's, you know, a little thing, but what a bite that she's got. I mean, she's just going straight into it, head down, and just flying into these barrels. Actually, I think Ross just didn't even feed her this morning. I think he just said, "Not, you got to be hungry this heat." And she's been eating out there big time. She loves it, and that's the type of attitude that can put you under, and in a dangerous place, or it can elevate. And if you add the skill to that level of Send It, you're going to be in the driver's seat, which she's in right now, which I'm really enjoying.
Strider loves a good meal. He loves to eat. He calls himself a foodie. You know, he likes to cook a lot, and so a lot of the references he goes to is a great meal. A bowl of Send It this morning. But that puts you in the great frame of mind to absolutely charge. Remember that time at Snapper he said something about avocado on toast and the crunch and the peanut butter about hitting the lip? Do you remember that?
No, but
I think I mixed it all up. But
wow.
Love it, Strider. Thank you. Yeah, it's a headspace I think some of these athletes really wake up with, where they know what's on the line. They already have a clear mind, and they're going to go and put their head down. Tati's built an amazing reputation on tour with a strong, competitive headspace. She intimidated a lot of the full-timers when she'd get wild card opportunities when she was just a teenager, and she was like, wow, I'm surprised they were making those mistakes. Or I think she was even surprised that they were kind of rattled when she was in the draw. But I think that was just really a compliment to how good she was so young.
Yeah, Tati's always had that mentality of, I'm going to Send It, or eating Send It for breakfast. Honestly, she just charges. And you know that she's kind of going to be the surfer that always puts her body on the line. I mean, there's no safe waves out here, and if an opportunity comes and she's sitting out the back with priority and a big blue wave comes towards her, you know she's going. She's always had that in her. Even when you know, it's either 10s or 2s with her, which makes her a really exciting surfer to watch.
And an exciting moment for Tati, knowing the track record with these two in the lineup, 9-2 in one-on-one heats in favor of Tyler. So Tati trying to change things around, a rematch from their heat last season in the quarterfinals. Tyler Wright chasing a 7.51 with now 4:30 to go. Tyler looking for her first win this season. Got close, runner-up at Super Tubos in Peniche, Portugal. As we'll dive into the heat recap for quarterfinal number 4. Winner of this heat takes on Vahine in the semifinals. Tati started swinging, she went down, got that throwaway out of the way, and then got back-to-back keepers.
Yeah, Tati just surfing really well, surfing into momentum, dropped a 6.33, and then Tyler, on the other hand, just demonstrating beautiful technique on her backhand here, really grabbing that rail, wrenching it around, and improving on her scoreline too. But this was the nugget from Tati. This was her 8.5, bigger wave, super critical drop. Knifes it underneath that lip there and comes flying out with the spit. So, I mean, hero wave of the heat. Tyler's backed up her 6.43 with this 7.33. Longer tube time here, prolonging that time in the barrel, and you can tell she's feeling good. Hoping here that at the end of the heat, you know, Tyler, I mean, she's chasing the 7.51, only slightly bigger score than her last, 7.33. If you look at her scoreline, with each wave she is improving. She's sitting out the back, she's got priority, and there's 3 minutes on the clock.
Running out of time here in the quarterfinals. Semifinals coming up next as we dive into a heat check. See that highlighted green number. The green numbers that are highlighted are the keepers. You scored on your top two. The 8.5 for Tati is her new official best single score here at Teahupo'o. That top score, you can see the averages there. As we're down to 2:45 on the clock. But it's got to be nice when you're Tati and you're hearing better numbers come through. She had her personal best in the previous round at this event, a 7.67, and now her first score officially excellent.
Yeah, what that says to me is that she's starting to peak at the right time. I mean, you know, as we move through these rounds, you want to be bettering your scoreline, and that's got to feel good for her because, I mean, when we had Lucas on the call, I mean, he was saying before, you know, these sort of waves, this is what Tati loves, and you just know that she wants to win one of these events in a wave of consequence. So for her to be dropping that 8.5, I feel like that's going to do great things for her mindset and her confidence. I mean, we've already seen her do it in free surfs out here over the years, but to do it in a heat must feel good as we look like there's a line coming through the lineup. 2 minutes on the clock, and Tyler has priority. Is she going to go? It looks like she is.
Tyler Wright putting her head down, needs a 7.51. What a drop that was, and packs it super deep.
Wow.
Incredible bravery there for Tyler in the most critical part of that wave, locked in and just too deep with now 90 seconds on the clock. Strider, that was incredible with her approach.
That was incredible. The drop was so technical. You can see it sucking up super hollow, really heavy, and she just knifed it and just sucked right under the lip and just sat on it, and the thing just barreled so fast and so quick. She was on the foam ball, and then it just ripped her to pieces. Oh my gosh, that was so incredible. I was so psyched. I wish she would have made that. Would have been just beautiful, blown out the end, but unfortunately, a little bit too deep.
Wow, what a view you had, Strider. One more from this angle, Flick.
Wow, I just got goosebumps when we watched that from the water. That was so technical. You could really see the thickness of that wave and just how steep it's starting to get out there. It really heaved on the reef, that one, and you could, I mean, the thickness of this wave was another thing as well, but just Tyler demonstrating great technique there on her backhand. I mean, I got to echo what Strider says. I wish she made it out of this one, but look at how thick, and you can just see how quickly she got exploded. Just gives you a good indication of just how much speed and energy these waves are hitting this reef. She looks like she's having a look there at board. 22 seconds on the clock. I mean, great effort by Tyler. If she was coming out of that thing, it's wave of the heat.
Absolute bravery. We talk about the Mophie Charger, the event, and Tyler, even though she didn't get the score there, put her head down, got tossed over the foam ball, and she's smiling about it now. As we run out of time, it will be Tatiana getting the win and moving on to the semifinals. And we'll lose Tyler Wright, but what a show they both put on for us with some big numbers in that heat. Moving up the live rankings, Brisa Hennessy is coming up next. She's already up to #2 in the world. Enjoy those live rankings on worldsurfleague.com and prepare for the semifinals. Brisa Hennessy versus the defending event champ Caroline Marks, and Vahine will have Tatiana Weston Webb. We'll take a quick break. We'll bring in Kaipo and Jesse for the call right after this.
It's a beautiful place, Tahiti, the site of stop number 6 on the championship tour. This is the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown, and we have semifinal number 1 in the water for the women. Brisa Hennessy, former finalist out here up against the defending champ, Caroline Marks, battling for a place in the final. A feeling that both of these women have felt in the past Capoeira. Jesse Mendez, what do you think about this matchup, Jesse?
I mean, this looks great on paper. Hopefully, it's been more consistent the last few heats, so I'm pretty sure we're going to have a lot of waves, and they're going to put in a show for us because Caroline being on her facing the wave, obviously have a little bit of an advantage on reading the wave as she's paddling, but Brisa has been getting super barreled, amazing technique as she's bottom turning, usually not holding her rail with the hands, so getting that extra pump and a little bit more drive. So it's going to be a great match to watch, and we might have a start. No.
Yeah, Brisa Hennessy, when we look at coming into this event, number 4 on the championship tour rankings, and the live, she is currently number 2 on the live rankings. If she is able to make it out of this semifinal heat, Brisa Hennessy will be wearing the yellow leaders jersey into stop number 7 in El Salvador.
Wow,
Jesse.
that's, I mean, that's some, I'm not sure if she knows exactly that scenario, but obviously she has in the back of her head how much points people have and how much points she has. So it's a big heat for her, a lot of pressure added, but I think the challenge now is just the ocean, very hollow waves, waves of consequences. So if she can breathe through it, make smart decisions, and identify the right waves, yeah, she can maybe get the yellow jersey.
Caroline Marks, number 6 on the rankings coming into this event. With this semifinal appearances, she has moved up to above the cut line for the final 5, number 5 on the live rankings. Our defending world champ, Caroline Marks, and our defending Caroline Marks. These two surfers, they've met in the past quite a few times, actually. Both Brisa and Caroline. We'll get to the head-to-head matchups after we anticipate a start here with Brisa Hennessy deep on the reef, and she's going to go first. Grabs a rail, finds a nice funnel, so a great start for Brisa Hennessy, Jesse.
That's what I was just mentioning. She's one of the only girls that is very good at taking off with no hands and giving that first pump, which is usually very hard to do when you have a wave that is that hollow and very flat bottom. It's hard for you to engage your rails and have stability. So usually the surfers tend to hold the rail to give a lower center of gravity and more stability, and she's not doing in any of the waves she took off today, so that's very impressive from her. And in her advantage, she's getting that first pump that usually frontsiders have, as you're going to see right here. That wave bottoms out very flat, but she just does that first pump, gains a lot of speed, and comes out clean. That's a great start for her, and great weight selection as well. Beautiful technique for Brisa.
And boards, very reliable Glen Pang surfboard underneath her foot. Sure-footed Brisa Hennessy here on this replay.
Definitely, and that wave's so below sea level, as you can see it right there. You cannot even see the bottom of the wave, and she's just trusting her inside rail and middle fin and inside fin, sorry. So yeah, amazing technique for her coming out of the speed. Nothing better than that.
And a 5.67 checks in for Brisa Hennessy. Beautiful view under the water here, the live coral reef, and the head-to-head matchups between these two. It's been all Caroline Marks. This is the 5th time they've matched up. In the previous 4 matchup, it's been all Caroline Marks. 2019, she took a win over 2021 in Newcastle, 2022 in El Salvador, and 2023 Margaret River. It's all been Caroline. Let's see if Brisa Hennessy can break that curse in this matchup.
Yeah, very dominant stats there for Caroline. She beats Brisa in every aspect of it. Heat wins, average, max heat score, max wave score. That's so impressive, and just show that she's been dominant the last few years. But Brisa, in my opinion, has been in the part of a career of her best surfer and her best performances. So this is the time for her to break through.
Let's hear from Tatiana Weston-Webb. She's in the semifinals, Chris.
Tatiana, I love what you did out there. Relentless, courageous, fearless. You're absolutely sending it. Describe the last 35 minutes of your life for us.
Gosh, mixed with emotions. Tyler's just the best competitor, I think one of the best on the women's tour. And she's got me the last few heats. And I really wanted to get one back on her, but yeah, she just, she's someone that I really look up to for competing, you know. And I knew that at any moment, if I let my guard down, that she would probably get the score. And she was actually really close on the last wave too. So it was an amazing 35 minutes though. Super, super happy to have the opportunity. Thanks WSL for putting the women's out here. I mean, I just feel like it's so sick.
Your calmness is actually terrifying. I'm kind of scared to see what you're about to do, but you have a huge matchup right now. You're going up against Vahine Fierro in the semifinals. What are you looking forward to for this next one?
Yeah, Vahine is another, you know, hero to surf with out here. Obviously, she's the woman that spends the most time out here in the water, and yeah, I believe it's going to be a great heat. So hopefully I can do something cool again.
Heck yeah, it's going to be great. Hey, we're talking about Tatiana Weston-Webb here. Good luck out there.
There you go. Semifinals are all set, and they're set on the playing field out here at the end of the road. Let's have a Shiseido water report from Strider Wazalewski. What's going on, Strider?
Just wanted to check in on headspace. You know, Brisa Hennessy, you can see her demeanor on the wave. She looks so relaxed. It's unbelievable. She looks so in control. But she said that upstairs, she's still in a full-blown battle. I caught up with her right before the semis, and she was talking about how in her head, she still has so much work to do, and she has battled through it and just keeps just like, oh my gosh, I was looking at this wave. It's so sick. Sorry. How hard it is for her to do that. So insane to see the calmness in her body language, but the actual headspace is still battling.
All right. How's your headspace out there, Strider?
We're paddling over this one.
Guess his head's under the water at the moment. Here we got some, and that's why. Look at this thing coming through. Oh my, the swell has arrived, Jesse.
Oh my gosh, so this is the proper wave we're hoping for today. The outside ledge, but with enough energy to actually be just as throaty as the inside ledge. So that was a perfect example of it. The ocean got black, very dark blue, just bending over, just so much energy, and yeah, I can't wait for more.
Wow, that had, if you were in position, that was an excellent ride all over the board. Right now, Caroline Marks yet to get her start. She's holding on priority. Mid-range score in for Brisa Hennessy. And how's, you know, the repositioning, Jesse, after a big set comes through like that?
Yeah, and this is what becomes very tricky. Look at how far up they were, how wide that wave was. There's like no possibility of them making it. And after that, everything's probably going to go calm again for probably about 15 minutes until not a big set like this comes, or even if it comes in 15.
Did you see an entry section on this wave?
Yeah, it's 100%. There's entries like guys take off on waves twice as big here. Even though it might look impossible, but yeah, you have that perfect spot where it's almost like a junction of like the south peak. Not right there, they're a bit too deep still. You're probably thinking on the a little bit past the right corner of the screen right there. And it just gives you that slight time where the wave starts to bend back over, and it gives you that split second to barely take off and then just hold on for your dear life, because the foam bow is going to be pretty massive.
So you think, is that some of the more westerly aspect that's showing right there with that last set? Or is it still kind of southwest?
I mean, it's still southwest. It's not a crazy angle west type of day like we had it in 2019, where every wave looked like a closeout, but they are actually opening.
Right.
So this is just like that perfect angle that gives you that good split second for you to actually take off and drive through the barrel. Obviously, there's going to be the occasionally crazy one that is going to come, but most of them are going to be, I mean, as far as speaking Teahupo'o, it's not going to be easy, but it's going to be easier than a very west swell, which is going to be just straight bottoming out.
So Brisa Hennessy taking the inside position here under priority of Caroline Marks. Caroline playing a careful game out here. and very attentive to what her positioning is, because it goes back to the 3 Ps here at the end of the road, where it's positioning, paddling, and then performance. Combine those 3 Ps, that equals great waves ridden and great scores. That one funnels underneath the crowd there. Second wave, maybe some opportunity here, and the surfers again still seeking position out there. Consistency seems like it's on the upward tick right now as the swell builds.
Yeah, it's just that awkward size, those waves that came. You saw the first one that Breeza couldn't get under enough. It was just that perfect cylinder barrel, dreamy. And then the wave behind looked bigger, so you think you'll be even better, but it just hit that awkward part of the shelf where it's not enough energy for the outside ledge, but too much energy for the inside. So it gets a bit crumbly, gets very sketchy, and the scoring potential is on the low side. So smart decision there for Caroline, identifying and not pulling the trigger. And now they just, you know, it's a gamble there right now. Like it's tough to decide, like, do I wait for that big set, or should I just go and play a smart heat and get those insider runners that are very hollow, which I think it's probably the best option as far as competing.
The flotilla, we have our Red Bull athlete boat out there. We also have our beach marshals, or channel marshal boat. We have all in the orange jersey. You can see that's all Tahitian Water Patrol, keeping a keen eye on the Red Bull skis throughout the flotilla. So the entire contest site, along with the Outerknown boat, all in the channel, and that's where all the action's happening out there. That's the support team. That's where you check in for your jersey. That's where you come in and do your post-seat interview. It's a full day on the water when it comes to competition here in Tahiti.
It's a full day in the water. It drains you. A lot of adrenaline rushing every set that comes, but it's one of the most beautiful shows on earth.
Waves coming through here, and priority with Caroline Marks. Marks holding position. This is Caroline's 3rd semifinal so far this year. She made the semis over at Sunset Beach, and also made the semifinals over at Bells Beach. Number 3, Caroline Marks on her jersey. Breeza Hennessy, even more consistent this season. This is Breeza's 4th semifinal showing of the year. She started off with semifinals over at Pipeline, and then back-to-back semifinals in the Australian leg, both at Bells and at Margaret River. Breeza Hennessy turning into one of the most consistent surfers on the women's tour in 2024.
Yeah, that's so impressive. 4 semifinals.
Has yet to make a final this year, so could be a breakthrough if she's able to hang on to this lead and make her way into the final.
And she's looking good in this event, to tell you the truth. Like, in this waves of consequences, you want to have that drive to go on anything that pops your way, but you also want to be calculated, and that's like she has that dialed and balanced pretty well right now. You see every wave she's catching, she's in a good spot, she's collected and calm, and yeah, she's looking good.
Look at balanced right there. Semifinals in the Hawaii leg, semifinals in the Australian leg. Mind you, that 17th over in Portugal, she had to pull out of that event due to an ear injury. So that 17th, as sandwiching all those 3rd place finishes, is actually in a way a false 17th, because she really was stopped because of that perforated eardrum that she suffered over in Portugal.
Yeah, good that you mentioned, because I was going to say the same thing. She was actually making the heat on the 1st round, and then she ended up losing because she didn't have a backup, and then she couldn't do the 2nd round. So that was basically an injured throwaway that she had. So amazing consistency from her. Look at this double up.
Oh my, Caroline Marks drops into this one, pulls in, threads a barrel, and a relatively safely surfed barrel for Caroline Marks, but smart gamesmanship for Caroline in that she's going to secure a score rather than a throwaway to start off her account here in semifinal number 1.
Yes, and just a little bit in front, I guess. the problem right there, as you can see, is she's just on the highest part of the wave. So what that does, it's the toughest place for you to actually take off because it has so much energy. It usually launches you all the way to the bottom. If she was like 5 feet behind, she would have been inside in the most safe place of the wave and just deep itself and deep enough in the barrel. But right there, all the energy pushes her forward and into the channel, and that what makes her not be able to slow down and actually get deep on that barrel. But you know, it's a good start. If she's getting good waves, she's identifying good waves since the previous heat, but she needs to be a little deeper in order to get those excellent scores.
Yeah, really had to kind of almost slow down a bottom turn to let the wave catch up to her. Here we go. Brisa drops in again, no hands off the bottom, grabs the rail now, and comes out of a big white room for Brisa Hennessy. She's going to back up that 5.67 and put Caroline Marks in a corner in the first half of this heat.
And that's exactly what I was just saying. If you look back, you see where Brisa took off. The wave was much smaller, so less energy. Gives you time to take off and drive into the barrel, and it gives you time to slow yourself down just enough to be just in front of the tube monster, which is the whitewash that is created after that much energy breaks on a wave. And check this out, just on the smaller part of the wave, no hands once again, and just holds her line perfectly, deeper than the previous barrel she had, and just amazing control right there. Look how calculated she is, just in front of the fumble, coming out with the spit. That's going to be a great score for Brisa right there.
Take another look at this, and a well-timed approach for Brisa Hennessy. And we'll go out to the Strider with channel with Strider Wozlewski. Strider, what do you got for us?
Thanks, man. Yeah, you know what? I got some inside information that it was so beautifully said from Tara David after that wave. He said, Brisa, stick to the plan, don't show her the spot. And I was like, wow, so you'll see Brisa out there. She's gonna stay away from Caroline, and she's not gonna go to where the good waves are until she's up to bat, so to speak. And then you'll find where you've seen her catch the two best waves under that, you know, perfect little ledge. So she knows exactly where to be, but she's not going to go there until it's her turn. Tara David telling her, stick to the plan, don't show her the spot. I was just so impressed.
I like it, Strider. We're looking at all the numbers right now coming through for Brisa Hennessy. It was a 7.9. And the advice from Coach Tereva David, a local out here and one of Tahiti's top performing surfers, don't show your cards. Hide them, hold them close to your chest. Don't give your competitor any idea of what you're holding.
I completely love what Tereva said right there, because the difference in between the scores is just based on the positioning right now. If you look at the waves, maybe Brisa's wave, the 7.9, had a little bit more intensity than Caroline's, but both waves had good potential in scoring on it. The difference was just positioning. You're going to see Caroline right here taking off where the wave is already growing, and that gives you way too much speed and throws you down to the channel. So she was always in front of the barrel, got covered up a little bit, but you see right here Brisa taking off where the wave is smaller, gives her time to bottom turn and set up for this beautiful west bowl right there, just perfect clean. And that's all due to positioning. So if she can hide that from Caroline, and Caroline can figure herself out on her own, most likely Brisa is going to take the advantage on this heat.
Well, our defending champ, Caroline Marks, she needs a 9.9 to come back over Brisa Hennessy. Can Caroline do it? We're going to find out. We'll take a break. We'll be back with the conclusion of semifinal number 1. Semifinal number 2, Vahine Ferro against Tatiana Weston Webb.
The Shiseido Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown is brought to you by Shiseido, official sunscreen partner and global sustainability partner of the WSL. Mophie, official portable power bank partner of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro. Mophie, stay powerful. Vini, official telecommunications partner of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro. And Bank of Tahiti, official banking partner of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro.
Big Outerknown boat in the channel. Thank you, Outerknown, for outfitting us here. Responsibly produced apparel from Outerknown. Great cotton on this stuff. Super comfortable. Hey, we're in semifinal number 1 with 11 minutes remaining. It's Kaipo Girl along with Jesse Mendez and is Brisa Hennessy, currently with a huge advantage over our defending event champ, Caroline Marks. Caroline out in the blue jersey with priority. But Caroline needs to get busy. Likely is going to need 2 scores to really catch up to Brisa Hennessy. She can do it on a single score at 9.9, but that would be the absolute highest heat wave of the event.
Yes, you know, with 11 minutes, I mean a little under 11 minutes left, 10:30, the surfer is most likely not looking for the 9.9. He's still looking for 2 waves because there's plenty of time. We've seen it before, Ethan, Gabriel. He actually Brisa this morning.
Yeah.
She had 2 waves, 2 very good waves in about a minute and a half apart. So yeah, right now if Caroline, she just needs to play her game, make sure she positions herself for well and find that inside ledge that runs down the line and she's deep enough, because a 5.67 puts her back in the heat.
Yeah. Shiseido flight cam giving us the bird's eye view, the Manu eye view of our 2 surfers and the positioning, the reef, the flotilla. Another beautiful view, and then also looking back into the fertile valley of Teahupo'o. Cedric, our on-site announcer, you can hear him as well in the background, giving the time call to the surfers. 9 minutes, 35 seconds remaining. And Caroline Marks, stoic in her positioning, just holding on to that inside. But we heard from the Shiseido Water Report earlier, Jesse, in that Strider gave us that intel that Brisa is not going to show the takeoff spot right now. And she's, it's almost like she's purposely sitting wide and trying to draw Caroline off of that mark.
Yeah, and every once in a while, like I've already seen it twice since you started speaking, she paddles a little bit to the right, but then she sees, oh, I'm not sailing to Caroline, so I'm going to go back. Because the same way you want to put your opponent out of position if he's kind of lost, or she in this case is kind of lost, you also want to be in a good position in case a 2-wave set comes.
Right.
So she doesn't want to be too far to the shoulder and maybe miss an opportunity to batter that 5.67. There's a borderline for you. But at the moment right now, I mean, it's hard to see it from here, but yeah, it looks like Caroline is in a good spot right now. It seems to be. It's hard to see it from this angle, but I guess we'll have an answer pretty soon because there's a wave on the back.
On the paddle here, Caroline with priority. First wave of the set, she does not want anything to do with that one as it's stretched down the line. She's going very wide, a little bit more anxious paddle from both of our surfers, scratching into position. Next wave coming through here. They both go over the second wave of the set. There may be a 3rd wave in the set. Watching this one peel a little bit more from that southerly aspect, Jesse.
Yeah, it's kind of very shouldery. Good call not going, pulling the trigger on that wave. Also another very south wave. You see how the angle changes so much. That wave actually ended up getting hollow throughout the end, but it's not as throaty as what you expect in here for Chopu.
And yet another one. So positioning is going to be a deciding factor, I feel, as we saw 3 waves. I mean, maybe the first one didn't have that much quality, but wave 2 and 3 of the set seemed like they were scoreable.
100%. There were mid-6s any day, and if you're in a good spot and maximize that tube time, like we've seen Gabriel do a lot when the waves are bigger, sometimes he doesn't get the most throaty hollow wave, but he starts way up the point, and the tube time is so deep and so long that he ended up getting excellent scores. So yeah, I guess Brisa did a good job pulling her a little bit wide, because those second and third wave definitely had potential, and it seems like she approached a little bit more towards the top of the reef right now, and it's going under after the set, so maybe she repositioning, but yeah, missed opportunity there for Caroline.
Well, about to the water to Strider. Strider, what did you think about the positioning?
Yeah, you know, you guys were having a great conversation about it before that set came. And Brisa was, you know, Jesse said he noticed that she was paddling, you know, just to the right a little bit and kind of drawing her opponent off the peak. Well, she actually drew her almost all the way to the inside. I mean, like literally they were in here by where we are. And they looked over at me and I was like, and I think Caroline kind of noticed, and then, you know, they were so far out of position for that set, and it was by design. So you guys were right on the mark with the thoughts of what was happening and really drug her all the way to the inside. She had zero opportunity for that set because they were so far in here.
Thank you so much for that perspective from the channel. Strider Wozlewski will be out there all day long reporting, giving us insight on coaches, positioning, waves, priorities, scores, performance, looking straight into the barrel. And what's happening right now is Brisa Hennessy is playing great offense in this heat with that 7.9, and now on the other side of priority, Brisa Hennessy is playing great defense, taking Caroline off the mark, burning down the clock, doing everything she did. We talked when we came back from break, you know, with 10 minutes on the clock, and Caroline needing that 9.9, and how she could do it with 2 waves. Now that opportunity is slowly slipping away from Caroline Marks. We're down to 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's been impressive. Brisa's whole performance throughout this event, like I can't recall a mistake that she's made, you know, like she's been just on point strategy-wise and as far as technical as well. And it's cool to have Strider to actually point it out to us as well through the channel, because sometimes here we get caught, it's hard to see the perspective of the lineup, but him being on the channel right there, he can confirm it to us. So
yeah, it is a water world here, and that's a unique and beautiful thing that we enjoy every time we come here to Tahiti. This is the first of the post-cut championship tour. Again, it's a race for the final 5 in this post-cut of the championship tour. We got 4 events, counting this one, and every single one of these finishes counts towards your ranking and that race to the final 5. As we came into this event, both the men and the women, it was open field where anyone could make it into that final 5. Those situations and those analogies will be changing as we progress through this event into the next event on the mathematical possibilities of making it into the final 5. So things get a little bit complex numbers-wise as we move through here. And that's, you know, really the change of seasons on the championship tour is this post-cut back half of the year.
for sure. And oh, it looks like we have a wave. Are they? No, they're just. I just go over.
Yeah, Brisa takes a look at it, and that will not change anything. Well, that one funnels off. Good signs, though. However, as we look forward to semifinal number 2 and a final for our women, and conditions will hold up, as Surfline has predicted, an easterly trade winds here throughout the rest of the day, and the building swell. So a lot of action coming up, and going to go all the way through and crown a champion for our women today.
Yeah, it's a dreamy day for the women's. Conditions are perfect. That first ledge really throaty, a few outside ledges, and now with the trades, east winds, just grooming that whole west bow, making it very wide and also holding it all the way into the shallow part of the reef. So it's going to be a great day.
And because of this is a reef pass, as the wave gets refracted or goes down this reef pass, we talk about, look at the wind right now, it looks like it's like side offshore, right, Jesse? But as it goes through, and if the west bow comes into play, because the reef bends so much there, that part of the reef is actually offshore, right?
Correct, which you're going to see a little bit of the takeoff, that side offshore, but as soon as you bottom turn, it just starts to groom, and the whole face in front of you is just perfect offshore. And the good thing about it is just makes the chandelier goes away. Those iffy waves that are in between shelves just going to hold and hit the first shelf very nicely, as you see it right there, kind of side offshore, and then it gets all nice. This one was a very deep wave and we couldn't see the corner, but when it bends back, Kaipo, like you mentioned, it's going to be as good as it gets.
And that's, you know, really surfing sometimes by using the force, if you would. Just having confidence and the ability to get past that first initial section to where the wave actually gets bigger and more groomed and wider to come out of the barrel.
Yes, and ideally would be find that little pocket in the beginning and connect all the way through, because the more you go throughout the West Bowl, the wider and easier for you to drive through the barrel will be, because you're going to have more room and cleaner face. So it looks epic right now.
Yeah. Well, if Brisa Hennessy is able to advance out of this heat, this will be her second final in Tahiti. She shared a final with Courtney Collog, where she was a runner-up back in 2022. So this is turning into being one of the pet stops for Brisa Hennessy, given her performances and what she's been able to put up out here. 2023, she didn't compete out here because she was cut mid-season. So Brisa Hennessy, when it comes to Tahiti, has a very, very high heat winning percentage, and she's growing that percentage in every heat.
Yeah, she's definitely on the best part of her career as far as I've seen her since she became professional, in such a good rhythm, calm, collective. Surfing looks on point, dynamic, and she's looking good to take the yellow jersey right now.
Yeah, again, she makes the final. She's in yellow going into El Salvador, and I think we can safely say at this point that we will see Brisa Hennessy in our women's final, as well as in yellow in El Salvador. So a brilliant job by the Costa Rican this morning in the quarterfinals, and again in the semifinals. It's official. And let's take a look at the numbers. Some impressive numbers from Brisa Hennessy. 13.57 heat total into the finals, and we are going into a quick commercial break, but we'll be back with semifinal number 2, as well as Ryan Callanan. He's going to join us on the set. Stick around for more from the Shiseido Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown.
SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro 2024 avec en rouge la Tahitienne Daino Quero, en rouge la Tahitienne Daino Quero, opposée à la Brésilienne Tatiana Wesson-Webb en bleu, pour une place en finale pour rejoindre Brisa Hennessy qui vient de se qualifier dans la série précédente. For the previous hit, congratulations to Brisa Hennessy, advancing to the final.
Fall is here, hear the yell, back to school, ring the bell, brand new shoes, walking blues, climb the fence, books and pens, I can tell that we are gonna be friends. I can tell that we are gonna be friends. Yes, I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Back in Tahiti with semifinal number 2 out in the water. Vahine Fierro, the local, and again in the semifinals, her third semifinal showing here at the end of the road. Tatiana Weston-Webb will join her for a spot in the final, who will go against Brisa Hennessy. I'm Kaipo Girl, along with Felicity Palmentier, as well as Ryan Callanan, the guy that's already gone excellent here at Teahupo'o. Thank you for joining us, Ryan.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's been a show already this morning. I haven't stopped watching at home on the webcast, so yeah, I'm excited to see where it goes, and it seems like there's a few more sets rolling in.
Yeah, you won your opening round heat, so you're not going to be surfing today. Are you disappointed?
A little bit, yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where to put the nerves now, because the coffee nerves, it's all kind of hyping me up. Yeah. So a little bit disappointed, but tomorrow looks really good as well, and I'm excited to watch all this afternoon.
Yeah, Ryan Callahan, 9.1. If you didn't catch it, you can go to worldsurfleague.com, hit the replay button on ArCal's heat, and you'll see Ryan thread through a technical barrel ride for that 9.1 heat win. We'll see him in the round of 16. Right now, semifinal number 2. I feel like we got a couple of goofy footers out here. Vahine, who's been the most informed surfers, in my opinion, of all of the women, up against the Tatiana Weston Webb, 24-year-old Tahitian out there in the red jersey.
Yeah, like you said, Vahine, local wildcard. I mean, every heat she's just put together, excellent waves. The last heat she had a 4.7s, and she just kept building on her scoreline. But I mean, we'll talk about Tati in a minute. Looks like she's having a look here, opening wave.
Tatiana Weston Webb drops into this one, pulls up, pulls in, and does not get, you could see she was in there till the just borderline making an exit. Board almost came through. And Tatiana so close. Gosh, Ryan, it's either 8s or half points right now. 8s or 1s.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the waves are so good. You can see the ones really focusing on that first ledge. That one looks a little back ledge. Nearly caught Vahine there. But yeah, like you said, it's, see everyone pushing it, and Vahine is going to be calculated. She spent a lot of time out here, and it's very apparent the waves she wants and the waves she knows she can make, where Tati seems like she's still building momentum and figuring it out heat by heat. I know she's been here a lot, but yeah, as you can see, she was pushing the limits on that last one and nearly paid off.
Yeah, and we got actually both surfers caught inside. Tahitian Water Patrol able to scoop up Tatiana on the inside there, Flick, but it looks like Vahine also needing assistance from Tahitian Water Patrol.
Yeah, that last set was absolutely heaving. Tati obviously went the first one, and then Vahine getting caught inside. I mean, you can really, like you said, Ryan, you can really start to see this swell filling in. And I was talking to Scholler from Surfline before myself in one of my breaks, and he said, sort of right around about 10, 11 o'clock, we're going to start to see this swell really increase. I just had a look at my phone. It's 10 past 10, and these sets are rolling on through. You can really see how thick it is and just how heaving it is on this reef.
Arsene Hareho on the piloting there, just skimming over the water, taking Tatiana Weston Webb back to the channel. And speaking of channel, let's check in with Strider Wałęsowski. What kind of vision you got, Strider?
Wow, dude, are you kidding me? That was incredible. First, the barrel from Tatiana I want to get to. It was interesting because Vahine didn't take the wave. She was kind of in position as well. And, Tati's like, okay, let's go. She dropped in. She had a perfect bottom turn. She set the line, and she looked like everything was perfect. And that last bit of lip, the vibration of the lip hits the water, and then it sends this little wave back inside of the barrel, and she was doing a floater on the thing, and then it just gobbled her up right at the last second. She was literally a nanosecond away from making that and getting a huge score. I mean, it was insane to watch. I could see that as she was going down. I saw her face just kind of like, no! It was just like this moment, and then looked out, and that big set came, and Vahine's feet were all I saw, and the lip just clipped her and sucked her over the falls, and she just went right back into the impact zone and took the next one on the head. Tati's back in the lineup.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, Vahine wants to keep that board together. That's been working so well for a modified Happy Traveler 6'3", 18 in the quarter from Vahine Fierro. Looks like the board survived. Looks like Tatiana survived. And speaking of surviving the semi-final matchup into the final, her second final in Tahiti, is Brisa Hennessy. She's with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thank you, Kaipo. Brisa's second final here in Tahiti, and you're making it look easy out there. I know it's extremely difficult, but talk to us about that feeling you get when you jump in the water ready to go out there and charge.
Gosh, it's like the biggest wave of different emotions possible. I mean, it's kind of, I was talking about it with my mom the other day, and it's like this, you're like on the edge of so much anxiety, but just on the other side of that edge lies like the wave of your life, and endless possibility and opportunity, and I think that's what it feels like. Like, you need pressure is like a privilege, and being in that, I'm just like, I feel like, I don't know, it's such a privilege, and I want to feel that, and I don't want to get too far ahead.
Well, I can tell you love this wave, you love this place, you're loving your job right now today, but do you love the color yellow? Because you're going to be wearing it from here on out.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Seriously, I honestly didn't even know if I was going to compete. Again, it was a kind of bit of a roller coaster for me in 2023, you know, falling off tour, you know, dealing with my health issues, mentally not my strongest, and I don't know, that definitely feels very sunshiny and warm.
2024 Tahiti finalist and your current world #1, Brisa Hennessy.
Wow, thank you. Oh my gosh, I don't know what to say. I was not expecting it.
All right, well, great moment, but Brisa's work is not done yet. She's got a final to surf, and who will she face? Well, we're deciding that right now in semifinal #2. As a note, we saw priority to Vahine Fierro when the surfers, even though Tatiana Weston Webb did get back out with the jet ski before Vahine, there's a thing called suspended priority in these situations. And Vahine, since she did not take that first wave, we'll get back to those rules, because let's talk about surfing and Vahine Fierro in the barrel, traveling through that section, one more section for the Tahitian, and that is what she does over and over again. Flick, amazing.
Oh, I mean, Ryan and I were both looking at each other. I mean, it was amazing, right? Such a beautiful read on that wave.
Yeah, you can really tell she knows the reef, and just like that wave looked like it was going to be one section, and it actually looked kind of like a high barrel when she took off, but she knew it was going to open down the line and to stall and maximize her scoring potential, and she really did that. I was just going to say before, like what Strider was saying, it's such a game of inches out there. Like you saw Taddy pumping through the barrel, and if she had had one more little pump or one more little inch, she might have made that. It might have been a 9, and then straight after it, if Vahine had been a few inches further out, she would have stayed out the back and not got caught inside. So, you know, there's such a small margin for error or success.
Talk us through this, Ryan.
Yeah, as you see, it was a really south wave and then hit the end bowl, the west bowl at the end, and you could see she did so well to pump up and then stall when she saw that she was kind of coming through to really maximize the time in there. Nearly a little slip there, but held on so well. She just seems to be able to read it all so well.
Yeah, another look from above, Flick.
Just hats off. I mean, especially after starting a heat by getting caught inside, I mean, having to reframe like that is pretty impressive. I mean, she took a beating because the next couple of sets, they were big and they were thick. I mean, we saw the replay when Strider was talking. I mean, we just saw her feet just getting under those waves. I mean, it's a lot of water moving now, even more so in this last 30 minutes. So, I mean, to regain there, reframe, and then, you know, convert with a wave like this, really, really well done from Vahine. But, you know, back to Tati's first wave, I honestly feel that was, you know, could potentially have been a 10. Like, it was so thick, so big, so heaving. As we look at a replay of Tati's last wave here, just a smaller one, double arm drag there, trying to maximize that tube time. She comes flying out, but yeah, I honestly feel like that could have been, I mean, it's really early days, but something inside of me just says that was a moment in the heat where it's like some, you know, sliding doors moment.
It had that wow
Yeah,
factor, didn't
it did. It had that feeling of like, whoa, okay, like, where's the rest of the heat going to go from here? Because that was going to be a great score.
You know, it's a great score. Opening ride for Vahine Fierro. We'll take a look at the numbers there. After we check out her, kind of take a peek over the ledge. Got a couple of waves in the set, so we'll get back, but I can inform you that Vahine, you can see on the score bug, an 8-point ride, so Vahine Fierro's already gone excellent in this heat.
You can see she's moved onto the wider west peak where Taddy's kind of focused up the top.
And
stop it.
Little side slip on that 6'3" Happy Traveler from Channel Islands, and that killed her forward momentum, but what a heroic attempt, Arcal, on just whipping it on that one.
Yeah, real west bowl. You could see Taddy looked and knew she was too deep. You see a lot of people especially after a big score, that just want to back it up, kind of move over to that wider peak, and she just, yeah, she was really going for it to not just back it up, but to post another excellent score. If she had pulled that, it would have been crazy.
And Tahitian Water Patrol quick, the grabber gets her. take another look at what happened here, Flick.
Yeah, I think this is, I mean, Vahine has, I mean, absolutely centered there. You could see the nose of her board almost picked, but yeah, that foam ball just shot out in front of her. She was way behind it, and I mean, it would have been incredible if she came out in front of that. I mean, she did do it in the opening round heat. She came out in front of the foam ball and pushed through, but that one was a no-goer. I mean, that thing was just so ugly. But yeah, she's done. Oh, here we go. Looks like.
Yeah. Sometimes you got to just, to get out of the situation right now, what happens is you got to ditch your board, right, Ryan? You got to get the board away from you. The board can be a dragging anchor behind you when you're trying to get out of that zone. So,
it looks like
and she's also lost the fin. That's another
maybe rip the plug out even.
Yeah, so that the lucky 6'3" happy traveler that has served her well is now just absolutely destroyed.
I wonder if that was on the ski or...
That was on the ski. I bet that happened on the ski.
If you get pulled up onto the ski, your leg rope's still attached to you, right? If you don't actually lift your leg up in the air, the board actually acts as an anchor and can get trapped on little pockets of the reef or something like that. So, I mean, it's just a full tech. I mean, that's a whole other game in itself. I mean, and getting on and off a jet ski and being efficient at that, as we see Tati out the back.
Oh, this looks like a nice wall if it hits the ledge nicely.
She goes, gets a time behind the lip there. Just needs a 5.85 to turn the heat. So a paced approach flick by Tatiana Weston Webb.
Yeah, really paced, and I think she probably just wants to get a couple of barrels like on the board. I mean, she had such a crazy attempt on her first wave, so she kind of just wanted to shake that off. I mean, she would have got it pretty worked because that thing was really thick. It was heaving on the reef. So a couple of smaller scores from her, but yeah, interesting. I can't believe how belted Vahine's board got. So she's coming in here, doing the board change.
At least she knows it was unrideable and she's not waiting for it to get back out in the lineup. Tati's wave, really nice. You could see that the draw it kind of had and missed the outside ledge and focused on the inside. It was just a shorter wave to what Vahine's was, but I think it will still be a good mid-range score.
And you talk about the ledges, Ryan. I mean, how do you keep your mindset? How do you keep in control to hold ground out here and make sure you're in the right place? Because it seems just like haunted houses are coming at you.
Yeah, I'm probably not the best person to ask about that. I mean, this is actually a really tricky size. They're doing so well to navigate in between. I think as you see the day progress, it'll probably just more focus outside. You'll see those waves come in from the forecast I looked at and the Surfline forecast that we've heard about. It should just focus more on the outside ledge, and those really thick back ledge ones should start funneling through. But right now to play cat and mouse and try and pick the right wave and the one that's going to give you the scoring potential and not kind of hit the in-between and do that high arm and pinch barrel, it's really tricky. But it's really impressive how they're navigating it and picking the right waves.
We'll see if we have any action here with priority with Tatiana. She does not take that wave. So with that, I'll go out to the channel with Strider Wazalewski. He's got a question for you, Ryan.
Okay.
Yeah, Ryan, just, I wanted to touch on, well, two things. You regrouped after your wave, and, you had basically a 9 or a 10 coming at you on that one that you didn't make it out of. And then you went back out and you regrouped and you found another one. And then my next question is Vahine being reckless when she takes a wave like that, or sticking to the game plan and getting back out behind the peak and doing her thing. So can you regroup? Obviously you can, and will Tati do that? And then what about, Vahine? It seemed kind of reckless for me when I was watching it for her to whip it and get under that wave.
Yeah, I mean, it's like we said before, such a fine line between pushing the limits and getting the wave of your life, or, being reckless and getting flogged and destroying your board on the ski and on the reef and even hurting yourself. I mean, in my heat the other day, you're trying to push the limits as much as you can and get as deep to get as big a score and to get that feeling that, you've made something that's that feels impossible. And so, yeah, I was lucky enough to get another opportunity, but if I didn't, I would have been kicking myself for sure. But yeah, I think for Tati, it seems like she's just trying to work her way back into the heat after that fall, and Vahine's just trying to put something on the board, and potentially, if she stays calculated, she might not need that much more to seal out the heat. But you know, she spent a lot of time out here, and I'm guessing she wants to push the limits and to surf it with no one out, potentially get the wave of your life. There's a real fine line between winning the heat and pushing yourself too hard.
Yeah, and for Vahine, she's been in this position 2 times previous to this and has not gotten past this. I mean, a semifinal finish, Flick, for a wild card is really impressive. She's already done it twice. This is her 3rd time. But you know, she wants a victory here at the home break. She needs to get past this. So she needs to really contain herself because she's in a really good position to making her first final out in Tahiti.
Well, I've said it already a couple of times, but this event is hers to lose. Like, she literally has one hand on the trophy right now, and everyone's trying to wrestle it off her. She is the most informed surfer. She's got the most experience out here. I mean, it's just fact. And, I mean, you look at all the heats she's put together. Yeah, she's going to be really, really hard to beat. I think it was really good signs from what we saw from Tati earlier on in this heat, that opening wave. I mean, she knows that. She's absolutely going for it. So I hope that we get a couple more sets because these two right here are really pushing the limits. And also I feel like, you know, yeah, of course, Vahine's made the semis the last couple of events, but out here. But I mean, she's got the whole of Tahiti behind her. She's got the whole channel erupting every time she takes off. It's a lot of pressure as well and expectation.
Well, we're at just under 16 minutes and seeing if Vahine Fierro can back up that 8-point ride. Sets coming through here. And we'll see if we have another wave in. It looks like the surfers are planted on their board, so it is time, as I was anticipating, to go and froth it up. I'm going to take it with some of the almond milk. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be back with semifinal number 2 when we return.
Minutes remaining, 15 minutes.
The SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of WSL, Eventbrite, on or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite, Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of the World Surf League Asia Pacific, and Tahiti Government, strategic partner to the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro.
Back at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. We're setting up our women's final. Brisa Hennessy in that final. Who will meet her? The winner of this semifinal number 2, Vahine Fierro, or Tatiana Weston Webb. Vahine with heat control right now. She's got priority and an excellent score. Just needs to back up that 8-point ride. I'm here with Felicity Palmentier as well as Ryan Callanan-Ride. How impressed are you with what we've seen so far from the women?
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, everyone's been talking about this swell for kind of probably 2 weeks since we've been here, ever since the last swell event died down, and you know, see the forecast and to see some really good waves. So there's been a lot of energy around it, and to see them, you know, get the opportunity to surf and really show that they want it and they want the big ones. Super impressive. To be honest, I've been glued to the screen all morning. I couldn't stop watching.
Flick, I really felt as we came into this event and we saw the forecast, we kind of knew that we would see barriers be broken and by performances, and I feel like we have been seeing that, especially the Tahitian Vahine Fierro and what she's been showing to us.
Completely. I mean, Tahiti as a venue in general, it's always going to push those boundaries, surfing, personal boundaries. I mean, the limit is always going to be pushed. And here we go. We have another paddle right now, Vahine.
Vahine Fierro deep on the reef here, deep in a cavern. No problem again for the Tahitian. She is going to back up that 8-point ride, and the locals out in the channel are absolutely howling. Kauli Vass, one of her sparring partners here in surfing, another up-and-coming Tahitian. Kauli on the ski with that giant PFD.
Yeah, you'd think you'd have a new life jacket, wouldn't you?
Tatiana Weston Webb trying to mount a comeback. Slips under the curtain just for a sec, and then she kicks out, looking to improve upon her score. We'll be waiting for what the need will be for Tatiana Weston Webb, because Flick, Vahine Fierro certainly improved upon that 1.67.
Oh, completely. I mean, that was a great ride from Vahine. But back to your point before, I mean, let's have a look at this. Perfect positioning once again. She's pretty deep on this one. You can see how fast she was flying down the line. And, I mean, beautifully backing up that 8-point ride. But she just does so well. She's just got the perfect read on this wave. That wave stayed so open and still big in size as well. But I was chatting to her the other day, actually, before she came into the booth, and she was just saying, I mean, I was kind of asking her, you know, everyone's talking about the forecast, like we were saying before, you know, how big is it going to be? And I was like, you know, will this be the biggest you've surfed out here? And before, obviously, rocking up today, we didn't know exactly how big it was going to be. But she said, yeah, it's going to be at the limit of where I've pushed my surfing out here. And she's like, of course, I'm super excited, but I'm also pretty scared. I mean, it comes down to the moment you're waiting at the back. There's only 2 of you out there, sometimes only 1, and you have to go. I mean, it kind of is, you know, she's a local wildcard. She's got the whole of Tahiti behind her. And as those sets roll in, I mean, there's nowhere to hide.
Yeah, I just love the shot of Kauli Vass, one of the supporters of Vahine. Vahine has a lot of sparring partners to accelerate her surfing. Of course, Kauli, they spar out here at different breaks, but also she's got 2 sisters, Kohai and Himiti, as well. Two other goofy footers, all putting together this Tahitian contingency under priority. She just slips into another one, but that time the carpet gets pulled out from underneath her. What happened there, Ryan?
Yeah, I mean, I was just about to say, back to what Strider was saying before, it felt like that last wave before this one was a reset moment, just to calculate, get my second score, back up, and she got another 8.07. So she's really done that. But, you know, then here, that one, maybe she swung back the other way. I think you can feel when the adrenaline comes up, you feel like you got to use it sometimes. And I mean, you know, we've been talking about how good she is out here and how much time she's actually spent out here. So she knows which wave she wants, but still, when there's no one out, you think you can go anything. And when you've got that confidence and having 2 8s, you're like, maybe I can make anything.
Look, you see the Tahitian Water Patrol. These guys are so good. They just went over literally about 4 inches or so, a few centimeters of water there on the inside reef. They just know how to hydroplane, ride the small little bump there on the PWC, and scooping up Vahine Fierro.
Yeah, oh, I mean, that's the beauty of the experience that comes with the Water Patrol here. But, I mean, you get the jet skiing on a plane, you go pretty fast. I mean, they go super fast. Here we go, Tati at the back.
Oh, man, way back here. Tatiana Weston Webb is going to get a couple of pumps, pulls in. Nice roomy barrel for Weston Webb. Looking to break the combination because, again, we talked about the last score for Vahine. It was 8.07. Tatiana needs to break the combination. She's currently in a 2-wave combination of a 16.07. Let's get a reaction from the channel. Strider.
Wow, that was a great wave right there from Tatiana. She's sitting out the back by herself. That wave came and she really did execute it well. She actually threw her arms open when she knew it looked like she was coming out, and then she had to suck them back in because the wave started to suck back in, and the spit, you know, when it just before it spits, it draws into you, and you could see her have to retreat a little bit just to make sure that she made it. But you know, that'll get her back on in the saddle, kind of make her feel like she's got the hope in this heat. The pendulum has swung really heavily in this heat, in my mind. Watching Vahine kind of take those waves that she didn't need to take. I mean, she was gifted the one last 8 because Tatiana paddled for that wave, lost priority, didn't even go for the wave, and then, you know, there was Vahine in control of the heat, got that 8, then got back out, had priority, but then took that last one that she didn't even need to take, in my mind, and then gave priority back to Tatiana, where she executed perfectly on that wave. I don't think it's going to go excellent, but I do think it's going to put her right back in the game.
Thank you, Strider. Yeah, anything over a 6.08 will get her out of the combinations. So we're waiting for the score. We're seeing the replay. Tatiana Western Webb flick.
Yeah, I mean, it was an awesome wave. I mean, obviously she wants to be deeper, right? She wants a longer tube. That's how you're going to get bigger points. So we saw Brisa there just breaking down that last wave. But, I mean, it'd be, back to Strider's point, it'd be so hard for Vahine sitting out there when, you know, she obviously has spent so much time out here, but when you out there in a heat, there's no one else out there, and you've got these waves coming towards you. I know it probably was a little bit of a mistake to go that one, but it'd just be so hard to say no. I mean, you can talk to that, right?
Yeah, depends how big it is.
Yeah. The whole channel's screaming, and you're like, uh-oh.
No, I don't really want this one. Doesn't looks too west or something. But I mean, you can see how quickly a heat can change. Like now, I mean, she got the exact score to get her out of combo. Now she needs a 10, but straight back out with priority and into this wave,
Oh,
which is a bomb.
my! Deep one for Western Webb. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10-point ride to turn the heat.
Wow.
Wow. What are we watching, Flick?
That was absolutely insane. You could just see how excited she is, like splashing raw water. Coach there as well, Ross. But that was beautiful. And this, to me, I mean, that was a heaving barrel.
A 10 turns the heat, Cal. What do you think?
Better than Vahine's, probably.
I'd say so.
I was just saying how Vahine had to go around on the ski, you know, potential mistake, and she got a wave to get her out of combo and then got back out with priority and then waiting for the wave to come, and
exactly.
That could have been it. And if not, she's right there and not probably needing that much of a big score to get the lead again.
I think it's there. I really do. I mean, exactly what you said. It's got to be 2 points better than those 8s that Vahine has had. And
steep drop under the lip, drove two
Here it
sections.
is. Let's take a look at it. Break it down for us, Ryan.
Yeah, super late and kind of knifes in, and then the wave just keeps going, fully disappears and comes out around. Unbelievable surfing. Like, the commitment was insane.
My.
Wow.
How's the water angle, Flick? Just the feeling that you get.
Absolutely incredible. I mean, she was so deep. Look at this takeoff, up underneath the lip, drives through that second section, comes flying out, and for me, it's there.
It's perfect in my eyes.
It is. I see it. I see it. I mean,
they can be pretty brutal though. But
look at that takeoff.
It's
I mean,
insane.
how critical was that? Half her board, she like really got on that toe side rail.
Super deep. I mean, to have that west bowl come, the wave hit perfectly outside, and she knew it was going to do that. You could see how excited she is on her face. Like, that just says it all.
Goosebumps.
And Ross Williams loves what he's seeing. That's Tati's coach right there in the channel. We're still waiting for the score. Strider, you're back. What did you think about that?
I'm back, and I mean, so is Tatiana Western Webb. That was incredible. Left out by herself on the peak. Nobody on it. That wave came, and it looked so radical, and then into the barrel she goes, and everybody in the channel just put their hands up. 10 points. It was insane.
Well, the channel's popular opinion was a 10-point ride. We got 3 judges checked in, and we got 5 judges checked in, Strider. It's a perfect 10. 10s all the way across the board.
That's
Well,
crazy.
we called it too, 100%. That thing had to be a 10.
Imagine, you wouldn't think she could have got the exact score twice that she needed, a 607 to get her out of combo and then a perfect 10 to take the lead. That's crazy.
So this is crazy, and I just want to give the audience an explanation. You see 16.07 for both surfers, so it's a tie out of the two waves. When we're tied at two waves, we go to the highest single wave score, and that highest single wave score, clearly the perfect 10 for Tatiana Weston Webb. And Tatiana Weston Webb not only gets a perfect 10, she gets a Yeti 110, and she's a couple of minutes away from getting into final. Here's another look at this, Flick.
Oh, holy guacamole is what I'll say. That thing was absolutely insane. Look how critical this takeoff was. Really gets on that inside rail, toe side rail, comes flying out. I mean, that was worth 10 points. We called it here. It was absolutely amazing.
And there's the reset Strider was talking about after that flogging at the start. She knew. Here we see Vahine.
Vahine, still not out of this.
And that could be it,
And
too.
Vahine comes out of that barrel. Now, mind you, Vahine Fierro needs an 8.01 to take that lead off of Tatiana Weston Webb. The fight back from the Tahitian right now. She was put in a corner with a perfect 10.
What a heat.
You know, when we were watching that women's semi-final at Pipe at the beginning of the year with Molly Picklum and Betty Lou, this is now that, but in Tahiti. I mean, history is being made here in this heat.
Jeremy Flores slapping the water right there. Vahine support squad. Vahine on the paddle back out. 8.01 is what she needs. And what an exciting heat. Ryan, I mean, this heat could go down in history in women's professional surfing. It is absolutely astounding.
Yeah, this is insane. I mean, it just shows how entertaining this wave is, and in such quick succession. Like, she pumps deep into the barrel, super deep, disappears with the spit. That's an incredible ride too. Like, go.
Oh, for me, that's better than her 8.
Yeah,
I think
agree.
it is.
Yep.
Weaving in there, in and out, changing the line multiple times to avoid that foam ball. Take another look here, Flick.
Yeah, this was beautifully done, under pressure. She knows she needs a score. And you know what? I mean, there was a couple of little mistakes made by Vahine here. I mean, her mistakes is what caused Tatiana to be able to get back in this heat. But, I mean, firing back.
Vahine Fierro will not be denied a place in the final. She fights back for a 9.63, takes the lead back with just 15 seconds remaining.
Wow.
One of the heats of the year.
Stop it.
10 seconds to go. This is crazy.
10 seconds to go. Weston Webb needs a 7.7. Has to skip that first section, and that's going to cost her. And what a battle, though, by both of our surfers in semifinal number 2. One of the heats of the year, Flick.
Oh, completely. I mean, Tati's going to go in the stat book now, joining fellow commentator Laura Eneva with getting a 10 and not advancing in a heat. But you got to hold your head high, because that was insane. That will go down in the history books. I said it before, I mean, that just echoes that performance that happened at Pipeline between Molly and Betty. That was it here in Tahiti. I mean, both women just absolutely pushed, you know, progression in waves of consequence. It was just insane to watch. Give them opportunities and look at what happens.
Thanks for having me, guys. I wanted to call that one with you.
You picked a good heat, mate.
That was insane. I'm a bit blown away, to be honest.
Well, we anticipated barriers being broken. We anticipated seeing another level of surfing. And semifinal number 2 did not let us down whatsoever. Let's check into the channel with Tatiana Weston Webb and Strider Wazalewski.
Tatiana Weston Webb and Vahine just laid down a 2014 heat between Kelly Slater and John Florence. That rivaled that heat. That was so fun to watch. Tell me what it was like, the 10-point ride.
Honestly, I was like, should I go on this thing? And I was like, frick, you've made drops that probably are harder than this, so just send it, you know? And frick, Vahine was pushing me so much. She was surfing so good, and I saw her take some freaking gnarly beatings, and I just knew that, like, man, this is women surfing, you know? Like, we're doing it. I was so stuck. Like, I feel like I won the contest, but obviously I didn't, you know? Frick. But Vahine, man, congratulations. What a heat.
I just wanted to say thank you for eating a bowl of Send It this morning, because that was insane watching you send those sets.
Yeah, I just want to quickly
give a shout out to my whole crew, you know, Ross, Frick, he's just such a legend of a coach, and I want to give a special shout out to Greg. I love you, Greg. That was for you.
Love you.
We love you, Greg Browning. What a moment. Given the opportunity, Flick, and the opportunity seized by our women. That was absolutely incredible and emotional.
Wow, I actually have tears in my eyes. That was just so beautiful. And just to see that raw emotion from Tati and obviously dedicating that to her filmer, Greg, I mean, that was such a moment in history. I mean, we're forever going to be referencing that last heat. It was so special. And for Vahine to finally crack a final out here after 3 years, I mean, how cool is that?
Yeah, the expectations have been fulfilled, Ryan. I mean, I think you're good luck on the set right now. That was literally one of the best heats of not just the year, of all time in women's surfing.
Yeah, I mean, that was like to see them need scores, get each score that they needed and just keep stepping up and pushing the barriers of, you know, women's surfing. I think we can see what Vahine says here. I'm sure she's just as stoked and probably as much emotion as Maddie.
We got more on the channel with Strider Wazalewski. He's with the Happy Tahiti. She's in the final.
Okay, they're going to get a quick high five real quick because I can see some love that was being exchanged from afar. So fun to watch and see the camaraderie and the sportsmanship right there. Vahine, you went crazy in that heat. There were some reckless moments, but you battled back. The pendulum swung so many times, and then that last wave was just incredible.
I don't know, Teahupo'o gave me the wave at the end, and I just believed it until the end, and I didn't need it that big of a score. I had already a pair of 8, and I needed an 8.01. I was just like, come on, send me a wave, and yeah, it's so cool. I broke my board. This is a brand new board, and I got the 2 best waves of my life on it in the heat, so thank you, Britt, once again. Like, yeah, there's a special connection going on.
Awesome vibes from the channel. A lot of support for you out here. I'm going to let you go back and get ready and prepare. So congratulations. Thanks for being my power surfer on my fantasy team. Go get them.
Good stuff. And Strider Wazalewski bringing us the emotion and the feelings straight in the channel, straight out of the heat. What a special place. What a special event. What a special heat, Flip.
It honestly was so amazing just to see. I mean, we knew that as soon as this swell was on the charts, I mean, there were women that really wanted it. And Vahine was one of them. I mean, she was talking to me, and before she came in the booth the other day on that opening day of competition, she's like, I just want them to put us in these conditions. Like, please give it to us because we're going to show up and I'm ready and I want to show the world. And I mean, that was just a clear demonstration of exactly that. And I'm so happy that the women are running in these conditions today because everyone is so capable, and it just gives everyone such a good learning opportunity as well, with a big space in the lineup, time to think, time to react. And I mean, the performance was incredible, and this is shaping up to be a great final between Brisa and Vahine.
Well, we got a big final coming up after this break. Thank you, Ryan Calnan.
Thanks, man.
Keeping you in Flick, and we're going to have the women's final. It's been an incredible setup for this final. Brisa Hennessy coming up against Vahine Fierro in the women's final. Stick around for more of the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown.
You are watching the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown, coming off one of the heats of all time. Vahine Fierro getting the jump on Tatiana Weston-Webb in an absolute battle, representing their countries, themselves as two of the best barrel riders on the planet. That's a future WSL vault. So we'll be watching and referencing that heat for a very long time. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier. Wow, there's a buzz in the air. It's finals day. The surf is getting bigger in front of our eyes, and now we've got the final set with Vahine, fresh off that comeback to eliminate Tatiana Weston-Webb, taking on new world #1, Brisa Hennessy.
Oh, wow. I mean, I'm just so proud of those women. Just with the conditions we had, I mean, we've been talking about that swell. I mean, there'd been a lot of build-up to it, and I mean, they just showed up in every possible way. I mean, that heat was a seesawing battle, and you know, a swing for the lead, and just there were so many crazy opportunities put in front of both the women. And I mean, quite easily, I mean, you could have easily pulled back or decided not to go, and they just showed up, and it was just so beautiful to watch.
Well, it's like you give them a platform, they're going to perform. We've been saying that all year after coming off the most groundbreaking start to a season we've had at Pipeline. And when we look at the last couple of years in Tahiti, we had, you know, decent surf, but this is the best forecast. This is the chance that Tati was hoping for to show what she can do. This is what Vahine's been waiting for, to show what she does all the time when she's on her home break. So those two things colliding into a rising southwest swell just led to one of the best heats I've ever seen.
Completely. It's just echoes everything that we saw from that second semi-final at Pipe at the beginning of the year between Molly and Betty Lou. It was insane. And I feel like, obviously, Vahine getting the win, incredible. But what we saw from Tati, I feel like she's been waiting for a moment like this in waves of consequence. She has, you know, she surfed in events at Pipe, here last year, but she's still yet to have that hero moment on that wave. And you know what? For her, I mean, she said it. I didn't even get the win, but I feel like I've won the whole contest because you just know, I mean, her name, you know, goes with, you know, Strider said it, send it this morning, and she just, you know, she will.
We're leading up to the final. We've got some time to relive this semi-final #2. It just finished, but we're going to watch this again and again. Two of the best here at the end of the road. Vahine learning a ton from a champion out here, Jeremy Flores. It was Tati's turn to shine. Pulled off a miracle over the foam ball. Ended up chasing a 10 and got it.
Yeah, this heat was insane. I mean, this was one of Vahine's first 8-point rides. I mean, for me, if Tati would have made that first tube she pulled in the first few minutes of this heat, would have been a different story. I mean, Tati would have been with the lead, but I mean, there was a couple of mistakes made by Vahine, and then Tati converted on this thing right there. That was the 10-point ride. So beautifully done, so technical, so deep. I mean, that thing was one of the biggest heaving barrels that we've seen ridden from a woman on tour so far in history ever, I would say.
Needed a 10, got a 10, getting a Yeti Tundra, and then answering back, needing an 8.01, got a 9.63. The wild card in her first final of her career.
Yeah, this was beautiful from Vahine. I mean, she just was, you know, I was believing in Teahupo'o. They were going to, you know, this wave was going to come, and I just knew it. I never gave up. And I mean, she's the kind of surfer with so much experience that she knows when this wave comes, as long as I don't fall, hey, I'm getting this score, because her positioning is so good out there that she's going to put herself in the right spot. And I mean, she fought back.
Join the conversation. Was this the heat of the year? Remember the semifinal at Pipeline? Molly had the 10-point ride in the win over Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. This time it's Tatiana Weston-Webb with the 10, but in the loss to wild card and local hero Vahine Fierro. That is as good as it gets. And yes, the swell is still building. It hasn't peaked yet. There's big sets coming through. Vahine, obviously, just after that win, she'll have a little bit of time to sort herself out and prepare for a 40-minute final with Brisa Hennessy. Let's chat with Tatiana Weston-Webb some more with Chris Cote.
If I could just describe to you the energy coming off of this person right now, it is on another level. Tatiana Weston-Webb, you just made history right there. One of the best waves we've ever seen ridden in competition here in Tahiti. Your elation when you came out of that barrel told the story. Now that you've had a chance to kind of think about it a little bit, what was that wave like?
Gosh, it just a gift from God. I want to thank Jesus, you know, for keeping us safe. Jeez Louise, it's really scary out there, but I just was so grateful to have the opportunity. Like, how often do we get these conditions, especially for females? I feel like the women's sport is evolving so much, especially in surfing, and WSL is giving a platform, and I just feel really grateful for that. And obviously we have the Olympics coming up, and it's a really big goal of mine to do pretty well there. And I just know that this is important. Vahine is amazing out here, and she inspires me, and I knew that she was going to get to 8s minimum, so I knew I needed to do something cool. And yeah, I guess I did.
99% of surfers in the world would not want any piece of this wave today, let alone in competition. What drives you to go out there and surf like that?
That's a really good question. What drives me is, gosh, I want to say just Jesus giving me the opportunity to be who I am and to do what I love to do. I think that drives me more than anything. I think, you know, I wouldn't be where I am today without Jesus in my life. And also, I want to say a quick shout out to my family who's watching. Também todo mundo no Brasil, and a very special someone, Greg Browning. He is, you know, he's just the best person in the world. And yeah, all my love is with you, Greg.
Well said right there. Well, Tatiana Weston-Webb, second place in that heat, but literally winning over the world. Congratulations.
Thanks. Yeah, I just want to say one more time, thank you to all the viewers. Thank you for all the positive comments towards women surfing. I can't really thank you guys enough for also allowing us to do what we love to do.
Tatiana Weston-Webb is absolutely beaming right now. Cote was saying, yeah, there's a solid vibration of energy coming off this woman, and she's a total hero to all of us. You know, that doesn't feel like a loss for what she just turned in there. The momentum she had for pro surfing and making a statement in that last heat. You know, she's not in the final, but she really just changed the game.
She did, and I feel like there's going to be younger generations of women's and girls looking up to this heat right now and watching that, and they're going to be so inspired. I feel like, you know, you think to Erin Brooks, who's leading the Challenger Series. We've got Sierra Kerr, you know, all these young girls that will be watching this, and they're going to be super inspired to push limits even more. And I feel like women's surfing is in such good hands right now, and just everyone is so excited about it. And yeah, that heat for me definitely goes down in the history books. It was incredible.
Well, there's one thing to be a great surfer, but also being great to compete. You need a great support crew, and a champion out here is Jeremy Flores in the corner of Vahine Fierro. Jeremy's floating around with the Waz.
Thank you, Joe. Jeremy, the 10-point ride goes down. You saw it. You knew it was a 10, but you never lost the energy and the mana for your surfer.
Yeah, I knew directly it was a 10. That wave of Tatiana was amazing. But, you know, the whole attitude is fight to the end. You know, I tried to tell her, fight. Okay, let's go. 5 minutes to go. No worries. One big set's going to come. You turn around and you fight. And I think the girls are doing a great job. And Vahine is really stepping up in her confidence and her attitude. And, you know, it's not Miss Smile. I try to be Miss Angry. And I think she showed that. So, I mean, obviously, it's not finished, and she wants to do great here, but it's already, that was super fun to watch anyways. Huh?
You know, you looked at me once when you won the Pipe Masters, and you were like, huh? That's right, remember?
That's it.
And then, you know, your heats out here have just been insane. So for you to give that to your athletes, it's insane to watch that, and I'm super impressed, and they're very lucky to have you.
Yeah, no, never give up attitude. That's the attitude, you know? Like, I've been through that shit so many times. So that's why I try to tell my athletes, I try to tell Vahine, you have to fight to the end. That's it. That's the only way. Otherwise, you lose, and you're not supposed to do this job.
All right, there you go. He's going to go download with Vahine as she paddles across the channel. What a great interview from Jeremy Flores. That man is an animal, one of the best to ever do it. We love it. We're out here in the channel. We're about to kick off the finals here at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro by Outerknown Finals.
That's right, Strider. I loved every bit of that. Jeremy Flores is such an animal, a warrior, winning at Pipe 2 times, winning out here in Tahiti. He was able to win at France at home, and I love this position of him being a coach. Guy's got a lot of fire in him, and he's sharing it with Vahine. She prepares for the final with Brisa Hennessy. Talk about inspiring the next generation. Let's now check in with WSL's Rising Tides.
So we're out here in the lineup at Teahupo'o, and we're here with all of the young girls out of Tahiti, the very best of the best.
We had a bunch of girls from different parts of the island, and half of them were all coming back from the World Juniors in El Salvador, and so they were all fired up, I think, from that contest coming into this one with world champs in the water.
I'm pretty sure like a majority of these girls are charging harder than I am, so I love to see the future of women surfing.
I've been surfing Teahupo'o since I was like 4.5. I think the Rising Tides is really cool that we can go surf with all the pro girls. It's really inspiring.
Rising Tides is so important to show up and be there for the next generation. It's like a really positive, reinforcing cycle.
It's funner to be surfing with other kids and girls, especially girls, because it's just like it's funner. You know, you have a bunch of your friends out.
What you kind of see is when you have a group of young women coming up together, they all push each other. Right now we've got a couple of really young, really good young girls coming out of Tahiti, and they're all coming through these competitive pathway together, and it's awesome because I'm going to watch them, you know, really push each other, and that's how you really thrive to get there to the championship tour.
Rising Tides!
Those young girls are absolutely charged. What an incredible addition of the WSL Rising Tides. Young women like Kiara Gold, Kaelia Galina, Ilan Vost leading the charge. We'll see them in the main event very soon. Speaking of the main event, and now the final, it's on. Brisa Hennessy representing Costa Rica. Now your new world #1 takes on wild card Vahine Fierro from an outer island, but moving here to Teahupo'o because she knew there was so much going on this wave for her career, being a championship tour venue, and also featuring in the Olympic Games this summer. These two going head-to-head here for a shot at 10,000 points, and also for Vahine for a chance to take this event for the locals. They have come so incredibly close when you think of Manoa Drolet making the final years ago. More recently, Kaoli Vost. Is their moment today? Well, they'll take this #1 trophy.
I'd say it's highly likely, but Vahine is coming up against a very informed Brisa Hennessy. I mean, Brisa has impressed me so much today, especially. I mean, the technique we've seen her on the backhand is very different to the other women's. She has the ability to take off, no hands, pump, then set the line. Here she goes, having a look. But I mean, yeah, I've just been blown away by Brisa and her evolution of backhand tube riding over the years.
She puts her head down and goes for it. She's been breaking boards, landing on the reef, and coming up smiling, wanting more. There's definitely a transition for Brisa in the last couple of years where she decided she wanted it for herself. And it was kind of a cool conversation because you grow up as a phenom pro. You have to make that decision. You're not surfing for your parents, your sponsors, really. In the moment, you have to decide how much you want it, and she's owning that part of her career right now.
Yeah, definitely. And one of, I think, Brisa's strong points is just how well she's able to verbalize and, you know, in her post-heat interviews, be so vulnerable and really let us into her internal dialogue and what she's thinking. Because, I mean, it's kind of rare because a lot of athletes keep their cards very close to their chests, you know, but Brisa has that ability to be able to do it in such a beautiful way, and we've really had an insight to how she has tackled this year and how, I mean, we heard it in the last interview, she almost didn't return to competitive surfing. I mean, we're so glad you did because, I mean, look at the performance that you're putting in now. I mean, this year has shaped up to be an incredible year for her.
Brisa, runner-up in this final a couple years ago when she was runner-up to Courtney Conlogue. Also finaled at Sunset, an event she won. So this is her third championship tour final appearance, her second in Tahiti, and now back in the yellow jersey. Her dad, Mike Hennessy, is on the island of Namotu at the moment, and we'll be heading to Cloud Break for the final stop of the regular season. They're watching this on the big screen. They're running around the room celebrating. To stay calm, he's got a game of chess going just in between heats. But he is so proud of his daughter. Brisa's mom, Katie, here with her on hand to add to her incredible support crew is also local legends like Teahupo'o David. She also had her longtime childhood coach, Kahea Hart, flying in for the free surfs. And the man that she credits really pushing her for the first time. Here we go, Flick.
Oof, big sec. Sort of pushing more on that outside ledge, that one. Both women just trying to scramble to get underneath that. So we saw Vahine in that last heat, that semi-final. I mean, she got caught really badly on that opening set of that last heat and had to actually, get taken around on the Red Bull jet ski. So just scratching out underneath that one. You can obviously see this swell was just continually filling in, and things are getting more and more exciting.
It's crazy when you're in the water and you know it's getting bigger, and you're just anticipating how big it's going to get because we haven't seen it yet. Schaller Perry from Surfline letting us know that things will be getting very exciting, really starting about now. He said we're going to really start seeing things really build and then peak this afternoon with this long period southwest swell, I should say. But these two really warmed up, starting off with the quarterfinals. Brisa Hennessy getting past one of her heroes in Carissa Moore, the 5-time world champ, the wild card who came back to compete. And that's a statement there. And then she got past her longtime rival of Caroline Marks. They grew up competing together for their U.S. titles. And so Brisa now setting up an opportunity to have a new champion here in 2024.
Yeah, I mean, Brisa, obviously, she's had a runner-up finish here. So, I mean, she's found herself in this position before in a final, and I mean, she's going to want to convert now. And to me, her surfing's improved so much since then, as we see Brisa now.
Locking in, first wave of the final. The thing's really guttering out, and she has a nice point and shoot make there to kick things off. There's certain lines on the face of these waves, and you tell so much water is just ripping off the surface of the reef. There's Brisa's mom, Katie, right there. Smiling, laughing, happy that her daughter just had her first completion of the final.
Yeah, that was a nice wave. It was a beautiful open wave. It really unloaded on the reef. There was a lot of space in that barrel, and really good way to kick things off and sort of get the feet in the wax. Maybe get rid of a few of the nerves. I mean, she would have been watching that last semi and been like, wow, okay, there's big sets coming through. So takes off, does that trademark pump, then sets the rail, grabs, and not a long tube, but nevertheless, really good feeling wave right there. This is that sort of technique I was talking about. She really likes to set herself up first before she grabs that rail. And it's a different technique to what we've seen, the other women on their backside using here. I mean, most women are grabbing directly from the takeoff, but Brisa really likes to drive and set the line first. And I feel like that's probably because of a lot of time spent at cloud break. That cloud break is more of a down the line wave. So I feel like she's just used to that. And it's cool. I mean, different technique. It sort of reminds me of John a bit.
I like that. Yeah, it's different approaches from Vahine to Brisa, and it's been working for her. Set her line, pump, then start driving through the barrel. Opens up the final with a 5.0. Brisa's story is incredible. Growing up in a remote location in Costa Rica. Didn't have any technology, but they did have really fun surf right out front. A few different right-hand point breaks. Then went to Oahu later in her childhood and began competing. Had really good battles with, I think, her first rival, Honolulu Bloomfield, the longboard champion, who's really well-rounded. And then Brisa found out how competitive she can be. How about this one? Vahine steps into her opener, the final, nice and casual, up and under. And the wild card casually kicks out into the channel, picking off a nice sizable wave as the next one's drawing off the reef.
Yeah, that was a big wave, that one. Definitely the biggest wave of the heats we've seen so far, as we just see that one just grinding through the lineup. And that foam ball just projecting out from the barrel. You could really see just how thick that wave was. And I mean, that swell is well and truly filling in now. Let's have a look at this last one from Vahine. So beautiful night, like a roll-in takeoff almost. Tries to stall here, maximizes that time in the tube. But yeah, wave height there, significantly bigger than Brisa's. And I mean, one of the most easier takeoffs we've seen today. But that section there, I mean, it was just beautifully done. Really aesthetically pleasing to watch. I mean, it looks beautiful, but I mean, that wave is mean. It is moving at such speed. It's got so much energy. But Vahine just dealing with all of that so well. You see she's got a back arm in the face of the wave, just managing that speed there. But yeah, I think she's going to get the jump on Brisa here.
Standing up is a world champ named Italo. Free surfing with his body language on the Red Bull ski and watching Vahine get her first make of this final. You are glued to the action on days like today. The channel is just so alive. They're hooting and hollering every time those dark ones just really start drawing off the reef. And Vahine's here in her score now, kicking off the final with a 6.67. She'll win the opening exchange. Brisa with priority now, needing just a 1.68. This is actually a rematch of their semifinal in 2022. Brisa won that, but this time it's a final. Everything on the line now with still 30 minutes to go.
Yeah, you know what? It's really interesting right now just watching positioning and watching where Vahine's sitting. I mean, obviously she doesn't have priority, but she's chosen to sit deeper than Brisa. I always just find this fascinating, you know, because, I mean, there's two different approaches here. You can see she's really going to make Brisa go for this one.
Brisa using her priority quickly. Let's see if it's going to pay off. That section's shutting down. Flick, I think you were kind of leading into Vahine, forcing the priority move. It looks clear that that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, it's exactly what she did. And I think even Vahine having a semi-look at that wave, maybe Brisa was like, whoa, should I be looking at this one? I mean, you know, local girl Vahine is having a look. Maybe it is worthy. And, I mean, that's the sort of things you can do if you're a local wildcard out here. And, you know, I heard Jesse, I think it was, or Ryan, I think it was Jesse actually, just talking about, and I was thinking this, you know, if you're a local, you can sort of dictate where the positioning is in this heat, because a lot of people are looking to the local on where to sit. Like, you know, Vahine could sit potentially a lot wider and be like, no, this is the takeoff, this is where we should be, and sort of dictate that positioning in the heat. So it's just super interesting. And, I mean, now, obviously, Vahine with priority, she's going to sit exactly where she wants to be.
Well, let's go to the Shiseido water report with Strider. Strider, I know you love food references. It really looks like Vahine sold Brisa a lemon on that one.
Yeah, that was a whole lemon pie. Let me tell you, it was, even though it looked like it tasted good, that thing was sour. And you could see it going down as I was watching her paddle into it, and you could see the ruffle on the top of the lip line. And, you know, the double up and the way that it was standing up, and it wasn't drawing back into that shallow part of the reef. And, you know, Vahine obviously knew that wave wasn't going to be any good, but she did a great job of letting Brisa know that it looked like a great one. And, you know, it's hard because Brisa's been on the best waves. She really has found those double ups, and she's been in the spot. But you get a little pressure from a local, and you think, oh, am I going to make a mistake by letting her go? You know, that's all plays in, and being in Vahine's seat out there, she has that ability to dictate a heat, just like you guys are talking about.
Good man, Waz, we're watching the cell there. Just a straight closeout from where Brisa was. Priority straight to the local wild card, Vahine Fierro, which always brings up the topic of this event. You know, events in pipeline, a lot of times you get some of the best barrel riders in the world as wild cards, and sometimes they just struggled with heat strategy. They're not competing against the world's best. They may be surfing one contest every couple of years whenever you get the chance to get called up. You know, Vahine is so well-rounded, you know, in the top 10 on the Challenger Series, been competing for many years all around the world. Her wild cards before this event was on the calendar were in France, so she actually already had the opportunity to compete against the top 17 and feel what the Red Bull Athlete Zone feels like, putting her boards next to Carissa Moore's. So all that experience is all building up to this magic performance she has right now.
Yeah, completely. And I mean, Vahine's been right there. I mean, a couple of years ago, she was one spot short of qualifying. And I mean, she's so close. She's such a well-rounded surfer. You know, we're watching her in waves like, you know, a serious barreling left-hander right now. But let me tell you, her backhand is so precise. And a lot of the Challenger Series is in right-handers, little point breaks, snapper, Irasira, you know, at Bolido. I mean, where she's finaled before as well. Her backhand is super sharp. It's super technical. I mean, and she makes great decisions under pressure, and her heat strategy is right there. So really great sell, really smart move there by Vahine.
Vahine well supported from Channel Island Surfboards, breaking her board earlier. I talked to Brent Power. He said, oh yeah, she's got an exact replica of that board that she broke. And for, you know, a big surfboard brand, you know, they're making boards to win heats. And if you win one heat on it, that's a success. You know, they're not sometimes built to last an entire year, especially when you're surfing waves like this. So I think Vahine, with the amount of reps she has out here, being her local break, she's pretty used to reordering boards and having a really good quiver with some depth, because you never know how many boards you're going to go through on any given day out here.
Oh, completely. I mean, a board can break on any size day out here because it moves with such speed and power. This wave has got so much energy, but on a day like today, I mean, this is the final. You're not holding anything back. You're going to go. You're going to push it, right? I mean, this is finals days for the women, and we've already seen them go on some absolute nuggets. We've seen Tatiana do it too. I mean, these are the moments that you're not sort of trying to preserve. I mean, you obviously want to preserve this board, but if you're ever going to push it, now is the time. You know, it's as safe as it's ever going to get. All the Red Bull water safety, all there, the jet skis, you've got boats, you've got everything there. If you're ever going to have the opportunity to do it, now is the time.
And that's the best stage in the world when you have two of the best in the world, the current world #1 and a wild card, Vahine Fierro, that's just been waiting for this moment to represent her country, to try to be a wild card to win this event for the first time in history. We talked about Manoj Olay coming very close in the all wild card final against Bruno Santos. Bruno representing Brazil in that event. And then Kaoli Vost, runner-up to Miguel Pupo just a couple of years ago. The last time a wild card won a CT event, though, we go to Moana Jones-Wong at Pipeline in 2022. A rad comparison to these types of wild cards.
Oh, completely. I mean, Moana's the queen of pipe, and Vahine, in turn, is the queen of Teahupo'o, without a doubt. And, I mean, you could just know that Vahine was watching Moana win a pipe, and, you know, she would have been thinking, no doubt, that could be me. I have that opportunity. Like, it's right there in front of me. I have a break, which, you know, is similar in terms of consequence to Pipeline. I know it really well. You know, it's within grasp for me to get a win at one of these C2 events as a wild card.
There's just so many comparables, aren't there? They're both goofy with Moana and Vahine. They're both incredibly graceful and have the raddest style in the heaviest type of conditions. As we'll check out the waves we've seen so far in this final, with still 23 minutes on the clock. Opening things up was Brisa Hennessy getting a 5 on this one.
Yeah, so beautiful technique here. Pumps down the line, grabs that rail. That barrel was super open and drops the 5. And then Vahine behind her. This is her opening wave. She's only had the one, 6.67. Standing a little bit taller in that one, and that wave side's just that bit bigger. So obviously that's why she's getting the jump here. With that single score, but I mean, this heat's been a little bit slower than that semi-final 2, and I'm sure with 22 minutes on the clock still, we're going to see a couple of big sets start to roll through, and just know that the lady's going to send it, so it's going to be fun.
That's what we love about the day, and Renato Hickel texts everybody on the event thread saying a 40-minute final, and that gets you excited because you're still scored on your top 2 waves. It's just more time to pick the right ones out there. Coming off one of the best heats in pro surfing history. Vahine getting past Tatiana Weston Webb in a battle to make this final. Ocean starting to draw off the reef. Local wild card wants it. Nice section to drive through. Vahine comes out of another gigantic barrel on her home break. And that effortless style is so easy to watch. 6.67 on her first. I'm thinking excellent on this one without a doubt.
I agree. That's got to be better. At least 1.5 to 2 points better. That was really, really well done. Bigger wave. You could also see when she took off there was a bit of space between herself and Brisa. So just identifying that different section on the reef and really backing herself there. I mean, she's just so good, isn't she? I mean, her read, her positioning. And I feel like, for me, the difference with Vahine, obviously she had so much experience out here, but it all comes down to where she positions herself, not once she's already taken off. The work's done before she even takes her first paddle. It's the position into the wave which allows her to get so deep. You know, we've seen a few of the other ladies who just don't have as much experience, but it's all about that positioning before she takes off. I mean, she got incredibly deep there. She sits right in front of that foam ball. So just a perfect read, in my opinion. I mean, it's just so well done.
It's all about that positioning and timing and making it look so easy. Never looks like she's ever out of control. As you see that wave going below sea level. And then the stylish wild card out to safety again. Her strike rate has been unbelievable throughout this event, and especially here on finals day. Excellence from the panel, an 8.5 to go with her 6.67, putting world #1 in a combination with over 20 minutes to go.
I mean, we knew it was going to go excellent. It was just screaming excellent as soon as she took off. And I mean, she's picking up right where she left off in semi-2. I mean, I was also wondering how long is Vahine going to want as a break between that semi-final 2 to the final, because sometimes you don't really want too much of a long break because you kind of want to continue that same momentum. And I mean, for me, I mean, she looks like she's clicking straight back into gear.
Big moment in this final, Strider, for Vahine and Brisa with a chance to win. Are you picking up on some of the coaches signaling at the moment?
Yeah, and I can't pass it up. I've just been looking over and watching Jeremy, and you know the hand signals are amazing. It's just like a catcher behind, you know, waiting for that pitch, and he's putting down the numbers, and he's kind of doing what he needs to do with his hands. And every time a good set comes, he just slides his hand across the water and inside, and he does this, and she looks over, and then she starts paddling super hard. It was so fun to watch that like interaction. From so far apart, but there's, you know, in essence of where they're taking off in this game of inches at Chopu, but the fact that he's so close to be able to do that. It's just a really, really interesting and unique thing to this place and this channel, and having somebody that close to you be able to kind of tell you what to do in your heats or help you through a heat.
Good man, Strider. I love it. Strider coming through with the Shiseido Water Report. Jeremy Flores, one of the best on this venue, knows how to identify a good wave. And without having to scream or lose his voice, which he doesn't mind doing, he'll let you know how he feels. But just a nice subtle motion on the surface, and Vahine puts her game face on and gets absolutely shocked. Seeing some of the best barrel rides we've ever seen in surfing history throughout the day today on finals day. And now with a wild card, with a chance to win this event for the first time for the hometown crowd in this beautiful island of Tahiti.
Right now, I think Vahine is going to want to clean up a couple of those mistakes she made in that semi. She took off on a couple of waves after those a couple of 8s she got that she might necessarily didn't need to take. And for me, that was the turning point. I mean, from that moment, that's when Tati converted and got the exact numbers she needed to take the win and take the lead in that heat. So I think right now is super crucial. Vahine is sitting out there with priority. She's not going to want to make those same mistakes in this final because, I mean, Tati almost got the win. I mean, it was, you know, splitting hairs there. So I think she's just got to be pretty smart here and calculated and improve on this 6.67.
Vahine's out in front. Brisa trying to break the combination to win this event for the first time. If she can't come back, it would be the second event win of her young career. We're going to take a Bonsoi brew break, and we'll be right back for more right after this.
The Shiseido Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown, is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of WSL. Eventbrite, on or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of the World Surf League Asia Pacific. And Tahiti Government, strategic partner to the Shiseido Tahiti Pro.
Just a little over 15 minutes left till we find out who our champion will be here at the end of the road. Will it be a wild card for the very first time in history? Vahine still out front, still has world #1 comboed. Will it be Brisa Hennessy digging deep to create a huge comeback story? Whenever we've seen wild comebacks recovering from combination, it's happened when the waves are perfect, typically at Pipe, typically at Cloudbreak, or at Teahupo'o here. So the stage is set for Brisa to dig deep and to try to get the win. Swell still on the rise, should be getting bigger throughout the afternoon, peaking today and holding through tomorrow. As you see, a great view from our Shiseido flight cam. Only 2 people out. That's probably the biggest difference for a local like Vahine, who's usually surfing out here with all the locals. But she always thanks them for showing her the ropes in this beautiful reef. We got to meet a lot of cool locals the other day that have really made an impact on all the surfers' career out here. Mate Hao Tetopata, he's the guy responsible for helping even guys like Matahi Drole really push himself on this shallow reef, and has helped out Vahine quite a bit over the years.
Yeah, I think just to go back to that point before, I mean, this would be, I mean, I know Vahine's logged 2 World Tour events. This is her 3rd out here now, but I mean, there's a difference between, we'll get back to that point now. Looks like Brisa is taking off.
There's that setup, it then grabs the rail. Beautiful execution from Hennessy. You picked up on her technique and approach that she's been really enjoying, kind of drawing it out first, then setting her rail, grabs it, and has been making a lot of barrels throughout the day today. That'll go with her 5.0. The big thing for Brisa, though, is to break the combination on that wave to give herself a shot to win this final.
Yeah, definitely. She needs to break this combination. But back to what you were saying too, Joe, I mean, if there's ever a time where you can turn a heat around with, you know, needing a combination of scores, I mean, this is where you do it. It's such a quick paddle back out, and I mean, you can do it just obviously with one big barrel. Let's have a look at this. This is that technique. Really sets that line first before she grabs the rail. And I mean, when you come out after the spear or before the spear, it always looks so cool. I mean, and it's just the happens. I mean, there's nothing like it in the world. It's an incredible feeling. So, I mean, Brisa's kind of, you know, if I think about the differences here, just picking off, she's looking for a different type of wave so far. I mean, the ones that we've seen Brisa take off on, you know, on this finals day for the women, they're different. They're a smaller wave, but they hit that inside ledge a bit better. I mean, they're really open barrels, but I feel like if she wants to get a jump on Vahine right now, she's going to need to maybe push it a little bit harder.
Let's talk more technique with Strider. What are you seeing, Strider?
I just, you know, the comment on Brisa's technique there, she's got a really amazing formula. She's got enough foam to get into the wave just a touch early. And then she's actually coming off the bottom and driving down the line almost like a front-sider would do, pumping into the barrel. And that's given her, you know, a great setup to be perfectly positioned into the wave with speed. She, you know, unfortunately not deep enough on the 2 that she's had. If she just gets a little bit deeper, then she's going to be getting huge scores because her technique is perfect, and the comfort and the calmness in her body as she pulls up underneath a slapping wave is super impressive. It's really hard to do, and you know, she's making it look really easy, and I think she's obviously been working on that, and it's something that the pit crew have been talking about, and she knows exactly which waves that she wants to do it on. So fun to watch. The technique is there. She just needs to get a little bit deeper if she's going to try and take out the queen of Chopu.
Good man was. Brisa turns in her best so far the final, and she's out of combination. Well done. 7.0. Still second, but now needs an 8.18. And Strider talking about the foam that she has on those Town & Country surfboards built by Glenn Pang. lot of foam, getting in nice and early, good glide, then grabbing a rail. And those guys were working hard over the last couple of weeks over at the warehouse for Glenn Pang and TNC Surfboards. Brisa calling a good friend, Seth Moniz, and was like, "Are you still at home in Hawaii? Can you bring an extra board back for me?" And it was a classic photo of Seth packing the truck, because he had his quiver. He had boards for Doug Silva, his coach, and a whole extra board bag for Brisa Hennessy. I think when people like Brisa call you for like a little favor, everyone's going to say yes.
Oh, completely. I think it just speaks volumes to the kind of person she is. I mean, she's such a nice girl. I mean, no matter what, she's going to have a conversation with everyone. She's so bubbly, she's positive, and yeah, just shines through. But yeah, it's so funny. I mean, that whole story of surfers traveling around the globe with so many surfboards, and Seth just doing an absolute solid. I mean, those boards look incredible under Brisa's feet right now. And I mean, so much of the work is done before they're even on the wave, and that entry into the wave is super important. So obviously that extra foam just really helping Brisa. She's kind of looking at this one here, but I mean, she's improved. Obviously 7-point ride, which is awesome, but I feel like she's going to need to step it up just that little bit more if she wants to get the lead on Vahine.
Right after this final, we'll have a few minutes to celebrate our champion, but the day continues with the men's elimination round. The plan is to finish all 8 heats, so Vahine trying to win this for the local crew, and then she'd pass the torch to Mihimana Brai, who has to deal with world #1 Griffin Colapinto in that first heat of the ER. Rolling into this one is Vahine, already crouching nice and deep, and she will get clipped on the exit. She's been so perfect with timing the barrel and the exit. That one gets a hold of her, so her lead stays the same. And now Hennessy with priority.
Yeah, wow. I think she was on the way to improving on her 6.67 for sure. It was a longer barrel, that one, but something just happened to look like that. Maybe she got caught on the foam ball, a little bit clipped in the head. We'll have to wait and see to break this one down. Easy entry here. And it was a tighter, higher barrel, this one, more almondy. And to me, yeah, she just got a little bit, whoa. Oh my goodness. Oh, that was just crazy. Doing some gymnastics in the barrel. But yeah, this one, tighter, more almondy shaped, pulls up underneath, and then she gets a little bit kicked by the foam ball, off balance, on one foot, and then cracked in the head by the lip of the wave. So if she wasn't awake already, she's awake now. I mean, that thing was crazy.
That angle too, you just see how much room that she had in the barrel. She got totally picked up, lifted a few feet in the air, and then finally had to let go, but she was trying to pull that off.
That's when one-legged squats come in handy.
Vahine going down, but still has a solid lead in her first ever appearance in the final of a championship tour event. And now with a handful of starts against the best in the world, she's planning on being on tour full time to compete in the world title race as well. She's already in the top 10 of the Challenger Series. So a very busy but successful year with her biggest heat. Still with some time. 7:50, trying to hang on to this lead. Brisa chasing at 8.18. Let's catch up with Strider.
Hey guys, you know, I don't know if you caught it, but you guys talked about the wave, the tube riding, the wipeout, the lip to the head, the whole thing. I was watching, she was underwater for an eternity, what feels like an eternity. She was underwater for like 13 seconds. Do you realize how long that is when you're trying to like get to the surface after you've been hit in the head and you've gone over the falls and you're getting rattled around underwater, and then you're getting pressed on the bottom, and then you're just like searching for a way up, and there's so much turbulence that it's really hard to fight through it. And her board finally like was tombstone, and then it flattened out, and then it was just sitting there, and she was still battling to get to the top. When she came up, the look on her face was like, whoa, that was heavy. And I watched her paddling back out, and the water patrol, you know, obviously monitoring her really close, and told her, go, let's go, let's go. And she was just trying to get her breath. She was just literally trying to put herself back together. And after the beatings that she took in that semifinal, and then just that alone on that wave, she must feel fatigued after that. I mean, I lost my breath watching that. That was crazy. To even that wave that she had to be underwater for that long, you feel that, and she's got to be feeling that out there right now.
Incredible insight from the channel. Thank you, Strider. Vahine dealing with a hold down as she's out in front and has a chance to win this final. Let's dive into the heat check to see the story, the numbers, and the execution from these two surfers looking to win this contest for the first time in their careers. We've got Vahine out in front. She got an 8.5 on her third wave. You can see their top score so far, how the judges reacted. Remember, they dropped the high and the low score. Vahine's 8.5, a 1.5 higher than Brisa's best at a 7.0.
Yeah, and both women getting their highest score so far on their third wave, I think right now is pretty crucial. I mean, Brisa sitting out the back with priority, chasing an 8.18. I mean, it'll have to be the second highest score of the heat so far, with Vahine sitting out there with that 8.5. I feel like this is the moment when this big set comes through, this next one, she's just going to have to go. I think obviously, you know, it's going to be calculated. It has to be a good shaped one, but she's going to have to pick the eyes out of it because, I mean, it's scary. I mean, she have that opportunity. She's got that P next to her name, which means, hey, I get the choice here. And it's going to be interesting what Vahine is going to do. Is she going to, you know, try and sell her another wave here in this situation too? Because, I mean, you know, Vahine wants this win badly. I mean, she's sitting out there right now with the lead, but quite easily it can be turned.
And it's just such a crazy situation for these two surfers to sit out there. They're looking out to sea and trying to anticipate a just big dark wave pulling off the reef. There's some waves that you see get a little bit of a heads up. Here it's pretty quick how it draws off the reef. It's very confronting, and they have a very short period of time just to turn and go. And it's been working for both these athletes. They're staying in a great headspace. Brisa waiting for a shot to try to turn this heat. And from what we saw in the last semifinal, this one's not going to be over until we run out of time.
No, I don't think so. And back to that point before, I almost feel like when you're sitting out in the lineup here, it kind of always looks like there's a set coming, because this thing kind of just comes out of such deep water, and there's sort of this scary mindset you've got to be in where you've got to stay in position. Your instinct is to start paddling out to meet it, because all of a sudden you just see this big looming wall of water and you're like, uh-oh, I've got to abort mission here. I've got to get out and like meet this thing. But, I mean, you see the best guys out here. I mean, you look at, like, Kelly and John and Jack, and they don't necessarily do it. It's all about, like, holding position and then turning. And that is a really, really difficult thing to do. I mean, it's just crazy here, this bathymetry, right? It comes from such deep water into such shallow reef, and it's so much easier said than done.
Kind of defies all physics, but it also allows the best in the world to get up and go, sometimes inside the pit, sometimes even pointing straight towards the reef as there's so much water drawing off, and to get the wave of their life. How many times have we heard that even this week from our competitors? 3:10 on the clock. Big shout out to the legends that won this event in the past, from Kate Wilkums, Keala Kennelly, the GOAT here at the end of the road, winning this event 3 times at the CT level. Also won at the QS level as well. Lane Beachley, Sofia Milanovic, Chelsea Hedges, Melanie Redmond-Carr, Courtney Conlog, and Caroline Marks last year. As we dive into the final heat recap, 2:50 on the clock. Brisa kicked things off with a 5. Vahine answered with a 6.67.
Yeah, Vahine's wave selection here. She's obviously looking for these bigger set waves, and I mean, it's done her well. I mean, she's got the 6.67, she's backed it up with the 8.5, and she's looking really good. I mean, with 2.5 minutes on the clock, she's trying to sort of play, you know, she's trying to sell Brisa a wave here. I mean, Brisa's fought back. She dropped this 7-point ride with that trademark style where she just flows into that first section and grabs the rail. I mean, it's if the ocean provides a set now, it's up to Brisa to really turn and go. And I mean, 2 minutes on the clock, like, let's hope we get another opportunity.
Also, a big shout out to Rochelle Ballard, one of the best out here in surfing history, pushing the limits at all the heavy water waves. Rochelle had a post recently talking about a magazine shoot she flew out here for a swimsuit issue, and it was absolutely massive. There was no flotation. There was no one there to pick you up after a crazy ride, and she had some of the biggest wipeouts of her life, some of the biggest barrels, though, as well. And that was definitely a turning point of what was possible on this shallow reef. We're down to 90 seconds. Priority still with Brisa, and she still needs an 8.18. With all this time in between sets, just a matter of seconds before we could see the bottom drop out of one that could go below sea level. Brisa's hoping for the opportunity now.
Yeah, this time right now, a minute on the clock, just over, is going so slow for Vahine, but so fast for Brisa. It's just so weird how that happens, depending on the position in the heat. Looks like Brisa might get one more shot here. She's looking.
Now with a minute to go, she's kind of left her mark on that outside ledge and just took a look, realized that wasn't going to be excellent, and now repositioning, trying to paddle back to the horizon. Vahine's moving wide, holding her position out the back. She'll let this one go through. 44 seconds. It's been since Moana Jones-Wong won as a wild card at Pipeline. We might see it again today, but it would also be a first for Tahitian locals coming close to winning the main event several times. The finishing runner-up has been the Peak, and we'll see if Vahine can now be the first to do it. If she does in 20 seconds, this channel, this whole island's gonna go crazy.
Oh, completely. I mean, that ocean's looking pretty flat right now, so things are looking pretty good for Vahine.
What an incredible athlete. We're coming from the outer island of Huahine, moving here to Teahupo'o and becoming the best. As you can see, Mihimana already there to be the first to celebrate the champion of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. Vahine Fierro has done it, taking out world number 1.
Wow. I mean, she has not had an easy job to get to this point. I mean, that semi-final where she had to take down Tati, who scored that 10-point ride, was not easy. She got another excellent score in this final. I mean, I've said it once, I'll say it again. This contest was hers to lose, and she just really lived up to that hype and that expectation. I'm so proud of her because a couple of semi-finals in a row and now getting the win.
She gets picked up by the Red Bull jet ski, and there is a happy Jeremy Flores. He's just as happy as he was when he won this event.
Oh, so good. I mean, it's so funny, you know, he's like, we don't want to have smiley Vahine, we want angry Vahine. I mean, she's so smiley right now, though. She's like one of the nicest girls you'll ever meet, but I mean, she's so stoked right now, and really cool to see her change that mindset throughout the event and sort of get a bit more assertive, a bit more aggression. Love to see it, but yeah, we're going to see plenty of smiles now, I'd say. She's going to be a happy gal.
Flick, where are we now with the progression of surfing from what we talked about, how we kicked off the season at Pipeline, Katie Molly final, the semi that Molly had with Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, then what we saw today with the heat, with Tati, and also Vahine, and everything that Brisa's been doing. You know, where are we now?
Well, the world is our oyster, honestly. I mean, these opportunities keep showing up, and the women keep showing up. And I just feel like every year, I mean, the last couple of years, the swell forecast kind of let us down, but here we go. I mean, the swell forecast showed up. It's one of the best we've seen in a long time. And I'm just so happy that WSL waited and gave these women this opportunity.
Let's catch up with the champion, hanging out with Strider.
Yeah, she's definitely the champion. You know, Shiseido Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown, women's champion. I just have to say, you're the first Tahitian to rise through as a wild card and win this event. You have made history. You pushed everybody to the next level. It was yours to lose. Everybody felt it. Congratulations. It's an amazing feeling.
My body's sore everywhere. I gave it my all. Like, I ate it so many times and broke my boards. It was like madness, but I was like, I was calm. I made it like every heat. Like, I don't know. Thank you to Chessie for trusting the women, because we were more than capable out there, and I don't know, it's just insane. Thank you, Teahupo'o. You're so special, and thank you for sending me the best waves of my life in a heat.
Well, she's making me cry. This is amazing. I just can't believe how incredible the Mana is for you. You know, your local family here, everybody in the lineup is rooting for you, and you must feel that energy when you kick out of a wave.
It's insane. Like, I just want to thank everybody, because, you know, all their energy is like what motivates me, what inspires me. And I wanted to thank Jeremy Flores for coaching me through all of this with Hira, the French team. Like, my parents, Kaoli was my sparring partner. I lost 10 heats in a row with him the last couple of days, and he pushes me so much for, you know, he's the best out there, so I wanted to thank him too. And my boyfriend for spending hours on the jet ski filming me, and just everybody, thank you.
Well, I want to thank you for inspiring all the women around the world, including the rest of them on tour, to take it to the next level. Congratulations. Go enjoy it. We love you.
What an incredible moment in surfing history. Vahine Fierro becomes the first local to win this event, beating world number 1 Brisa Hennessy in the final. And with that emotion, you can see all that hard work, all the wipeouts, broken boards, and how happy that she is to share with her entire family. And I love the high five with Jeremy Flores and Cowley Voss. You know, that's a support crew. You know, when Vahine wins, they all win too. And that's what it's all about.
This is such a special moment for her. I mean, she's going to remember this moment for the rest of her life. I mean, her first CT win is as a wild card at her home break. I mean, does it get any better? I don't know. With all your family and friends?
I mean, this is it right here for Vahine, the champion of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. We'll come back with the men's elimination round. World number 1, Griffin Colapinto, has wild card Mihimana Brai. We'll be right back.
Watch out for the countdown. Ready to start. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, this is the start of the first 8 of the elimination round for the men in yellow. Griffin Colapinto in blue. From Tahiti, Mihimana Brai. Just remind you guys, 35 minutes. Voilà donc à l'instant, début de cette première série du round d'élimination des hommes, avec en jaune le numéro 1 mondial, Griffin Colapinto, opposé au vainqueur des trials en bleu, Mihimana Brai.
We are back at the Shiseido Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. We've crowned a women's champ. We have a women's champ. We're rolling into our men's elimination round as we take a look down into the flotilla in the channel. Teahupo'o here in Tahiti, Iti. The site of the elimination round, heat number 1 with Griffin Colapinto, world number 1, coming into this event up against the Tahitian wildcard and trials winner, Mihimana Brai. 35 minutes on the clock for this men's elimination round, in which we're rolling into the men's elimination round after completing our women's event. With that, let's congratulate our champ, e homaitai to Vahine Fierro, your champ. She's with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kaipo. Well, this is the first of many celebrations that are going to go down all over the world today. Our finalists from the Shiseido Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. Energy is at a new level out here all day long. Both of you absolutely charged. You changed the world with what you just did, not just in the final, but all day long and all event long. To present our second place, our runner-up trophy, we've got Jessie Miley Dyer, our commissioner. So I want to start with Brisa. Brisa, you stepped it up, not only leveling up in many ways out there, but also leveling up in jersey color. You are our current world number 1, leaving this event as a finalist again and wearing that yellow jersey.
It's just been an honor to come up against Vahine. I mean, she is the queen out here in every respect, and I respect her so much. Yeah, I have so much more to learn out there. I'm still absolutely terrified, and but I'm excited for this new journey. Like, I think it's incredible to see now the new opportunities and leveling up that the women are doing, and yeah, it gives me goosebumps. So really honored to be a part of it.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. And speaking of that level, a new level has been reached. It does feel like a new beginning for surfing in general. Vahine, on April 24th, it was announced that you were going to be a wild card here in Tahiti, and it felt like destiny from that day forward. Did it feel like destiny to you that you were going to win this event?
I mean, at some point, I believed that I would win the event at some point, but like, I don't know, like just the fact that I don't even have words. I'm sore everywhere. My brain's like having a brain meltdown. I ate it so many times. Like, the conditions were a lot of energy, a lot of waves, like big waves, big white. And I wanted to congratulate Risa because she has the sickest backside style, no grab. Like, every event long, she was showing that little style, and yeah, like having a final with her was exactly what I match from our semi. So I was from 2 years ago, so I was stoked, and just being against the best in the world, and like learning from their experiences, their competitive skills, like it just pushes everybody. And we were that Jessie made the amazing call to throw us out there today, and that's what women need. Like, we just need conditions, and then we're gonna show up. We're gonna throw ourselves over the ledge and try over again. So yeah, I'm just so stoked right now.
There's some new iconic images of you standing straight up in giant barrels out there today, and those of course will be remembered. But let's talk about the physicality, the toll that it takes to go over and over again. That was an absolute battle all day long for you.
Yeah, I first heat I played it kind of safe. I knew it was going to be a long day, so I didn't want it to fall too much. And then Jeremy Flores, my coach, is just like, semi, now you just need to just go. There's no pulling back. There's no like holding back. You just got to go. And then I went, and it was an amazing heat against Tati. Like, her 10 was a 20, and just insane conditions. And I don't know, I just had a special connection with the waves, like the place, the people, and Teahupo'o sent me the waves, and I just took them and surfed it.
Vahine, the world is yours. Our champion for the 2024 SHISEIDO, Vahine Fierro.
My dad would be psyched on those.
Yeah, before they were speaking, they were saying they earned it. Spa day. Spa day is coming.
Let's go. Now we need a couple spa days. I know.
Well, there you go. It was a historic day for women's professional surfing. We crowned the champ with the wild card, Vahine Fierro, but performances through the charts from quarterfinals on this epic day. The swell continues to grow, and here we're going to get caught up with some replays from the elimination round, heat number 1. This is a 4.17, Jesse, for Griffin Colapinto.
Yeah, just to warm up, obviously. A lot of excitement building up towards this day, mostly with the women's stepping it up. I know the men's are fired up right now, and he started a little bit on the low side with a 0.5 and then had no priority, just swinged on a wave, smaller one, just to get the ball rolling and get it back up.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. Again, we had an epic day, a historic day in women's professional surfing. Now we're in the men's elimination round. Kai Paguro, Jesse Mendez on the call. We have 8 heats in this man-on-man elimination round. Winner moves on to the round of 16. We're going to reseed that round of 16, and then we will be set for finals day here in Tahiti. Swell looks good, forecast looks good, surfing's been incredible. Griffin Colapinto back in the barrel, looking for a second section, kind of outruns that one, but he's got an early lead right now over the Tahitian local, Mihi Manabre.
Yeah, that was one of those, looks like Mihino, just having a look. In between size, good choice not to go on that one, looked a bit crumbly, but Griff's probably gonna improve on that 4.17 or something around similar right there. Maybe a little bit more deep on that wave, and the wave was a bit more throaty, but he ran out into the closeout on the end right there, which is kind of sketchy when that happens. As you see right here, just behind, nice stall. Coming out, try to put on the brakes again, but the wave was just running down into a death trap right there. So smart of him just to doggy door, but beautiful style and approach for Griffin.
Yeah, Griffin Colapinto, you can see again from our Shiseido flight cam with Griffin Colapinto, just chipping away at it. Getting busy here as we transition into the men's elimination round. Griffin Colapinto, 6 years on the championship tour. He's had 4 starts in Tahiti as we catch up to live action. See a spinning green room of a barrel. There may have been a surfer in there. So Colapinto, 4 starts in Tahiti, but the best he's done really is a 9th place finish. So that's a loss in the round of 16, which is next. So this is one of the stops that Griffin's looking to improve upon. Mihimana Bray, on the other hand, that we just saw go with an incomplete barrel there. Jesse Mihimana, he surfed his way all the way to the quarterfinals last year as a wild card.
Yes, and what makes Mihimana such a dangerous wild card is because he's an amazing competitor. He's been doing the Challenger Series for the past, I would say, probably 8 years or around that. And he's a fierce competitor, very solid, composed, and it looks like his board's going to go into the reef.
Yeah, leash test right there. Tahitian Water Patrol giving him a ride back for some backup equipment, and then they'll retrieve the board and broken leash. Let's see what happened to Mihimana, Jess.
Yeah, let's check this out. Nice takeoff. Ooh, just sitting a little bit too deep. That wave came growing throughout the west bow and knifed it as well as he could. Gave it a big pump, but he was way behind. On the other side, Griffin paddling on the channel right there was probably stoked that he was a little too deep because that was a very good wave.
Backup Chile surfboard for Mihimana Bray as he paddles back into the lineup. He'll be sitting under the priority of Griffin Colapinto. Colapinto holding a 4.77 and a 4.17 in his heat scores so far. Mihimana, you mentioned 8 years on the qualifying and Challenger Series, trying to qualify for the big show. Originally from more of the town side, the Papaete side of Tahiti, but moved out here to this region on Tahiti, Iti side of the island, to really focus on this wave. And he's done his homework. He's out here surfing regardless of the conditions. And so that's really going to be paying off for him because he won the trials, Jesse, in not perfect Teahupo'o.
And that's the advantage those guys that are good competitors have on the trials when they're surfing in days that are not as clean as good, because they're going to be able to put the heat together a little bit better. Looks like he's looking for a wave.
Right back at it, under priority, finds a nice funnel there. So right back on it, and a nice recovery for Mihimana Bray. Let's go for Shiseido Water Report with Strider Wazalewski in the channel.
Yeah, thank you. So Mihimana, you know, he was underwater a long time, came up from the first one, had the board still there. Second wave drilled him again, broke the leash, came right back out to Joanne DeFay sitting on his board, and you know, obviously gave him the board, got the download from Jeremy Flores, and then straight back out into the lineup, and then scooped that little nugget from right underneath. You know, Griffin took a look at it, but you know, deemed it not being worthy of that, and went. That was a pretty sick wave. I've been watching free fall into that thing. It was hollow, square. Those are the ones you want. Those are the double ups on the inside. So a quick turnaround right there for Mihimana.
Yeah, and we'll wait for that score. We'll take another look at it here, Jess.
Yeah, nice inside ledge. He was a little bit in front. Not as deep as he was probably hoping for, but those inside ledges, when they come that west, they almost look like closeouts. So it's very easy to run the wave over. And also, you know, haven't surfed on that board probably today, so just feeling it out, getting the groove back, washing it off the wipeout he had, and looks like Griffin lost priority, paddling back out, might have got a wave.
Yeah, it looks like Griffin, as we're going through those replays, Griffin Colapinto got his 4th wave in this heat, number 99, paddling back out with the Avatar airbender hairdo that he's been sporting lately. Take a look at the last wave from Griffin Colapinto.
Wow, nice inside ledge, beautiful technique, slowing himself down, coming out with the spit. That was perfect reading. As you see it right here, just that elevator drop, slowing himself down. You can see his front leg just doing touch adjustments, touching the wall and wiping the speed off. And that's what you want to do. You want to be a little bit slower than the wave and then speed it up so you can get deep enough. And Griffin just showing perfection right there.
Like the little hip wiggle that he had on there, hula hoop action on the backhand pig dog coming through that section. Probably his best wave so far in this opening heat of the men's elimination round. We're waiting for that score. Score for Mihimana Breda checked in with a 4.47 on the comeback wave for Mihimana. Still one score owed to us for Griffin Colapinto. Another wave coming through here. Will Mihimana be interested in it? And the answer is no, but Griffin will say, hey, I'll take this one. Here we go. Griffin Colapinto again lines up, drags the body, disappears. Great speed management by Griffin Colapinto, so he's looking really comfortable out there. Nothing super spectacular. However, the consistency shows comfort to me, Jesse.
Totally, and I think he just doesn't want to get caught in that heat that Vahini and Tachi had with so many big sets. You kind of want to build your house and then be ready if those sets come, but you can't let time go by so much because there's two amazing waves on the inside ledge, and you just got to do what he's doing right now. Like every wave he's improving and getting better and looking more comfortable, and if a big set comes, he's going to be free, not much pressure, you know. And as you see it right here, just perfect stall. And this wave, the position in the wave came a little bit deeper, so he wasn't able to get as deep as a 6.5. So I believe it's probably going to be around his backup score. But beautiful technique as you see it, putting his leg to stall, wipe the speed off. Right here, using that side of the outside of his front leg. Beautiful technique. See his front foot? It's like on the inside half of the board. That's just to make sure his rail is going to stick to the water because the wave has so much curve. If he keeps his foot in the middle of the board, most likely he won't be able to knife it as much as you can with that much energy. So beautiful technique there for him. And now the foot moving a bit forward to maneuver the board after the barrel. But yeah, that was great from Griff.
Previous wave for Griffin Colapinto was a 6.5. That wave that we just came out of replay from, a 5.5 for Griffin Colapinto. So slowly applying pressure to Mihimana Griffin Colapinto, building upon his scoreline. The Tahitian now needs a 7.53 to take the lead. He finds a wide one here, looks for the paddle, and he loses priority error to Mihimana, and that's going to hurt.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, he started applying pressure to you, and that plays it off on the opponent. You know, if your opponent doesn't have the nerves of steel at the moment, can commit little mistakes like the one he just did, and that might be a big tax for him as we see a wave approaching.
Yeah, the Southern California boa constrictor is all over Mihimana Break, slowly applying pressure as this heat eventuates. Griffin Colapinto, high heat IQ and playing the game really well at the moment, Jesse.
Correct. He already sits on 12 points, so a pretty solid score for less than 20 minutes of the heat. And now he's actually going to be free and going to be able to do the decisions a little bit more calm. And he already warmed up. He's looking good. He knows what he's feeling. And let's see if he can capitalize on this mistake that Mihimana had.
Yeah, let's see. We got more information from the channel. Strider Wazalewski, what do you have for us?
Just checking in on like his pre-heat routine. So, you know, all that action was happening with the women and all that madness was going down. Some of the best surfing we've ever seen from the women out here. And he was working on his boards. I said, did you see all that? Yeah, I wanted to talk to him about it. He said, no, I wasn't trying to focus on it. I was trying to focus on me. I got to focus on my boards. I got to focus on what I'm doing. And he's actually just coming off of what he says was an amazing experience with Peva, where he's staying over here and they have the valley behind them and they had story time and really tapping into the mana of the place they're staying in and a lot of deep old stories, and he just had this really cool feel to it. So looks like he could be looking at this one right now. Here we go. Griffin Colapinto.
Colapinto pulls in, stretching barrel, still behind the current, comes through. So Griffin Colapinto slowly continuing to build upon his heat total here. Great wave selection, great execution, and great speed management.
Exactly, Kaipo, and that's exactly the question we're asking. Was he gonna be able to capitalize with priority and with the mistake of Mihimana? And when you leave a yellow jersey, most likely they will. Like, you barely see those guys committing mistakes, and mostly in conditions like today that are very perfect. And identifies such a good wave that extended throughout the bank. As you see right here, nice and easy takeoff, gave him time to set up, and right there puts on the brakes. The wave keeps running. He's just the whole time deep, nice. Nothing so critical, but amazing executed. Check this out. Look in the inside leg. 1, 2, 3 times going through that fumble. Kind of that snowboard feeling that like you don't have much control and you wait for your fins and rails to engage again. He goes through right there and comes out clean. That's going to be a great score for Griff.
Yeah, Griffin, 6th wave ridden for Griffin Colapinto. Here we go. Mihimana pumps through this section. Whitewater in front of him. Fist pump there because he feels good and he feels like he's turning the momentum in this heat against Griffin Colapinto. So now we're waiting for scores for both of our surfers to see how that ends up situation-wise.
Yes, that was a great comeback for Mihi. And right off the bat, like, I mean, sometimes you need the luck for the wave to come, but if you want a good answer to what Griffin is doing, that was it. That was very intense wave, doubled up. He was very deep. As you see right here, taking off, just little airdrop into the first pump. After the spit coming out, that's going to be a great score. That's going to be an amazing wave for him.
I look at this replay and I think about the contrast between the backhanders and the forehanders and the goofy foots, and like someone like a Griffin Colapinto's trying to slow down in the barrel, and Mihimana's doing the opposite. He's trying to pump and speed up as we look at this replay because he's coming from deeper.
Yes, it's just he was deeper in that situation right there, and I have a feeling that the judges like to see that better because it's more intense. You see the intensity on that wave. The way he went through the fumble, you could see on that side angle, it lifted him up even more than Griffin's wave. So that shows how much energy there was in that fumble. So, I mean, this is looking to be a great score for Mihi, and he's right back on the heat.
Mihimana, we're waiting for his score. Last score for Griffin Colapinto was a 6. So Colapinto with the advantage, Colapinto with priority, but yet we do not know the true situation because we're still waiting for that score for Mihimana Bray. We feel it's going to be the best single wave so far of this heat, and it sure does. It eventuates as a 7.17. So Mihimana now puts himself right back in the game, just needs a 5.33 to take the lead. He's hearing the news right now.
Right back at it, and 5.33 today it's not that big of a task. There's plenty of waves, very consistent. But that being said, Griffin is one step ahead of him with priority now and could capitalize once again.
Here he goes, Colapinto deep on this one, way deep and too deep. So he's going to hand over priority and a big opportunity to the Tahitian.
Yes, a little bit of a mistake, and looks like Mihimana might approach for this wave. No.
Holds position, holds to priority, and then Griffin, nobody wants to see that. Giant white water on your head. What's that feel like, Jess?
Feels horrible. And let's just mention, like, he's probably on 4 foot deep of water right there, so you can get smoked. I feel like getting dragged underwater is not even the biggest problem here. It's just how shallow the wave is, and that's terrifying as well. Let's see. Oh, just made it right there.
So he made the decision, waved off Tahitian Water Patrol, and wants to paddle back out on his own rather than doing a lap around the channel. We'll see if that was a wise decision for Griffin Colapinto. And shaking it off here, makes it into clear water, all on his own accord. We're going to take a break right now. We'll be back with the conclusion of the elimination round. It's a tight race between Griffin Colapinto and Mihimana Bray. Mihimana with priority. Conclusion when we return.
Deuxième place, le bleu, avec un 7,17 et un 4,47. Le surfeur en bleu, Mihimana Bray, a besoin d'un 5,33 pour reprendre la tête. Il reste un petit peu plus de 12 minutes. Priorité bleue.
The Shiseido Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown is brought to you by Shiseido, official sunscreen partner and global sustainability partner of the WSL. By Outerknown, leading the revolution in sustainable apparel. By Hilton Hotel Tahiti, for the stay. And by Air Tahiti Nui, official airline partner of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro.
Griffin Colapinto pulling in, pulling up, spit, and comes out San Clemente. Represent Griffin Colapinto as we come back from break. He's got the lead over Mihimana Bray. Wants to build upon that lead. Anything over a 6-point ride, he will do so. Mihimana Bray catching up in the barrel, seeking an exit, and none to be found for the Tahitian. Kaipagura along with Jesse Mendez on the call here. And it's been an epic day so far here at the Shiseido Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown.
It looks like the momentum just shifted again for Griffin. Under priority, just in the perfect spot for the west bow. Mihimana was having a look at it, but was a little too deep. And at sometimes the tax you pay, like you either got to choose west bow or sitting a little bit deeper. You see Mihi on the left side of the screen, and look at this wave, how wide he got. Beautiful spit, the wave ate itself out. As you see right here, just perfect technique the whole heat, using his body to slow himself down. Beautiful wave right there. Look at this angle here where you're gonna be able to see it. Just in front of the foam bowl right there and coming out with a strong speed. And losing the rail right there. A lot of turbulence on the water, kind of sketchy. Another angle here from Griff. As I mentioned, look at his foot again on the inside rail, just putting as much pressure as he can to engage that rail and somehow pull that off, that very late takeoff he had. And he's looking at a healthy score right here and taking the lead. I mean, maintaining the lead, but applying more pressure to Mihimana.
Yeah, Griffin Colapinto's lead will grow because that last wave that came through is a 7.5 for Colapinto. And he has heat control with priority at the 8.5-minute mark. So complete control, building upon his scoreline, Griffin, and still maintaining priority over Mihimana. Takes a look at that one. We'll see if that was enough for him to lose priority as he peeked over the ledge, but it didn't look like he put in a concerted effort. Remember, on the judges' tower, we have a specific priority judge keeping an eye on our surfers. If you make an effort into a wave and do not go, you will lose priority. But I don't think that was the case there.
Yeah, I don't think so. You kind of got to make a commitment. It's usually pretty clear. You can see it right away, mostly if you're a professional surfer and used to this, you can tell it right away. Like, yeah, even the surfers kind of feel it when they blew it, that they kind of have too much of a look and lose priority. In that case, that wasn't the case for them right there, but you always got to keep an eye on, because sometimes you think a little too much and put too much effort, and all of a sudden you lose priority and your opponent's on the next big one.
Yeah, and it can happen so quickly out here. Griffin tapping on his wrist a couple times there. He's asking for a time update. He'll hear that he has 7 minutes and 25 seconds remaining in this heat, the lead and priority. So you would think it would be easy sailing for Griffin Colapinto, but Jesse, we've saw throughout the day today how heats can turn within the final minute because of the quick turnaround when sets do come back into the channel and back out into the lineup.
Yeah, definitely not an easy heat for him right now. If you think about it, Mihimana has a 7.17. And he only needs, but he needs a 6.84, so he's definitely capable of doing that. The advantage of Griffin right now, he sits with priority with 6 minutes and 50 seconds left, so on this whole heat, he's been one step ahead of Mihi. Every time Mihi catches up to him, Griffin's on another better wave. So that was just because he built the foundation on the beginning of the heat very solid. So now, Mihi had that mistake after Griffin 7.5 and gave the opportunity to Griffin really nail the coffin. Let's see what's happening.
Mihimana deep on this one. Deep, gone, in the barrel, spit. He comes out looking for the comeback here, and Mihimana did that under the priority of Griffin Colapinto. Let's go for Shiseido Water Report, Strider Wazlewski, take it away.
Yeah, Mihimana just finding shade off that nugget right there. That was sick. I mean, he was deep. He was on the foam looking out at it, and he was on 1 foot at one point, it looked like, and just really driving through the barrel. So doing what he needs to do to get back, right back under the seat. You guys were talking about it swinging back and forth. You know, Griffin has got himself into a good rhythm out here, and he's catching waves underneath priority. Then Mihi catches a wave underneath priority. So it's amazing how quick things can shift out here, and each wave and identifying which one really is going to open up for you. Mihi doing a great job.
Jesse, really, you can see the difference in approach. This front side are just pumping through these long sections.
Yes, and like you see that fumble that he just went through right there. That just show how deep he was. It was a wave that was on the smaller side, but he got very hollow as you see it from a side angle. Like you can't see him for at least a second. That just shows how deep he was in that wave. And if I'm looking back at Griffin 6.5, it was a similar size wave, but this wave was more throaty, and in my opinion, he was deeper. So I see him turning the heat right now. Let's see what the judges think, but that was, in my opinion, a mistake for Griffin.
Well, let's see if Griffin's going to pay for that mistake. 6.84 is what Mihimana needs to take the lead off of Griffin Colapinto. 4 minutes, 35 seconds on the clock. Judges continue to deliberate up on the judges' tower, taking a look at a couple of replays before assigning a number to that last ride. It's going to be, it could be a pivotal point in this heat, not just because Mihimana could take the lead, but also because of when it happens during the heat. This is happening in the final 4 minutes.
Yes, tricky situation. To tell you the truth, as much, it was a tough call for Griffin because that wave was on the smaller side. So you're seeing 8-foot waves today sometimes, 10-foot faces, you know, and it was hard to pull the trigger, and Mihimana took advantage of it. Let's see what it turns out. It's going to be a close one, but yeah, let's see.
I feel Mihi's just kind of taking a page out of Gabriel Medina's book, where, you know, you can take those insiders, you've seen it before with Gabe, Jesse, and still execute on a score under priority. And that's a dangerous competitor when you can do that. Here he goes again. One more for Mihimana. Long wall, this one way deep. And a spin, and he comes out. That should certainly turn the heat.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, this is such a tough call for Griffin, because once again, he caught himself like in that situation. Did he turn the heat or not? The scores haven't clocked in yet. And then even if he didn't turn it away before, this has to be the best wave of the heat, because that was as deep as he can get on a wave.
Talk about an insurance policy, right? He took out a golden insurance policy. Maybe you get the score, maybe not. I want to make sure I do, and that's exactly what he did right here.
Just behind 1, 2, 3, 4 pumps is probably going into another one inside a barrel that we can't even see. As we see it right here. Nice takeoff, knifing in 1, 2, going through that fumble for a split second. Very deep, coming out with the spit. That was amazing, as deep as he gets.
Talk about taking out an insurance policy. Wise for him to take this wave that we're seeing in slow motion. We're waiting for the score on this wave, and it's almost like Mihimana knew in a way, because the previous wave for Mihimana comes in at a 6.83. Mihimana needed a 6.84. That previous wave did not do the job at 6.83, but we're waiting for one more score for Mihimana, and the feeling in the room is that's enough for Mihimana Bray, and here it comes through. The feeling was right, Jesse. Check out these numbers.
Yeah, that had to be the best wave of the heat, or close to the 7.5. The intensity of how deep he was, how long the barrel was, but it looks like there's a set behind, so Griffin's going to have a chance, maybe.
Here we go. 7.93 drops. Mihimana up into the lead. 7.61 the requirement for Griffin Colapinto. 90 seconds on the clock. Waves hitting the reef, waves on the horizon. Griffin on the paddle with priority. Yellow jersey. We're tracking him from the air, paddling deeper onto the reef. Now we're at sea level here. Gonna let the second wave of the set go. Maybe no opportunity. That was looking good from from up top here. But it did not eventuate. Here we go. Colapinto. This is it. Pulls in straight from the takeoff. One more section. Yet another one. Griffin Colapinto fights his way out of that barrel, and that was a difficult, technical barrel. Griffin Colapinto pulling high and tight straight from the takeoff. Talk about an answer back and a fighting opportunity. Griffin Colapinto, that was incredible. Is that the number, however, Jesse?
That was so impressive from him. I think that was probably the best takeoff we had so far today. Like, as far as how late he was, how underneath. As he was taking off, still with his hands on rail, the barrel was already throwing on top of him, and he was able to slow himself down and get as deep as he could on that wave. It's a tricky one to call.
Because it wasn't a perfect, big, wide open barrel that we've been looking for, right? But the technicality.
As far as technical, it was the most technical probably barrel we had so far in this heat. But the wave came in that angle, more of a south angle, where it didn't open up too much and got intense on the end. But as far as how deep you can get, and I mean, how late you can take off on a wave, that was it. But
degree of difficulty.
That was, yeah, that's a close heat, man. They both surfed amazing. As you see it right here from the side angle, as he was taking off, the wave was breaking on top of him, and he's slowing himself down the whole time. But see right there, like the whole time the wave wasn't wide open and intense as he was hoping for out here at Teahupo'o on a day like today. But man, that was a good ride from Griff. Very well done.
This is, to compare, this is the 7.5. Remember, he used a 7.61.
See the difference of how steep that wave is and how throaty he got? Like, you can see it from the side angle. No chances of that wave ever clamping just because there's so much energy on top of this shallow water. The other one came, this last one came in a side angle that wasn't as he was probably hoping for, but it was the chance he had, and he did the most of it.
I feel it's a balance between the wave quality of the 7.5 was certainly higher, but the degree of difficulty, because the 7.5 was easy in, easy out. The wave we're waiting for did not have that wave quality to it, but the degree of difficulty was very high, and the technical tube riding was very technical. We're still waiting for the number.
I think this is going to be a good barrier breaker for us to realize what they're looking the most. They want that very thick, heavy waves that sometimes you're not as deep, but the intensity is there. Or you want those most technical waves that are obviously very tricky to do, but not as intense. So this is kind of going to set the tone for us right now.
Yeah, and the test is coming in low, so this is not going to be it. 7.07, Griffin Colapinto bows out. Yellow jersey is out of play for Griffin Colapinto. He's hearing the news right now, and the yellow leader jersey will be up for grabs here in Tahiti. Mihimana Bray continues. Again, the wild card. Another win. And that's a win for Tahiti in the elimination round to start off. Mihimana Bray into the round of 16 with a tremendous effort. More on the way when we return. Cole Hausman versus Leonardo Fioravanti.
Advanced to the third round. Voilà donc la série qui vient de se terminer, première série en élimination des hommes. Qualification de Mihimana Bray qui élimine le numéro 1 mondial, Griffin Colapinto.
Manabre, the wild card, the trials winner, on to the round of 16. He has just defeated rankings #1, Griffin Colapinto. Griffin taking away a 17th from Tahiti. The Yellow Leaders jersey will be up for grabs here at the end of the road. And we're on to another heat in the elimination round. Heat #2, Cole Hauschman coming up against Leonardo Fioravanti, Kaipo Girl, and Jesse Mendez on the call here. Your assessment of this heat?
That's a very good heat. Like, I mean, it's hard to call Cole in this condition, specifically at Chopu, because at Teahupo'o, because I've never seen him compete out here besides round 1. But not to mention, Leo Fioravanti, in my opinion, he's one of the best tube riders we have on tour and one of the biggest charges we have. So this is a big task for Cole. He's a very good tube rider. I've seen him multiple times since he was a Grom at Pipeline. But they're different waves, and it's experience counts a lot sometimes. So let's see how it plays out. But it's a big match right now.
Yeah, you mentioned Pipeline for Leonardo Fioravanti. In 2015, he broke his back there. Came back from that injury. Leonardo Fioravanti has dislocated his shoulder, had to come back from that injury. Leonardo Fioravanti has had tweaked his ankle, taken out his ankle previous to the start of the season, had to do a ton of rehab on that ankle. Even with that bad ankle, he surfed his way into the quarterfinals at Pipe. If there's a guy with a lot of spirit, it's Leonardo Fioravanti. Remember, Leonardo, 2022, got cut from the championship tour. He came back viciously on the Challenger Series in 2022 to win that Challenger Series and get back on the championship tour in 2023, where he had his best year, finishing 9th in the world in 2023 out of his 6 years on the championship tour. So Leonardo Fioravanti, he's a story of spirit in his own right. Cole Hauschman, the rookie, the big guy, 6'3", 215 pounds of surfing power. Rookie on tour, coming into this event ranked #8 on the rankings, and that's by way of a win at Bells. The rookie took out a big win in a final against his good friend Griffin Colapinto at Bells. And Cole Hauschman, that rare happening where you're a rookie and you take a win on the championship tour. So that proves to me that Cole Hauschman has what it takes, not just to stay on the championship tour, but for a potential world title.
And it's pretty crazy to think, like, how many years has Leonardo been on tour, and he's never took a win. And Cole just coming in the first year and in the first 5 events already taking a win. That's a big task. It's not easy to do, and not many people have done that before.
Yeah, let's take a look. This year, event #4 on the championship tour. Warm up on the stairs, the iconic stairs at Bells Beach. And Cole, the Hammer Hauschman, hammered on the backhand through the Bells Bowl. Had a nice civil final with his good friend Griffin Colapinto, but he couldn't give up this opportunity to Griff. He took it all the way to the beach numerous times. Flow on the backhand, exceptional. And a win for the USA there at Bells, and an outstanding rookie performance by Cole Hauschman.
Paddle battle.
Scratching in the water, open priority between these two surfers. Deeper is Leonardo Fioravanti. We talk about how fiery Leonardo is. He's not going to give up the inside. Look at him guarding the inside position here. With that, geez, Manabre, congratulations. Another outstanding performance by the wild card, Chris.
Yeah, thank you, Kaipo. Well, definitely, when you earned your shot into this event, you've been making full use of it. That's exactly what surf fans want to see, a wave-for-wave battle. What a show.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Yeah, I'm super happy, you know. It's my second city ever at home, you know. I can feel the vibes, all the people here, this beautiful wave, and yeah, congratulations to Griffin. He was ripping too. He pushed me.
So I know defending your own backyard has got to be a huge feeling, but also taking out the current world #1 in a championship tour event. Does that give you some momentum moving forward?
Oh yeah, for sure. It's a dream come true. I did it last year already against Felipe over here. was one of the highlights, and yeah, to do it again this year, it's amazing. But yeah, I've been working hard, you know, for this moment, and yeah, Teahupo'o always, you know, give me so much, so I'm super happy here.
That tells me if you're in a yellow jersey, watch out for Mickey Montebrey. Congratulations. I know you got a lot of friends and fans behind us here in the channel, but also at home watching. You want to give them a shout?
Yes, maruru tout le monde pour tout le soutien. Hein. On est ici, Tahiti Muaroa, et voilà, on va rien lâcher. Vahine, elle a montré la voie. Félicitations à elle, et voilà, on va essayer de suivre et aller jusqu'au bout. Mais merci à toutes les personnes qui me soutiennent, et Tahiti Mua.
Mickey Montebrey, a titan from right here in Tahiti.
Oh, man. Yeah, you say Tahiti Imua, forward Tahiti, I think. Imua in Hawaiian's forward, so I'm doing my best Tahitian translation. 27 minutes, 15 seconds, and still a little scrambling for position at the opening of this heat. Leonardo Fioravanti not wanting to give up the inside to Cole Hauschman. And both of them maybe pushing each other too deep. What do you think, Jess?
Oh yeah, look at that wave. It's almost looked like Fiji because how far up the point they were. The wave was going for barreling for about 10 seconds, and they're definitely too deep. But that's what happens. Another wave swinging by, and it looks like maybe a third one because they're scratching out the back. Wow, that was a big West Bow one. So definitely a few opportunities lost for both of the surfers, but no one wants to give up that 8-point red to start. So
yeah,
that's the battle.
Can you be too competitive at the start, battling for the inside position? At what point does that backfire on you if you're missing waves?
I mean, it really depends on how mentally strong you are against your opponent, because it definitely plays in both heads. They both know they're missing waves right now. It's really up to who's smart enough to keep collective, keep calm, regroup, reset, and make sure, like, once you start doing that, you waste time on the heat. So you're going to have less opportunity for mistakes. So you really got to capitalize once you start going. And it looks like we're going to start right now.
Okay, Leo's going to take this first one. Snuck under. Cole needs to make this barrel to make it count, and he's just going to hand over priority now to Cole Hauschman. So that battle for the inside will officially end, and we will start our priority rotation.
Yeah, and you know, that's great news for Cole, because that's exactly what you want to happen if you're sitting wider and letting your opponent have the priority and you're fighting for it. You wiped it a bunch of time. A good set came, they both missed, and then Leo came on this one, but the wave wasn't that great of a wave, and they were sitting a little bit too deep. So as you see right here, Cole just applies a lot of pressure and make Leo just second guess, which it helps on the decision. If you see, he looked back right there, and it makes you just think so much when you're in the wave that affects and plays into a big role on how you're going to surf the wave, and him right there just not pumping enough to go through that barrel.
Yeah, quick Red Bull jet ski ride across the reef and into the channel for Leonardo Fioravanti. Let's track him. You can see this going over the reef section, so these guys haven't hit the channel as of yet. It's a live reef here, by the way, which is really incredible. And, you know, we want to keep the reef health going here as well. Coral Gardner's doing a great job of perpetuating that. Here we go. Hauschman in the house, comes through the exit door, and that's going to be a nice start for the rookie.
And to his advantage right there, he's able to catch a wave, paddle back out, and come back with priority still. So for him, it's a dream scenario, everything that's happening. Mostly if a very good set comes right now, he's going to be able to have a big lead gap in front of Leonardo.
Yeah, because that ski went all the way into the lagoon, taking a wide berth. So now they were hitting the deep channel, or ava, as you would say in Tahitian. And now back in that deep channel, through the flotilla, and there's a buoy that Leonardo will be dropped off outside there, outside of the actual competition area, and then he'll take a short paddle back to the peak. Replay here of Hauschman.
Just smart surfing there for Cole. Not the best wave ever, but it's going to be a good backup, and he's going to come back with priority. You know, I'm positive that as soon as he saw Leonardo go to the lagoon, he was like, okay, now it's time for me to get a backup and come back with priority. Or if an amazing wave comes, I get a wave and come back with priority, because that's a big advantage. Start with the backup and having priority on top of the opponent.
Yeah, here we go with the scores coming in for Cole, so we can set the stage at a 5-point ride for Cole Hauschman and priority. The big unit, 23 years old, out of San Clemente, California. He's got a great story, Cole Hauschman. Just last year, March of 2023, he won his first QS event of his professional surfing career. He went on in May of 2023 to win his first Challenger Series event. In July, he won his second Challenger Series event. By the US Open last year, he had qualified for the championship tour, and by April this year, so basically a year later after, he already has won a championship tour event. This one, Leonardo Fioravanti finds it wide, finds the exit. Sneaky move by Leonardo Fioravanti, getting that wide west bowl, and now we got a game going.
That was so technical from Leo. He was so deep on that wave. It looked like, actually, in my opinion, looking from the front angle, that he was not going to come out of that, and somehow he just squeezed through it. Big smile on his face.
Talk about a sneaky move. Okay, got dropped off, did the slow roll, got the west peak. Let's take a look at this.
Yeah, nice late takeoff. Didn't even give a chance him to pump in that first section because the wave was already just running down the line as fast as he can. Great, great way to identify a good wave on the corner right there. See that takeoff? Almost levitated a little bit. You can't see him in the barrel the whole time. He's going through the foam bowl once again. Cowboy ride right there for him. That was impressive. That was as good as he gets right there for that wave. Amazing effort for Leo, and that's going to be a great score.
Hanging on in the saddle of the bucket Bronco right there for Leonardo Fioravanti, and did not get bucked off. So we'll wait for that number. Smart surfing. You could see Cole, when we looked through that replay, too deep, looking over enviously at Leonardo Fioravanti, was just in the right spot. Hauschman holds on to priority, still has a 5-point ride, still waiting for the score for Leonardo Fioravanti. Your feeling on the score above a mid-range?
It's actually going to be interesting to see, because I've noticed he lost a little balance coming out of that barrel. So if the judges are quite taking a long time, I wonder if they're seeing if he was actually with control coming out, or his foot was out and he was sitting on the board, because obviously his front leg was on the board, but with all that foam, it was kind of hard to see. But if you really slow it down and break it down, you can probably have a better look. But let's see it again. Look at that. He's like as deep as you can get. Looks like everyone's probably thinking he's not going to make it, and then all of a sudden he pops up again. But right here, see? Once again, he kind of loses control. And this angle, you cannot see it, but it almost looks like he might be sitting on the board right there. But you can't really tell. It'll be interesting. I think the judges are taking their time to have a look.
Great pickup, Jesse Mendez.
See right there, like,
yeah,
he's like, look,
great
he put
pickup
his
on
foot
that.
back on.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see what the judges analyze from that. It's maybe that's why he was laughing coming back out. You know?
Yeah. Maybe he thought he fooled the judges. We'll see if the judges, what the judges thought about that. But that was a great pickup, Jesse. In that, you know, you sit down and you have to get back on your board. It's almost like laying down prone and getting back up. We've seen that before with Kelly Slater at Pipeline, where like, hey, at first everyone thought it was like 8+ ride, but then in further analysis, the goat, you know, sneakily fell down inside of the barrel, got back to his feet inside the barrel and came out, but they counted that as a no-make. So we'll see if that's going to be the case when Leonardo Fioravanti. We're still anticipating the score.
The goat had a few of those. Obviously, the goat's ones that pipe was a little bit more intense, because I think he felt like on his board and rode it laying down, which is crazy. Even harder to do than just riding the wave out. But obviously, you lose control and it's not a complete turn.
So analyze this one more time. Fioravanti in the barrel.
Right here is where that wave breathes, and he kind of loses control. See his foot? It seems, it seems
off.
It's so hard to see, man. Is it off? See, he kind of seems like he puts his foot back up. Interesting. It's definitely not a very controlled exit of a barrel, so that could penalize him. But also, I don't think he was completely sitting on the board. I think he was still with his feet on the board.
Deep on this one, Cole, big barrel, big spit, and he comes out with celebration. Flying kick out for Cole Hauschman. Now remember, that's 6'3" of Surfer right there. Leonardo right behind him has to fight against the foam ball. This time the foam ball wins. So waiting for 2 scores for Leo Fioravanti, 1 score for Cole Hauschman to set the situation. Replays here, starting with Cole.
Yeah, that was, I mean, as good as the first ledge wave gets. Look how hollow and how deep he was, coming out with this massive spit. This is going to be the best wave of the heat. Beautiful technique, double arm stall, just keeping at the arm there just to kind of make sure he's slowing himself enough and in front of the foam bowl. Perfect execution for Cole right there. That was a beautiful wave selection, first of all, because that wave was dreamy. As you see both of his foot are forward, give the extra stability, mostly going through that foam bowl, which is that part that just went through right there, and coming out with the beautiful spit, and he already knows it's a great score.
So waiting for 3 scores to set the heat. Fioravanti paddling back out. And overheating, so he pulled his top off, and Leonardo's coach, the 2015 world champ Adriano de Souza, over there took the top, takes a spare board. What a support squad Leonardo has with ADS in his corner. He's been in his corner all year long. Previous ride, they were questioning for Leonardo Fioravanti. Coming up as a mid-range score as a 5.5. Still waiting for last score for Cole Hauschman.
Yeah, so they obviously, that was a complete barrel that he had. But looking back at Cole's 5-point ride, very similar waves in size and how throaty they were, but Leo's way more technical and deeper. So I think he got penalized a little bit for not coming out as clean as he was hoping for. Because if he would come out clean, clearly in my head, his wave was going to be probably a point or a point and a half over Cole's first ride.
Waiting for the score for Cole Hauschman, and he comes in at a 7.5. Hauschman with the lead over Leonardo Fioravanti and priority. Can he hang on to that? We're going to find out. We're going to go froth it up with a Bonsoy brew break, but we'll be back with the conclusion of the second heat of the elimination round. You can go somewhere, but come right back, because you don't want to miss this one. Download TrueSurf, Apple Store, Google Play. You can play along. You can virtually surf Teahupo'o as well. We're in the action here at the end of the road. Men's elimination round. Heat number 2 is heating up between Cole Hausman and Leonardo Fioravanti. Caipogirl, Jesse Mendez on the call. Take a look at these waves hitting the reef. Here we go with Leo. Pulls in, gets a big pump, and gets gobbled up. Right behind him, look at the draw off the reef on this wave for Cole Hausman. Hausman off the bottom, big cavern over the foam ball for the completion. Cole Hausman. Absolutely loving it, Jesse.
You know the question that I asked you, like, what's going to happen? What's Cole? Like, is he capable of, you know, approaching as good as you can on waves of consequences at Chopu, because he's done it at Pipe before, but that was just the answer for me right there.
Yeah, Cole Hausman, his first surf in Tahiti happened just about a month ago when he came here to prepare for this event. Was met with a monster swell. Spent a few weeks here getting used to the reef and the lineups. Went home for a short while, get some new boards, put himself together. And obviously he did his homework. Here he is in the replay.
Are you kidding me? That's so deep. Like, hardly ever you can get deeper than that on that big of a wave out here at Chopu, because the tube monster is going to eat you alive. That big pump, second one, just hanging on to dear life. You see him holding the wall pretty much with his left hand right there. See that big pump into a second one right there. The foam ball is going to get him, and he holds himself with the inside hand, and I mean, barely hanging on his toes right there. That was so incredible from Cole, and what a beautiful wave he found. And as deep as he gets, this is going to be a massive score for him.
Getting over that troubled water, getting over all that foam right there. That was excellent surfing in my book. And he gets an excellent score of 5.97 for Cole. The big man with a big score and a big lead over Leonardo Fioravanti. Cole Hausman has the Italian combo. You can call it an Italian combo at the moment. A 17.07 two-wave total that Leo needs. Look at the big numbers from the judges here.
I mean, well deserved. Like, that was close to perfection. As thick as a wave gets, as this size and as deep as you can get on that wave, and the intensity was there. The intensity that you asked the question, is he gonna be able to make this wave or not? You see a lot of 7-point rides and you're like, oh, he's gonna make this wave. It's kind of obvious. This one, he keeps guessing yourself. And talk about heat rhythm. Because of that start of Leo, of them fighting themselves, putting themselves deep, Leo went on that first wave, had to go to the lagoon. Cole started strong with the 5 and a 7.5 and just kept building throughout the whole heat, and now at a 9.57, putting Leo in a very tough situation right now, but he's up and riding.
Looking to fight back, and Leo Fioravanti comes through a big barrel of his own and likely to break the combo with that ride and tighten things up. Here we go, Cole Hausman continues. Punches out the back, wants to hang on to heat control with the lead and wants to make sure he hangs on to that priority here in the final 9.5 minutes.
Yeah, he still needs to play a smart heat, because Leo's last wave was very, very good, and he's back on the heat in my opinion. Obviously, even if he breaks the combo, like, it's still going to be a big task, because he's going to be looking at a massive score, but we've seen plenty of them today already, and Leo is definitely capable of.
Leo Fioravanti here.
Nice wave right there, slowing himself down very deep, coming out with the speed, with the spit. Once again from this angle here. Beautiful ride from Leo. Just over the fumble, going through, coming out clean.
Look at the draw on this wave. Explain to us what's happening at the bottom. This is Cole's 9.57.
Yeah, so like when a wave this big hits this shallow waters, it draws so much water off the bank, and it creates that tension that you can see it in only a very few places would get that tense and that clean, and Chopu is one of them. Almost losing his inside rail on that first bottom turn, but just regaining, and look at the intensity on that barrel. Like basically the foam, it's eating the barrel out, and he somehow finds a little room there, a high line to go over and come out very clean. So that was so impressive from him. Obviously, you can't compare Leo's last wave with this wave, but if you compare it with the backup, it's going to be right there, in my opinion.
Leo under priority, takes this one. Nice stall, controls his speed to get behind the curtain. Paced approach, through a little bit of foam there for the exit. Previous wave for Leo Fioravanti. He broke the combo with a 7.6. Cole Hauschman here. Hauschman stalls off the takeoff. Again, adjusts his speed, adjusts his line, hits the gas pedal, comes through there, and looking to improve upon a 7.5. The rookie gaining rhythm here.
Yeah, and he looks comfortable. You see how stoked he is and finding a good rhythm. But it's still very dangerous heat because there are 10-point rides out there today, Kaipo, and it's just a matter of fact of Leo being in the right spot because he's not going to be afraid of swinging.
Yeah, Leo Fioravanti, a fearless surfer, and he's going to earn himself priority in this final 7 minutes. We can see as we track the two surfers paddling back out to the takeoff spot. We'll be waiting for the last score for Leo. We'll be waiting for the last score for Cole to see where we're at in this heat. So one score owed to us for both surfers. We're going to review those one more time on the replay, starting with Leo.
Yeah, Leo's wave, it was a nice wave, but it's not going to matter and play a fact in this heat. As you see right there, the wave starts a bit not so hollow, a bit on the tighter part, and then this wave is kind of like Gabriel-ish type of wave that he grabs out here. Those waves that come very deep and run down the point, but I don't see the intensity as well. I don't see that's going to better his situation. It's going to be a good score, but long barrel, but I think it lacked a little bit of intensity for what we've been seeing the last few waves.
Mayhem board for Cole Hauschman, looking really maneuverable. Had multiple pumps in that barrel to gain speed through those sections.
Yeah, definitely. A big kid too, so it helps, you know, like there's so much energy out there today. So the more weight you have on top of your board, the more solid you're going to be on it. And that's, I mean, he's looking as good as he gets.
All right, so the last score for Leo is a 5.9. He's still chasing a 9.48. However, we're still waiting for the score for Cole Hauschman. Cole Hauschman can put Leo into a two-wave combo depending upon the score that drops next for the San Clemente surfer. We're still waiting for that number.
I kind of see a little bit of position and change. You see Leo is sitting a little bit further out the back, mostly looking probably now. See, there's a big gap, and for a wave like Chopu, like Teahupo'o, it's a big difference for you to be seen that far out. That means he knows he needs a 9.48, yeah. So he's going to look for a big wave, and hopefully one of those waves that came on the semis for the women's or the finals, those big throaty ones comes his way, or even something close to what Cole got, and he can capitalize on, because that's what he needs right now. It's simple path in front of him, but very hard to execute.
Yeah, and we know for a fact that there's 10-point rides out there today, because we already saw Tatiana Weston Webb with a 10-point ride today. So we know the scale's there, and we know that it's possible because the waves on offer are just incredible. This is the day we've been waiting for. We've been waiting pretty much an entire week through this window, this event window. We got that first day over, but you know, we've had multiple lay days in anticipation of today, and today has fulfilled all of that anticipation. Cole Hauschman, a 7.67, so he slightly improves upon his heat total, not quite comboing Leo Fioravanti, but puts Leo needing a giant score, a 9.64.
Yeah, making even trickier, which in Cole's side, the more you can improve, the better it will be. Obviously, he didn't improve by much, but it was a great ride for him. I thought compared to his 7.5, he lacked a little bit of intensity. The 7.5 was a little bit more throaty. He got very deep, but the other was 7.67. The wave stretched out a bit more. He was inside the barrel driving through for longer, so the judges liking that more for this situation. And we got a great heat, 3 minutes and 30 left. Let's see, hopefully they get a big set and both of them can get an opportunity each.
Yeah, you know what's been improving for me for Cole Hauschman is just his confidence. As a rookie coming in, I mean, I think after the first, he had a lackluster start of the season, Cole did. And with that lackluster start of the season, sometimes you have some doubts, you know, 33rd, that's a dead last place at Pipeline, then a 17th at Sunset. So started to question himself, right? Put his head down, had that win at Bells, and I think that was just something that gave him the confidence, like, look at, I belong, came here, did some homework, and I'm sure, you know, if he advanced out of this heat, and he's looking really good right now, that's going to be even more of a confidence builder for a rookie.
No doubt. Mostly after those 2 first events, he came in with the highest seed coming out of the Challenger Series because he won the Challenger Series. So he dropped a lot right there. So you start matching against guys that are tougher in the draw and have a better momentum throughout that specific year. So it was good to see him somehow fight back and dig deep and have that big win against Gabriel and go into a row and win the event, beat Griffin on the finals, huge names, and that gave him confidence to be where he's at right now.
We're at the 2-minute mark, priority with Fioravanti. Game's not over. Leo's got it in him. All he needs is a big set. Needs to go near perfect. 9.64 is the requirement for Leo Fioravanti. 1 minute and 40 seconds on the countdown. And the rookie looking pretty sweet at the moment.
Yeah, it's going to be a big one for Leo. If 1 minute and 30 seconds left, you can't see much on the horizon. Obviously, waves here kind of pop up out of nowhere because they come from such a deep water. But
and you talked about Cole's journey and being the number one on the CS and the seeding involved. Just mind you, also for everyone watching, is that when we get into the next round, we reseed this next round of 16. So coming after this elimination round, we're going to reseed, and depending upon who's winning, who's losing. Cole Hauschman is the number 8 seed currently. We already saw the number 1 seed is out of competition. If we see any more of that kind of stuff, someone like Cole, as a rookie, can move up that seeding order and give himself a better seed or better matchup in the round of 16. We'll have all those answers by the end of this round. We'll have to wait till the end of this round to go through all the seeding, but that's another thing as we talk numbers, is another factor on, you know, exactly how important your rankings matter, especially in the back half of the season.
totally, and this is a big loss. I think Leo would come here very confident as well. He's such a good tube rider, amazing competitor,
and a great sportsman.
Yeah, he is. He really knows how to separate competition and whatever personal life. So he understands he has his mistakes and things didn't go his way, and move on to the next one.
Yeah, he's already, you know, given a handshake to Cole Hauschman. Great sportsmanship by Leo Fioravanti. Great barrel riding by Cole Hauschman. Hauschman, look at the giant heat total, 17.24. On to the round of 16 for Cole Hauschman. We're on to a break. We're going to come back with Joe Felicity and Ross Williams. Don't go anywhere.
From Australia, Jacob Wilson, and blue from Brazil, Yagodora. I just remind you, 35 minutes. And for the previous game, congratulations to Cole Hauschman, advancing to the next round. Voilà donc dans la série qui vient de se terminer. Félicitations à Cole Hauschman, l'Américain, qui se qualifie pour le prochain tour en éliminant l'Italien Leo Fioravanti. Et nous venons de commencer à l'instant la série qui oppose le Brésilien Yagodora en bleu à Jacob Wilson, l'Australien en rouge. Et voilà la première vague de l'Australien en rouge. Première vague tout de suite pour commencer cette série.
Flashing back to last season here at the end of the road, we had some big heats go down and the wave was going below sea level quite a few times. Iago Dora and Jack Robinson had to meet in a really crucial matchup for both of them. It was pretty wild to see them, two good friends under the same coaching of Iago's dad with a lot on the line, and Jack ended up going all the way in that event. And now a rematch, as you see Ross Williams on set with us. I'm Joe Chappelle, Felicity Palmatier. Thanks for joining us, Ross. You've had a pretty rad morning. First, going to the 10-point ride for Tatiana Weston Webb. I know that meant a lot to you and the entire support crew.
Super emotional. It was a crazy heat. We always knew that Vahine was going to put together two big scores, and of course she did. And out of the whole field, you know, you could argue that Tati and Vahine, every time a big set wave comes, they're going to spin and go. And so we knew it was going to be a tough heat, and she delivered that 10. It was insane, dedicated to our dear friend Greg Browning, which was really nice. Just a game of inches out there at Chopes. You know, that backup score for Tati, the first wave of the heat, was close to being an 8.59, something like that, had she came out of that barrel successfully. So real close heat, but I'm really proud of her.
Yeah, it just didn't look like she lost. Just the way, the look she had on her face. The game changed in pro surfing, one of the best heats I've ever seen on tour. As we dive into this one, Iago Dora getting his first wave against his good friend Jack. Nice hollow cylinder running down the reef, and he'll hop out. And as you can see, Jack already got a start during the break. We'll get caught up here in just a moment here. The Iago looking smooth, coming into stop number 6 in the last spot to qualify past the midseason cut. As we see how Jack did on his opener flick.
Yeah, this is Jack's 6-point ride, opening wave, first wave of the heat, tucks in, gets a pretty nice little tube there. And I'm sure, I mean, Jack would have been just rubbing his hands together this morning. I mean, Jack just thrives in conditions like this. He has such a good read in these sort of barrels. Loves waves of consequence, loves waves that are really steep. Great technique, great read. Just love where his front arm is positioned there. He's got a sort of forward of his body, not back. So, yeah, nice little opener and nice exchange between the two boys.
Yeah, great one to start. What about Iago's wave, Ross?
You know what's interesting about this wave is it's not the longest barrel in the world, but it really demands a high level of surfing, especially in terms of going fast, going slow, stalling, letting go, riding high, getting low. It kind of requires 3 or 4 different techniques all in a 4 or 5 second barrel. This heat is really interesting because Jack's on his backhand, obviously, Iago's on his forehand, both young, right at the peak of their career, and they do so well at those things I just mentioned. They're really good at speeding up when they have to out here and slowing down when they have to, riding high. Like, they're just real high-level barrel riders. So, I mean, Joe, I think it's just going to be about that rhythm and who can get in line with that big slab when it comes in.
It's Iago's turn as he's already stalling, arm barring the face. Good speed management, a short ride in the barrel, but well executed again. Iago's opener, a 4-point ride, and 2.01 will give him the lead over his good friend Jack. I suppose, Ross, we talk about this all the time. You know, when you have the same coach, same heat, one thing that is always usually the same, it's awkward. You know, it's one of those things you're like, hey, we can't avoid it, and let's see how you guys do.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, and Iago's dad had to bail. He had to go home, so he is not here. But Jack does have Bemi in his corner still, so he's a little bit of an ace up his sleeve there with having some support in the channel. But, you know, these guys, it's so simplified at Chopes. You really need to get into rhythm, get your backup scores right away, and just sort of see how the chips fall. So I don't see a real huge advantage of terms of coaching out here today. But, yeah, it's kind of a fun, emotional battle out there between these two.
Ran into Jack and Bemi having lunch yesterday. A spot called Maui, one of Ross's favorite restaurants on the island. But, Flick, it's interesting. You say hi to Bemi, you see what they've been up to, and I never know if he's being serious or not. Have you been able to figure that guy out?
Oh, no, I'd have to just echo what you say. I mean, he's always smiling and joking about just about everything. So it's like, hang on a sec, was that a joke or was that actually real? I don't know. Hard to get a good read on them, just like Jack too.
Has Bemi ever played a prank on you, Ross?
No, you know, we don't hang out that often, but if he has a sarcastic dry wit, I'm in. I love it. That's my favorite.
Yeah, I can't believe you guys haven't gone on a surf trip by now. You guys would have the best time ever.
I need to hook up.
Every video I see is Bemi making Bede Durbridge laugh this whole week, and Micro's just filming Bede's head, and Bemi's just feeding him lines. They've just been laughing quite a bit. Obviously, they have a lot of fun, but Bemi's an incredible surfer, longtime competitor, and a big supporter for Jack and Iago over the years. You see them hanging out together at the Pipe House that was previously owned by Jerry Lopez, and they've had a lot of great trips together. Jack goes into this heat 2-0 over Iago. They had that emotional heat here last year when Iago had hopes for a Final 5 berth last season.
Yeah, that was a really exciting heat. I mean, Iago, I actually looked at that quarterfinal before coming in the booth, and Iago actually had the highest single wave score. He had that 7, and he was looking to back it up, but he just couldn't find a backup. And Jack actually ended up getting through that heat with basically 6 5s, right? And I mean, it was right there for Iago. He still was in contention to, making that Final 5 at Trestles and surfing for a world title, where Jack just went on and got the win.
Let's take a look at that vision while they're still sitting waiting for sets. Someone's looking interested here. Let's see if Iago holds his position. Jack holding priority, moving his spot out the back, so we'll wait to see if something's drawn off the reef. Jack Robinson trying to go back-to-back with his event titles here at Teahupo'o. Robinson pulls right in, lets go of some speed, and gets puffs out into the channel. Little down carve to celebrate. That'll go at the 6, and he'll put himself right back into first. Always looks calm. Always looks comfortable, Ross, and waves the consequence.
Yeah, I think probably one of my favorite things about Jack and how he competes is his energy. He's got super high level energy. He's always kind of fist pumping, and his body language is sort of like a throwback like Kelly Slater, where he's always sort of adding a little bit of drama, and he does a good job right here. He's about to come out and he slows down just for that half a second. A little bit of a butt drag right there. You can see looking into the barrel, watch it right there, this front knee, just an extra element right there. And he's good at those little extras to get, you never know, you could win by 1/10 of a point.
Another good look inside the pit right here, Flick.
Yeah, I've got to agree with everything, Ross, you just said. I mean, most people wouldn't be able to do that and prolong that period of time in the barrel. It was just so well done from Jack. And he just has this sense of ease about him, though. I mean, I know he's got a lot of, energy when he's out there, but also he's the kind of guy that, I mean, we saw him do it last year here. He can sit for 20 minutes, right? Nothing will come through, or you're thinking, whoa, he's sat for a long time. We'll get back to that. He looks like he's having a look now.
Jack Robinson again, driving super deep in this cave. There's a ton of spit, but unfortunately, he went down. There was a lot of pressure coming out of that barrel.
That's that West Bowl bonus right there, paddling back out, you guys. And, you can get a couple of 9s out here in seconds. If you get lucky and that West Bowl comes at you when you're paddling back out, it's a real bonus.
A lot of anticipation for this day for competition after some late days, some smaller surf, knowing that this Southwest swell is going to show itself. How is the intensity out in the channel today and getting things started this morning?
It feels good. It's definitely a lot of adrenaline. Everyone's trying to manage their energy. A lot of deep breaths in the channel. Huge, beautiful pump there from Jack, by the way. I thought for sure I had all my money at him coming out of this barrel. You can see right here he let go, then grabs because he knows he's going to touch the foam ball. And that's the weird thing about Teahupo'o. It's like all you need to do is just touch that foam ball and you get evaporated. You can't get super deep like you can at even Piping Backdoor, or especially Indonesia, places like that. You can get really tucked back. At Chopes, there's just enough room in the barrel to be right in the honey hole for the judges, and you obviously can't be in front of the barrel. And if you get too deep, you're smoked as well. So it's like a real precise type of surfing.
It's a fine line, huh? Getting as deep as you can. And we got to see some cool lines from Kelly over the years. How high he is actually allowed to go out there is really phenomenal, where he can actually avoid the foam ball to stay as deep as he can. But it's the select few that can really master it, obviously, like Kelly does.
Yeah, definitely. I think that last wave from Jack, I mean, I was on your page, Ross. I thought he was coming out for sure. I mean, obviously, like you said, it just reiterates how much power there is on this wave.
Yeah.
I mean, it is insane the kind of energy that it moves at and the speed that it's moving at us too.
I mean, you can get big scores and relatively small waves out there because they're so drawn off the reef. They're real boxy. And I was telling Tati that too this whole morning, like, hey, don't neglect the insiders. They're real boxy. That's what the judges care about. They have a lot of drama. They're late drops. The shape of the barrel means a lot out here.
We were able to catch up with Jack Robinson to talk about the biggest change in his life.
All these people say they're grateful for life, but if once they have a baby, then you really know what the kind of meaning is for life. So it's a whole different level of life, I would say. And it's a different fulfillment. Everything you do, even if it's little things, I would just do things and just not even think before. But now I'm like, oh, I get to go surf, and like when I would go surf before, I was like, oh yeah, another surf. Now I'm like excited to go surf even more. So that's special. And even maybe on the tour, people get a bit complacent, maybe like doing the same thing for so many years. So bringing something new and gives me a different perspective on life. And it's not, you know, maybe if you're just competing and you're just focused on competing always and that's your life only, it might burn you out a little bit. So if I could combine the two, the family and the competing, then this could be a good combination.
Traveling with his wife, Julia, and his baby boy named Zen Robinson. Watching his dad compete now, driving to this one, Iago Dora. This one stretched out beautifully, and how about the stylish look back? That one felt good for the Brazilian, chasing an 8.57. Another one right behind it is Jack Robinson. Grabs the rail, let's go. Drives, grabs it again, and he comes out perfectly off the bottom and kicking out. This is why we come to Tahiti. You're hoping the waves are going to be as good as this. Two good friends pinching themselves, going blow for blow. Ross, how good is this?
Here we go. And, you know, when these sets come in right now, it really is the perfect size. It's not too scary, but it's big enough to make you think about it. And you can see these bigger waves, they draw off the reef so nice. That was a real butter drop there for Iago. And, you know, I want to give Iago props, too. He's been one of my favorite surfers on tour for the last couple of years. He's so high level. He's got good style. He's really good in the air, and he's a great barrel rider. So he's going to be knocking on that top 5 for for the next several years.
I love that. I mean, the way he came out with so much style there and grace was really cool too. Different sort of claim that we've seen all morning, all afternoon, and then right behind him was Jack. I mean, that pump right there was so technical. He grabbed the rail, he let go as he pumped, and then he grabbed the rail and set his line again. I mean, this is just really technical. And on your backhand, I mean, Iago had moments on his too where he had to reset his line and pump down the line, but Jack did as well. And on your backhand, I mean, with your back facing the wave, it's just super technical. I also like how Jack came out of that barrel and sort of drew that down line, like that down carve almost. Something that Kelly does out here a lot too. And just super stylish.
Yeah, it looks good with all that speed. You're always curious, you know, how much is this finishing move really going to help out the score when it's like this, where you're looking for big barrels. But if they actually lay it down with a combination, you know, that makes us feel good. It's got to make the judges feel good.
I think it sort of speaks to the control you have when you come out. Because a lot of guys, when they come out, they might just head straight for the channel. But if you can come out of a barrel like that, that's heaving with that much power and energy, but you have the ability to make it look like you have so much control that you can wash the speed off like that, sort of like a real cementing thing in the judge's mind of like, whoa, that person has control.
Yeah, and Iago getting to 8.17, and you know, you got to just keep surfing out here because it really comes down to how long you're in the barrel. See this west peak, and he's going to be a little too far behind it. And Iago, that was well spotted by the judges because Iago had a big bottom turn into just a touch longer barrel. And that rhythm means everything out here. Both these surfers will maximize a wave out here, but you got to be in rhythm for it, and you need that longer barrel to squeak through the heat.
Locking into this one, Dora, nice lunge into the pit. He'll make it without a problem. He can't help but look back. He's having a blast. Probably the most fun he's had in a heat this year. He's had some challenging moments this season, almost fell off at the midseason cut, especially following his best season to date in 2023. And what a way to get your rhythm back and perfect barrels at the end of the road. 8.17 previous. We'll see where this one goes. Flick, what'd you see?
Yeah, this was epic. He just lunged underneath that lip, and I mean, it was just beautifully done. He was so deep, and all it took was just that one big bottom turn. I mean, this is going to back up the 817 just beautifully. So, yeah, just keeping that rhythm going and that momentum.
There was a ton of energy in the lead up to this event because it was pumping, it was bombing, and a lot of the world's best were here getting their free surfs in, and some saying they got the best wave of their life as we see this one pull off the reef, Jack holding his position. Just thinking about the progression of charging on this wave and the amount of surfers that are incredibly brave. I mean, we can't even count anymore how many guys are willing to put their head down and go out here, Ross.
Yeah, and it's really draining. You know, to me, this is such an important event because, you know, we get really fixated on tour about performance. It's about how you can manufacture a heat win, how you can do a big air, big power turns. But at Chopes, you know, it really does feel like a big wave event. And you have to maintain your emotions. You have to keep your nerve throughout. It adds a whole new, very, very difficult element to competitive surfing.
Big heat win for the rookie. Cole Hausman eliminating Leo Fioravanti. Hausman is with Chris Cote.
Well, second trip to Tahiti, second heat ever in your life out here, and you just got one of the best waves of the day, the best wave of your life. What's it like to have a dream come true in front of the world?
Yeah, it's pretty much what you dream of when you come here, and when you think you're coming to Tahiti surfing the CT, you're hoping to get waves like that. So yeah, definitely probably the wave of my life, and if not the biggest barrel of my life. And yeah, it's what I dream of, so I'm super stoked. I was scared I wasn't going to make it, but it worked out.
Now, you could see into that barrel. It was violent. It was treacherous. You were hanging on with everything you had. Describe what that ride was like from beginning to end.
Yeah, I just caught like a medium one before, and I was paddling back out, and Leo swung on the first one, and I was like, oh, that's going to nug. Like, he's going to get a huge score. And then I just kept paddling, so I was like, maybe there's a second one, but I was paddling out to it because I wasn't in the spot, and the thing just came up out of nowhere, and I was like, I knew I had to swing because it looked like the biggest wave of the day, and I was kind of in the spot, so I wasn't like perfect positioning, but I just swung on it last minute and then just got to my toes, and by the time I looked up, I was like, oh, I'm way too deep, but I just gave it like one big pump, and you go so fast here that that's all you needed, so I just one big pump, and I just tried to like channel my inner Slater, and I went as high as I could on the wave, and then I just somehow rode the foam ball down and came out, put my hands in the air, claiming it a 10, but got a little carried away with my claims, but it was wave of my life, so 10 for me.
You deserved all those claims, no doubt. Well, what's better than getting one near-perfect ride out here at Teahupo'o, getting multiple near-perfect rides? Are you ready for what's about to come?
Yeah, I'm excited. I don't want to set my expectations too high, but this is what we dream of, and hopefully the swell looks good, and we'll have an epic finals day tomorrow.
Cole Hausman moving on through in a big way.
Very impressed, Chris Cote. His first trip here was about 2 weeks ago, before the event started. He came here before that big swell, did a little strike mission with a buddy of his from San Clemente, got some great barrels, and came back and was prepared for the wave of his life. Big heat win for Cole, moving on to the round of 16. Iago still leading over his good friend, Jack Robinson. Right back for more right after this. Get ready for an incredible edition of The Pulse. This features a perfect 10 from Tatiana Weston Webb that happened during one of the best heats of all time. A future WSL vault when we look back at this entire heat, but a very impressive performance on this wave. A 10, her best wave ridden in a jersey here at Teahupo'o and dedicated to her good friend, Greg Browning. Everyone was on their feet. It was one of those automatic feelings. You knew it was going to be a 10. Her coach, Ross Williams, incredibly proud. And the winner of that heat, though, was Vahine Fierro. She was able to bounce back after Tati got that score, and she is officially the queen of Teahupo'o. She was already getting called that before the win because of how amazing she is on this wave, winning for the first time for the Tahitians, and the wild cards have come incredibly close. Vahine making it official earlier today, and then Mihimana does it again. Last year went on to the quarters, got past world #1 again in back-to-back seasons. And Griffin was surfing incredibly well. Mihimana 7.93. Griffin got this score, tried to manufacture the score, did great job stalling, but just wasn't quite heavy enough to get the number. 7.07. Mihimana moving on into the round of 16, upsetting world #1. And then Cole Hausman, we just heard from him. He said it was a 10 in his mind. Best wave of his life. 9.57 with the jersey on over the foam ball. That's one of the waves of the contest. You always wonder what these rookies are going to do when they come to this event when it's pumping, and Cole just showed the world what he is capable of. As we get back into this one, heat number 3 of the elimination round, putting the head down is Jack Robinson, looking to go back-to-back and getting blown out of another pit. How many times have we seen him do this, Flick?
Oh, he could honestly do this with his eyes closed. He's just spent so much time in waves like this, and I mean, he's got a bit of a job in his hands right now, though, because Yago has put together a pretty good heat, especially sitting there with that 8.17. So Jack chasing 7.68 now for that last wave. I mean, I think I've just got to go back to what you were saying, Ross, that it's just going to come down to who finds the slabbiest, biggest wave in this heat, because both of these guys are just so good.
Hey, you're splitting hairs. For something that's really good for Jack here that bodes well is this is a big wave. This is a set wave right here. The judges will take that into consideration. He did a nice job getting deep back in the barrel, but it was a very short barrel. So that's the one thing that you would really try to pick apart here and keeping his score from going too high. But he probably will get the score. What does he need? A 7.68. It's right there. It's a big set wave. He got deep, but it was a very short barrel.
Ross, you're a really good age for this conversation. I mean, you're aging well, I should say. But no, going back to...
we're going with this.
Oh, thank goodness Yago's riding this way. Here we go, driving down the line. Oh, my goodness. Incredibly deep, and he takes his biggest wipeout of this matchup. There's Dora right there popping up.
That was a 10 if he came out.
Wow. You can probably see him thinking. He knows the scale really well. He knows what his 8.17 felt like, and just going a little bit deeper, trying to make this one flick.
Yeah, this thing was insane. I mean, he was so deep there, but he did a really good job to really pump through that section. I'll see if we see his board. You can just see him there. He was right there. Almost rode out in front of that foam ball, but he was teetering with that foam ball for a while, sort of wrestling with it. That was super close.
Yeah, this wave is like Frankenstein, right? It's so thick, and you have this huge lagoon that meets the Pacific Ocean, right? And so you have all this water drawing like a river rapid into this open ocean swell. So you have two forces meeting each other that kind of goes below sea level. Everyone always mentions that. Oh, this wave goes below sea level. I don't know if it actually does, but it certainly feels that way. But because it's so boxy and square, when the lip lands, it splits the water in half. And that foam ball is not your typical foam ball where it's sort of fluffing through the barrel. It literally is a floor that just opens up, and you get dropped right down to the reef. So that's what we talk about. There's a fine line between staying deep for the judges and getting blasted by that foam ball.
Great breakdown, Ross. Last score for Jack, a 7.87. He did get the lead, and then we go to the fall for Dora. Incomplete, but wow, what a wipeout that was. Jack will have the lead and priority. Dora needs a 6.87 to continue on to the round of 16. I was thinking, Ross, for you and your generation, that's where I was going with that.
Oh, man.
When this event really was put on the calendar, the whole world was just scratching their heads on like, what is going on? Can you really have a contest out here? This was like late 90s, you know, the momentum generation, you guys are in your prime. Everyone's looking to you and your friends to be like, can they do it? And then let's go from there. I mean, what was that like showing up here and going, hey, I better put my head down and figure this out?
It's really interesting because I remember being very excited coming to Tahiti, but I'm going to be honest, it wasn't my cup of tea. Like growing up on the North Shore, I was very comfortable with big waves. I loved my whole life big waves, but a shallow left-hander on the reef is a different animal. It's really a special thing, just like pipe. And you either really want it or you're timid. And I was always in a timid category, but you had guys like Andy leading the way, who's just an animal, like not even caring when a set wave came in. And he sort of like showed everyone, this is how you do it. And that was, what, 98, I believe. I think me and Danny Wills had a heat together. I don't even know if I won or he won, but we both had like under 2 points. We were just dodging 10-footers. And yeah, it was literally like watching aliens land on the planet Earth. We didn't know what kind of surf contest we were dealing with.
Well, to give you guys credit, it just hadn't happened before. There wasn't all this tape and guys leading the charge and the playbook that's being handed down to this generation. It was all just breaking ground for the first time.
There was the Gotcha Pro, I think, and it was Conan Hayes and
Kobe.
And Kobe had that super controversial close heat, and the waves were big. Andy was ripping at that event, I remember. And so that was a QS, a small QS. And I remember everyone saw it and we're like, whoa, this is going to be on the calendar next year. We're all, you know, pooping our pants.
all the media reports that you could find from that old Gotcha Pro in the 90s, all contest officials are going, can we really send these people out there? I mean, because it hadn't been done yet. There's these backless, powerful mutants coming through, and it was a game changer, and it was an opportunity for guys like Kobe Alberton and Conan Hayes, and they started changing what was thought to be possible on basically this beautiful slab.
It was a really quick evolution. Only late 80s, early 90s, it was just being surfed. I think, you know, there were some people that bodyboarded out here in the late 80s, early 90s. I think Eric Barton, shout out to Eric Barton, he's a pro surfer back in the day from Hawaii. He got a cover shot out here, I think from Hank Photo, maybe 92. Right around like early 90s, and at that point it just looked like, oh, that's cool, novelty wave, like this weird wave on the reef. And then the evolution was so quick, and then to implement that into World Tour surfing it's a beautiful thing.
So cool. Yeah, Mike Stewart, Ben Severson back in about 85, maybe late 80s, came down here, and they were going, oh, maybe it's a bodyboarding wave. Things kind of changed from there, but year 2000 too, your good friends made the final out here, and they had a weird thing going where you had to take off on your first wave switch foot. Junior in Australia, but they committed to that here in Tahiti. Shane Dorian versus Kelly Slater back in the year 2000. Turning back the clock. Kelly was off tour at the time, so he was a wild card, and Dorian was still full-time on tour, Ross.
Unreal, yeah. They did have that tradition. It started at Narrabeen in a pro junior. They had a final together, and they shook hands and said, let's switch foot on our first wave. And anytime they made the finals, that was their path. They had to do it.
They looked all right, switch. Well, they got that out of the way, then they started getting barrel flick.
Yeah, and already you can just see that technique Kelly has, just really dragging the side of his body into the face of the wave. I mean, he's just doing it just as good. Just the other day, 2 days ago, I mean, it was just insane to watch. I mean, even that turn, I mean, that still stands the test of time today. I mean, super critical.
Yeah, that's Kelly's advantage. We were talking about Jack, how he's got that energy. Kelly's always inspired me and everyone, how optimistic he is on any wave. So if the waves aren't perfectly barreling, he'll go ahead and do a huge off the lip. And Kelly really knows how to switch gears.
Classic final looking back. This was Kelly's first win back in the year 2000 at Tahiti. Gone on to 5 victories here. His most recent 2016. Another great addition of the WSL Vault. Back to live action, grabbing the rail on the takeoff. Jack Robinson with room to move out into the channel once again. He has so many makes, throwing away his 6s earlier. Yago with a quick answer, pulls up and under quickly. Big drive deep in the pit and comes out absolutely flying. I know these guys surf together a lot, but there might be little moments that they're forgetting there in the heat, because they are just getting spit out of barrel back and forth, Flick.
Oh, I just love that most of these exchanges we've seen in the heat have just been from the same set, just 1, 2, 1, 2. And it's just really cool because it's cool for us watching it and being able to pick it apart because it's really fresh in your mind. I mean, 2 different waves again. I mean, let's have a look at Jack here. Grabs a rail and just cleared that first section. Shorter barrel again, but then you contrast it to, he will have breakdown this one here again, but just hypercritical there on that first section. But his, wow, and he rode the foam ball there for a bit as well. But
he's so funny. Did you see the little drama? He got his hand up on the lip there.
Yeah.
He does remind me of Kelly that way. He really does know how to ham bone it. And you can see, watch his left arm right there. That was for the judges. But he did touch the foam ball. So, you know, it's kind of a funny situation for Jack because he's got 2 medium scores. Actually, Iago has the 8.1, so he doesn't need that much of a score to flip this heat. I think Jack's barrel is a little better, but again, Iago only needs 6.87 here, so very interesting for the judges.
Just had Adam Robertson chime in. You know, Adam from Bells Beach, finalist, wild card, and one of the great guys that backed that contest. He said his uncle Steve was contest directing that final with Kobe Aberton and Conan Hayes, and they were trying to contemplate where they're calling it off. And there's guys like Tony Ray and a few others saying, "Hey, you're calling this off. We're going out there anyway." And it kind of put him in a position to say, "Okay, contest is on. Good luck, everybody," as we continue with Iago Dora. Another big make right out in front.
Under priority.
Yeah, that was huge. 2:10 to go. He's feeling like it's enough.
Oh, wow. I was literally about to, just under priority. That was so sneaky. I mean, that was a longer barrel than his last, and I felt like his last was right there. Like, I almost thought, okay, he might be getting the score. And
I think it was under priority, right? They were, he was behind Jack paddling out, so I'm pretty sure Jack let that go. Very interesting here. Oh, they gave Jack an 8. Interesting. So they really liked him touching that foam ball there.
So yeah, getting caught up on the numbers. Last of Jack Robinson, 8.03, 7.87 before that. So counting his last 2 waves. And now Dora needing a 7.73 here, Ross.
He's on the ledge. So he paddled up. That's brilliant from Iago. His dad would be psyched on that strategy there. Very sneaky. So he paddled deep and up on the reef. That's on the ledge right there. And the cool thing about these waves on the ledge is they're very boxy. It's going to hit right there, bottom out. I'll watch it underneath his board. It's going to get pretty hollow right about here. So you get a longer barrel. And the judges love longer barrels because it's pretty unique at Chopo. You get a lot of short barrels, but this one has some time in there.
Well positioned entry into this wave for Iago Dora under priority. And we'll see if he can flip this one on Jack. A rematch from last season. It ended up costing Iago a spot in the WSL Final 5. This was Jack's 7.87 flick.
Yeah, wow. Okay, but it's just, this is Jack's 7.87. Iago's chasing a 7.73. It's just so hard to compare because it's 2 totally different approaches and 2 totally different waves. I mean, I'm not surprised because I feel like Jack's wave was amazing, but just to see the 8 kind of caught me off guard. But here, scores coming through now for Iago.
Wow.
Needs a 7.73.
It's apples and oranges. Iago's barrel is longer. Jack's barrel was more square. So we've got 2 no's, 1 yes.
This is incredibly close. 15 seconds. This might be it. All up to the last 2 judges to see if it'll average out in Iago's favor. The 2 good friends shake hands, and the number comes in short for Iago Dora.
Very close, just under.
The 7.53 on the decision.
I think there's another wave.
It might be the wave prior, so yeah, we're jumping ahead of it a little bit here. And still some scores dropping. Joe?
Yes, you're right. This wave previous was the 7.53. And now the last wave, the judge is playing some catch up, and this will be the final score. Chasing the 7.73, and first 2 signs, it looks like it's going to be enough.
Oh, yeah.
We'll see what happens.
Interesting for the judges. So they love that time inside the barrel. Jack's barrels were a little more crazy looking, a little more square. Iago had the time in the shade.
So now the score officially coming in at 8.4. And Jack getting the message now that he has been knocked out of the contest by his good friend, last year's event champion, one of our top seeds coming into this event, number 2 in the world. has now been knocked out by Yago Dora, the 22 seed, 8-4, 8-1-7. Incredible heat. A lot of barrels to digest in that one. And Yago will be moving on into the round of 16. Big things happening in the lineup here at Teahupo'o. We've got Liam O'Brien coming up next against Ramsey Bulkayam. We'll be right back.
Et pour la série qui vient de se terminer, félicitations à Yago Dora qui remporte cette série sur sa dernière vague. For the previous 8, congratulations to Yago Dora winning the heat on his last wave and advancing to round 2.
It's a wonderful afternoon here at the end of the road for the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. Still in the elimination round, heat number 4, with Liam O'Brien taking on Ramsey Bulkayam. Ramsey, an absolute warrior coming out of Morocco. First ever Moroccan to be on the top 34, now top 22, passing the mid-season cut. As all athletes are trying to be a part of the WSL Final 5 to compete for a world title this September. Liam O'Brien is a cool customer, kind of kicked off his career on tour in a very similar way to Ramsey, where they both got hurt before their official rookie debuts at Pipeline. Before the event started, everyone was just shattered for both Liam and Ramsey, knowing that they had to go get healthy and then get back on tour, hope for wild cards to come in the future. Ramsey made it count this season. He was the first call-up to compete, and he was able to replace João Chianca, got some big results, and officially got past the mid-season cut, Flick.
Yeah, I think we're all happy to see that because, I mean, you just feel ripped off for Ramsey, don't you? With the way it all went down with his injury, same goes for Liam. I mean, they've just got so much potential, and when someone's tried for so long to get on tour and they finally crack it, here goes Ramsey now.
Ramsey now trying to find this hollow section, having to do some creative setup work, just a quick one. And that will probably be a warm-up wave here with Liam O'Brien. Liam now with priority. And by Liam's reputation, Ross, we just are expecting him to wait for the darkest one to come off the reef and absolutely swing for it.
So really, this is the kind of heat you could underestimate. These two guys, you know, not the biggest names on tour, but they will go. And that's one of the great things about coming to an event or coming to this place on the schedule is you just don't know who's going to be that guy that just turns and burns, is going to go no matter what. Some people paddle straight over it, including myself. Straight to the horizon, like, oh, that's weird, I couldn't catch it. And then some guys will just answer the call. And both these guys, you know, even though they're not big names, they're hammers. They're gonna go.
Ramsey had the highest single scoring ride in the heat with Kelly Slater, and they had some cool words together. They had some fun banter. You could tell how much it meant to both Ramsey and Kelly to have that battle together the opening round, as we'll get a chance to catch up with the winner of the last heat, Iago Doors with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Iago, that was an incredible heat. Not only is that one of your good friends that you're competing against, but also considered one of the best to ever do it out here at the end of the road. But you stood right up, came up to the challenge, and put on an epic performance for all of us. What did you tell yourself going into that heat?
Yeah, you know, Jack is one of the reasons why I wanted to get really good in this kind of waves. He's a great friend of mine. I think like my first surf trip where I really got some big barrels was with Jack. We went to No Canduis, like 2014, I think. 10 years after, we're having an amazing heat at Chope. So it's a dream come true, and Jack's a big inspiration for sure. And this gives me a lot of confidence for sure, beating one of the best out here, and I know I can do it.
Well, of course, we know how good you are in the air, and obviously now we know how good you are in the barrel. Some of those waves you rode right there look just absolutely incredible. From this angle, you were pumping inside the barrel. Where did you learn how to do that? And does that just come natural to you once you take off?
Yeah, I think that's the best feeling in the world, like just taking off and seeing like a really deep section and pumping through it and coming out with the boats yelling. It's the best. And just learning, you know, like been on tour for a couple of years now, surfing this kind of waves. Lobby. It's just so fun, you know. It takes a while to like feel confident in this kind of waves for sure. Coming from Brazil, we don't get this kind of waves, so it takes some good years of dedication. But I've been doing the time, and it's been paying off.
Now, it's been a bit of a roller coaster year, but we're getting some momentum here in Tahiti, so let's foreshadow a little bit. Got some great lefts coming up for the rest of the season. How are you feeling about the sprint towards the final 5?
Yeah, I'm excited about the last few events, starting at this one for sure. But I had a pretty bad season for the start, and I barely made the cut, and I'm really lucky I did. So I'm just want to take this opportunity to do my best surfing and show what I'm capable of again.
Right on. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thanks so much, Chris. And Iago Dora taking it all in. Yeah, he's got a lot to look forward to. First of all, here at this event, he's in the round of 16. A lot of heats to surf, which could all compact into tomorrow. Also, Sakurama, he'll be able to defend his title there. Can't wait to see him at Cloud Break as we look at Lobby Start. What a great read on his opening ride flick.
Oh, what a meaty wave this one was. And look, he grabbed the rail at the end, but the way he threaded that barrel was just basically one big pump underneath the lip here. Grabs it just to hold on while he connects with that foam ball. But, I mean, that was seriously well done. And sort of reminds me of the kind of wave Jack was searching for in that last heat. You know, it wasn't necessarily the longest barrel, but definitely had some serious thickness to that lip.
Yeah, it's cool. You know, this wave is short, but it still demands surfing. And whenever you think about surfing or performance, you think about maneuvers and off lips, but you're still actually doing a lot of manipulation of your surfboard out here. And he did a little bit of everything on that wave. He grabbed, he yanked under the lip, he pumped, then he let go, then he grabbed rail again. You know, so it looks easy, but it's anything but out here.
Liam O'Brien kicks off with an excellent ride, an 8.0 to take the lead over Ramsey. Such a great tube rider representing Burleigh Heads on the Gold Coast of Australia. We always knew he was just groomed on incredible point breaks. So when he started coming to the North Shore, we realized how much he loved big waves as well. Loves surfing Big Waimea, loves surfing Big Pipeline. And he does it with that calm, cool, just easygoing personality where you almost think like maybe that's why he's so good in big waves. Maybe his adrenaline's not like spiking or his eyes aren't popping out of his sockets. He's not one of those guys that's just in your face with adrenaline. He's super calm and really calculated.
Yeah, if he is nervous, he does a good job at disguising it, that's for sure. But I think, you know, he's one of his best mates on tour is Matt McGilvray. And I mean, we know that Matty absolutely loves to throw himself over the edge, loves bigger surf too. And you sort of become part of the people that you're hanging out with the most. And I guess they're two peas in a pod. You look at the last swell that we had here the week before the contest started. I mean, Liam O'Brien got one of the biggest, meatiest waves of that session. I mean, he's no stranger to waves like this. And I feel like you said, Ross, it's just kind of an underdog. Like, maybe not necessarily the biggest names, but these two guys absolutely charge.
You got to watch out for the quiet ones. You know, these quiet guys, they're just hammers. You never know who's going to show up and take off on the biggest wave of the day, and here in Tahiti.
Like, he could catch a 20-foot wave, you'd run into him, and he's acting like maybe he read a book this morning.
Yeah.
He's just so even-keeled that he might not even bring it up to you. He probably wouldn't.
No,
you know?
he wouldn't.
Cup of tea, something. Yeah, he's so chill. But he's gnarly. He's on tour. He's winning heats, and he's got a great style, too, while we're on it with Liam here. I really like his style. He's very smooth, powerful surfer, and great underdog.
As we look forward to a lot of big things happening this season, especially for all of the WSL athletes that have qualified for Paris 2024. Big congratulations for Ramzi Boukhaim, representing Morocco now for the 2nd time in the Olympic Games. And he did it kind of the hard way. I mean, we talk about his injuries in his rookie season where he basically was sidelined the entire year. This year he had his shoulder injury after Pipeline, lost early at Sunset, had to go do the Puerto Rico event, got the job done there, back on a flight to Portugal, and he actually turned in his best result before the halfway mark in front of his friends and family over there in Europe. He had so much support coming from Morocco. His big brother Sam flew over from the UK, works in the tech business, and so proud of Ramzi on how he's representing his country. Ramzi's like, yeah, you'll go to Morocco and you'll see his face on the side of a building. He's like, he gets blown away just looking up, and there he is. But it's just all the support in the world for him to do what he loves. Deep on this one, stretching out across the reef is Liam O'Brien. Thought there was a moment there where he was going to go the distance. Set his line well, had some speed, but got caught somewhere inside the pit.
That's under priority right there. You know, the guy that has priority is going to be like, here you go, pal, deal with this wave. And sometimes you just got to go, even though you know that wave is going to be tricky. It's really extended in front of him. But, you know, he almost made it out of that barrel. It would have been a keeper score.
So great effort there for Liam O'Brien. As we take a look from the sky here, Flick.
Yeah, this one, I mean, it almost clocked him in the head there when he just tried to pull up underneath the lip. But yeah, he was so deep. I mean, this little moment here just clocks him in the helmet, pulls it, and you can see he was trying to pull a high line. I mean, we've spoken about that. And even Cole was talking about that, like trying to pull that high line as you get on that foam ball. But I mean, to me, he was just incredibly deep, but trying to back up the 8.
And now Ramzi holding down priority, needing a 6.18 to take the lead here. Elimination round heat 5, Jake Marshall, Connor O'Leary. Then we'll go into Imai, Kalani Duvall, and Rio Waida. Baron Mamiya taking on Matthew McGillivray, and Crosby Colapinto taking on Seth Moniz. A couple of big names from Hawaii coming up in the back 2 heats of the round, which we're hoping to finish at the end of the day. Ran into Barron in the channel the other day, and he's another guy that's super calm and mellow, but he was just like, yeah, I just hope we wake up and it's 10 foot. You know, just super calm, but you know, that's what he loves. And you know, this is an event that he marks as one he'd like to win to go along with Pipeline.
Barron, he's interesting because he's obviously highly skilled. He's one of the best ever at pipe and hollow waves in general. But he's also very sendy. I don't see Barron backing down from sketchy situations. So like if he's paddling back out and a 12-foot wave comes and he's maybe too late, you know Barron's going to flip it and go. So that'll be what's either going to make or break him in this event. He's either going to get a 10 or, you know, he might get a bad wipeout. But he's fun to watch because he's so sendy.
Pretty exciting world title race. There's some different feels going on this year, you know, especially with Barron kicking off the season, world #1. You know, Jack's out of this event just moments ago to Dora, but he was the one guy with 2 CT wins this year. It's kind of hard to really make that prediction of the final 5, especially with seeding, Ross.
Yeah, it really is. You know, I'm loving where John is. He's just chilling there in 3rd place and sort of hoping he can peak at the right time.
Now rolling into this one, Ramzi Boukhaim standing tall and enjoying the view from inside the pit. I love that, how he had time to enjoy it. And there's something about that when you're a backhander here and let go of your own stand-up. Judges love it. I'm sure frontside they love that control. Letting go. Right behind him, though, is Liam O'Brien. The shootout continues. Backhand versus forehand. Ramzi getting his best so far, and Liam backing up the 8-point ride.
That was an incredible 1-2 between Ramzi and Liam. I mean, it was amazing that Ramzi just got that ability in that moment to just really soak it all in. I feel like it's so intense in these situations that sometimes you don't get that moment to just really appreciate it.
Right.
So that was just really beautiful. And Liam, straight behind him, I mean, that thing was an absolute nugget. And he pumped, holding his rail a couple of times. So really, really hard to do, really technical. And can't wait to break these two waves down.
I could be wrong, Joe. Maybe you can answer this for me, but I believe this is one of the only events where the judges watch the replay from the angle looking into the barrel because they want to see if you've touched the foam ball or not. It's so technical, the surfing that you do inside the barrel, it really matters. So the judges will take a look at replays and see what happens inside from that channel view.
100%.
And that's going to be the difference here for these two rides because Liam was really deep. And he, again, Liam's a sneaky good out here. He's got that really good pump. He'll let go of his rail, stand tall, and get a big pump into the barrel. Right there, he actually grabbed his rail and then let go, but he touched that foam ball. So this wave was a little more, heavy, and I think that could give him the nod.
I agree. I feel like this had a lot more intensity to it, and the technique, the couple of pumps he had to do. I mean, this lip was so thick, you could just really see all that energy. And I think, it was apparent when you bring up that point, Ross, it's really apparent when we're watching Ramsey's. I mean, as beautiful as it was to watch, he wasn't necessarily so deep.
Ramsey's turn, super deep. How about that one? The lip was so thick above his head. I love his confidence, how solid he feels on his feet. He's been coming here for a very long time. Backed by a good friend, Tikanui Smith. They've had some cool down days, but he's got a lot of local support here as well. So he might be here for the first time, but he feels like it's his second home and scores are coming through. One more look at this one. Ross, what'd you see?
Wow, so that's what he needed. Case in point, we were just talking about that. He was kind of chilling, standing tall in that other barrel just before, but this one he had to pump and drive through that west bowl, and that's going to get the judges excited. They're going to love seeing him navigate his way around the foam ball inside that pit. That's nice and deep.
Oh, that was exactly what we were talking about. I mean, incredibly well done from Ramsey there, and he's definitely going to improve on that last score, that 6.5. I mean, that was really, really well done.
Another one of those examples of goofy versus regular. Both guys absolutely charging. Liam waiting for a score to come through as he's not going to wait for it. Pulls up and under, steps on the gas, and ends up coming out perfectly. These are the heats you dream of. When you qualify for the tour, this is probably what's in your mind when you'd be heading to Tahiti, that you'd be going barrel for barrel, getting to show the world what you can do. We had Michel Perez with us on the host set on the opening day, and he just said, hey, Ramsey's going to be able to show the world that he's one of the best barrel riders in the world. For him, you're not seeing all the video clips coming out of Tahiti. You're seeing his backhand attack at Morocco and throughout his QS campaign. As we look at Liam again here, Flick.
Yeah, this one here, great wave again. I don't think it's going to go into his top two, but just a great demonstration of, another technique, just really dragging that side of his whole body into the face of the wave, really trying to maximize that time in the battle, really well at managing his speed here. So, I mean, he pulled the trigger and he went. Probably didn't need to. I don't think it's going to improve on that situation, but really hard not to pull the trigger when there's such good waves coming through.
I was just going to say the same thing, Flick. Like you're out there, a 6-foot wave's coming in at chopes. You're going to say no? Sometimes you just got to go. But maybe strategically he could have waited. That probably would have been the smart move. And sometimes honestly you don't know. Sometimes these waves gutter out on the reef, and you can get an 8.5 on a relatively small one.
I guess there's so much anticipation in a swell, and at the moment these guys completely enjoying it, but there's all this idea of how big it might get. Will it be comparable to the 2014 year, to the day after the tow session when it was code red in 2011? I asked a former event champ, a 3-time world champ, Mick Fanning, about the lead up and what you do, and he said, well, he just tried to, switch everything off and even get a wave kind of the night before just to feel confident going to bed that night, because the anticipation, can be through the roof. Yeah. For Ace Buchan, who won this event as well, he said he was lucky that he stayed far away from the point, because he said it's almost inevitable for someone to ask you about the swell, the contest, and he'd actually try to speak French to locals. He would just kind of keep the contest over here, and then kind of stay at his camp and find a little bit of separation there. Yeah. And I'm sure Ross is going to give us some cool insight on what he does with his crew in the lead up to a major swell event, as we've got Liam O'Brien out in front, Ramsey in second holding priority. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. Teahupo'o continues to fire. I'll be right back.
Last of red is a 6.7. 6.7. So red, Liam O'Brien is leader with an 8.67 and an 8.0. Blue, Ramsey Bokiam, you need an 8.94. Blue need an 8.94. 14 minutes remaining. Transparent to blue. Il reste 14 minutes. Le bleu, Ramsey, tu es deuxième, il faut faire 8.94. 8.94. Il reste un peu moins de 14 minutes.
Time for the WSL Vault, presented by Outerknown, maybe the heat of all time, especially when it comes to the end of the road. John Florence versus Kelly Slater. How about the opening exchange, Ross?
Yeah, this is insane. This is one of those heats that's really fun to watch over and over to see who you think won. You know, John had some big waves that were super deep, maybe a little deeper than Kelly. Kelly had that infamous wave, though, where he drew really high. This one right here, it's almost a mistake. He bottom turns really high up in the barrel, and then comes down low. This is actually not the wave I was talking about, but there's a wave here in this heat where he gets super high. It's almost a mistake. And in Kelly fashion, it comes out with a lot of drama. Look how deep he is there.
Unbelievable shootout. Kelly got a 10 to start. John had 4 9s.
Wow. Touch the foam ball. So the waves were so good. You know, it's rare that you get waves this big in Tahiti and it's glassy. No wind at all, and that's what made it so special.
And also these two guys just hoping for heats like this. This was a semifinal. But Kelly, his motivation at the time, he kept saying, I want to heat with John. He kind of manifested this, and he wanted to be pumping. It was as good as it gets, as glassy as it gets. The decision was made at the end, and it was a tiebreak decision that went Kelly's way. I talked to one judge, he threw 2 10s at the start, and when it's a tiebreak, some judges have John winning. It was one of those classics as we go into another gigantic pit for Ramsey. He's letting it all out. Unbelievable approach there in this heat. One of the best waves we've seen all day.
That's the sketchiest wave, the scariest wave, the boxiest wave we've definitely seen in this heat so far. Heavy drop there for Ramsey. Oh my God. What else do you want? The drama. That thing was classic chopo right there.
Oh my goodness. The Moroccan showing the world what he can do, Flick.
Wow, I mean, you could drive a bus through this thing. I mean, look how big that cavern is right there. And he just did so well. I mean, that's the most energy I've seen from one wave today. It was insane. I mean, think back to, I mean, Cole had an amazing wave, similar, lots of energy, but for him to stay on his feet there was incredible.
You know, if Ramsey has any back hair, he doesn't have it anymore, because that lip just shimmied his whole back. That was a gnarly bottom turn. And that is, you know, the quintessential word that the judges love to hang their hat on. That's commitment. And that bottom turn to tuck under like that was a beautiful ride there from Ramsey.
Giant score for Ramsey, a 9.13 and the lead. O'Brien now to second. And Liam's in second with one of the best combined heat totals he's had all year, chasing an 8.2. So 8.67 and an 8.0 is not cutting it at this stage where the waves are absolutely firing. Ramsey had to go into the 9s to turn the heat, and now he's got 10.30 to try to go for more against the Australian. Really impressed with Ramsey, his confidence, how calm he's been on the lay days. He's been fishing a little bit too. He said he's not very good at it, but he just likes hanging out with his friends. And anytime you see Ramsey too, he's stoked to hang. Like, he's one of those guys that has time. He's not trying to like run home and be quiet and do his own thing. He really likes to share his energy with everyone on tour.
Yeah, happy to have a chat. And I feel like, I mean, I saw him one afternoon. He came in from a surf, and it was him and his mate, and they'd just been in for a fish as well, and they'd caught something that was almost about 1 metre long, and they were just having the time of their lives. And
wow.
It speaks to the energy of this place, and sort of the mode you enter when you come here. I mean, everything slows down, and it's a really beautiful pace of life, and I feel like you really see that from these surfers when they come here. They really experience that, and it's good.
Well, one thing, Joe, sorry, one thing I like about Ramsey is he's old school. He reminds me a little bit of Andy Irons, Jeremy Flores. He's, not afraid to have a big night out with the boys, and then at the same time he trains really hard, surfs hard. And he just seems super comfortable in his skin, walks around with his shoulders back. He's got a bit of swagger. I really like him. He's a cool character on tour.
Yeah, he's really cool. I just love how he handles himself with everyone he talks to. He meets with the media, the other surfers on tour. He's proud to represent himself and Morocco on tour. And before we went to break, Ross, I was thinking about the build-up to a day like today and how you handle that as a coach and how you're trying to guide them to not get overwhelmed before their heat actually begins.
Yeah, it's a good question because, here in Tahiti, if there's a swell in the forecast, we're starting to talk about it 10 days out, and then 9 days out, 8 days out. And, all the anticipation can be overwhelming. So, I'm lucky because I coached Betty Lou and Tati and John, and all three of those people are not normal. Like, they welcome big waves. So it's more about managing that anticipation so that you don't get overamped, and by the time game day happens, you're tired, from all the adrenaline. So it's more about just sort of keeping your eyes on the prize and kind of pretending nothing's going on.
Yeah, that's a really cool insight because every surfer handles it a little differently. Ace Buchan said when he came here to defend his title in 2014, that was the year we just watched the tape of John and Kelly. He said there was nervous energy in the lineup the day before, and it was really tangible. It was dangerous. It was doubling up with power, and he ended up hitting the reef the night before and kind of trying to force a wave on a growing swell to kind of get into gear. He said it actually kind of relaxed him into trusting his instincts once the heat started. So kind of crazy how a wipeout could actually do that for you as well, Flick.
Yeah, I've heard that situation quite a few times, and I mean, you experience it. We all have ourselves as we see Jake getting ready for the next heat. But yeah, I think sometimes all it takes is just a wipe out to realize that, oh, okay, like, I mean, it wasn't that bad. Like, I can survive this. I've got this. I mean, sometimes it can be bad, like that time for Ace. But, I mean, it's just, sometimes you just need to get that adrenaline out of the system and to get it moving, because otherwise it just sits in you stagnant, and I don't necessarily like that feeling either.
It's such a radical wave, and we talked about, like, some surfers want it. Some surfers really they want to show up on those big days, and they're stoked. It's like eating chocolate ice cream. It's like there's something they really want. And then there's other surfers that are genuinely just trying to manage their nerves so they don't explode. I think there was a famous sort of heat, maybe it was Wilco, where he didn't accidentally, he manned up and he took off on a big wave and got barreled and got a huge score. But he said to one of his mates, he's like, I'm so bummed I advanced because I got surf. So I hope I'm not putting words in your mouth, Wilco, but it was something to the effect of that, where he was like so stressed out that he got a big score because he knew he was going to make the heat.
No, you're right on. And Wilco was amazing because he would let us in on the fear that he had, but then it was turning into success, and he kept making heats that event and kind of proving to himself that he could absolutely go. But he was so willing to be like, I'm terrified. Where's my jersey? And a lot of guys won't do that. They're kind of keeping it to themselves. They're not going to really want to admit that they're scared at all. And it actually worked out to Wilco's benefit. Hope you're watching, Maddie. I'd love to see you back out here once again. 6 minutes on the clock. Recap of heat number 4. What a shootout. Australia versus Morocco. Two good friends just enjoying perfection. Liam O'Brien is losing, believe it or not. When you watch this tape, you think he'd be winning the whole event. 8.867. Still needs an 8.2 to get the victory.
Oh, I mean, I just look at the numbers in this heat, and it just speaks to how good the waves are, and the guys are absolutely sending it. They're not afraid. I mean, this thing of Ramsey's was a massive cavern, 913. took the lead after that. I mean, he did so well to hang on there. That thing was breathing like fire, basically. It just seemed so hard for him to stick onto his board. But I mean, super impressed from Liam too, because the surfing we've seen from him and just how technical he's been able to be on his backhand has been incredible. And the variety of technicality on his backhand has been really cool to see.
Good call, Flick. Yeah, I would almost argue that Liam's sort of surfing better in this heat. He's like, he's doing all sort of little adjustments and maneuvers in the barrels, looking real slick, super smooth. But Ramsey's been in great rhythm. And getting a little more crazy waves, those psycho, famous waves that you think about when you come here to Tahiti. I'm almost a little surprised at his 9.13 too. Looking back at that score, I wouldn't have flinched if they threw like a 9.83. That was one of the waves that we've up the event so far.
Real thick, real committed, unbelievable approach from Ramsey Bukhayam leading this heat. If he wins this heat, he'll be reseeded into the round of 16. That's the last time you reseed post-cut, and then it follows the draw. But Liam still's got a chance and only needs an 8-2, and he's had quite a few excellent numbers. So a lot can happen with 4:15 to go. We've seen combinations broken in 90 seconds when this wave is absolutely pumping. And Ross, we kind of used to do this all the time, and I think the surf world really tried to break it down for people that haven't been to Pipe and haven't been to Tahiti, but these two waves have been compared forever, and there's really some big differences between the two. Where do you begin there?
For Pipe and here, it's, this is compact. You're on this, it's actually nice because it's very organized. There's basically 2 takeoff spots. There's less guesswork, whereas Pipeline's a huge mess. You get different swell angles. You have waves that will shift in on the reef outside. A lot more conditions and different shaped barrels. And you're also thinking about going right half the time. So there's way more to navigate and think about, at Pipeline. Whereas Tahiti, it's just boiled down to this crazy slabby wave where it's simplified, but man, that doesn't mean it's easy. It's still super spooky, but the surfers like it because it's a bit more organized.
And when you look at the reef at Pipe and Tahiti, they look completely different as well. It's fun to put a mask on at both locations when it's flat and check it all out. This reef is alive, and we got Liam O'Brien looking for an 8-2, grabs the rail, let's go. A couple of big drives.
Wow.
Comes out hands free and will slide out on the shoulder. This man is impressive in big waves. And now with 2:50 to go, he works his way back out. Another great make for Liam O'Brien, Flick.
It was incredible. I mean, once again, I just really like what you said, Ross. I feel like technically Liam is surfing better, but Ramsey has had just the hero waves, like those hero crazy moments, because that was another demonstration of just another way to approach this on your backhand. And from grabbing a crazy technical drop super late and then weaving with not grabbing the rail. It was just so well done. I mean, we have another look here.
Yeah, knifey drop right there and a couple of pumps. Again, he's doing everything right. This is a big set wave again. It's going to be splitting hairs for the judges. They're going to really try and pay attention to how long he's in the barrel. But a lot of times you'll get backsiders maybe get 1 big pump into the barrel when they're deep, but that was 2 pumps from Liam. So the judges are going to love that. I mean, this is the heat of the men's event so far. This is a crazy battle.
And still with a minute 45 on the clock here. Ramsey with priority as we check out another great view of the channel. Liam chasing at 8.2 and judges taking their time.
Wow.
If I had to guess, I'll say he'd get it. That definitely looks like better than 8.2, but I've been wrong a million times. So we'll see. But the scale, I would say, is touch low, set a touch low in this heat. You got Ramsey's 9.13 to look at. So, but that was a really high level barrel there. A couple big pumps, so he was nice and deep.
Yeah, doing a great job to showcase his ability to change gears backhand. It's not just a point and shoot game for these guys at this level. Managing speed, surviving the foam ball, knowing when to let go of the rail, and Liam O'Brien's got that down. He can stay nice and low, but when he really needs to get going, he can let go, stand straight up, and really drive himself to safety. Down to 45 seconds. Ramsey holding down priority. Still no signs of a score yet for Liam O'Brien as Jake Marshall and Connor O'Leary are entering your screen as well. Coming up next in heat number 5.
Oh, is there another wave?
And it looks like this one just rolling through. Hopefully we get another chance. These two guys are putting on a show today. A tough one to walk away from because it's the elimination round. A tough result, but Ramsey will lock in, pulls in under the hood. It's stretching out on the reef.
Wow.
He's still traveling and comes out without a problem. An impressive showcase of barrel riding for Ramsey and Liam. O'Brien's got time, locks in, burns off some speed, puts himself ultimately deep, and he comes out, lays down the rail.
Sick.
We just watched a surf movie live on Pumping Teahupo'o. Thank you very much, Liam and Ramsey, for the show.
Oh my goodness. Honestly, for me, this is just splitting hairs. It is so tight. Wow.
I think they caught 11 waves total between these two guys. This has been a pumping heat. The swell's starting to really fill in. I would have to guess that, you know, Ramsey was going to need that score. We still haven't seen Liam's wave prior drop. I'm guessing he's going to get it, and Ramsey's also going to need that last one. But guess what? We got even more math, because then Liam got another wave. So the judges really have a lot of work cut out for him.
Oh, there's so many waves back and forth with these guys. They have the advantage of the replay. They always like to double check with that. But these two being nonstop, it might take a couple of minutes for them to work this one out.
Heat 5 is going to be sitting. Was it Jake and
Connor O'Leary?
Jake and Connor are going to have to wait a minute. They got a lot of work cut out for them. That's 3 rides that mean everything.
Spots on the final 5 is what they're all gunning for post midseason cut. For both these guys, they want to obviously win their first event of their career. And both they want to be a part of the legacy of being a champion here in Tahiti. Scores coming in for Liam O'Brien, second to last. He'll have one more to come in. Is an 8.07.
Wow. So just under Joe.
And now needs his last score to come through.
And that's assuming Ramsey doesn't better a 7.73, which, if you think back about it, I think he did.
Agree.
Let's check out the last exchange again. Ramsey's last wave.
I've got to agree with you, Ross. I think he's potentially going to better it. I mean, I couldn't quite see how deep he was. Here we go. We're going to be able to get a good, better look, but I mean, he's double arm dragging there, and then he's pumping, and then he's double arm dragging again. I mean, if he improves on that situation, it's going to make it that bit harder for Liam. But this one from Liam, I mean, he got a lot of travel time in this one because
he stalled well.
Yeah, he did. And then to back it up, when he came out, he did that super stylish carve down, which was in my books. I really loved it.
You know, it's funny. It's almost like Ramsey was listening to us, because we're talking about how maybe, you know, what's going to get him the win if he gets it was he was in better rhythm with the sketchier waves. But that was high-level surfing from Ramsey. He stalled. He double arm stalled. Then he's pumped. He did a little bit of everything. Really sneaky good surfing inside the barrel there from Ramsey.
Gosh, both these guys should be proud of themselves, but I know it's going to sting if they can't compete here for more heats, because they've turned in some massive numbers. Liam with a few 8-point rides already. Last score for Ramsey. He needs to improve on a 7.73. So far, 3 scores under his low score so far. And his lead doesn't change. So his last number is a throwaway. Ramsey's scores are in. Now it's just up to the final wave for Liam O'Brien, needing an 8.2.
I really liked Liam's last wave. I thought it was a longer barrel than these other 8s we've seen. Kind of, it's interesting.
I really thought Ramsey's last wave was going to be a touch higher, so I'm a bit surprised about that. Let's pick apart this wave. He stalls, drags the knee a little bit, then lets go. It's nice and deep, and he stalls again. There's that little extra stall that got Liam that extra, what, maybe 1 second inside the barrel. And you really are splitting hairs here. I like what you said, Flick. That was a stylish little swoop cut down there. It's close. If I was a judge, I'd give Ramsey the heat. But that was, either way, that was a beautiful heat. I thought that was very exciting.
Well, that's why it's taken a long time, and it's a fair call to say, Ross, when you look at the numbers for these guys. It's been hard splitting them. I think surfing wins in moments like this when the waves are pumping. They're called the best surfers in the world for a reason, basically matching each other from backhand to forehand, and it'll come down to the final wave.
It's not fair for the judges because there was no clear winner, right? It must be nice if you're a judge and there's just a clear winner. You're like, cool, we made the right decision. This one, it's like, good luck.
We'll see what happens for Liam O'Brien chasing at 8.2. There's one 8.2 dropped, and everything else goes under.
I agree with that.
Liam O'Brien 7.67. Not enough, and it will be the Moroccan Ramzi Bukai moving on into the round of 16. Well done, Liam. Well done, Ramzi. Ramzi with the win, moving on to surf again tomorrow here in Tahiti.
Insane. Thanks for having me, you guys. I had fun.
I was about to say the same. Thank you so much. We'll get you back in here. Best of luck, best of waves for your crew and the rest of the event.
Thanks, Joe.
As we continue with action here in the ER, Jake Marshall taking on Connor O'Leary. We'll bring in Kaipo and Jesse for the call.
Voilà, donc dans la série qui vient de se terminer, félicitations à Ramzi Bukai qui se qualifie face à Liam O'Brien dans une série préférée. Et à l'instant, le japonais Connor O'Leary en bleu démarre sa série contre Jake Marshall, l'américain en rouge.
Today we are joining forces in Tahiti to restore our valuable coral reef ecosystems with the coral gardeners and the local community.
I'm a huge fan of the coral gardeners. Every time we come here to Tahiti, I make sure that I support them and I come do activations with them.
We went out to the nursery, we scraped up some algae. It doesn't need to be there for the coral to grow and be healthy.
Coral reef, it creates some of the best waves in the world, but as humans, we all benefit from the oxygen that the coral reefs provide for us. People don't realize how much of a big role they play in our ecosystem.
We need to reserve and keep the coral healthy for us to be able to breathe beautiful, clean air. It's my life, really, because I'm a surfer, and I think the experience is always a 10 out of 10. You know, you're helping the ocean, and the ocean always gives to us, and we just have to give back.
Back at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. Is your mind blown yet? Kaipo Guerrero, Jesse Mendez, 16.86 to 16.74 in the last matchup between Ramzi Bukai and Liam O'Brien. Both surfers going excellent. That was a mind-blowing heat.
That was, yeah, definitely, Kaipo. Like, how they exchanged all those waves in the last, like, 2 minutes of the heat, that was impressive. He kept everyone guessing forever, but just, I think Ross mentioned, just such a hard situation for the judges. Like, how do you split that? Who takes the win? It was such a close match. Everyone smashed it. Everyone did kind of could have won that heat. It just went down to Ramzi, maybe a little bit more critical. That big wave he had, the 9.13, was impressive and took the win.
Oh, here we go. Connor O'Leary. He's in a big barrel, comes out. I feel like we're almost getting desensitized to what's going on out there. It's been big square barrel after big square barrel. Connor O'Leary up against Jake Marshall in this matchup, and this is another just great heat. Connor, his wife Stephanie, looks like is in the channel there, cheering him on. So first shots fired by Connor O'Leary. We'll see what the score comes in for the surfer from Cronulla. It is absolutely pumping out there, what we're expecting, Jesse. And I dare say at the end of the day, when we calculate excellent waves, it's going to be one of the all-time highs, I feel, in the history of the WSL for a single day's competition, because it's just been raining 8s, raining 9s. We saw a perfect 10. Connor O'Leary right here.
Yeah, that was incredible for Connor. Look how hollow that wave is right now. Like if you compare it to this morning or to even a few heats previously, look how much energy the ocean has right now. That wave getting so square, so thick. Barrel eating itself out. That just shows how much energy there is and how much intensity in the barrel. And great start for Connor. It's going to be a good score for him. A lot of size on the wave behind the apex right there, and just showing a lot of commitment and degree of difficulty on that ride.
Yeah, the rockin' Moroccan's going to roll into the round of 16. He did it in excellent fashion, Chris Cote.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kaipo. Ramsey coming in from a classic matchup, goofy versus regular. You guys are going wave for wave, score for score. That was incredible. You got on this boat and you said that's why you want to make the tour, to surf waves like that. Well, how did it feel?
100%. This is it right here, you know. All these years to get a chance to have a day like today. Liam is a really good surfer and a really nice guy. I really like the guy. And we've had close battles already. And yeah, it was back to back. You know, he was ahead pretty much the whole time. He's such an amazing surfer going deep. I was like, you know, you got to wait the bombs. And luckily we had each other. We had bombs. You know, he was going on one, I was going on one. So yeah, it was amazing heat. That's what you dream, you know.
Digging a little bit deeper into that heat, you said it was kind of a different thought process as a goofy footer out there. Is there a different takeoff zone or a different wave you're looking for?
I mean, not a different wave, but for sure the positioning I feel like is different, because, you know, backside you can take off and stall throughout the, you know, on your way down and stay at the same spot. Front side, as soon as you engage, you're already like 2 meters in front, so you got to be deeper, and it's a different approach, you know, to come from behind. And so yeah, Liam, like I said, he's amazing. He had 3 8s, I think, or something like that. And I had to make it sketchy, you know, to get a 9 and critical. And yeah, it was amazing, man, amazing. I'm so happy. And yeah, tomorrow I hope for a day like this and amazing waves, and this is it.
And at any point in that heat, did you look down at your shoulder, see that Moroccan flag, and just feel that ultimate pride of competing for your country?
I mean, yeah, I do all the time, honestly, all the time. I know I have a lot of support. You guys can see it too on the WSL post. A lot of Moroccans following, you know, and since the start of my career, and now even more since, you know, I'm at the top, the best league. So yeah, I feel their support, and I'm sure they're up and watching and giving me the energy and cheering, you know. So thanks to everyone, and tomorrow is going to be a nice day, inshallah.
Right on. Ramsey Bootcamp making it through in a big way.
Thank you, guys.
Love that, inshallah. All right, well, Ramsey on to the round of 16. We'll reseed and see where he ends up in that round of 16. O'Leary opens up with a 6.5. No wave ridden as of yet for Jake Marshall. Jake Marshall coming into this event number 6 on the rankings. The 25-year-old from Encinitas, California, having the best start on the championship tour in 2024. Had to fight for his spot back on tour. Finished number 8 on the Challenger Series, and then had just a great back-to-back run of quarterfinals over in Portugal and then at Bells Beach for Jake Marshall. So let's see if he can continue that roll through here in Tahiti. These two actually have met up only 2 times. And it's 1-to-1 as far as head-to-head matchups in the past between Jake Marshall and Connor O'Leary. Jake got Connor in 2022 at Sunset in the round of 16. Connor paid him back the beginning of this season at Pite in the round of 16 as well. So both even when we look at their history of the head-to-head matchups.
Yes, and it's a great match so far. Like you see, like obviously different approaches. One with the right foot forward, the other one with the back against the wall. And both chargers, though, both love these conditions. I think, if I'm not mistaken, O'Leary in the beginning of the year already had a great result at Pipe in similar conditions to this. And it's going to be a fun one to watch. I hope we have furrier waves like we had the previous heats, and we can have some excellent heat totals again.
Yeah, Connor O'Leary started off semifinals at Pipe, Jesse, and both O'Leary and Jake Marshall share a similar experience, and they've both felt the pain of the mid-season cut. In 2021, Conor O'Leary fell off tour, had to fight back via the Challenger Series to get back on tour. He got back on tour in 2022, ended up having his best year on the championship tour, finishing the year number 9th in the rankings in the world. Jake Marshall had a similar experience in 2022, came through and got cut in actually 2023. 2022 was Jake's rookie year. 2023, he got the cut, had to fight back, did the same thing, and earned his way back onto the championship tour via the Challenger Series. So that illustrates for both of these surfers that it's not the end of your career. You know, we're just coming off the back end of the season right now. We've just coming off that mid-season cut, and it just shows that, hey, you get cut in for that mid-season. It's not the end of your career. Both of these surfers show that the system works, and you can make your way back onto the championship tour via that Challenger Series.
For sure, and I specifically remember when Conor fell off the year that you previously mentioned, and it started at the US Open with the first round loss in the heat together with me, and I spoke with him a little bit. It was like, oh, I just got to keep the head up, you know, and move on into the next one. Went into a bad result at Portugal and then fought back in France and won the event.
Yeah.
So it just shows how good of a competitor he is, how positive-minded he is, and how he's able to bounce back. So amazing competitor, amazing human, and yeah, excited to watch him do what he's doing.
Yeah, and both of these surfer stories, it shows that that two tiers of the championship tour and the opportunity to get back on the championship tour via the Challenger Series works. Leo Fioravanti did that as well. We saw Leo previous today. In the next heat coming up, Imai Kalani Deval, he's had a similar journey, falling off tour, coming back on via the Challenger Series. He's going to be in the next heat up against Rio Waida. So it really, it's interesting because we're talking about a lot of the scenarios. Right now, it's the second half of the year. It's the back half of the year. We've already had that mid-season cut. It's the race for the final 5. And Jake Marshall, at number 6 in the rankings, is truly in that race. But that being said, Jesse, this is a super important heat for the surfer from Encinitas.
For sure, mostly after the cut, you don't discard anything. Everything counts into the rest of the year. So I mean, both of those guys know how important this heat is, and they're gonna do their best, I'm sure. And they're excited more than anything with just the conditions. You know, when you're able to surf and sit with 2 people in conditions like this, that's where the dream is.
Yeah, it sure is dreamy. But you have to be prepared, right, for on heats and off heats. It seems like the last heat with Ramsey and Liam absolutely pumped throughout the entire heat. This heat, really sleepy start. We just got a 6.5, only one wave ridden, and we're down to 22 minutes.
Yeah, and not just the last heat, but the heat before. So the last hour and 10 minutes have been of non-stop waves. If you look back at Jack's and Iago's heat, they were also bouncing back and forth in first position. And I think I know Iago for a fact had an excellent heat total, but Jack was right there as well. So yeah, we could see, and let's see who adapts better if it really is a slow heat, because it's undeniable. Like there's moments throughout the day that it's going to be slower than others. So you won't have as many opportunities. I'm sure we're going to see at least a set, hopefully more, but they have to adapt if it slows down.
Yeah, and you know, with Conor O'Leary, we talked a little bit about his journey on and off tour and the roller coaster. Let's hear a little bit from Conor O'Leary and how he fits into this championship tour.
I just still think I've got more to give. Like, it's funny being 30 and going, I'm old. Like, I was talking to Fred and Ryan the other day, and we're like, we're the old guys now on the tour. Like, when I first qualified, you know, you looked at Mick, Joel Parker, you know, Joel, bloody Taj, all those guys were the old guys. And I'm like, now I'm that guy. But I don't feel like I'm that guy. You know, I feel like the last 2 years I've really felt like I've settled into the tour and kind of been confident in what I'm good at and running with that and running with confidence on that. And while I feel like years previous I was just kind of trying to mould myself into a surfer that I probably wasn't. So kind of more back in my strengths and you know, then trying to fix the improvements that, you know, the weaknesses in the background.
Yeah, I mean, it is. It's a journey, right? And for someone like Conor O'Leary, 30 years old, from Cornell, Australia, 6 CT years, but those 6 CT years are deceptive because it's the journey on and off tour and spending all of this time and being able to fight through different scenarios, different situations, you know, everywhere from great showings, you know, in Fiji, where he's been previously been a runner-up, to, you know, having to adapt to having surf heats in Margaret River and Bells, and of course Sunset, you know, where he's had some great showings as well, but also some dismal, you know, some tough showings because of the fickle waves, just holding it through the whole time. Conor O'Leary currently in the lead right now. Your journey, reflecting on your journey and the highs and lows of professional surfing, Jesse?
I mean, you go through so many, it's crazy. You go through a lot inside events as well.
Yeah.
Like sometimes a first hit lost could weigh a lot into the second round, which is just around the corner, sometimes in the same day. So it's a roller coaster of emotions and confidence that goes ups and downs. So those people that manage to hit those circumstances and bounce back and get back on track are the ones that tend to extend the most of their careers, because it's inevitable. We're all humans. We're all going to have our problems. We're all going to have our fears. We're all going to have our doubts. It's just about getting there, realizing, bouncing out of it as fast as you can, because the more you drag to it, the deeper in the hole you drag yourself, and it's not good for competing. Most likely, it makes you more vulnerable to committing mistakes, wrong decisions, not surf your freely, like close to 100% that you could. So I think that's the difference between the big guys and the guys that don't do it so well.
Yeah, and guys, you know, you learn every time. Conor O'Leary, this is his actually 5th appearance in Tahiti in competition. We can take a look at Conor and, you know, really some of his history here. He's just around the 16 has really been a wall for Conor O'Leary in Tahiti. He's finished in the round of 16 with a defeat, that equal 9th finish 3 times, 2022, 2018, 2017. His worst result was in 2023 last year with a defeat by Seth Muniz in this round.
I mean, if you look at those first 3 guys he lost to on round of 16, those are 3 of the biggest names out here at Teahupo'o. So those are tough draws. Obviously, Seth as well.
Drawing off the reef, pulling in, grabbing a rail, standing straight up for a little steez is Jake Marshall. So that's going to be Jake's first wave. We'll wait for that score for Jake Marshall. Right behind him, second wave of the set, Conor O'Leary. Drags double hands through here. Big section for O'Leary. Clears the section. Comes complete. Straight out of the barrel for Conor. Cuts it short into the channel. Smile on his face. He's having a good time. So we'll wait for a score for each. And look at him smiling on the way back out for each of our surfers.
Yeah, that was a great exchange. Just what we were hoping for. But it took a while. It's almost 20 minutes for the set to come with 2 waves. Both beautiful waves. Different approaches. Let's see the replays, and we can break through as we see it right here. First wave for Jake Marshall. Nice takeoff, putting it great on the line, but overrunning the wave a bit. So that's going to keep his score on the short side of things. But letting his rail go, which right there where he let his rail go, he should have been stalling to put himself, wiping off the speed and putting himself behind the curtain a little deeper there. And on the other side here, not as strody off a wave, but just beautiful approaches. You see the difference between both right there. Conor O'Leary just stalling with both arms and then going into that west bow behind and pumping through. Obviously, the judges are looking for that deep barrel, and Conor O'Leary in this specific situation, even on a smaller waves, he was able to show it more.
Yeah, he sure did. 4.17 for Jake Marshall. So to your point, Jesse, I think Jake sacrificed some points on that score. He went for the style factor, like in a free surf or looking for a photo shoot. That would have been cool to let go of the rail, stand tall. But the judges are looking for deep tube riding and technical tube riding. And so that's where Conor O'Leary is going to come on top of that exchange. O'Leary just checked in with a 7-point ride. Combine that with the 6.5 for Connor O'Leary, and he's already got Jake in a tough situation, needing a 9.33. There's all the judges' numbers for Connor O'Leary. Pretty unanimous on the 7.
Yes, and if you even compare Connor's both ways, the 6.5 to the 7, Connor, I actually thought personally the 6.5 had more scoring potential to it, but he didn't overrun, but he could have been a little deeper. He could have done what he did on a 7-point ride. So the judges identify, and they really want you to put yourself as deep as possibly in those situations, because that's where the sketchiest part of the wave is, the most critical, where the most energy and the tends to be easier for you to commit mistakes. So I like how they're going on this heat, and to Jake's side of things, now he saw which wave he should be looking for. He just needs to slow himself down. It's easy for you to see that huge barrel and just want to let it go and kind of cruise and relax, mostly after so much adrenaline pedaling into the wave. So I understand why that happens, but he has to change the approach right now.
Well, for Jake Marshall, he does have priority right now, so he will have first pick of the next set that will be coming through here. What do you think about the positioning?
I mean, as far as I can see here on the screen, it looks like they're in a good spot. Looks like Connor is having a look.
O'Leary under priority, decides on not going on that one. More sets hitting the reef here, and they're just the mystery bombs that come through here. It's really hard to read coming out of that deep water onto the shallow reef exactly which one you want. I mean, it's a quick twitch right there to make the decision on going on these.
For sure, it barely gives you a split second, and like sometimes you're surfing those type of waves, for an example, pipeline. If it's this size, you see the wave approaching from way out the back, so it gives you a good minute for you to actually look yourself where you at in the lineup, where do you want to position depending on how the angle of the wave's coming. But here it pops up literally just in front of you, so you gotta decide it right away.
Yeah, Jake's next decision is going to be an important one. He's holding priority right now. We're going to step away. We'll be back with more action from the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown.
The SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown, is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild. Eventbrite, on or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. Conrad Bora Bora Nui, stay inspired. And SHISEIDO, official sunscreen partner and global sustainability partner of the WSL.
Dreamy flyby, back to live action here at Teahupo'o, the wall head. That's the translation of this village right here at the end of the road in Tahiti, and the site of stop
number 6 on the championship tour. We've been celebrating 25 years. 25 years of competition here, and it's seen some highs and some lows, and I would count today as one of the highs in the history of this event. We've seen, it's been raining excellent scores today. We saw a perfect 10, if you're just catching up with us. Tatiana Weston Webb scoring a perfect 10 across the board. Multiple 8s, multiple 9s today in competition. And it's been glorious. We have 8 heats in this elimination round. We're in heat number 5 right now. I'm Kaipo Guerrero along with Jesse Mendez talking you through the action. Jake Marshall with priority, and he needs a big number if he wants to do it in one swing. He needs a 9.33 up against Connor O'Leary.
Which they're out there. Mostly in a day like today is totally capable. But still 9 minutes and 30 seconds. So he has plenty of time to get into waves.
Yeah. Well, you know, Jake Marshall, he's had feelings as an underdog. He's not an underdog here. Number 6 in the rankings, maybe surprising himself. But let's hear more from Jake Marshall and that underdog approach.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely an underdog. You know, like I haven't really done much to like be favored against like the top 5 guys in the world. You know, so but you got to just believe in yourself, and I'm confident in my ability. And I might not be a better surfer than, say, like if I'm going against John, but maybe I'll be the best surfer in that 30 minutes, and that's what's cool about surfing, is that it's like it's not an even playing field. Like sometimes the really good wave just comes to you, and that's why it's so fun.
You know what? I love that honesty right there, and that self-assessment. That was at the beginning of this season before Pipe. Since then, Jake Marshall's proven that. Ninth place finish at Pipe, 9th place finish at Sunset, then went on to a quarterfinal finish in Portugal, a quarterfinal finish at Bells, another 9th coming out of Margaret River. Number 4 right there, Jake Marshall coming into this event 6th in the world. So that was a perfect conversation when he reflected, Jesse, at the beginning of the season and just like, hey, this is surf competition. This is actually a game, and the guy who plays the game the best in that 30 minutes often wins the game.
Definitely, connection with the ocean plays a big factor into it, and I think he mentioned he might not be the better surfer than John, but in that 30 minutes I can beat anyone, and it happened in Portugal. He was up against John. That was his best result of matched with other results but of the season, so that just shows the type of confidence he has. And obviously he's much younger than John as well, so he has so much to develop, and he's an amazing surfer all around, but very good at ocean knowledge, always on the right spot, getting the right waves, and let's see if he can pull it off in the 7 minutes and 20 left, because Connor put him in a tough situation.
Yeah, you're right, Jake. Just 25 years old, so a bright future in front of Jake Marshall. Surviving that mid-season cut means, you know, we're going to see him next year, 2025, on the championship tour. Number 6 on the rankings. Hey, he can get into that final 5 conversation. This is a big stepping stone for him and a big challenge this final 7 minutes, however, here in Tahiti, as we look at the overview from our Shiseido flight cam and the flotilla and the clearly defined channel between just pure wave energy, one of the gnarliest waves in the world, and a relatively calm channel just yards away, meters away.
Yes, it's so impressive. Like nowhere else in the world you could kind of see a lineup like that. And that's all because of what we were speaking before about the reef, like where they're sitting right there. It's, I mean, if I could imagine, probably about 6 to 8 foot deep, and then you go 15 feet inside, it's already 4 foot deep. And then you go on the channel right there, the boats are, it's pretty shallow where the first boats are, but then a few feet after it drops down to 30, 40 feet, and that's what makes this wave so special. Like you can kind of feel safe and just cruise there, and no matter how big the waves are.
Yeah, well, we got Chris Cote. He's out in the channel. Speaking of channels, what do you got for us, Chris?
Well, you know, sometimes a sponsorship just makes perfect sense. Our good friends at Mofi, they knew that. Every single person in this channel on this boat has been filming hundreds of waves already today. Battery is at an all-time low out here, but thankfully we got a Mofi charging station right here. Put them on, pro surfers come on, charge up their phones, watch their waves. Oh my gosh, everybody's happy. So thanks, Mofi, keeping us all charged up all day long.
What percentage are you right now, Chris?
Oh, 100. Look, that's why I'm sitting right here.
Chris Cote, just multi-talented, great surfer, tremendous knowledge, former magazine editor, surf magazine editor, as well as an incredible musician. Check out the new Sunbender album coming out soon. To wherever you get your music. 5 minutes remaining and things, man, they're starting to, like, speaking of music, they're starting to feel a little gothic for Jake Marshall, a little dark, maybe some emo or something, because he's just sitting out there. All this time has gone by. He needs a giant number, 9.33. Here he goes. This could be it. In the pit with the spit and coming out. This is going to make a heat for us. Just in time and enough time on the clock. If he doesn't get that 9.33, certainly straight back into the game.
I mean, as we were just about to feel so sorry for him, because you're seeing amazing waves all day long, and then all of a sudden it's your heat and it stops. But then he just showed us down probably, I would call it probably the best barrel of the heat so far. That was incredible. Just very similar to what he had before, but just able to put himself deeper, very late on the takeoff right there, getting some air under the board, and look at that extra section coming out after the spit, which that's just to put in a notice that how deep you were in that wave, going through all that turbulence. The board was just shaking, and that was intense. Look how much the wave bends that you hear at Chopu. You can really see on this angle, it makes you appreciate how crazy of a wave it is, and this is going to be a big score for Jake Marshall.
Oh my, talk about patience, composure, and execution by Jake Marshall. He showed us all three of those characteristics with that ride, and he's right back in this heat.
Yeah, he's definitely right back in it, and the best part about it, he's already back out.
Yeah.
Less, like, probably 40 seconds, so it's going to give us, it's going to give something for Connor to think about it and be pressured, and for us, it's just going to make it more exciting.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be the 9.33, but that it feels like it's going to be the largest number in this heat so far, and his requirement is going to be shaved way, way down.
I totally agree with you, Kaipo. The intensity, the deepness, how he came out of the barrel, which is very important. It's a big factor. It just proves how deep you were in that wave and how much you slow yourself down in such a consequence situation.
Now, the tricky part for him, Jesse, is going to be to get another meaningful wave with just 2.5 minutes remaining under the watchful eye of Connor O'Leary, who has priority.
Yeah, because on a day like today, obviously, you're not going to be able to just sneak in a smaller wave and go to turns and get the score. So you need to get a decent barrel in order to do. I mean, if he doesn't get the score he's needing to, but he's going to put that scale way down to probably close to what he got it. But
hold the horses. Ooh. He's borderline turning this heat right now. One more judge, 9.4. Takes the lead. Needed a 9.33, got a 9.4. 4 judges up, only two judges down, 3 judges up. And now an anxious paddle by Connor O'Leary, who needs a 6.58. We had the sad music playing for a little while for Jake Marshall sitting out there with the music analogies, but you know what? It's bright, happy. It's some EDM right now for him, where he's going to be bouncing around the dance floor because he's on the precipice of making a huge comeback in this heat.
Totally. That was so committed from him, so well-deserved. I definitely didn't get shocked about the score. Like, it was an amazing ride, as deep as you can get out there, coming out of the speed. And it looks like, going over.
So that was just any kind of attempt to improve upon his scoreline. He's going to pay for that one. But he is going down swinging. Actually, he's not going down swinging. He's up right now, and he's still swinging. Here's Connor O'Leary on the answer back. Long wall in front of O'Leary, traveling in the barrel. Second section, rifling away. He gets eaten up in there, and so does Connor O'Leary's chances for mounting a comeback. Jake Marshall with a brilliant, patient approach out here and executing when he needed to, executing in an excellent fashion as he gets picked up by the Tahitian Water Patrol.
Yeah, unfortunately there for Connor, the wave just, maybe he was sitting a little too deep in the, ooh, that got so shallow right there.
over the dry reef.
Almost lost the fins there for Jake. But yeah, that wave had potential. He really did a big pump to take off, but the wave just kind of ran out. And yeah, unfortunately for Connor, because he played a very well heat, very smart. It was close, and it was the details in the end that gave the edge to Jake.
Number 6, still chasing that place in the final 5. Jake Marshall mounts an incredible comeback, a 9.4 when he needed it, waited most of the heat out there with priority. He's on to the round of 16. We're on to a break. We got another exciting heat when we return. It's going to be Imai Kalani-Devault coming against Rito Waida. Check this out, Jake Marshall.
From Indonesia, Rio Waida, just reminding 25 minutes. And for the previous hit, congratulations to Jake Marshall. Advancing to the next round. Voilà donc à l'instant début de la 6e série du round d'élimination des hommes, avec le Hawaïen Imai Kalani-Devault en rouge et l'Indonésien Rio Waida en bleu. Et la série qui vient de se terminer, voit la victoire de Jake Marshall, l'Américain, qui élimine le Japonais Todoro Leary.
Welcome back to the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. Heat 6 of the elimination round out in the water. Imai Kalani-Devault coming up against Rio Waida in this challenge. Winner goes into the round of 16. There we got a shot of our competitors' check-in area and our interview boat, all part of the flotilla. Red Bull athlete zones out there. We got the Outerknown boat out there. It is Water World. Kuiper Girl along with Jesse Mendez. Checking out the start of this heat with a little bit of a paddle up the reef, Jesse.
It's a pretty even match, you know. They probably sit pretty similar in the rankings right now, so they know how important that heat is, you know. Like, they don't want to give each other an inch.
Yeah, you're right. Imai Kalani-Devault, number 11 on the rankings coming into this event. Rio Waida, number 14 on the rankings. Rio with a little bit more experience. He has had one start in Tahiti. That was last year. He had a 9th place finish. This is Imai's first surf in competition in Tahiti. So we'll see how the Maui boy does up against the surfer from Uluwatu in this heat. Now you would think Rio, coming from Uluwatu on the island of Bali in Indonesia, would have a pretty polished backhand and have things pretty wired in some, it's a different type of barrel, obviously, but still that awareness, that body awareness on the backhand for Rio Waida.
100%, and that's exactly what I was going to mention. the different type of not quality of wave, but just different ocean. The energy that you have here in Tahiti, it's much more intense.
Yeah.
So it does play a big factor. Obviously, Imai coming from Hawaii, very used to those heavy waters. You go to Indonesia, they're an amazing, perfect barrels, but they're easier to ride because they're not as intense. There's not that much water coming towards it. But he's an amazing tube rider, as we've seen it before.
Here he is, gets one pump before grabbing the rail, travels over the foam ball, but gets caught up in there. So he's going to hand over priority to Imai Kalani Devault, Rio Waida, and he's going to take a beating right there. You can see his head popping up, and look at how fast he's traveling down into the shallow reef. Now, is he going to go for the pickup? Yeah, there's a grabber. Oh, they're going to have to take another lap. Yeah, if they got 3 seconds in there, really like anywhere from 3 to 5 seconds to grab you before the next wave comes.
You want to make sure you're on top of that sled right when they come up, because there's not much time. And as you see right there, the water moving towards the right, and it drags you into the supposedly right at Chopu that we call it, which is, there's no water right there. Like literally, it's knee deep.
You'll
Look
see
where he's going.
Like, right, he's going to hit his fins right there. That's dry docked.
Like literally, he dried up. Like, but imagine if that wave would be hollow on top of him. He would be in a very bad spot. Luckily, he was a whitewash. He just kind of beached it. What would you call it if you're in a beach? But here is just straight into dry reef, and he's safe now, so that's a good.
Yeah, I mean, you can get fortunate with a little bit if you get any kind of surge ahead of the primary wave, just to put a little bit more water on the reef, you know. And look at the brutality right there. And look at the beauty, but also the shallowness of this live coral reef here. Let's take a look at this and what happened to Rio.
Yeah, just how intense the wave is. As soon as the fumble hit him, he just disappears. And that's the difference in between a wave here in Tahiti and a wave in Indonesia. I'm not saying Indonesia has a lot of power as well, but Tahiti is a different animal. Like, the swell comes with so much energy, comes from such a deep water and hits such a shallow shelf that turns into some of the most powerful, or if not the most powerful wave in the world at this size. So it just eats you alive, and that's what happened there with Rio. Gave him no chance.
Yeah, and a swift ride back out. You can see the channel, how it just borderlines the Tahitian Water Patrol, just taking straight right on the edge of the reef, of this reef pass, to take Rio Waida back out and drop him off in the drop-off zone. Well, Samsung has a great feature previewing the Olympics. It's called The Next Wave Samsung, and you got a chance to watch it. We're going to make it really easy for you to see the new film from Samsung and WSL. Let's check it out.
Surfing has this allure. It's different to any sport on the planet.
Being in the Olympics, to me, it's such a special thing.
It's an absolute love story between humans and Earth.
It's almost bigger than the Olympics. It's like a celebration of our sport.
You want to see more of that? You want to see the whole feature? Well, just scan this QR code for the new film from Samsung and WSL. It's The Next Wave. Scan it now. Well, yeah, scan it now, but maybe watch it after this heat. 1.6 is all that Rio Waida has to his credit for a brutal beating, and still waiting for first wave for Imai Kalani Devault. And no real waves, but you know what? We got a couple of happy surfers from Encinitas right there on the interview boat, Chris.
Yeah, thanks, Kaipo. Well, we are a long way from Seaside Reef, but Jake, you're looking right at home here in Tahiti. You went through the good, the bad, and the ugly in that heat. Let's start with the good, the 9-4. Talk us through paddling into that beast of a wave.
Oh man, I mean, the heat before, I was sitting in the channel and the waves were just firing, and I was like getting so excited to go surf my heat, and then I just felt like we, you know, just hit a huge lull kind of the whole heat, and I was just getting so bummed, like, dude, am I even gonna get a chance to try one of these things out, you know, and just see how I can go? And then when that wave came, I was more just finally like, okay, like, it's on, like, here is my chance. I finally get a chance to go on one of these waves, and, you know, like, at that point, I wasn't even really too worried about making the heat. I was like, I want to get one good one at least before I get sent home. But then yeah, when I was coming out of that, I was just like so baffled. Like that was definitely the best way I've ever gotten a contest, and yeah, that was insane. I can't believe it.
Well, you never gave up, and that was amazing. Now let's talk about the bad and the ugly. Your reward for that wave of your life was 2 huge waves on your head. What's it like to come up from a gnarly wipeout out here and see another wave behind it and know you're about to get smashed?
Yeah, I fell kind of right on the takeoff, so it wasn't too bad. I feel like it's always worse out here when you fall kind of at the end, like on the West Bowl. But I don't know, when that second wave came in, I was more just like watching Connor like, oh, please don't get the score on me. But then, yeah, I came up and I saw he was kind of in front of me, and I was like, all right, I think I made this heat. So I don't know, I was kind of oblivious, I guess, to the beating I was getting. And then, but we have great water patrol here, and these guys, they're super on top of it, so they keep you out of bad situation for sure.
Now, Jake, you have a lot of support, especially the lot trolls. I know they're watching, friends, family, everyone back home. What do you want to say to them?
Yeah, shout out to everyone at home. Thank you guys for watching and supporting. Just, yeah, I feel you guys' energy every time I'm going for one of these waves out here. I'm just thinking of all the boys back at home, just kind of like don't be a baby out here. You better send it. So shout out to all you guys, and yeah, hopefully have a sick day tomorrow.
And lastly, does a wave like that give you the confidence to win this whole thing?
I mean, yeah, if I can get a 9.4, hopefully next heat I can do that twice. But I mean, if you can get, this is a wave where if you put yourself on the best waves in the heat, anything's possible. So yeah, I got a long way to go, but that was definitely a big confidence boost for me out here. Hasn't really been my forte, my best event, so I'm feeling really good, and definitely my most confident I've been out here, so I'm stoked for the rest of the event.
Love to hear it. Anything's possible. And why not Jake?
Oh, that's true. I mean, he's self-proclaimed underdog, continues to impress us. And I like the way he says, I want to get to try one of these out, like he's, trying out a new electric bike or something. We're talking about a death-defying wave that's just doubling up on itself with real potential of harm. And Jake Marshall, 9.4 into the round of 16. We've heard it a number of times today, Jesse, where guys are saying, and women, best wave of my life, best wave I've ever had in competition. There's been a lot of bests today.
Yeah, I actually, it caught my attention that as well, and he said, if you probably look back, I feel like Ramsey probably had the best wave he's ever caught in a heat as well. Tachi, 100%, probably the best wave of her life. You probably have a few water. Brissa had some amazing waves, so I would be surprised if she had a better wave in a heat, better than today, and the list goes on.
Yeah.
It's just that good of and that critical of a condition that put all the surface in the situation that it's either best wave or worst wipeout.
Yeah, and everyone has been absolutely stepping up to make it an incredible day of competition, a huge day, a landmark day for women's professional surfing. I feel what we saw the women do today as a collective, quarterfinals all the way on, just amazing, amazing, amazing stuff. We got to call that heat between Vahine and Tati. That's going to be like really a heat that we will continue to look back on as a defining moment in women's surfing.
For sure, it's impressive what the women's have been doing this year, mostly in waves of consequences. We've seen a lot of amazing performances throughout the years in rippable waves, but anything over 8-foot faces, like those are groundbreaking situations. This specifically event here in Tahiti, and also Pipeline earlier in the year. Yeah. So it's fun to be part of it and be able to watch it.
Yeah, breaking barriers, and just it's been amazing
amazing. Now, we also know how quickly things can change out here. We've had these quiet, like, okay, everyone's just sitting in the ocean right now. Imai with priority, Rio just sitting right next to him. Everything looks calm, cool, collected. But the switch turns on, a set hits the reef, and then it turns into just incredible stuff. This is still, I mean, even how many times I've come here, I'm still amazed every time at this wave and what this wave does here.
100%. It still scares everyone. I remember 2019 was one of the most west swells we've ever had for an event here, and it was even bigger than today. And I remember talking to Owen after he won, and I was like, man, I was terrified every wave I was paddling for, because I've never surfed east west. And then Owen looked at me and was like, hey, I was the same way. I've never surfed these west conditions here at Teahupo'o, and I didn't even know if every wave I caught was going to be a closeout. And you're talking about one of the biggest charges in history of competitive surfing, and he was already on tour for over 10 years, so it keeps impressing everyone.
Yeah, it just keeps impressing, and slowly but surely we're seeding and looking into the round of 16. We're going to get into this round highly likely tomorrow. Look at some of these highlight heats. Kelly Slater's going to have to set the alarm early. He's going to be in the first heat of the day up against Ethan Ewing. Look at heat number 3 of the round of 16. Jordy Smith is in that heat, as well as look at heat number 5. John Florence up against Mihi Mana Bray, and that wild card is going to be just one to deal with for John Florence. That's just a little taste in some of the heats that we're picking out for that round of 16. What we got looking forward to.
And that's the problem of having such a talented wild cards. And in this occasion, specifically, amazing competitor as well. You see Kelly as a wild card in this event going against Ethan Ewing in the most favorable conditions that Kelly could ever ask for, probably tomorrow, which we're going to have similar conditions to today. So is Mihi Mana. They're both looking forward for that match for sure.
Rio pulling into this one, looked like he was way high on this one, and he finds that high line straight out of that barrel. What an effort for the Indonesian surfer. That was really cool.
That was impressive, man.
He had to take such an unusual line right there, and it was a high pinchy line. He was able to go in and out, and he's going to get a couple of words from Glenn Micro Hall on the paddle back out, his coach.
I rode him off. I thought he fell halfway through because that wave had lump. He was kind of high and tight, so hard to manage, and he somehow pulled it off, as you see it right here. See those lumps, the one that he went through, the first one, it kind of almost buckled him off. And as you see it, as he's coming out, he kind of is out of balance. But this is what I'm going to mention. He's going to go through right now. Look at his board going up, the nose going up. That's just show how brutal that impact was. And he's just literally right there. 80% of the barrel is just about fill. Like, he could not see anything. He was in the foam. Water over the face, just going and feeling and trusting.
And barrel, personality-wise, that was more of a Uluwatu type of barrel that he had to come through. So it feels like that was playing into some familiarity, if you would, for Rio Waida, because I was the same way, where it was just like, whoa, you're way too high, way too pinchy, but pulls it off. So well done by Rio Waida, surprising both of us.
For sure. Yeah, definitely.
Take a look at this. The swell is definitely still hanging in there and actually growing. Look at this one just going below sea level, Jesse.
Oh boy, you get an Imai off guard right there, and that's the problem. Like, if those bigger sets come all of a sudden, you're not in position for them, and they pop up so early. There are no indicators, which most of waves we surf on Earth, you have an indicator. Either it stacks up out the back, it breaks out the back, or you're down on the point and you can see the wave coming. But this one is just, here we go, 2 seconds in front of you. Make sure you're in it.
Hey, let's get a Shiseido water report from our man in the channel, Strider Wazalewski.
It's bubbly out here, let me tell you. There's a lot of water moving. That last set came through, caught everybody off guard. the swell is arriving and it's still rising. And earlier today we were way inside there. There's a yellow buoy that I was lining up with, and I'm about, I don't know, 60 yards outside of that now. So everything is moved out, and bigger, and volume is just growing out here. It's just insane. So that last set, super hollow. Obviously, I think that you guys saw it on the screen, just draining off the reef. And well, I guess that's the next level, and we're gonna see it get ridden.
How are you doing, Strider, avoiding those big sets coming through?
Well, you feel pretty safe because there is a really deep channel here next to, that's what makes this wave so amazing, is you can be so close to death, but you're just, kind of put your hand on it and take it out real quick. You just, you swipe your hand through fire and you just kind of play with the heat, but you can get caught, so you got to be careful. But the more west it is, the harder it can be, so you got to kind of constantly paddle. Right now we got Rio up and riding.
Rio Waida with the lead in this heat. Last wave score, a 7.17. So Rio just looking to back up that 7.17, surfing under priority. Using priority here, Imai having a dig. The boy from Makawao, Maui. Pulls up, pulls in, travels through the foam ball, and the foam ball takes Imai out. And you can see just the intensity of these waves, especially when we get down to that angle right there.
For sure, and great scenario now for Rio, that 7.17, that's a very big score, mostly for such a slow heat that we got, and ended up going on at 0.8 just to try it out, see how the wave looked, and it's getting priority most likely. With 14 minutes left, sitting with by far the best wave, the heat and priority. That's a great lead there for Rio, and not enough energy. Just in between size, in between the ledges, so it didn't get as strody as he was hoping for, but had no priority, so might as well. And back to back with Imai. This wave looking much better, as you see how much holler it was, just a bit deep, and wasn't able to drive through that barrel enough and get enough speed that he was hoping for. But look how wide that wave was, and it looks like lots of waves right now.
Well, look at the draw off the reef and the scratching in. Rio Waida pulling under the hood, and a big roomy barrel, but there's a lot of confusion in that barrel, and it just chomps up Rio Waida, still looking to back up that 7.17.
I was actually expecting him to come out of that barrel more than the previous one. I would like to see what happens right here. Very late drop. Was able to knife it, but yeah, right there, that foam, just kind of, he needed that one big pump to go over that first foam, because look, he almost made it. That's so impressive. Looked like he lost balance. So what happened right there, as he was going through the foam bowl, he got lifted, and you could see it. All his weight was kind of bending forward, and he went over the handlebars, which unfortunately for him, he was looking at probably a 9-point ride if he would have come out of that.
Well, still within reach for Imai Kalani de Vault to make a comeback against Rio Waida. Rio's got, Imai's got priority. Perfect time. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. I'll take a flat white with original soy, and we'll be right back.
live broadcast camera department for the WSL. So for the last 10 years, I've been traveling the globe, putting on these surf events. The fact that we are able to do what we do of how to basically put on a sporting event and broadcast it out to the world, it's amazing the behind the scenes, it really is. What attracts me to the knife making is definitely being able to use my hands and have a creative outlet. It's just such a rad thing to know that whatever tool I create is going to be used to nourish other people and hopefully, you know, for generations. That's one of the coolest things about my job is there's that challenge, and then when you overcome all the obstacles and you have a win and your broadcast is up and everything's working, that's a great feeling. Yeah, you did your job and you can be proud of what you've done.
Takes many hands to build a village, and that's exactly what we do everywhere around the world on the championship tour. And thanks to all of our crew who make this possible. The concept of, it's a Polynesian concept of laulima. Many hands make light work. I don't know if it's ever light, but we got many hands here to bring you this broadcast. It's been an epic day of broadcast. Rio Waida, high line again. The Indonesian with the lead over Imai Kalani in the vault has a 7.17 as his high wave score, looking to better a 2.67. Looks like he did just that. Look at the draw on this wave. Imai, couple of pumps. Oh, really late behind the lip there, and may have just got clipped on the entry, and now he's paying for it. And there's many waves behind that too. Tombstoning Channel Island surfboard right there, and Imai's gonna have to deal with another mountain of whitewater real soon. Look at that thing. Oh, talk about an inside-out wave. Oh my. Tahitian Water Patrol zooming in for the pickup. Remember, you got about 5 seconds right here for the grab. Get him on the sled. What a drill. Just going over dry reef right there and just into the lagoon.
You notice that one of the water safety guys, that one that is on the back with him, pulls his leg up just to make sure he's not going to touch the bottom, and that's how shallow it is.
Yeah, and release the leash too, because that board behind you when you're getting dragged is actually going to slow you down and perhaps pull the surfer and the grabber off of the sled. Here's a replay of his wave.
Yeah, beautiful pump right there, but just getting lipped, and that wave got so wide right after, unfortunately for him. But that was almost a frontside wave because you really needed that first down the line pump to get that speed. And as we see here, Rio just smart surfing. He had no backup whatsoever. He had a 2.67 without priority. He had to like try and capitalize as much as he could, and he did. And he's coming back with priority. So yeah, applying more pressure in Imai, even though it's not a huge lead, Imai still needs a 9.11. So it's a big task.
Yeah, and like you said, smart surfing. Last score for Rio Waida, 3.77. So he improved upon the 2.67. And the waves, as forecasted, continue to increase, and the intensity continues to increase here at the end of the road.
Talk about intensity. Imagine being in Rio's spot right now. Waves are giant. You're by yourself in the lineup. Everyone's cheering you on. Everyone's watching. If a massive set comes right now, the whole channel is going to be screaming for you to go.
Yeah, these are the mid-size ones that we're watching right now, and these are massive, just, you know, mid-range sets. There's way bigger waves coming through here, and they just get wider and thicker and more square. Just incredible, incredible stuff that we've seen all day long. And a lone Rio Waida sitting in the middle of this storm of wave energy.
Man, it's a tough situation to be. There's a lot of pressure right there. You have everything combined. You have everyone watching. Waves are huge. Your rankings, you want to improve. You want to prove to yourself. And not to mention, it's 3 foot deep water right there. So a lot of consequences, but also a lot of opportunities.
Imai Kalani Deval paddling back there. Imai
on some Channel Islands equipment. He's running a 6.5. It's a modified Happy Traveler model. Another Brit Merrick shape. We heard Vahine Fierro, who won the women's today, the Tahitian wildcard, giving a lot of credit to Brit and her magic boards that she got. We got Strider Wazalewski out in the water. What do you got, Strider?
Just, you know, Rio and his technique and everything he's doing, and his corner out here with Glenn Micro Hall. The combination is just so amazing. The kid is, he's from Indonesia. He's the sole Indonesian on tour, and he's learning every single wave. Every day, everything's new for him, and I just watched the evolution of Rio Waida, and look at him. He's out here. He's on the back half of the cut. He's surfing giant chopu by himself, and you know what? He's going, and he's proving to us that, you know, I wouldn't doubt that he's going to make the next one that we saw him not, you know, when he went over the handlebars. Sorry, here we go. Let's cut over to Imai. He's grabbing the wall. Is he behind it? That thing just crunched over the top of him. Not looking good. He's going to go for a little ride through the lagoon, and here we go. Rio's looking at it.
Thanks, Chad. Here we go. Rio Waida pumps through there. Again, high line, pulls up on the rail, and comes out. Everything going Rio's way in this heat, and really a challenging heat for Imai Kalani-Devault, who's been just taking beatings and keeps on trying over and over again. There's Glenn Micro Hall that Strider was talking about, giving him some words on the paddle back out. Yeah, Rio looking to improve upon a 3.77 and make the job even more difficult for Imai Kalani-Devault. Gets a 5-point ride. I think he's going to combo Imai. Here we go. Replay. Rio.
Yeah, another beautiful wave for Rio. This heat has been on the slow side, and he was able to adapt the best. Obviously, not as big as waves that we have been seeing the last few heats, but look how beautiful technique, like nice big pump in the beginning, and then slowing himself down as he was coming out. So flawless surfing so far for Rio. I guess if you pick it apart, the heat, he had one missed opportunity. That was the 2.67, which if you can even count that as a mistake, because he was so deep and he still almost made that barrel that could have possibly been close to a 10-point ride. So
another lagoon lap for Imai. This is getting exhausting just to watch, and that's going to eat up some time on the clock. And not to mention that, that's just, you know, abuse on your body every single time you're getting pounded into the lagoon there for the Tahitian Water Patrol pickup.
Yeah, and we're still waiting on Rio's last wave, which, let's see, he might get another one. Line up to yourself.
Line up all to himself, delays the bottom turn. This one is going to go for a little tuck knee drag there. Styly, another completion. It's cliche for me to say this, Jesse, but it really is rhythm. And the rhythm has been all on Rio's side. And the rhythm has been completely against Imai in this particular heat.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Beautiful surfing, smart, just flawless, like I mentioned already, and he's in a good rhythm right now. And I don't know, we saw it kind of just from the side angle, so it's hard to see how deep he was, but that looked like possibly some of the best, like probably the best wave he got so far. Let's see how deep he got. He stalled himself right there. Look how throaty that wave was. That was beautiful execution from him. And he's feeling comfortable. He knows he's in such a good situation right now. And look, he puts his leg. Great style, great technique right there. Lets the rail go on the end of it.
Oh, look at the draw on this. Just sucking off the reef, Jesse.
So much water coming up the face right there. It seems like you're running on a treadmill, you know? Like there's so much water that it feels like you're going backwards even. That was beautiful from him.
Yeah, and that's a 6.33 that we're watching right now on the replay. And Rio Waida has closed out this heat. He's on his way to the round of 16. Let's get Rio's reaction in the channel. Strider, Rio's now got Imai in a combo.
Yeah, you know what? Rio just enjoying his time out here. Big smiles. He kicked out. It almost looked like he was going to cut it off, and then it was like, nope, job's not done yet. Get back out there. And he just was like sprinted back to the lineup. We got rainbows. We got perfect tubes. We got Baron, Mamiya, and Matthew and McGillivray coming up. I mean, this guy, what he did out here, He's like the born identity, that drop that he made. And then you got Baron, who's one of the best tube riders in the world coming. This is just getting better and better into the afternoon as the sun sinks here in the channel at Teahupo'o.
Yeah, thank you, Strider. And yeah, that matchup coming up is going to be an epic one. Baron Mamiya, Matthew McGillivray. That's heat 7 of the elimination round. Out of that was a rotation for Ryo Aida. He did it in quick fashion. That replay, actually, that number dropped a 6.87. Previous wave was a 6.33. That means that Imai is in a giant combo of 14.04, 30 seconds. It's a done deal. Ryo Aida on to the round of 16, Jesse.
Yes, and unfortunately, I almost hope there's just a set so Imai can kind of redeem himself, because he's such a talented surfer, such a great human. He deserves much more. He has way more inside of him than just the scores that he got, but looks like some waves out the back, maybe. No. But great heat for Ryo. Flawless performance, amazing technique, and good on him.
Yeah, there he is. All smiles. But you know his work ethic. Job's not done for Ryo Aida. We'll see him again tomorrow in the round of 16, and we will see Imai, Kalani DeVault when we resume competition, event number 7 over in El Salvador. So we're gonna take a break. We're gonna reset. When we come back, it's gonna be an epic matchup. Baron Mamiya, Matthew McGillivray battling for a spot in the round of 16.
Red from Hawaii, Baron Mamiya, and blue from South Africa, Matthew McGillivray. I just remind you, 35 minutes. And for the previous hit, congratulations to Ryo Aida, advancing to round 3. Voilà, dans la série qui vient de se terminer, félicitations à l'Indonésien Ryo Aida qui vient de se qualifier au détriment de Imai Kalani DeVault, l'Hawaïen. Et la série qui vient de commencer, c'est l'avant-dernière série de la journée, la série numéro 7. Elle oppose Baron Mamiya, le Hawaïen, au Sud-Africain Matthew McGillivray.
Yorana, hi everybody, and welcome back to the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown, the 6th stop of the season on the World Surf League Championship Tour. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, she's from WA, but this is her favorite stop on the tour. She's been bouncing around Outer Islands. This is where it's out in paradise, but for what we love to do and for surf fans around the world, this is a much anticipated event because of what we've been seeing today. How good has it been?
Oh, I mean, we'll get back to that. Wow, I mean, showing up in a big way. Baron
still going, and the man that kicked off the season with his win on his home break at Pipeline, showing why he has a big reputation in waves like this. Already kicking things off with a decent score as he's facing off with Matthew McGillivray. This is elimination round, heat number 7. Remember, follow these guys' journey to qualify for the final 5 with the live rankings on worldsurfleague.com. It gets updated after every single heat. So you can see who moves up into position and moves out on demand. Let's see the start again from Baron Mamiya.
Oh, this was an insane way to start this heat. I mean, you could see he did a little real reshuffle on his board there just to get further up the nose, get that weight projected forward on the board. This little moment here, his back foot almost looks like it kind of slipped off, or I don't know if that was a readjustment, but really long tube there to start the day. Sort of a medium to more bigger size set wave. And wow, you could just see when his body was hitting that wall of water then just how much reverberation his body was getting from that wave. I mean, that's just a clear indication of just how powerful it is out there.
So powerful, and this is where Baron really shines. Built his reputation on performing in slab type waves, especially at pipe and backdoor. He can take off later than anybody. He can ride incredibly small equipment, and he's just willing to free fall inside the pit. They used to have surfer pole awards on the North Shore of Oahu, and I'll never forget a moment where he got called up on stage by the Irons family, and he got the AI award for being the next big name to take over pipe and backdoor, and he got to live his dream by beating his hero, you know, in pumping conditions of pipe this year over John Florence to kick off the season world #1.
Yeah, that was an incredible performance from Baron, and what a way to do it. I mean, if you're going to win at pipe, I mean, you want to beat the best, right? And it couldn't have been a better finish for Baron. I mean, he'd obviously already won just down the road as a wildcard at Sunset, and then, you know, you've got to be thinking that someone who grew up there, the next event you want to win, pipe, and he did just that at the beginning of the year.
Such a cool cap from the North Shore of Oahu. This is how we kicked off the season for Baron Mamiya. He was so focused on taking out his dream event at Pipeline against the best surfers in the world. There were some heats where honestly his opponent had no chance. Like with or without priority, understanding every section of backdoor and Pipeline, he was really unstoppable.
Wow, I mean, looking back at this, I knew it was good that day, but I'm just reminded that we have been blessed well and truly. I mean, backing up here in Tahiti, I mean, yeah, what just such beautiful waves. I remember this heat so vividly, and just the comfortability level of both surfers in this heat. I mean, Baron and John, but it was this moment right here. I mean, the 10-point ride in a final against John. I mean, it doesn't get better.
Well, I mean, that's as good as it gets. His whole corner was losing it. And when you hear from Baron and he's going, I can't believe I made that one. Because you're imagining he's gotten a million of those in his life, but that one was extra special in the final with John Florence. His manager there, Sean Ward's been by his side for a very long time. As we look at that event summary, taking out the win at the start of the season. One win this season. He was in the final 5 for a bit, still very close in the top 10 picture, and getting his first perfect 10. An absolute hero in waves like this. And so now expected to win here in Tahiti as well, to kind of connect that start at pipe, bring it right here to the end of the road as he's deep on this one. McGillivray looks like pulling into his first wave. All we're seeing is foam just running through inside the pit. And the South African getting started, but he's still underwater, just popping up. Mamiya's on this one. Bottom drops out. He takes a higher line and is standing tall for the exit. And Matthews taking that one on the head. Advantage to the Hawaiian.
Oh my goodness. Baron just got absolutely coned on that thing. It was incredible. I mean, just the casualness to his approach here. I mean, there's nothing casual about this wave, but just look at the ease that he just sticks through there. Oh, wow. Okay, so he actually grabbed the rail there. I thought he actually, obviously grabbed it at the very beginning. He releases the rail just so that he can get that pump in down the line, and then had to grab it again. So incredibly technical barrel here from Baron, and just demonstrating exactly what we've been talking about.
This is exactly what Baron wants to do for the rest of his life. Take off so late. This is the new school, the new modern day update of backhand tube riding. He's at the top of the list. He's incredibly brave, but technically he can pop the fins out on demand. He knows how to manage his speed so well, and he'll take off under the lip on demand. How about these numbers already? And we still have more waves coming through. Standing straight up in a huge pit is Baron Mamiya. And the whole channel is celebrating Looking like the back of Ryan Callinan enjoying the show. Doug Silva right next to Seth Muniz. They're getting amped up for the heat coming up next. Strider, how are you feeling out there?
Let's go! Turn the lights on, set it up. We're not done. We're gonna run all night. This is just insane. The volume just got turned up. The house party just started and it is on. The music is just through the roof. The speakers are throbbing. I mean, this is insane. This is what we came for. I am so pumped right now. Everybody in the channel blowing up, and B just looks like he's having cake and just eating the whole thing, man, because he is enjoying his time out here. The body language, the gestures, the screams out of him right now, insane. Loving it. Hopefully McGilvray can get in the driver's seat a little bit here. We can have a little bit of a boxing match.
Gosh, Strider, can you break down the technique of Baron Mamiya? His approach is really unbelievable in waves like this.
You know what? He knows how to get underneath it, and that Sammy, our cameraman, just said it. You went from paddling for the waves, now you have to paddle down the face and underneath it, and that's the level of intensity out here. You have to turn around, you have to go 2 or 3 seconds before you think you need to paddle and start paddling, and then get underneath it, and then on the drop you basically are only looking at the bottom 3 feet of the wave, and that's all you need to focus on, because that's where you're going to be riding the whole time. The way that this wave draws up and the way that it sucks up off the reef, you just need to be at the bottom dealing with that little nook and cranny down there, and sometimes you're just going to arc into it like Baron did, because that was pure control and style, and just insane for you to be able to do that on a heavy wave like that of consequence and do the kind of control that he had in that tube. It was just insane.
Good man, was. And I love that you brought up cake in that conversation. I knew it. He always is hungry out there and having a good time in the channel. Baron Mamiya, a 9-point ride and a 7.83, throwing away his last score of a 5.67. And McGillivray in a big combo, but with plenty of time. Let's now catch up with the winner of the last heat. Rio Whiteas with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thank you so much, Joe. Rio, we're literally surfing at the end of the rainbow here. What an experience for you out in that lineup. You described it like you were living in a dream.
Yeah, definitely. I felt I was in the dream, When I was in the barrel, I see, like I said, green room, and then the sun's like right to my face. It was bright, and then of course rainbows, and I see a lot of boats, and it's crazy. It feels like I'm in the dream, just a little bit. I feel like I'm in the heaven or something, just a little bit, I don't know, but it was pretty scary, to be honest. But first I want to thanks to Micro. He's the guy that always tell me, just go, just paddle and go, head down, go. If the big sets come, just go, like don't even think and stuff. But I got a couple wipe out, and that kind of realized, oh, it was okay to fall off. It wasn't that bad that I was taught. I thought it was gonna be like my head to the reef and stuff, but it wasn't like that. It was just kind of like in the laundry, just getting soaked and stuff. So it was fun.
In the rinse cycle, now I know you come from Paradise, but I've seen you here putting in the work. You're a real G. You paddle out here every day, no boat needed. Real, what's it like to just grind it out and be rewarded with a heat win like that?
Yeah, first of all, I have a small budget, so I gotta paddle every day. It's not bad. It's kind of good warm up, kind of. Just paddle and see everyone's passing by, just hey, blah, blah, blah. And then when I get to the lineup, of course, the wave's going to be firing, everyone's getting barrels and stuff. I get a little bit anxious, but I don't know. It's been a dream, I made the cut, now I just want to push my level. I feel like today I pushed my limit, I was scared of getting barrels hit, choke, Teahupo'o, but today I just head down and just send it.
You broke through another barrier. You have tons of friends and family and fans all over the world. What do you want to say to them?
Pertama, saya mau mengucapkan terima kasih banyak semuanya sudah dukung saya, dan round berikutnya saya akan lebih semangat, dan ya terima kasih dan tetap dukung. Terima kasih.
Yeah, Rio.
Suksama, thank you so much. Rio Whiteas, what a legend. Paddling out every day. I remember Owen Wright used to do that. But he obviously had a bigger wingspan than Michael Phelps, so it would take him just a few minutes to get out there. He kind of treated that as a bit of a warm-up before he went surfing. But for Rio, it's an interesting part of this event. You've got to have resources. If you don't feel like hiring a boat for the whole time or jet skis, you can get out there on your own. And oftentimes when people are going in and they see someone paddling, especially on dark, they'll they'll offer you a lift on the way back to the beach. Sometimes you're not always lucky, but I'm hopefully Rio's been picked up the last few days.
Yeah, I hope so. And I think it all comes down, obviously, resources, like you said, but it's connections too, and time spent coming to a place like this. But yeah, I'm hoping that a few of these other guys on tour, you're picking them up on the jet ski and giving them a lift in, especially after that performance. Give the boy a jet ski.
So cool when you see a man like that, say, dealing with the fear, but putting his head down and absolutely going and gaining more confidence. And a guy that kind of showed up with confidence here on his first trip ever to Teahupo'o, Crosby Colapinto. Grabbing the jersey now. High fives in the channel. He'll be preparing for a family friend. Seth Moniz coming up next. Crosby, the rookie on tour, saw his good friend Cole Hausman take off on some bombs in his heat, and that's who he'll be battling with for the remainder of the season for Rookie of the Year. So Crosby needs to answer if he wants to get that great honor this season.
Oh, and you know he'd be fired up too. I mean, he came here, you know, he was here for that week, the swell before that arrived, and the week before the event. And he got a couple of nuggets, so he was sending it. And, you know, today, very similar, if not maybe a bit more groomed than that last swell. So, oh, he's going to be absolutely keen to get through this round. And, yeah, that fight for Rookie of the Year is completely on.
So this is the third time these two have met on the championship tour. 2 previous meetings, 1 win apiece. It's kind of interesting when you look at it. You kind of laugh a little bit because Barron beat McGillivray at J-Bay. That's where Matty's from. Matt's win over Barron was here in Tahiti. So you'd almost think where the favorites would have been chosen in the past, the opposite results happened. But that's just a statement of the tour and how good these guys are, how well-rounded they are when they compete, no matter where they grew up. We saw Matty step up and get the 10. One of his best waves of his life. But right now he's got some catching up to do because Barron Mamiya got a 9-point ride on his second wave while he wore it on the head flick.
Yeah, this thing was absolutely insane. I mean, he's just been on an absolute barrel bender on this heat. I mean, wave after wave. Just the casual nature of his surfing too, and how quickly, you know, he's paddled straight back out after these waves and then just swings around on another one. I mean, incredible momentum at the beginning of this heat, and I mean, he's looking so comfortable. If something comes through, and I mean, Ross sort of said it, I think it was Ross that was saying it. I mean, Barron's the kind of kid that if something comes through and it's big and it looks scary, he's the kind of kid that isn't going to paddle over it. He's going to send it. He's sendy. So, I mean, that's pretty exciting to think about. But on the other hand, we also know Matt is incredibly like that as well. So, and the beauty of this wave is that it's not over for Matt because heats can be turned in a matter of 5 minutes. I mean, it's such a short, sharp barrel. I mean, Matt needs 2 waves, but it can happen.
Yeah, pretty cool. When you watch Barron in motion in heavy water waves, he just makes it look so cool. You can tell that he might throw a chain on, you know, on land and throw on some hip-hop music and cruise on the North Shore with his friends. He's been traveling a bit with some of his friends. He brought Makana Peng out to Australia for both Bells and Margaret River. And here it really is a second home. One of his best friends in the whole world is Matahi Drolet. So when Matahi goes to Oahu, he stays with Barron, and when Barron comes here, he stays with Matahi. And they have a lot of fun. Kala Grace hopped over and stayed with all 3 of them. They had some good laughs. Matahi kept them laughing, kept them entertained, but pretty easy transition for a guy like Barron to come to Tahiti. He probably does feel like he's at home.
Oh, completely. I mean, when you've got such good relationships on tour and you're staying with people who feel like, you know, they're friends, but they feel like family. I mean, it's an incredible advantage just to sort of be able to click straight into gear. And here, I mean, you know, Hawaii is an island, here's an island, it's volcanic, it's waves of consequence, and it's a beautiful place to be.
It's funny when you run into Matt McGillivray, you know, you want to talk about surfing and heats and life, but if you see like something big, like a big mountain, you're like, would you jump off that? You're just so curious if he has a limit, whether he's jumping off cliffs or jumping into big waves. Here's what he said about the comparison.
For sure, I feel like the base jumping is very mental. I mean, it prepares me mentally for surfing and for being in pressure scenarios because you're standing on the ledge of a cliff and once you step off, there's no going back. So there's a lot of fear and there's a familiarity about it, like a very familiar space. And I can go back in my mind, and I've done it a few times before in heats where I've gone back in my mind and been like, this is like doing a base jump, and you know you're capable to push past your limits here. And there's a similar level of fear with standing on the side of a cliff and trying to throw yourself over the ledge, and the only way to know what's going to happen is to push yourself over and do it, take the jump.
I love that he uses that reference of reminding himself that he's jumped off some crazy things in his life, and he'll actually think about that in heats. I mean, if you go, oh yeah, I've done that before, maybe looking over a ledge of a 10-footer actually seems more realistic.
Well, for him, that's the yardstick, right? It's like, does this really compare? In my books, I guess it no, because I hate heights. But for, you know, once you've gone so far in any sort of adrenaline realm, I guess like he's always using that as a gauge to, well, I just jumped off this cliff, or that was this high, or did this. And in my opinion, I mean, it sort of makes this feel, not like child's play, but you just got to have a look at some of the crazy things he does, and then you'll understand what I'm saying. It could be also that I'm projecting my incredible fear of heights right now.
Oh, it's crazy. And it's funny, too, that in South Africa, next to J-Bay is the biggest bungee jump in the world, or one of them. And so it makes sense that that was a part of his upbringing, just not being afraid of heights, or if he was, dealing with it and proving to himself he can do whatever he wants. At the moment, he's comboed, so right now he's going to be digging deep and visualizing himself coming back. With Baron Mamiya with a stranglehold on the lead, a 9 and a 7.83, standing straight up here at Teahupo'o. We were talking about these two at their head-to-head history. Let's go to their heat here at Teahupo'o a couple of years back. How about Matthew McGillivray showing that he's got it all. Growing up on the best right-hand point break in the world at J-Bay, and one of the best barrel riders. He can let go, pull in under the hood on demand, and he was able to beat Baron Mamiya in the elimination rounds. So that's why Baron's so hungry to answer backflip.
Oh, completely. And I feel like, you know, on paper, you look at this heat thinking, oh, Baron's got it on lock. He's grown up in Hawaii at pipe. But yeah, Matt getting the job done with a pair of excellent scores, 2 8-point rides. So clearly firing Baron up. And these two guys, they remember that. They keep score. They know that these things have happened. So, I mean, yeah, right now it's head-to-head. One win apiece. This is the decider.
You love these heats with guys that are just building their rivalry right in front of your eyes, and you're always hoping the waves are going to be good. Well, it's pumping right now, and Baron's putting on a show. 9 and a 7.83, so that's a 16.83 combined total. The max heat score for Baron has already changed, but they definitely provide fireworks when they're against each other. When Baron got past McGillivray at J-Bay, it was very, very close on the decision. And now we'll see if Maddie can answer back. Just a 1.5, and it was interesting. In a heat previous, there's kind of a heat where it looked like Jake Marshall just wasn't going to get a chance. He was sitting forever, needed something into the 9s, and then on days like today, the ocean will just lift, and it really makes a big comeback a little bit more probable and attainable with the best surfers in the world. Meeting up with a forecast is good.
Oh, sometimes the ocean it taketh and sometimes it giveth. And it definitely gave Jake an absolute gem. And I mean, his backup was, I think, was only a 4 too, you know, which just gives you an indication he'd sat for so long and, yeah, obviously knocked Connor out. But, I mean, it's totally doable. I know it's a big heat total right now, 16.83, but we've said it again, and it's the beauty of this wave. It can happen within 5 minutes, so can't count Matt out. I mean, we know he's also had a 10 out here before, you know, and we know if he gets this opportunity, he's going to throw himself over the ledge. Good news for him also, he's got priority.
That's right. Matthew's been dealing with some heavy water on the head in this heat. Took the 9 that Barron had right on top of him, so shaking that one off. And it was kind of the last message that former champ out here, Ace Buchan, told me. He was like, remember, Joe, that Tahiti is like a velvety coconut champagne infused with mezcal. Just as you're drifting off, it punches you in the face. Ace Buchan.
What a linguist.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, his dad was a longtime professor. We know Ace has written some children's books. I know his dad was an author. But yeah, Ace, one of the great stories in Teahupo'o history, beat Kelly in the final. Not a lot of people can say that, especially when it was pumping. All of his wins, actually, on tour were over the GOAT. His one before was in France. So Ace can take that into his retirement. Well done, Adrian.
There's not that many people that can say that.
9:55 on the clock. The story for South Africa is always a fun one. Maddie wants to be the first to win this event for that amazing part of the world. Remember Travis Logie, the Code Red year, 2011? Looked like he'd been attacked by a lion when you looked at his back. Got past Jordy Smith. Jordy broke his ribs. It was absolutely pumping. Everyone was frightened. It was another one of those big stories where Travis just surfed out of his skin and had a 3rd place finish in that Code Red year. That was the year that it was Owen and Kelly in the final. And that was the wild ride where Kelly and Owen had 3 finals in a row on tour back in 2011.
Was that the New York year too?
Yeah, it was the New York year. And maybe that's the one that Kelly wishes he had, because the prize purse was at least $300,000 for a win. It was a one-off moment. New York was firing, and you know, Owen made more money in prize money in that 3-event series than Kelly did with 2 wins. But yeah, that was a fun season, a fun rivalry. Owen was just getting his feet wet on tour. He was only in his 2nd season out here. Owen doing some great things that season, and then had back-to-back finals with Medina. Owen will always be one of the greats here at the end of the road.
Oh, completely. I think he's one of my favorite surfers out here. It's just incredible, just his approach and the intensity that he brought to this wave and how quickly he was able to figure it out, and the connection he had with it was super, super special. And I think, you know, he's obviously passed that down to Tyler as well, because Tyler's not afraid to have a dig. Obviously, we've seen Mikey out here do some incredible things too. So, yeah, big family full of talent.
Flashing back in surfing history to 2010, a very special moment in surfing history, because it was the last CT win for Andy Irons as we crack open the WSL vaults. He did have a heat with Kelly in the semifinals, and he hadn't won in a while at this time. Remember, he's a 3-time world champ, but it hadn't happened. He'd taken a year off. He was coming back into form, and everyone was screaming. It was an emotional win for a lot of his friends, like Freddie Patacha Jr. on top of the tower cheering him on. Luke Egan was in Andy's corner as well, celebrating that comeback to form and getting on top of the podium once again.
Yeah, this was really cool. It was actually my first year to Tahiti, and I got to watch this from the channel. It was pretty incredible, and to see, you know, Andy it was amazing because I'd seen a little bit of him surf, and we always talk about him having that big personality and just wasn't afraid to show it. And I was so stoked that I got to see that and witness that. And yeah, I mean, yeah, it was beautiful to watch. Obviously wasn't absolutely heaving, but cool to watch him come back and into form and get a win, and just with so much passion.
And it was so cool he had the heat with Kelly because of all the rivalry stories, but Kelly was still winning at this point. This is a world title season for Kelly, and Andy got the win there, then met up with CJ Hobgood in the final, and everybody celebrated the return to form. Dean Morrison up there. This is my first trip to Tahiti as well, way back when. Andy was so stoked. He'd stay at the White House on the point. Everyone was gathering around, giving him a high five. He had time for everyone. He just kept jumping out of his car on the way to the airport, just saying, "What's up? How's it going? You want to jump in? Who needs a ride?" And I'll never forget that look on his face of how special that win felt. He's won a lot, but it was this comeback win that day that just made us all want to celebrate.
Yeah, super, super special. I mean, you know, the personality that he had and carried throughout tour, I mean, it just makes me miss that era of surfing because there was so many greats on tour and just so many people with just so much passion, and they weren't afraid to show it.
Oh yeah, that's what it was all about. Oh, that house is still going. It's where Seth stays now, and it's really fun. You remember Dustin Barca always stayed there. Bruce was always around. Aki would always be there, and it's right at the point, like right where everyone parks their skis, and you'd see them hanging out and always having a good vibe, playing music, talking story. It feels like yesterday. Obviously, Barron looking up to Andy along with everybody on tour. For Barron, it's really close and personal, growing up on the North Shore of Oahu, and I remember Bruce talking to Barron saying, "Man, you are the next thing. My brother would just love what you're doing on tour." And for Barron, I think he just couldn't believe that his hero was telling him all these amazing things. I think the North Shore probably knew Barron's talent maybe before he did, and then he just owned it, and look where he is today.
I feel like you can see some of that style that Andy has, that Barron is emulating. I mean, you see that on his backhand, and certain, you know, there's glimpses of it every now and then. I mean, this heat's been a perfect example. Just that technique, the stall on the backhand is just super impressive to watch. So, I mean, he's at the moment got this heat absolutely on lock. I mean, some great rides, some great throwaway scores already, and left just Matt out the back, just you know what? We've had a long lull, a long set. Looks like Matt's going to pull the trigger.
He's got to break the combo here. Up and under. How quick was that turn towards the channel? And he showed us that before, how he has that down. He doesn't need a whole lot of space to go from straight down to pulling up without just losing his rail and going straight down to the bottom. Is it enough to break the combo? That's what he's hoping for with 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, I mean, let's have a look here. So grabs that right. He's so good at doing that. I mean, the fins completely dislodged from the face of the wave there. Let's have a look here. You can see that just they slide and then they grab, and then he just wrenches that arm in the face of the wave. You can see he was just trying to slow down a little bit more. I mean, it was a bigger wave, but just that it was more of a tight armady barrel. It didn't really necessarily throw over. It wasn't that big cavern that we've sort of seen a couple of Barron's waves. I mean, yeah, he's obviously going to need to do more.
Now 3:25 on the clock. Maddie still comboed, 3:22, now running out of time. Next heat, though, is a big one. Strider, what's coming up next?
Oh, well, we got a big heat coming up. We got Seth Moniz coming up against the Crosby Colapinto, the Cross, and he's got his crew out here. We got Cole, we got Griff, we got Witz, we got Hampo, and they're all just lined up here supporting him. It's a good look. It really feels good, and he's looking like he's psyched to go out there. He did get some amazing waves on the warm-up, and while we're at it, let's get back to the water. McGillivray right straight back into the barrel again. Nice little cleanup on the inside.
Good man, Strider. McGillivray getting barreled, and he's looking at the time, under priority, getting the work done, which is impressive. And this time we'll see if he breaks the combination and gets a spot into the round of 16. Mamiya being patient out the back with priority. He'll play defense when he has to, but Matty did well here to be on the inside shelf.
Yeah, he did super well. And the read here, I mean, it was just a smaller Small barrel here once again, but beautiful style and technique there. He fully let go of the rails. Look, I'm not sure if it's like really going to break this combination. Actually, when I just compare it to Barron's 783, I'm saying no right now. I mean, just the size of the wave alone.
Yeah, I always love the reminder of comparisons. That's what the judges are doing. They can't get caught in the moment. They always have to have a clear memory of what's happened in the entire heat. Once the heat finishes, it's a clean slate. So you don't really want to compare an 8 from the previous heat to the next heat. It's all about just comparing the 2 surfers in the lineup, and they set their scale. Last of McGillivray, like you thought, Flick, doesn't break the combo. It's a 6.07. He is improving, but he's just a little bit too late, down to 90 seconds.
Yeah, he needed at least one of those, one of those 7s that Barron had just to kind of keep at pace. I mean, the start of the heat was just absolutely the Barron show. I mean, he just has this heat on lock and couldn't put a foot wrong.
Big heat setting up in the round of 16 for tomorrow. Planning on a massive day of action here at Teahupo'o. Ethan Ewing with the GOAT, Kelly Slater, in the first heat of the round. Jordy Smith takes on Yago Dora. Remember, Dora just got past his good friend, defending event champ Jack Robinson. And then we'll have John Florence dealing with Mihimana, who has been the giant killer last couple of seasons. Mihimana just eliminated world #1, Griffin Colapinto.
Wow, heat 5 for me, John and Mihimana. Obviously, Mihimana getting the jump on Griffin is not an easy thing to do. I mean, Griff's looked really locked and loaded. He's looked connected, and I mean, I think Mihimana's probably going to draw a lot of confidence from that last heat, and he is one of the best out here for sure. I mean, we've seen glimpses of it over the past, even last year as well. But it's a big heat. I mean, John out here is absolutely deadly.
It's going to be a fun one to look forward to as we have run out of time for Matthew McGillivray. He's starting to paddle just in case something pops up, but it's going to be a little bit too late. Baron Mamiya gets one back on Matty. Now it goes 2-1 in Mamiya's favor, and one-on-one heats over the South African. And he'll be reseeded in the round of 16. He got his work done very early, got the first good wave, and then got the 9 on his second effort. Coming up next, 2 good friends and 2 fun rivals. Crosby Colapinto taking on Seth Muniz. We'll be right back.
And blue from Hawaii, Seth Muniz. Just remind you, 35 minutes. And for the previous 8, congratulations to Baron Mamiya, advancing to round 3. Voilà donc dernière série de la journée qui vient de démarrer. Elle oppose le Californien Crosby Colapinto à Seth Muniz, le Hawaïen. Le Hawaïen est en bleu, le Californien en rouge. Et pour la dernière série qui vient de se terminer, félicitations à Baron Mamiya qui se qualifie pour le 3e tour. Élimination de Matthew McGillivray.
Surfing's like a dance, and the wave always leads. And a lot of pro surfers can dance well, like Yago Dora, like Griffin Colapinto, Carissa Moore, Gabrielle Bryan. They got invited up on stage at the opening ceremony, which was absolutely beautiful. Fire dancers, some of the best in all of Polynesia, who have won competitions in New Zealand, were there on hand to kick off this event. And the blessing being the year of the ocean. All the pro surfers brought water to the beach all together and joined in hands. It was a really beautiful ceremony. And then the concert went into the night. It was awesome. What a cool celebration at the end of the road. And a big thanks again to all the locals here at Teahupo'o that we stay with every year. Some amazing families. We're lucky to stay with an incredible woman named Hinatea. She is so calm and peaceful and opens the doors wide when we come here every year. And same goes for guys like Seth, who's been here a bit, and Crosby, who's just getting started. Stay with a family and you stick with them for the rest of your career. And, you know, there are some changes here and there with sponsors or things, but you always give them a shout out, say that you're going to be moving locations, but it's pretty rare. Usually you're the same fam from start to finish.
Yeah, and that's what makes this location so unique, you know, and so awesome that it is so untouched here at the end of the road. That's, you know, you literally drive to the end of the road and you've got to get on a bridge if you want to go any further and walk in, or, you know, if you have the right vehicle, sometimes you can drive across that little river there. But yeah, it's such a unique destination, and yeah, I love it so much for that, because it has this really relaxed vibe, really good energy here. Things slow down, and for good, I think.
Have you had poisson cru yet on this trip?
I have.
Ah, beautiful dish. Can't get enough of it. You know what? Brisa actually made a version of it the other day. Brisa, who's now world #1, just finished in the final with Vahine Fierro and invited everybody over and did her version of the local dish. Kind of gave it a little bit of a Costa Rican, Fijian flair to it, which was really cool. She Brisified it, as she said. But yeah, what a day it's been. The women finished their final earlier today, Vahine being the first local to win this event. And Brisa now world #1. As we'll dive into the SHISEIDO Water Report with Strider. No scores yet, but what have you seen so far?
Wow, it's, you know, they're family friends, they say, and but they're the biggest rivals in the water. These guys have been battling out the back for this priority. We've seen 5 or 6 nuggets coming through, just 6 to 8 foot, just wedges coming down the reef, and they've been paddling each other up to the top and over to the side. It's been pretty fun to watch, but we'll see who comes away with the first wave here, because nobody's giving it up. That's for sure. What? Oh.
You all right, Strider?
Yeah, we're okay. We're still here. We're still here.
Have you taken any on the head yet? You've been pretty good managing that on
No.
the
No. This is, you don't tempt fate here at Chopo. There's no getting one on the head. Not for entertainment, not for anybody. This is,
wow.
It's not where you want to end up on the reef.
Yeah, my favorite of all time, though, is seeing, like, it looked like frog legs in the 40-foot lip at the eddy when you were hanging on to the ski. I'll never forget that.
That was an all-time moment for me. It was probably a peak of my commentating career, and going through a 60-foot closeout set at Waimea was something I'll never forget. And wow, yeah, got tossed off and 30 feet into the air, and it was, yeah, there's a lot more that happened, but that's not for air.
Yeah, geez, and your wipeouts here are pretty radical as well. Those early sessions with your good friend Raimana. I know you have a lot of great rides too, and some of the best of your career. And so I'm sure being in the channel means a lot to you.
Yeah, it does. It brings up a lot of memories, and you know, I've ridden some of the waves of my life and also took the beatings of my life. So, you know, everybody has to pay. It looks like we might get our first wave here, guys. Here we go. Seth Moniz pulling up under the hood. Drained, coming through, looking good. Beautiful work right there. Nice negotiation, great style, great technique. Joe, sorry, I did your job.
You sounded really good, by the way.
Look at the next one.
Oh, keep going, Waz.
Oh, Crosby. No hands. Grabs the rail, comes flying through the section. Beautiful work for Crosby, looking really comfortable out here. This is going to be a heater now that it's getting started. Let's hope for some back-to-back waves. I mean, this is fun.
Oh, having so much fun. Good man, Strider. Thanks so much for all you're doing out there. Crosby and Seth finally getting started here. And it's really funny when you see good friends battle, because sometimes they'll push each other even harder because they know they can get away with it. They'll still be friends when they move on. Seth did a great job to get the first wave.
Yeah, he did. And this was a great one too. Great exchange. It was just Seth, obviously, first wave of the set, rode it really well, super technical barrel. And I mean, immediately I thought, okay, this is a great wave. And just his technique there to really stall and use his whole body. But then immediately behind him was Crosby, second wave of the set. And this one, because it was a second, was a bit cleaner because that first one had come through. And it was just drawing off the reef. You can see that this one had a different intensity to it. I feel like that the difference was the wave, right? And for me, Seth was maybe slightly more technical, but Crosby so deep, coming from so deep. And what happens on these ones that are really deep and thick is like Crosby looked like he was so deep, and then as soon as you get on that foam ball, it just shoots you forward, and you hear it, so many of the guys talk about it. As soon as they got on that foam ball, I mean, you're trying to wipe off this speed, but it's impossible. It's just going to shoot you straight forward to the channel. I mean, that was a great combo right there between those two boys.
Great combo. We had a great combination of waves as well for Baron Mamiya. Huge win. He's hanging out with Cote.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Baron. A couple of amazing moments out there. Before we get to the business of the heat, I want to talk about the soul arch, arms up. Truly an iconic barrel stance. You created an incredible memory for all of us watching. How did it feel for you?
Yeah, when the wave came in, it was a bomb, and I was just like, I don't know, like when the waves come in, they're so dark and just big, and I was just like sitting there just like, oh, this is my time. This is what I've been waiting for so long. And then I took off, and then I just kind of stood there. I probably should have stalled, because if Matty got like a 9 or something, he would have been right back in the heat. But yeah, it was an incredible view, and it was something I'll never forget.
It's going to be an iconic photo, that's for sure. Now let's talk about the business. You've been putting in work out here since you were 15 years old. What's the recipe for success on a day like today?
Yeah, you know, I haven't been back for a big swell in a while. I think the last time I was here when it was proper was I think 2019. I came on a surf trip. But yeah, I mean, to be honest, I was really nervous before that heat. You know, I drew Matty in a heat in 2022 out here, and it was exactly like this, and he absolutely smoked me. I just like had a complete shocker, and he smoked me. So, you know, I was kind of just I was super nervous before the heat, but I kind of just like sat with myself and had a little moment and just, you know, just reminded myself, you know, like, hey, you know, you're one of the best barrel riders in the world, and you can do it. So
I love to hear that. In the booth, they were talking about the similarities between here and Pipeline. Obviously, we know what you can do at Backdoor and Pipe. We know what you can do out here, but are these waves pretty similar?
To be honest, this wave is, I don't know, this obviously Pipe is, you know, my favorite wave in the world. It's a wave I grew up surfing, and that's like by far, like, you know, I love Pipe more than any wave in the world, but this wave is, it's, I don't know, it's like no other wave. It's the most perfect, scariest barrel like you've ever seen, and whenever it gets big, like you can go and you want to paddle the biggest wave of your life, you can do it out here. So it's pretty similar, you know, in the sense where you're taking off super late, but here is way more perfect.
And shouts to the homies, the friends and family back here watching, cheering you on.
Yeah, say hi to my mom, my dad, my brother, my girlfriend, everyone back home, all my friends. Love you guys, and hope to see you soon.
This guy's built different. Watch out for Baron Mamiya moving through.
Thank you, Chris. Mamiya into the round of 16, looking very comfortable, and interesting that he hadn't been on a surf chip here in a few years just to strike it on a big day. He's been here obviously in competition, but getting knocked out early never feels good, so happy to be in a rhythm, winning, and getting one back on Matthew McGillivray. That's going to be a fun rivalry to see grow on tour.
You know what's interesting is that he said he was nervous because, I mean, it's just cool to hear that vulnerability from Baron because, I mean, his scoreline definitely didn't show it. And like, what I take from that when I would just watch it is, wow, this guy's really comfortable. So let's have a look here. The current heat, Crosby's 8-point ride. Just got the jump over Seth by, you know, just over a point here. And this thing was insane. I mean, it was the second wave of the set, so it just drew off the reef. It really threw. It was super hollow. I mean, look how thick this thing is. And he just came from so deep. And as soon as he hits that foam ball, just comes flying on out so fast. And yeah, really, really impressive there from Crosby.
One of those guys that you just expect him to do really well, even if it's his first trip to a venue. There's something about being a younger brother, just like Seth is. You know, they just watch their older siblings do it, and they're like, oh, I can do it. Before they've even tried yet, they just have that belief. And I think Seth and Crosby can both speak to that because their siblings are incredibly talented. Crosby is currently world #1 on tour. But Seth, we can talk about all of his siblings all day long about what they've accomplished. Do you remember that wave that Kaylia got out here and
yes,
and knocked her teeth out?
I know.
That was crazy.
Oh man, I mean, sending it on a longboard out here.
Charging.
I mean, are you kidding me? 2-time world longboard champ too. I mean,
I remember she rips on a shortboard as well. There was a state title, a high school title at Salt Creek years ago, and she beat Coco Ho on a shortboard. You know, it was just like she was really well-rounded. But yeah, her world title's on a longboard. But yeah, there was one strike mission, a cool trip that they took here to Tahiti, and she absolutely charged. And she sometimes does posts actually about the dental work that she still has to go through because of that wipeout, you know, now years ago.
Oh, I mean, the thing was ugly. I remember when I saw photos of it on Instagram, I mean, it came up with that graphic warning, I mean, and it was graphic. I mean, just outrageous. I mean, there has been crazy wipeouts out here over the years. I mean, we'll get back to that in a sec. Looks like Seth.
Seth putting his head down, controlling it, let go of the rail for a moment, then pulled a little bit higher to avoid the foam ball. What a read for the Hawaiian. And steps off into the channel. That'll be enough for a lead change, but Crosby's already answering, draws off the bottom incredibly deep, and comes out of another cave. Brilliant performance from Cros right next to his buddy and going right into an aggressive paddle battle. Crosby's got a little bit of height, a long wingspan. Who's winning the battle now, Strider?
Blue on the inside, Blue's on the inside. He's coming around the corner, but Red's looking like he wants it. Red's going to be putting his head down and kicking hard. We're going out the outside. We're right past the buoy. We got the buoy up in the front. Who's going to get to the buoy first? It looks like Red's going to get to the buoy first. Oh, and it's Seth to the buoy first. So we got Blue on the outside. He's not giving up. He's pushing him outside on the right. And then we got Crosby on the outside. Crosby on the outside. He's kicking and screaming. He wants it, but Seth's going to keep him off. He's going to push him off. He's got the hole. It looks like Seth's going to win it. Here we go. Seth wins.
Strider, that was amazing. That was actually, I could hear every word you said. That was very articulate for how fast you were going.
That was really fun.
That was insane. And you know what? Good thing you stopped because they haven't even made a decision yet. There we go. Seth Mooney's got it. There we go.
I told you. I told you Seth on that. Yeah.
That was insane. So obviously they're very aware how important priority is, even after getting incredible barrels. They went right into a paddle for priority. Let's start with Seth's wave here.
Yeah, great read by Seth and really good read to just draw that high line as he was coming out of this barrel just to avoid that foam ball section. Little re-engage with the rail there and just, I mean, it was like riding a bull, bucking bull. That thing, it almost bucked him straight off his board. He did so well to hold on there. So much strength in the legs, the core, arms, everything. I mean, this was just really well done. A little re-engaged with the rail there and little pump whilst holding the rail, also really difficult to do. Drives through this section and then he hits a little lump here. It's like the foam ball propels him forward, gets this extra bit of speed and he almost loses it. So it's kind of like it that by default pushed him really high and he ended up having that super high line there as he was coming out. But yeah, great read by Seth. I mean, and then behind him was Crosby on the second wave of the set. Once again, thicker, drawing more water off the reef. It was a shorter barrel, but in terms of wow factor and the way it makes you feel, this made me feel something. It just made me sit up a little bit straighter. It's just so interesting, right? Like different types of barrels and the way you can slice and dice it and dissect it. But oh, that thing was just insane.
I mean, how critical it was, how thick it was. They want you on the heaviest waves, and I totally feel your reaction to that exchange, slowing down that last bit for Crosby.
Yeah, wow. I mean, look at the lip above his head. I mean, that thing is so thick. It's about 1 meter thick. I mean, it's incredible. And I think that just speaks to, I mean, good. It's wave selection, right? Like that second wave of the set at the moment, in my eyes, is proving to be the one. It's thicker. It's draining off the reef. that first one goes through, it makes it nice and clean, and yeah, the second one is throwing.
Oh, completely. And I think Seth learned something from his heat the other day. He would have won the opening round, but he got bounced off his board on the shoulder. You can see how long he held that rail even when he made it. It's almost like I could see him thinking he's not going to fall again and miss out on a score, because he knows in his mind he should have already been in the round of 16.
Wow, I think I'm interested to see where the judges go with Crosby's, because that thing it wasn't the longest barrel, but it just was so. Here we go, scores. Okay.
9.43 for Crosby Colapinto. Seth Moniz also with an 8.5. What an incredible exchange from the two good friends, but incredible rivals. They are battling each other right now. 9.43 and an 8 for Crosby's total out front. And now Seth Moniz needs an 8.94 to answer back. Let's catch up with the coach of Seth Moniz. Doug Silva is with Strider.
Doug Silva, who is Andre the Giant? You are on in the channel. The vibe between you and Seth is just amazing, and I feel like you've brought an elevated vibe to Seth.
Yeah, I mean that was that's the whole point of what we're doing here. You know, as a coach and a guide, we wanted to elevate, empower, and maximize our students' performance and maximize their experience and bring out the joy and inspire the masses. So it's been a pleasure and an honor to do so. Yeah, for sure.
You were saying that he needed a score. What was the score? The score that he was going to get. You had it in your head.
I mean, the number we went out with, we knew it was going to be between 17 and 18 points. Was the number that we were looking for. 18 was the number we wanted. In this heat, we knew it was going to be something like that. So, you know, just a couple maybe rash decisions in the beginning. So there's still plenty of time left, and I can get 18 points in like 2 minutes out here. So just gotta be patient and believe, yeah. So we're looking good. But Crosby, yeah, they're great friends. So wow, it's just such an honor to be out here watching these guys. Very blessed.
Very subdued Doug Silva, but very on point with the elevated vibe and the number too, because Crosby, I think, sitting on a solid 17 something. So
yeah, I mean 18's the number. So that's what we want. That's what we came out to get. So yeah, still some time left, and let's do this. Thank you so much.
Thanks for your time, Doug. Get back over there, send some vibes. Right on.
Love it. Thank you, Strider. Doug Silva, an incredible surfer, originally from Southern California and then moved out to Hawaii a long time ago. We see him on the North Shore all the time, and done a lot of great coaching with Seth Moniz. I mean, and Kai Lenny as well, and he's just a breath of fresh air. He's so unique. He's an individual. Stab Magazine caught up with him, a good interview by Ethan Davis. If you haven't read that, you've got to check it out. He has some unbelievable quotes in there about just how he elevates. He said he's got all these soundtracks in his head all the time that just feed his oxygen and get him firing at all cylinders on demand. He said he can go from 0 to 100 naturally and just peak at the right time. And for Seth, he's like, yeah, I mean, we both want the same things. For Doug, he gets to live out his dreams vicariously through Seth, and Seth's stoked because they have the same goals and they get to laugh a lot, you know, with a lot of downtime, because pro surfers have a lot of downtime between heats, and you've got to really pair yourself up well with people you really enjoy hanging around.
Yeah, I really like this pairing, and I really, really got to see it during Margaret River, which was really cool. He was really evident and really prominent in Seth's, you know, comeback to staying alive above this cut. And I read that article too, and one thing that I read was, you know, one of my best mates on tour was, you know, Ross Clark-Jones, and I think that goes without saying that they were having a lot of fun.
Classic. Big shout out to Ross Clark-Jones, one of the heaviest big wave chargers in the world, an absolute animal. But he also competed on tour before that, as we see a Canada spit shoving out of that wave on the inside shelf. Waves on the way here, locked in, pulling under the hood. Seth Moniz, another great read, another big barrel here with 13 on the clock, chasing an 8.94 for the leadoff Crosby.
Oof, that was a big cavern, that one. Wasn't necessarily the longest barrel, but that one was more, that had a lot more depth to it. It was a lot thicker. And, you know, gonna be interesting to see where this one goes. Chasing at 8.94. Let's have a look. So grabs that rail. This one here, just a lot more water to it. And it was a short barrel, but let's see the work that he got done from this angle. So a couple of pumps while grabbing the rail, not an easy thing to do as he rides that foam ball too. So he was deep and that was technical.
This is one of the big events for Seth Moniz in his rookie season when it absolutely fired. There's some giant ones coming through. It was kind of a dark day and he ended up making the semifinals. As we'll wait to see what Seth got on that last wave. Judges taking their time to check out the replay in this lull. We'll see if he can catch up to his good friend. The shootout continues here at the end of the road. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be right back.
Okay, last of blue is a 6.67. 6.67. Situation still the same. Blue Seth Moniz need a 8.94. Blue, you need an 8.94 to advance. First priority red with just over 10 minutes. Just over 10 minutes remaining. Il reste un petit peu plus de 10 minutes dans la série. La dernière vague de Seth Moniz en bleu a été notée 6.70.
The Shiseido Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown, is brought to you by Shiseido, official sunscreen partner and global sustainability partner of the WSL. Mophie, official portable power bank partner of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro. Mophie, stay powerful. Vini, official telecommunications partner of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro. And Bank of Tahiti, official banking partner of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro.
Time for the Oakberry Surf Conditions Report. How fun is it when it's pumping to do the Oakberry Surf Conditions? South-southwest swell, 10 to 15 foot on the face. Moderate winds, those classic east trades. Got the tide at 1.1 feet and rising for the rest of the day. Loving seeing numbers like that. And we just got word from Charlotte Perry as well that there's a buoy that he reads. It's about a day out. He's felt a little bump in that earlier, which has said good news for the afternoon, the rest of the competition, which is now, but also great news for tomorrow. He's expecting the biggest part of the afternoon to continue through tomorrow morning. And he said he wouldn't be surprised if there's even more pulses of consistency. We already talked about some round of 16 matchups, Flick, so I can't wait to see what happens tomorrow. And also, the rest of this heat, we still have just under 9 minutes to go. We saw that wave from Seth before we went to break. It didn't factor in. Ended up being a throwaway, 6.67. So now he's out the back without priority and chasing an 8.94.
Yeah, still chasing, and I feel like he's chasing one of those waves that, you know, when we watch and when we call it, it just gives you that feeling of, oh my goodness, that was the score. And I feel like, you know, the couple of waves Crosby's had, I mean, my understanding, it's the second wave of the set. It's the one it's allowing that water to pull through from the first one, make that second wave nice and clean. The second one's had more thickness to it. And, I mean, Seth kind of needs a wave like that. Or, I mean, and he also needs to get this wave under priority, because at the moment Crosby is holding priority with total heat control, so it's going to be pretty difficult right now.
We mentioned earlier that Jack Robinson was knocked down to the event by his friend Yago Dora. Always find it interesting here at this event, you know, ever since it kicked off at the CT level with Aki winning in the late 90s. Nobody's ever gone back to back. Isn't that wild?
Wow. This seems like an event where someone could go back to back.
Yeah, there's good people featuring finals back to back, but winning and kind of owning that area as the champion in multiple seasons on the men's side. It just hasn't happened.
Well, even Gabriel Medina, how can you make, what is it, the stats, 6 of the last 7 finals? I mean, okay, that's an incredible start. I can't say how can you not go back to back, because that alone is incredible. But you'd think one of those would be back to back, right?
Yeah, I mean, you look at Medina with 2 wins, 2014, then 2018. You know, he's featured in back-to-back finals, but back-to-back wins, it just hasn't happened. Kelly's got 5, but they're all spread out over time. 2000, 2003, 2005, 2011, 2016, so there's room in between. AI won twice, 2002 and then 2010. And also Bobby Martinez, a multiple-time champ, but 2006 and then 2009, a few years later.
It's really interesting to me. I mean, but going back-to-back wins at any event, I feel like is really difficult. And I mean, it's always been hard, but I feel like now the level is so high. And before, years ago, I feel like you always had those certain people that you put in a hat that you know they're going to charge. Whereas now I feel like you could throw a blanket over it because everyone is so sendy. Everyone is wanting to have that moment, that hero moment, and everyone understands just how important it is to be a well-rounded surfer, to really push it in waves of consequence. And I feel like it's really difficult to do that these days.
Gosh, a bowl of sand for breakfast with some bonsoi to mix it up. I love it. 5:50 on the clock. Let's check out some heats in the round of 16. Jordy Smith, Dora. Hausman has Italo. An all goofy foot clash there. We also have John Florence against Mihimana. That's going to be a showstopper. Florence so due for a win. Mihimana wants to win like Vahine did. Mamiya Arkau on the matchup. Ewing, Slater to kick things off first thing in the morning.
Oh.
That's going to be one to look forward to as well.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I just think back to all my favorite performances from Kelly, and it's either here or in Fiji or Pipe. But so 3 great locations. But when it's sizable, like really sizable and big, and I mean, if what Shola is saying, you know, if that comes through tomorrow, that, you know, there's a little kick in the buoy and that could potentially hold for tomorrow morning, and Kelly's in the first heat with Ethan. Whoa, take some deep breaths and hold on to your seat, folks, because it's going to be pretty exciting.
Kelly is so used to traveling, he doesn't get tired. When he joined us in the booth the other day, I was like, where have you been? He named like so many different places from New York and all over. He stopped at Fiji, went to a couple of different places there. He got in a couple of days late because he's so in tune with the forecast. He came in the night before, first surf, won his heat, went to an outer island, just got back last night. You think at some point you're like, I might just cruise today. But gosh, I think he's fired up. He's fueled up as the wild card of this event. He knows a forecast like this is just suiting his surfing so incredibly well. We're down to almost the 4-minute mark. And Crosby just with 2 waves, an 8 and a 9.43. Very significant though for the rookie. His best combined heat total of his young career. He just outdid his performance at Margaret River where he had a 14+ total. So right here against his good buddy, really motivating him in this one.
Oh, completely. I think it just goes back to that these guys have known each other for so many years. They've sparred against each other for so many years, and I feel, you know, conditions like this just really push people to their absolute limit and their personal boundaries, and we're seeing that unfold right here.
Well, we know there's already some prep. We've got some daylight. Strider, you're in the channel. Are you seeing guys about to paddle out for a session before it gets dark?
You know, you think about it, you're like, oh, it'd be really nice to go get one, and then you look over to your right, and there's like 20 guys just stacking up on the buoy. From Italo Ferreira, the captain, D'Souza himself. Slater looks like he's going to jump in here for a session. You know, Griffin and everybody else. You know, everybody looks like they want a piece of it. They're all just sitting there, helmets are on, you know, everybody's stocked up and ready for the, I should actually commentate that race over to the peak because it's going to be fun to watch. There's going to be a lot of people.
I mean, Strider, the priority judge, goes home after this. I mean, who knows who's going to get a good one tonight?
Yeah, it could be. It's actually going to be really fun because, you know, Kelly really wants to warm up. You know, he's got first heat in the morning, so he's obviously going to get out here and get some. And, you know, we're all just hoping for one more set this afternoon so we can see this, you know, battle go down. But, you know, there's definitely more waves on the way, and I think they're going to see some amazing waves tonight in the free surf and watch these guys battle it out and see some insane rides go down.
Thank you, Strider. Coming up next, we will also have the Corona Cerro post show right after this heat. So in 2 minutes to go through some unbelievable highlights on one of the best days of the entire season. Another groundbreaking, game-changing type day for the best female surfers on the planet. Emotional win for Vahine Fierro and a new world #1, Brisa Hennessy, back in yellow once again. And also the elimination round for the men to set up the round of 16. A lot of huge numbers like this one, 9.43, 8.0. Seth Moniz hoping that he's getting a chance with 90 seconds. An 8.94 to extend his trip here in Tahiti.
Yeah, I believe we're sort of willing a set to come right now. I feel like Seth has more in the tank. I mean, he surfs so well in waves like this, and I mean, we've already been able to see it just, you know, on that 8.5 that he surfed. I mean, we even saw it on the 2.6s, but the technique that he has and just the ability to stall and let go of the rail and pump through these barrels. I mean, you know, if he gets another opportunity, I mean, with a minute on the clock, it's going to be hard work because you've got to be thinking that Crosby's going to be blocking right now for sure. I mean, you're not going to be letting him take off. I mean, this race for the Rookie of the Year between Crosby and Cole is most certainly on, and Crosby's going to want to advance through this heat.
A little bit everything in this heat. They had a good battle to start. They weren't giving each other an inch. Crosby got his 9.43 and was able to spray his friend in the face and then start the paddle battle. Then Strider got all wild with the paddle battle call. There's a lot of action that happened in this one.
Yeah, I think that for me, it just comes down to that second wave of the set and the wave selection, and you know, maybe that Seth just pulled the trigger and used his priority on the first one. But I mean, Griff just converted on that second wave. It was just beautiful, really nice and groomed, and really big hollow barrels.
Closing this one out, Flick. The boys shake hands. These families are incredibly close. Crosby from California, Seth obviously from Hawaii. They've spent so much time together over the years, and they'll have so many more battles to come. I can't wait for the next one, and it is on. The free surf. Everyone trying to get a piece of this lineup. Important round of 16 is coming up first thing in the morning, and every text I've seen from event officials is calling for a massive day tomorrow, hoping to finish in pumping conditions. Coming up next is the free surf, but we'll be following the Corona Cerro post show. We'll bring in Kaipo Guerrero to walk you through all the major highlights of an incredible day here at the end of the road. We'll see you then.
Welcome to the Corona Cero post-show. Check out Corona Cero. 0% ABV, made with natural ingredients, pairs well with a lime. You add a chili relleno burrito to that, and we're really talking heaven. And talking about heaven, we had a heavenly day in surf competition today. An incredible, mind-blowing day. Kuiper Girl, Felicity Palmentier, Jesse Mendez. I'm going to start with you, Flick, and I just got to say, wow.
Wow, the swell showed up and everyone performed. I mean, for me, standout moments, Touchy's 10, Vahine winning. I mean, the men blowing up. I don't even know where to digest all of this. I mean, we're going to do it right here.
What do you think, Jesse?
I mean, I can't really not mention Tachi's 10. Obviously, the women's are taking over the show. The last few events that we have on Waves of Consequences. Obviously, we expect so much from the men's, and the women's just showing up and blowing up.
You know, Surfline, you did well. We thought, you know, there was so much hype around this. We were thinking, oh my goodness, you know, is it going to show up? It showed up, and it showed up in extreme form. With the women, we saw barriers broken. We saw a 10-point ride by Tatiana Weston Webb. In the men, 12 excellent waves ridden in the elimination round. I'm talking, this is crazy stuff that we saw today. We can break it all down, but let's, you know, and we ended the day with a hit. Crosby Colapinto up against Seth Moniz, another high-scoring heat. Let's take a look at the highlights for this matchup. Crosby Colapinto, the rookie, came to it, but it started off here, Flick, with Seth Moniz, 8.5 ride, backhand barrel.
Yes, Seth just showed up in this heat as well. I mean, for me, it was just a difference in wave selection. Seth going the first one, Crosby going the second one, and these second waves just really drawing off the reef. I mean, this one was so thick, it was so big. And, I mean, Seth backed it up. He got a couple of sixes, but he just couldn't quite find that sort of, you know, that feeling that we were getting when we were just watching Crosby's waves of like, wow, that was the moment. I mean, Crosby just did so well in this heat. I mean, that wave there is just going in every highlight reel. I mean, that thing was insane. He rode the foam ball. I mean, and then they had this crazy paddle battle, which Strider was on the call, and it was pretty fantastic to listen to.
Hey, Jesse, Crosby only riding 2 waves, an 8-point ride, then a 9.43, 17.43 heat total. That is outstanding.
I mean, that's definitely outstanding. And also, Seth, not to mention, only 3 waves and everything above a 6-point ride and 1 excellent wave. So that was an amazing heat. We're lucky enough to be here watching.
Yeah, we sure were. Let's hear from Crosby Colapinto. He's with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thank you, Team Crosby. That heat had everything we wanted to see. Paddle battles, incredible exchanges. Give me just your thoughts on that experience you had out there in firing Chopo.
Well, just to have a heat like that with like my brother Seth is insane, just because it was like really my first real heat, like surfing proper chopes, and then to have it with Seth, who's like one of my really good friends and also like one of the best barrel riders in the world, and going like head to head on our exchanges was just like so special, because before we paddled out, we're like, we kind of only want, like, we want to have like just fun exchanges, you know. It didn't feel like super competitive or anything. It just felt like we were kind of having a free surf and just like going head to head. So it was pretty cool.
And let's talk about that 9.4. I mean, where does that wave stand in the lifetime of waves that you've ridden?
It's definitely up there. I feel like whenever I get a good wave, I feel like I kind of just like black out on it. And I felt like that one I kind of just like blacked out, you know. But it just had like a nice stretch and went into like that second section that was very like square and open, and then just like coming out and like kicking out right next to Seth and paddle battling was just like pretty sick. And then all the boys just screaming, I was like barking or something, but it was sick.
And again, so many layers going into that heat. We got to start talking about the Rookie of the Year conversation. Is that even in the back of your mind right now?
Oh yeah, it's definitely a thing, because I'm in the race with Cole Hauschman, so I watched him get his 9 earlier, and I was like, shit, like, I want to get a good wave now, you know? So it's going to be a fun little battle, like a fun little friendly rivalry. We've already been messing with each other, like, whoever wins it then has to, like, buy all the boys dinner at a sick restaurant, so.
Nice. And lastly, tomorrow could be pretty rowdy out there. Are you ready for this?
Yeah, I'm ready. That heat definitely gives me some confidence going into it tomorrow, so just excited for another opportunity to just surf this wave.
The man is ready. Good luck.
Yeah,
There you go. Crosby Colapinto, just a rookie, but that is his career best heat on the CT, 17.43. What a way to end the day. That was the men's, but we got to talk about barriers being broken, Flick, with the women and the performance that we saw in the quarterfinals on out. Let's take a look here at the brackets and Vahine Fierro's road to a victory here at the end of the road.
Yeah, Vahine, I mean, she had a couple of really tough heats here. I mean, first heat, obviously drawing Molly, who we've been talking about all event as someone who's technically one of the best women's backside tube riders. And then semi-final 2, for me, that goes down in history as one of the best ever women's heats. I mean, that was a moment in time that we will remember forever, we'll be referencing forever. Tatiana scoring a 10, Vahine fighting back with that 9 in like the last few minutes of the heat. I mean, in my books, it was an incredible day for the women, and given the opportunity, they showed up and they really performed.
Let's get into it here. Vahine Fierro up against Tatiana Weston-Webb. This is going to be one of the heats of the year, maybe of all time for women's professional surfing. Tatiana Weston-Webb with the perfect 10 in this heat. Absolutely incredible. 10s across the board from all of the judges. That was outstanding, but the consistency of Vahine Fierro paid off. A 8.07, a 9.63 right here was enough to take Vahine into the final.
Yeah, Vahine just, you know, she said it in her post-heat interview, but she had a big job to do. I mean, she needed a big score, but she just said that she never gave up, and, you know, she just knew if she was given that opportunity, that she could convert. And with the form she's been in, I mean, this was the moment. I mean, it was so incredible to watch. Just her confidence, knowing that if a set comes, I'm going. And I mean, she's hardly fallen all events. So, I mean, she just looked so informed. And it was only a matter of time until she got a win out here, let's be honest. I mean, that trophy has been hers for a long time. She's had one hand on it, and she's got it now firmly with both hands.
2 semifinal finishes. This way she went all the way for the W. Look at the numbers there. An 8.5, 6.67, dominated the final. Vahine Fierro. Brisa Hennessy, runner-up finish, but the good news for Brisa, she's got a wardrobe change, Jesse. As we look at our women's championship tour leaderboard, and Brisa Hennessy has taken the #1 spot.
And the good thing for Brisa actually is she's been in that position before, so it's not going to have the same weight as she had it previously when she won Sunset and came out with the yellow jersey a few years back. So for her to just be in this situation and growing into that, and I mean, looking pretty solid for the top 5 as far as we're speaking right now, 32,000 points, a little over that. She's sitting in a good spot, and she's looking the best she's been in the past few years.
Yeah, incredibly consistent year this year for Brisa Hennessy. We'll see her in that yellow leaders jersey at stop number 7 over in El Salvador. Pivoting now to the men's and the elimination round for the men. Hey, I said it before at the beginning of this, 12 excellent scores amongst the field. But think about Liam O'Brien here. 16.74 two-wave total. You think that would get you through most heats, Jesse, but that was not the case because Ramzi Bukhayam came through in a big way.
Yeah, man, that was one of those heats that he just biting your nails the whole time. Like, they were just going back to back, and this wave specifically from Ramzi right there, he loses balance, almost goes over the handlebars. Look at the angle of the board, like tail high, like nose almost diving underwater, and he comes out like in disbelief. And then when you think the heat's done, you see this beautiful wave from Lob, just 2 huge bumps with no hands on the rail, which is so technical. I mean, amazing heat. Look how proud Ramzi looks right there, and he deserves it because that he was one who should be proud of herself.
Gnarly numbers as we look at the numbers between these two. 9.13, 7.73, 16.86, 2 8-point rides for Liam O'Brien. Not enough, but both surfers can be very, very proud of their accomplishment. It was so exciting. And but unfortunately, only one can go, and that would have been Ramzi. He's on to the round of 16. Speaking of the round of 16, Flick, we got some highlight heats that we want to take a look at in that round of 16. We have that all seated. Let's take a look at some of them. We're going to start the day with a bang. Check out heat #1, the round of 16, Felicity.
Wow. first heat of the day, if what Shola said is true and this buoy provides and the swell kicks up a little bit, wow, we're in for a great heat here. Kelly, that's where I like to see him flaring. Big surf.
I mean, that looks amazing. The GOAT against Ethan, that's a big draw for Ethan, matching someone that early in the round, and that's all because it's a wild card this event. So
we got more for you. Jordy against Yago Dora, heat number 3 of the round, the 16. What do you think about that, Jess?
I mean, one of my favorites ever, goofy footers, like the style, how good he is, and he's building momentum. Beat Jack, which is probably the toughest draw today in paper as far as the men's elimination round. So this is going to be a big one for both of them, and I'm excited to see Yago.
Heat number 5, Flick. John coming against the man with the mana, the man with the spirit, Mihi Mana Bray in Heat 5, round 16.
Well, you just know that both of these guys right here, you know, they can handle when it gets as big as it gets out here, and they want it that big. I know that John wants it as big as it gets. They're going to be comfortable when it's 10 to 12 foot, maybe even bigger. So for me, technicality of riding this wave, and also there's going to be a difference. Mihi Mana on his forehand, John on his backhand. It's going to be a great matchup.
Yeah. Well, we're going to get into the Surfline forecast later in this post-show, but I'm going to give you a hint. There's going to be waves tomorrow, and they're going to be pretty big. And that's when you bring on more charging, and that just segues us straight into the Mophie Charger of the event. Rarely do I let you call the Mophie Charger of the event when it's your wife, but I'm going to let you do the honors, Jesse. 10-point ride for the misses.
I mean, I'm very biased to say that right now, but this might be one of the best waves a woman ever surfed in a jersey. That was incredible. Obviously proud, so I mean, what else can I say?
I don't think you're being biased. I second that. I feel like this is the best barrel or wave we've ever seen ridden by women in competition. I feel like it is. I got that feeling when I watched it, and now that I've seen all the replays, the different angles, for me, that's the best barrel I've ever seen and best wave ever ridden in competition for a woman.
That was an awesome time.
I called the heat. I was thoroughly freaked out over that wave. So I agree with both of you. Let's take a look into the future, and the future's bright here in Tahiti. We got more swell. Looking at our Surfline forecast. They've been spot on so far. Jesse, more energy coming from the south to light up the end of the road.
I mean, it doesn't get better than that. The next few days look impressive. They can pick and choose whatever they want to run because, I mean, you can't really go wrong. As far as prediction, this looks as good as it gets for Teahupo'o. Today, we already seen it, and most likely tomorrow, even more consistent and as big as this afternoon. So excited for that.
Favorable winds, Flick, and Shayla Perry gave me the hint that there's going to be plenty of swell tomorrow. It's going to be pretty much the same size, and then a little bit of boost in the afternoon to finish the day right around finals time. We got a lot to look forward to.
Oh my goodness, I mean, that's your dream scenario right there, isn't it? 8 to 12 foot, occasional 15 foot faces. Like, what? Are you kidding me? And then, look, if that wasn't enough, Friday is also looking epic too. So maybe if we finish tomorrow, maybe a little free surf session. Might be a bit scary, but YOLO.
YOLO's the word. Well, let's celebrate the things today because we're... Today's a YOLO day as we look into so many incredible rides. Top 5 moments coming at you, starting with Baron Mamiya. And check out this pose, Flick.
Yeah, honestly, there's going to be some great photos from this heat. None better than his soul arch moment where, I mean, this here. Come on, that's a cover of a magazine. That is just like a great Instagram post. Might be pinned to the top of his feed forever, I'd say. This thing was insane. He just absolutely toyed with it out there. It was so comfortable and casual.
Jake Marshall, he turns the heat in the last moment, Jesse, in a big way, a 9.4 for this growler.
I was starting to feel bad for the guy because he's a charger and he had no opportunities in the heat until this wave came up with less than 5 minutes. That was incredible, well-deserved, coming out after the spit, and look how frothy it is. That taking this one out for Seaside.
Yeah, lot trolls are happy with that one. Seaside represent into the round of 16 for Jake, the big rookie. came with big numbers. Cole Hauschman, a 9.57 flick.
Yeah, this thing was insane. He was so deep. I mean, rode the foam ball as well. You couldn't have rode this wave any better, in my opinion. I honestly thought this could have even been higher. It was a beautiful wave. It came from such deep water. It was one of those first waves where I was like, whoa, okay, this swell's really filling in. It's really starting to move at a different pace, and it's looking thick.
And this is it. Flick, I'm going to let you take this away. A perfect 10. 5 judges, 5 10s, and a perfect 10 for Tatiana Weston.
Yeah, I'll say it again. This is the best wave in women's history ridden in a competition. It was absolutely incredible. And I feel like Tati's been waiting for this moment in Waves of Consequence for a long time. We all know, we've seen what she's done in free surf. She just hasn't converted in a contest. So hopefully this is just like rip the Band-Aid off. And we're going to continue to see Tati on this momentum in Waves of Consequence.
Tatiana Weston Webb making history. That's our number 2 moment. Number 1, we got to celebrate Maita Iroa. Congratulations, Vahine Fierro. The local Jesse takes the win in a dominant fashion today.
The grace that she surfs this wave is impeccable. Like the style, the way she approaches, how easy she makes it look, and how little mistakes she actually commits. Throughout the whole event, you can count on your hands how many mistakes she, like on wrong waves that she was or when she fell. It's so impressive for her and well deserved.
Yeah. Look out Olympics, because Paris 2024, Vahine Fierro is going to be representing France right here at the end of the road. That's something to look forward to, but even more to look forward to is tomorrow and tomorrow's action. Let's get some rest. Thank you, Flick. Thank you, Jesse. And remember to check in tomorrow morning, set your alarm. 6:45 a.m. local time, potentially for a 7 o'clock start. It's going to be an epic day. Tune in then, and until then, Yorana, aloha.
Hey, guys.
Energy in the channel is up. The swell has arrived. This is going to be an epic day of surfing.
We really didn't know what this day would bring. I think I just woke up just in the mindset of embracing anything that came my way and enjoying it.
Tatiana Weston Webb and Vahine just laid down a 2014 heat between Kelly Slater and John Forrest.
And we got 5 judges checked in, Schneider. It's a perfect 10. 10s all the way across the board. This heat could go down in history in women's professional surfing. It is absolutely astounding.
I just knew that, like, man, this is women's surfing. You know, like, we're doing it.
The champion of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown, Vahine Fierro has done it.
Thank you, Teahupo'o. You're so special, and thank you for sending me the best waves of my life. I'm just so stoked right now.
Pretty much what you dream of when you come here. It's definitely probably the wave of my life.
This is it right here, you know, all these years to, you know, to get a chance to have a day like today.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.